Chapter 1. Ding, Golden Legend. In the chaotic mass grave filled with decay, a corpse suddenly arched its body and emitted a blood-curdling scream. It hurt so much. What kind of hellish place is this? That's right. I got hit by a car running a red light. So am I in a hospital? Yang Junwu struggled to open his eyes. All he could see was darkness, and low, guttural howls echoed around him. The intense stench of rot seeped into his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. This definitely wasn't a hospital. Yang Junwu tried to stand up, but found his legs were completely powerless. Then he realized the grim truth. Both his legs and arms had been broken, leaving him unable to move as he lay sprawled on the ground. You sister. This was far too cruel. Heavenly Lord, you might as well have let me die directly from that collision. The howls grew closer, and suddenly, fragmented memories surged into Yang Junwu's mind. A mass grave? Feihua continent. Did I get transported across worlds? As he pored over the scattered memories in his head, Yang Junwu momentarily lost for words. The Feihua continent was divided into two major nations, Feiyi Kingdom and Xianhua Kingdom. It was a wondrous continent where mechas reigned supreme. Mecha classes ranged from D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, to Divine, a total of 8 ranks. The former host was the young master of the Yang family, one of the 5 great families of the Feiyi Kingdom. But he had been set up, his limbs shattered, his body discarded in the wilderness to be fed upon by wolves. Even in death, he never knew who had conspired against him. Damn heavens, did I sleep with your woman in my past life, for you to torment me like this? Yang Junwu burst into curses. People who transmigrated should either become world-shaking heroes or gifted young masters. What about himself? A half-dead waste, about to become wolf fodder. Before he finished speaking, there was a thunderous roar overhead. A white streak cut through the sky, and an enormous bolt of lightning came crashing down, piercing precisely into his forehead. Yang Junwu stared speechlessly. I was just muttering offhandedly. So there really is heavenly punishment? Beep. Activation procedure of Supreme Roulette System initiated. A cold, gender-neutral voice sounded inside Yang Junwu's mind. What ghostly thing? Host detected, successful. Ritual of recognition, successful. Supreme Roulette System has been activated. Holy crap, it's actually a system. So the heavens aren't entirely unfair. Yang Junwu's eyes widened. What was the system he would not know? In all sorts of novels from his previous life, whoever obtained a system invariably became the main character of their story, surrounded by beauties, domineering, and invincible. Let me quickly check out what kind of bull system it is. System, cure my body first. Yang Junwu couldn't wait any longer. Host, I apologize, but this system does not have such functions. But what? Yang Junwu felt hope ignite in his chest. In consideration of this being your first time using this system, here's a newcomer big gift pack for you. Would you like to open it? An emotionless electronic voice inquired. Nonsense, of course I want to open it. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 1 roulette link card and 1 medicinal pill exchange coupon. 2 golden cards appeared within the system space. How do I use these? Simple, you just say summon roulette, and the supreme roulette will appear for drawing lots. Different cards can draw various effects or physical items. Makes sense, it's quite a straightforward system. The surrounding howls drew closer and closer. There would be no time to use the medicinal pill card. Even if miraculous pills were drawn to heal his injuries, it would still be hard to withstand the attack from the pack of wolves. Yang Junwu picked up the roulette link card. At this moment, voices of a man and a woman suddenly sounded nearby. Yang Junwu paused instinctively and didn't activate it yet. Soon enough, the sounds came closer. Yang Junwu glanced sideways secretly. A pink one, a blue one, 2 towering humanoid mechas stood upon the burial mound. The mechas looked mighty, yet Yang Junwu knew from the original host's memory that these mechas belonged to the lowest rank on Feihua continent, the D-class mecha, which required external neural connections for control. Hey, second brother, there's someone who hasn't died yet, said the pink mecha, extending its mechanical arm and pressing onto Yang Junwu's heart. You are the dead person. Yang Junwu instantly developed 3 black lines on his forehead. Sis, forget about him. The pursuers will arrive soon. Let's hurry up and go, urged the blue mecha, glancing back anxiously. Wait a moment. He's still alive? We can't leave him to die. The pink mecha cradled Yang Junwu in her arms. The blue mecha, though somewhat displeased, clearly it was not the time to argue over such matters, thus allowing her to have her way. Cradled in the pink mecha's embrace, Yang Junwu felt like entering a warm, soft, fragrant little nest. Being an 18-year-old solo veteran from his past life, it was his first time ever so close to a woman. Although it was an external mech, the tactile sensation was no different from real skin. Under such intense stimulation, a certain part of Yang Junwu instantly sprayed out a jet of hot liquid, splashing the pink mech's face. Second brother, he's spurting blood. We need to find a doctor quickly. Suddenly, more than 10 black mechs appeared from all directions, completely surrounding the two of them. Going back. Where do you think you're going? Just come with me quietly, and since I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you live as dogs. The leader was a middle-aged man with a cunning smirk on his face. He didn't have an external mech, but daring to stand unprotected suggested that he must have been equipped with an anemometer or attometer core internally. Who are you people? The Tang family has no grudges against you, so why keep Chu Changbuqing? Asked the pink mech boldly. As she spoke, dark cannon muzzles quietly emerged on both sides of her arms, while several pink threads rapidly wrapped around the enemy. Good job. She wanted to capture the king first. Yang Junwoo inwardly applauded. This girl might sound young, but her moves and decisions were extremely resolute, without any hesitation. Success. Just as the pink threads were about to wrap around the middle-aged man, suddenly a transparent barrier formed around him, bouncing off the threads. Nanomech core activate. The barrier around the man slowly contracted, covering his body. Soon, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall yellow mech. Nanocore, C-class mech, we're in trouble. The girl's expression turned grim. Starting from C-class, the mecha becomes internal core activated. Once activated, the core instantaneously modifies the physical body, transforming it directly into the mech. There is a vast technological and essential difference compared to external mechas. Such internal mechas are far more powerful, better defended, and as nimble as one's limbs. Even though the nanocore is the lowest level internal mech, it can easily handle their D-class mechas. Tang Yingying, you go ahead. I'll hold him off. The blue mech shouted, accelerating forward, its massive fist launching an attack at the middle-aged man. Haha, do you really think you can stop me? Today, neither of you will leave. With a sneer, the man casually extended a hand in front of him, stopping the blue mech's advance. With a flick of his finger, the blue mech was sent flying back at twice the speed, crashing hard onto the ground, creating a huge crater. Second brother, are you alright? Tang Yingying gasped in horror. Don't worry, it's your turn next. Without giving her time to help, the man immediately turned around and unleashed a skill. Silver Blaze Rush Punch. If this punch connected, the first to die wouldn't be her, but Yang Junwoo in her arms. Tang Yingying made her decision in an instant, turning quickly to use her back to block the blow. Crack. The metallic breaking sound resonated as the pink mech armor on Tang Yingying's back shattered into several pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly turning ghastly white. If the man hadn't intended to capture them alive, this strike would have already claimed her life. Let me down. A voice came from within her arms. You're awake. Tang Yingying looked at the person in her arms, surprised. Yeah, thank you for protecting me earlier. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Yang Junwa's calm voice echoed in her ears. But he was just a crippled waste. Though she thought so, Yang Junwa's gaze seemed to have some kind of magic, making her instinctively follow his words. As the young master of the Yang family, the original host had an internal mech inside his body. However, since his limbs were severed, he could not activate the mech's power. Yang Junwoo exhaled deeply. Whether he lived or not depended on this card draw. Supreme Roulette System Activation. Use Roulette Link card. Yang Junwoo held up the card in his hand. Boom boom boom. In the system space, a massive roulette wheel appeared out of nowhere. Almost identical to the supermarket lottery wheels from his past life. 6 colors, gold, silver, bronze, blue, green, and white, divided the roulette areas, with gold being the smallest and white the largest. On the right side of the roulette, a row of attributes appeared. Strength, 20. Agility, 0. Constitution, 0. Mecha, core damaged. Skills, none. Luck value, 5. Just 5 points of luck value, indeed perfectly fitting our current situation. But so what? I'll break my unlucky fate with my own hands. Spin it. Yang Junwoo roared skyward, exerting all his strength to spin the roulette. The roulette spun rapidly. Give me gold. Yang Junwoo stared intently as the slowing roulette wheel finally began to stabilize. Ding! The roulette stopped spinning, the needle firmly landing on the golden area. Golden light instantly filled the entire system space. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 legendary level link. Chapter 2. Mech LINK, Link Summon. What person? Wu Tian was greatly startled by the golden light in Tang Yingying's arms. The one who will take your life. Yang Junwoo said calmly. Ha ha ha, with just you a limb-disabled waste. The black-clad people behind Wu Tian burst into laughter. With broken limbs, no matter how great one's abilities are, they couldn't control a mech. What was there to be arrogant about? Emi Core activate. An ink-green light instantly enveloped Yang Junwoo, and an immense pressure emanated from him. A-class mech. This is impossible. Wu Tian was greatly shocked in his heart, but soon greed appeared in his eyes. What if it's an A-class mech? A person with broken hands and feet cannot control it. Just kill him, and the A-class core would be his own. Ha ha ha, truly heaven assist me. I didn't expect that such a simple chase and kill mission would result in such surprising gains. It seems heaven has made Wu Tian rich. At this moment, Wu Tian only had eyes for Yang Junwoo. Compared to obtaining an A-class mech, killing the Tang siblings wasn't even a priority. Sister, let's go. Tang Feng was a smart man, and immediately seized the opportunity to escape, pulling Tang Yingying to leave. Not possible. I can't watch him die here. Tang Yingying shook her head, throwing off Tang Feng's hand, and instead stood in front of Yang Junwoo. Sigh, if we must die, then so be it. Facing his sister's stubbornness, Tang Feng helplessly stepped forward, standing together with Tang Yingying. At this point, the two absolutely wouldn't have imagined that just such a simple step would cause a tremendous change in their future. Mechs of the Void Battle Spirit, please respond to my summoning. Mech LINK, activated. The golden link runes disappeared, and ancient spells appeared in Yang Junwoo's mind. Ancient and noble Baihu Battle Spirit, transform into the speed of gale winds. Virtual, white tiger boots. Free and loving Qinglong Battle Spirit, become wings to soar through the sky. Virtual Azure Dragon wings. Firm and loyal xuanhuan Battle Spirit, transform into an unshakable, firm shield. Virtual, black tortoise armor. Sharp and powerful Kirin battle spirit. Become fists that crush all evil. Virtual Kirin arm. Passionate and vibrant Xiuxian battle spirit. Burn as the mech heart. Virtual Vermilion Bird heart. The void trembled, and 5 colored lights, white, azure, blue, purple, red, shone brightly on Yang Junwu's body. At this moment, his mech form had completely transformed. A pair of giant green wings on his back flapped lightly, floating gracefully in the air. His right arm turned purple while he held up a blue shield in his left hand. His feet were clad in a pair of transparent white boots, and faint flames seemed to be burning in his chest. After combining the 5 components of Link, the level of the mech had already surpassed A-class. Yang Junwu tapped lightly underfoot, appearing the next second behind Wu Tian. His thick right arm reached out casually, easily grabbing the other's neck. He smiled wryly, leaning close to the other's ear. Just now, weren't you the one talking about killing without exception? No, not me. I'm wrong, spare me. Wu Tian's eyes were filled with horror. Although the other party hadn't moved yet, the C-class mech on his body had already started its wailing cry, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Seeing their boss controlled, more than 10 black-clad men immediately activated their mechs and simultaneously attacked Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu lifted his left arm, and the semicircular blue shield suddenly expanded, enclosing him within. The shadow of xuanhuan on the shield flickered faintly. Clang, clang, clang. All the attacks from the black-clad mech were deflected back by the shield, severely injuring them instead. So strong. Is this the power of an A-class mech? Tang Yingying's eyes sparkled like little stars. Just what kind of being had she picked up? No, when I was visiting Battle King Academy, I saw a performance match of an A-class mech. It wasn't this powerful. Tang Feng shook his head. Several beams of purple light shot out from Yang Junwu's mech, and the black-clad individuals hit by them didn't even let out a single scream before vanishing into dust in the pitch-black night. Living mouths, one was enough. Speak. Exactly who are you and why have you been pursuing them? I can't say. If I do, the employer won't forgive me. Wu Tian persisted. Snap. Yang Junwu lightly patted him on the shoulder. Wu Tian's whole body violently shook. The core of the C-class mech shattered instantly, directly returning to human form. Wu Tian looked pale, feeling excruciating pain. The C-class mech almost cost him a lifetime savings, and within less than half a minute, it became scrap iron. My patience has limits. Give me 3 seconds. Yang Junwu said coldly. 3. I'll talk. I'll tell everything. The instigator is the Song family of Sky City. Without waiting for Yang Junwu to call out, 2. Wu Tian immediately spoke. The mech could be earned back, but death would mean the end forever. Sure enough, those bastards from the Song family. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. The Song family and the Tang family have been sworn enemies and competitors for generations. But in the past, it was always a fair competition. Never did they expect this time there would be hired killers. Clap. Yang Junwu lightly tapped Wu Tian's head, and with an expression of disbelief, the latter crashed to the ground. Did you kill him? Tang Feng cried out in shock. What? Do you want to keep him as evidence? Yang Junwu turned back. Tang Feng locked eyes with him, and suddenly became tongue-tied. Senior, I didn't mean that. Yang Junwu said calmly. A person like this one, even if he admits now it's the Song family's instigation, once you face off at the Song residence, with their support, he could easily turn around and accuse you all of forcing him to lie. Then you'll be the one suffering. Ah, truly a wise man, indeed far-sighted. Tang Feng and Tang Yingying nodded repeatedly, deeply impressed in their hearts. However, Yang Junwu's inner reality was, Link time is almost up. If I don't take care of this guy, he might later produce another C-class core, putting my own life in danger. Moreover, pretending to be a grandmaster feels absolutely fantastic. Tang Yingying looked at him admiringly. Senior, my brother and I are from the Tang family of Yunyao City. Since you saved us, may we invite you to stay at my family home so we can properly thank and entertain you. Tang Feng laughed on the side. When did his little sister start talking so formally? Perhaps this little lass has developed a crush? But given the unknown origin of the other party, plus the enormous disparity in strength between them, it probably amounts to a situation where the witch intends but the prince declines. Yang Junwu nodded. Fine. Anyway, I'm free recently. I'll go with you. Great. Senior, rest assured, our Tang family will offer the best hospitality. Tang Yingying was overjoyed. But, my legs are somewhat disabled currently. Cough. No problem, I'm strong. I'll carry you. Tang Yingying quickly understood. Good. After Yang Junwu finished speaking, the Link's summoning duration ended just in time, the core cooling down, and he resumed human form, falling from the air. Tang Yingying immediately stepped forward, firmly catching him in her arms. This girl's performance is commendable. Yang Junwu secretly felt satisfied in his heart. Recovering in comfort at the Tang residence would certainly be better than staying here in this stinky mass grave site. Besides, these two from the Tang family were still decent enough, worth befriending. Lying comfortably in the arms of beauty, this was how a transmigrator should be treated. Not long after the three departed, an old man descended from the sky and landed at the place where Yang Junwu had just fought. His mecha was very peculiar, semi-transparent, making the entire figure appear fused with the air, barely visible. Indeed, it's the aura of a demigod, but the intensity is not high, seeming only to have a level power. Strange. The elder took out a strange mineral, scanning the surroundings carefully. But nothing unusual was found. It was just a common dumping ground for bodies. Could my perception have been mistaken? The elder shook his head, pocketed the stone, then rose into the air and quickly vanished into the horizon. Chapter 3. Limb Recovery, Handsome to the Extreme. Yunyao City, a small city in the west of Fei Kingdom. The Tang family occupied about 1/3 of Yunyao City and was one of the 3 major families in the city. As soon as the trio arrived at the gate of the Tang residence, Yang Junwu sensed an overwhelming air of solemn killing intent. Second young master, third miss? The guard at the gate saw Tang Yingying and her companion, his eyes immediately widening like bells. Hey, little MO, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Tang Yingying appeared quite dissatisfied. No, this subordinate is simply overjoyed to see that third miss is unharmed. I will immediately inform Lord Tang. The servant was extremely excited, just about to report inside when a towering copper-colored mech burst out from within and landed directly in front of Tang Yingying. Father, are you preparing to go somewhere with your mech? This man was none other than the head of the Tang family. The mech looked impressive and should be a C-class nanotech core mech. Yang Junwu turned his head around slightly in Tang Yingying's arms, stealthily looking at the tall copper mech before him. You guys are fine? Father was just about to confront the Song family. Of course we're fine. Oh, Father, allow me to introduce someone. This is Yang Junwu, who saved us on the road. Big brother Yang. This is my father, Tang Xiao. Only then did Tang Xiao notice a man in Tang Yingying's arms, his expression instantly turning unpleasant. Clearly, this person had lost all 4 limbs and would have trouble defending himself. How could he possibly have saved them? But as the head of the household, he naturally wouldn't jump to conclusions until everything was clear. Tang-san, Tang-si, take our guest to the guest room. I will personally entertain him shortly. Tang Xiao disengaged his mech state and instructed the 2 beside him. Yes, Lord. No need, I'll take him there myself. Tang Yingying immediately leaped into action, rushing towards the interior of the residence. Impressive indeed, even the guest rooms in the Tang estate were luxuriously decorated. Yang Junwu couldn't help but marvel at the 3-meter-wide grand bed in the room. Tang Yingying gently placed him on the bed. Big brother Yang, please rest for a while, I'll fetch the doctor to treat you. Yang Junwu shook his head and said, Yingying, I want to ask you something. Besides you and your second brother, does anyone else know about your attempted assassination? Hearing this, Tang Yingying froze momentarily, seemingly realizing something. Her face instantly changed dramatically, rushing out from the door. Yang Junwu shook his head, watching her silhouette disappear. Right now, he could barely protect himself, so first things first, he needed to recover his limbs. Summon the wheel. I'm going to use the medicine redemption coupon. The enormous wheel reappeared in the system space. Simultaneously, his attributes emerged. Strength, 20. Agility, 0. Stamina, 0. Mechs, A class. Martial arts techniques, none. Luck points, 15. His luck points actually increased. Was it because of slaying Wu Tian earlier? Yang Junwu didn't understand the principles behind the system. Never mind all that. Give this great lord some gold rewards. However, this time Lady Luck didn't seem to favor him. The wheel pointer stopped at the silver area. A white jade bottle fell from above, and Yang Junwu quickly snatched it into his hand. Hey you Duanshu pills, *3. Consuming 1 can restore damaged meridians inside the body. Please avoid excessive usage. Good stuff. This was exactly what he desperately needed right now. Overjoyed, Yang Junwu opened the jade bottle without hesitation and swallowed 1 pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, a sharp tingling sensation radiated from the broken parts of his limbs. Then, it felt as if tens of thousands of ants were moving back and forth across his wounds, changing the tingling sensation into unbearable itching. So uncomfortable. In Yang Junwu's mind, there was only one thought: make me faint already. However, his consciousness became increasingly clear, and he could almost see countless meridians growing near the severed arm, linking it back together. I can't bear it anymore. Yang Junwu's spiritual sea began to fluctuate violently. If he couldn't endure it any longer, his spirit would collapse, turning him into a vegetable for the rest of his life. Just as he was about to collapse, the intolerable itch disappeared, replaced by the excruciating pain of his flesh being peeled away. However, compared to the unbearable itching, this severe pain made Yang Junwu feel oddly refreshed, stabilizing his mental realm. The severe pain slowly faded, leaving Yang Junwu feeling extraordinarily comfortable, as if reborn. Controlling his body normally again. What bliss! Yang Junwu glanced at the mirror inside the wardrobe. A stunningly handsome face reflected back in the mirror. What the heck? No wonder little Miss Tang Yingying got smitten with the former host at first sight. Haha, profit indeed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task, restore your body. Because of your concealed dragon constitution, we award Forged Dragon Scripture, Cultivation Manual, various mech upgrade materials, and 3 B-class cores. Additionally, the upgrade roulette function is unlocked. Current grade and upgrade progress will be shown under attribute status. A cold mechanical tone sounded. With a flicker of intention, Yang Junwu brought up the attribute frame again. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Mechs, A class. Cultivation techniques, Forged Dragon Scripture, 0th rotation, first level. Luck points, 20 out of 100. Kills, 1. Roulette level, rare. Roulette upgrade, 100/10, 000. Only 1% progress. The roulette upgrade is too slow. But without an upgrade, you can get so many good things. What will come out after the upgrade? A godly mech is not impossible. System, how to upgrade the roulette? Yang Junhua hurriedly asked. Completing hidden tasks, using Stardust Powder can both upgrade the roulette. Moreover, Stardust Powder can increase luck points. When luck points reach 100, it guarantees gold items and then resets to 0 for recalculation. Stardust Powder? Yang Junhua quickly searched for information in the memory fragments of the previous owner and soon had an answer. Stardust Powder, the dust that scatters when a mech core is destroyed, it can only have a chance to burst when sea level or higher mechs and their owners are destroyed together. The exact principle is still unknown to this day. Adding a suitable amount of Stardust Powder to the core can effectively improve stability and transformation duration time. Therefore, Stardust Powder is extremely expensive. Even some people committed mass murders to obtain it, causing the famous massacre event in the history of Feihua continent. Later, people discovered minerals and beasts in the secondary world that could explode with Stardust Powder, which prevented similar incidents from happening again. Now I understand, Yang Junhua said to himself. The previous owner was truly unfortunate, being expelled from the Yang family as the eldest young master due to lack of talent. In fact, the real reason was that the previous owner was a noble hidden dragon constitution. Ordinary cultivation techniques weren't good enough for him. Rest assured, since I've inherited your identity, I'll definitely find out why you died and reclaim your status. Yang Junhua secretly swore, immediately beginning to cultivate the Forged Dragon scripture. It's very difficult to cultivate high-level techniques. After who knows how long, Yang Junhua finally barely entered the door. Forged Dragon scripture first rotation, first level. Just simply entering the gate directly brought him to the 5th stage of the body forging realm. There were 6 levels in the body forging practice: body forging realm, body refining realm, overlord body realm, emperor body realm, immortal body realm, and god realm. They respectively corresponded to B level and below mechs, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level, and god level. For Yang Junhua to use the A level core inside him, he would need at least reach the first segment of the body refining realm. The cultivation speed was too slow. Cough cough. Host, you can use Stardust Powder to enhance your cultivation speed. Consuming 10 grams of Stardust Powder enhances cultivation speed by 200%. Consuming 100 grams of Stardust Powder enhances cultivation speed by 400%. Consuming 1,000 grams of Stardust Powder enhances cultivation speed by 800%. As such, there's no upper limit. What the hell? This means, as long as I have enough Stardust Powder, my speed can skyrocket, reaching the god level in no time. In Yang Junhua's mind, images began to flash of him transforming into a god-level mech and shattering planets with just one punch, ultra-exciting visuals. But soon he calmed down because he currently didn't even have any Stardust Powder. And apart from increasing his cultivation speed, he also needed it to upgrade his luck points, roulette. Absolutely not enough. Powder, I need Stardust Powder. Yang Junhua could now somewhat understand why people would commit heinous crimes to obtain Stardust Powder. I'm a civilized man. I absolutely cannot do those morally unacceptable deeds. But the Tang family is vast and influential. They might just possess Stardust Powder. And it seems like the Tang family has internal strife. Once fighting breaks out, naturally, some mechs will be destroyed. I step in and help them at that time. This isn't killing. This is helping others happily. Looks like I should go see Tang Yingying once. With that thought, Yang Junhua immediately sprang up from bed. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door suddenly echoed with fast knocks. Chapter 4. Peerless at the same level. Yang Junhua opened the door, and outside stood a person, Tang Feng. His face showed signs of urgency, and as soon as the door opened, he peered into the room. Master Yang, is my sister here with you? She left quite early and hasn't returned. That's strange. I've looked for her all day and can't find her. Tang Feng suddenly noticed that the man before him had come to open the door himself. Your legs. Amazingly, Yang Junhua was not only walking but also moving his arms freely. Not even a divine doctor could recover this fast. Forget about me, just tell me, what's wrong with Yingying? Yang Junhua had an ominous premonition. Tang Yingying was the first girl who treated him kindly in this world, and he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to her. This morning, she said she would go look for her brother, but she hasn't come back by now. I've already checked with her brother, and he said he hasn't seen her. She can't just disappear into thin air, can she? And tomorrow is the day for Yunyao City's selection competition representatives. Without her, we can't proceed. What is Yunyao City's selection competition? Yang Junhua curiously asked. It works like this. Yunyao City is a second-tier main city, and each year it has the qualification to recommend one young person to enter Divine Soldier Academy. To ensure fairness, the city lord decided to hold a contest to decide who gets the slot. Each family may send one representative, and the winner will receive the Academy's recommendation letter. Divine Soldier Academy, Yang Junhua knew of it. In the original master's memory, the Divine Soldier Academy was the largest mech academy on Fei continent, well-funded, powerful, and seemingly connected to a mysterious organization. Graduating from Divine Soldier Academy was extremely difficult, but once graduated, all factions across Fei continent would vie for the graduates. For a minor family, sending a successor to the academy would significantly elevate their status. No wonder Tang Feng was so anxious. I'll ask you this. What exactly happened when you and Yingying were being pursued? This. Tang Feng hesitated for a moment. However, recalling the A-class mech Yang Junhua activated earlier, his tensed nerves relaxed again. Sigh, This matter was originally a family secret, but there's nothing wrong with telling you, Master Yang. To prepare for this selection, Father specially gathered all our family's wealth over the past decade and bid on a B-class core in Fanue City. With the B-class core, our Yang family will definitely win the competition and become students at Divine Soldier Academy. To conceal this fact, the older brother carried the core while we split up and took 2 different routes back to Yunyao City. Sure enough, the Song family fell for it, chasing after my sister and me. You know the rest of what happened next. Now it made perfect sense. Tang Young Master. In other words, if you and Ying were killed, the ownership of the B-class core would become very clear, wouldn't it? Tang Feng wasn't stupid. He instantly understood Yang Junwa's meaning. Master Yang, what you mean is that the killers weren't hired by the Song family, but by my brother. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Feng refused to believe that years of familial bonds couldn't outweigh the value of a B-class core. Let's go. Yang Junwa stepped out of the door. Where to? Tang Feng was stunned. Of course, to find your elder brother. Ying may be lively, but she wouldn't lie to you. Since she said she would go find the elder brother, then that's where she went. Tang Feng sighed helplessly. Although he didn't want to suspect his own elder brother, given Ying's inexplicable disappearance, he had to trust Yang Junwa's deduction. The two knocked on the door of the eldest son, Tang Yu. Who is it? Came an impatient voice from inside. Big brother, it's me. Please open the door. Tang Feng said, stepping forward. The day of the competition is tomorrow. Shouldn't you be preparing in your room? Why are you coming here? Big brother, little sister has gone missing. There was a brief silence before Tang Yu's voice slowly came. Our younger sister has the best talent among the 3 of us, but unfortunately, she's too playful. She might have run off to play somewhere in the city. Don't worry, she won't lose herself. But, damn it, so much nonsense. Yang Junwu kicked his leg up, and the sturdy ironwood door shattered into pieces. He didn't have time to argue with Tang Yu. Tang Yu was startled by the unexpected intrusion and quickly adopted a stern expression. Tang Feng, you're completely without discipline. Master Yang, although you are a distinguished guest invited by the youngest sister, this is still the Tang family. Please show some respect. Otherwise, even if the youngest sister reproaches me, I must ask you to leave. Hand over Tang Ying, or don't blame me for being rude. Yang Junwu ignored him and coldly demanded. Huh, Ying has been with you the entire time. Now that she can't be found, you're blaming my lordship? As the atmosphere grew tense between the two, Tang Feng hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Big brother, if it's really you who hit our younger sister, please give her back. We are a family, and there's no reason why we can't have an honest conversation. Tang Yu laughed loudly. Younger brother, this man has a dubious background. If Ying went missing because she was deceived by him, would you believe a stranger over your own older brother? Bullshit. If anything happens to Tang Ying, I will crush your bones to ashes. Yang Junwu immediately rushed into the room. This is the Tang residence, not where you can act recklessly. Tang Yu blocked the entrance firmly. Get out of the way. Yang Junwu unleashed a dragon return punch straight ahead. The forging dragon skill wasn't just a method for physical cultivation, but also contained potent attack maneuvers. The dragon return punch was one of these. A mere cripple, how dare you lay hands on me? Tang Yu sneered in disdain. Though he wondered how Yang Junwu managed to move his limbs again. Someone whose body was once completely paralyzed could hardly possess any strength even if he barely regained movement. Besides, Tang Yu was the only person in the Tang family other than the headmaster to have reached the body-tempering realm. Kid, let me show you what true strength is. Boom. When their fists clashed, Tang Yu's massive figure was hurled several meters back, smashing violently into the wall. He spat out blood from his internal injuries, looking ashen-faced. On the other hand, Yang Junwu remained perfectly stable except for some minor counterforce shock. How formidable. Yang Junwu stared dumbfounded at his own fist. Host, there is no need to be surprised. You are of the noble hidden dragon constitution. Ordinary humans at the same stage aren't worthy rivals, and even those one level higher can still fall short against you. Shit. So that means my physique is invincible at the same level? Haha, this is simply too exhilarating. Impossible. How can you possess such power? Tang Yu struggled to rise from the broken debris, his face full of astonishment. Considering you're Ying's elder brother, I'll give you another chance. Hand her over, or die. Yang Junwu maintained a calm expression, but radiated chilling killing intent all over. Even if your body is strong, it's useless. In this world, only mecha matters. Activate C-class core. A dark green light enveloped Tang Yu, causing his form to transform. Big brother, don't. Tang Feng interjected hastily. After all, Yang Junwu possessed an A-class mecha core, and a C-class like his couldn't possibly compare. Younger brother, rest assured, I won't kill him. I will expose his true face before everyone else. With the C-class mecha core integrated, Tang Yu was brimming with confidence. Tang Feng sighed inwardly, knowing his words would only sound like he was defending Yang Junwu in his brother's eyes. A wry smirk flickered across Yang Junwu's lips. Without being able to perform Link, Yang Junwu indeed couldn't use the A-class mecha core. But for dealing with a mere C-class mecha, he didn't even need to rely on the A-class core inside him. Yang Junwu took out a B-class core earned from a rookie mission. Tang Yu's eyes froze. He could feel the powerful force emanating from the mecha core. It was exactly the same as the B-class core he brought back himself. But a mecha core wasn't something one could use right away. The process of compatibility with the human body required continuous time. Even forced integration wouldn't release the full power of the mecha, and it could potentially cause unforeseen accidents. With that thought, Tang Yu became confident again. If he could obtain the B-class core from the other party and combine it with the families, then in this Yunyao City Grand competition, who could be his match? Yang Junwu chuckled faintly. He saw envy, greed, and desire brewing in the other person's eyes. Unfortunately, it's about to disappoint you. My hidden dragon constitution makes me completely immune to fusion backlash. May the Stardust Force of Space forge an impregnable mecha guard. Fuse now, B-class ME core. Chapter 5 Tang Yingying's fiancé. The room was filled with silver light. 3 seconds later, the light faded, and a tall silver mech appeared in front of the Tang brothers. Take this, return dragon punch. Yang Junwu didn't use any complicated moves. He simply swung a punch toward Tang Yu's green mech. Faced with the ferocious attack like that of a wild beast, Tang Yu's face instantly changed drastically as he extended his arms forward. Perfect defense shield. The moment the silver fist made contact with the green shield, it only held for a second before shattering into pieces. The fist continued forward, mercilessly striking Tang Yu's chest. Tang Yu flew backward again, creating a human-shaped crater in the sturdy wall. The silver figure stepped closer step by step. Fear appeared in Tang Yu's eyes as he suddenly realized Yang Junwu truly intended to kill him. I locked my sister in the basement. The entrance is under the bedplate in the bedroom. Tang Yu quickly spoke up. In the face of death, what dignity or mech mattered? Big brother, is it really you? Tang Feng was both shocked and deeply pained. He had previously hoped Yang Junwu might have been mistaken. The mech form of Tang Yu dissolved, revealing a face devoid of all color. Yes, it's me. If it weren't for this guy appearing, my plan would already be a success. The two of you captured by mercenaries would definitely miss the competition time, leaving only me as the family head's representative, and the B-class core would be mine. Ha ha. Big brother, you're crazy. Truly crazy. To destroy family ties over just a B-class core and let others laugh at us. Yang Junwu lifted the bedboard, revealing a pitch-black opening connected by a long stone staircase. He followed the staircase down to the basement. Big brother, is that you? What's happening outside? A familiar voice came from the corner ahead, none other than Tang Yingying. Yingying, it's me. Yang Junwu walked over to her and untied the hemp ropes binding her wrists. Brother Yang. Tang Yingying was both surprised and delighted. She never imagined her own older brother would lock her up, nor did she expect that the person rescuing her now had saved her just moments ago. Unable to control herself, Tang Yingying abruptly threw herself into Yang Junwu's arms, bursting into tears from Borchik. All right, there's nothing to worry about. It was my mistake to let you confront Tang Yu alone. Stop crying. We'll discuss everything upstairs. Okay. As the two returned upstairs, the head of the Tang family, Tang Xiao, had already arrived at the door with a group of elders. Tang Yu, what exactly is going on here? Tang Xiao looked at the mess in the room and demanded an answer. Tang Yu remained silent, and Tang Feng stepped forward to briefly recount the events. What? Hiring assassins to murder one's own younger sister? Tang Yu, how impressive of you. Do you admit what Tang Feng said is true? Kill me. Tang Yu's eyes were void of life, muttering faintly. You rebellious son, do you think I won't dare to kill you? Tang Xiao was furious. He swung a punch toward Tang Yu. Stop. His punch was firmly caught by a hand, and despite his struggling, the hand didn't budge. Tang Xiao was greatly shocked. As someone in the initial stage of the body refining realm, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, yet he was restrained by a single hand. Naturally, it was Yang Junwu who acted. Lord Tang, I have no interest in your family affairs, but since Yingying wishes to forgive him this time, you cannot kill him. On the side, Tang Yingying immediately interjected. Father, big brother isn't usually like this. He has always treated me and second brother well, and it's impossible for him to harm us over the competition slots. There must be some other force behind the scenes manipulating things. Please, father, look into this carefully. Flies don't bite unbroken eggs. If it weren't for his weak willpower, how could he have fallen prey to someone's manipulation? Someone, take Tang Yu and lock him in the confinement chamber. I'll personally interrogate him soon. Tang Yu was quickly taken away, and the crowd of curious Tang family members was dispersed. Only Yang Junwu, Tang Xiao, Tang Feng, and Tang Yingying remained in the room. Tang Xiao seemed to have aged several years in the blink of an eye. He sighed heavily. Master Yang, thank you this time. If not for your intervention, Yuer would certainly be dead today. Whatever recompense Master Yang desires, speak up freely. Anything I possess will not be refused. As the head of the household, numerous pairs of eyes watched his every move. If he protected Tang Yu, opposition within the family would surely arise, possibly even using this opportunity to make him step down. Yang Junwu's interference gave him a chance to spare Tang Yu's life. Oh, then give me a few pounds of stardust powder. Yang Junwu was completely unfazed, boldly demanding an exorbitant amount. Tang Xiao hesitated momentarily before responding. Apologies, I've never heard of any such thing called stardust powder. Seeing his expression, which did not seem fake, Yang Junwu felt somewhat disheartened. The plan to obtain stardust powder from the Tang family had failed. As a mere third-level family, their ignorance of stardust powder was unsurprising. Then, may I request the head of the Tang family to transfer the Tang family's competition slot to me? This. Tang Xiao glanced at Tang Feng and Tang Yingying. I wholeheartedly support it. Elder brother Yang will surely bring glory to the Tang family. Tang Yingying immediately expressed her approval. Tang Feng inwardly sighed. To say he didn't want the slot would be a lie, especially now that Tang Yu was under house arrest, giving him a high chance to win the B-class mech. But Tang Feng also knew very well he wasn't in the same league as Yang Junwu. A favor granted here wouldn't hurt. I have no objections either. Tang Xiao nodded. Since both Ying and Feng agree, so do I. However, the city lord has rules. Only family members can compete on behalf of each clan. Since Master Yang isn't from the Tang family, this might pose an issue. Yang Junwu frowned. Revenge could not be achieved alone. The Yang family was one of the 5 great mech families of Fei Kingdom. Besides Tianhe Alliance, they excelled unmatched in mech forging capabilities, commanding immense wealth with influence spanning the entire nation. In order to contend against such a superpower, he too needed an identity and strength to match. Divine Arms Academy could provide just the opportunity he sought. He absolutely must secure this slot. Cough. Master Yang, are you yet married? The shift in tone caught everyone's attention, as Tang Xiao now probed into Yang Junwu's marital status. Yang Junwu shook his head. In that case, I do have a method, said Tang Xiao, his voice cunning. If we simply declare you to be Ying's fiancé, then as a quasi-Tang family member, you'd be eligible for the competition without any issues from the city lord. You sly old man, coming up with such a despicable plan. Yang Junwu silently critiqued in his mind. If he really managed to win first place, the world would know he was part of the Tang family by marriage. This would enhance the Tang's reputation and perhaps even force him and Tang Ying into matrimony. However, if he lost, being only a declared fiancé wouldn't significantly impact the Tang family. I'm sorry, I can't accept this. It wouldn't be fair to Ying. Yang Junwu firmly refused. Brother Yang, I'm willing. Suddenly, Tang Ying interjected. Ying, consider carefully. Once this news spreads, it won't bother me much, but your reputation could be greatly tarnished, possibly even affecting your future marriage prospects. Yang Junwu's tone turned stern. Tang Ying lowered her head, her face flushing with color. Brother Yang, as long as I can help you, anything goes, even if it's merely my name on the line. Tang Xiao laughed heartily. Master Yang, since Ying doesn't object, please don't refuse. Allow me to register your name and identity soon. Very well, thank you. Yang Junwu reached into his pocket and pulled out a mech core. I, Yang Junwu, never owe favors. Here is a B-class core, compensating for the slot. B-class core. Tang Xiao's expression flickered slightly. Not long ago, he had strained every ounce of the family's resources to acquire one such core, while this youth under 20 years of age casually handed one over. What mysterious origins did he possess? Ho ho ho, since such generosity exists, I shall not hesitate to accept. Without delay, Tang Xiao shoved the B-class core into Tang Ying's hands. Ying, this was your father's oversight letting you endure distress. Consider this your compensation. Thank you, father. Though Tang Ying mechanically accepted the gift, her spirits dimmed slightly. What she desired was not a mech. She wanted nothing less than to truly become Yang Junwu's fiancé. Brother Yang, despite our differences in status, I'll strive harder. One day, I'll catch up to you and earn the right to be your bride. With a firm grip around the core, her eyes burned fiercely. Chapter 6. I bet with you. On the first day of September, the wind was calm, and the sky was clear. Yunyao City welcomed the most bustling day in the city every year. The 24 family powers in the city, plus 8 special invitees from the satellite areas, a total of 32 people, would hold a mech competition in the largest square in the city to determine the recommendation spots for entering the Divine Weapon Academy each year. For the participants, this was an elimination match. For ordinary civilians, it was a carnival, a feast for the eyes with metallic combat. Of course, some families could use this opportunity to discover more talents and then recruit them. In short, nearly 9 out of 10 people in the city gathered around the square, waiting for the competition to begin. Wow, it's so lively. Entering the square's pre-battle area via the designated participant channel, Yang Junwu turned around to look at the dense crowd and couldn't help but exclaim. For ordinary people, this is a once-a-year holiday of joy. Besides watching the matches, it's also a time for fine dining and shopping. Tang Ying explained with a smile as she held his hand. Hey, isn't that Ying? After not seeing you for a year, you've certainly grown quite a bit. A well-dressed man approached, and his shifty eyes continuously roamed over her chest. Tang Ying revealed an obviously hateful expression. Mr. Yu, please be respectful. Tisk, loser under my feet. What if I don't respect you? The man reached out his hand to touch Tang Ying's face. A jade-like palm flashed quickly, grabbing his fingers and giving it a gentle squeeze. Crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed. Then, a pig-like wail escaped the man's mouth in agony. Tang Ying, you dirty witch. How dare you break my finger? I'll kill you. Red light flickered as the man activated the mech inside his body. Retreat. A deep voice came from the side. The man trembled all over, and the core activation process abruptly halted halfway. Big brother. You disgraceful thing. Aren't you going to retreat? Yes, big brother. The man didn't dare to resist, shooting Yang Junwu a resentful glance before retreating behind the newcomer. Xiuxian, the eldest son of the Yu family. It said he has a B-class core within him, and it's highly integrated. Tang Ying whispered quietly. The Yu family has much greater influence in Yunyao City than the Tang family, and controls the upstream industry of the Tang family. The second son of the Yu family, Xiaoyong, had made proposals several times due to Tang Ying's beauty, all refused by the head of the Tang family, citing her young age, thereby holding a grudge ever since. He often harassed Tang Ying, so the Tang family kept her in seclusion for a year to avoid him. The wailing attracted many gazes. Both the Tang and Yu families were big families in Yunyao City. Their every move would capture everyone's attention. Now with this incident, all eyes were on them, looking forward to some drama. Hee, isn't that Miss Tang Yingying from the Tang family? Wow, a year hasn't passed, but she looks even more beautiful. As beautiful as she is, it's none of your business. Mr. Yu Chaoyong has already decided her fate internally. Look, there's a man next to Tang Yingying. Ah, really? They are even holding hands. This will definitely create drama. The young master of the Yu family won't let this slide easily. Yu Lengxiao arrived in front of Tang Yingying and gracefully bowed. Sister Yingying, I apologize for Chaoyong's impetuousness. There's no need, just make sure he doesn't bother me again. As they say, one does not strike back at someone who smiles sincerely. Since the other party was apologizing humbly, Tang Yingying did not have much to say either. Hold on. Yu Lengxiao straightened up and said lightly. What now? This person just broke my younger brother's fingers. Are you not planning to give me any explanation? Tang Yingying frowned and said, it was self-inflicted. If he hadn't acted first, elder brother Yang wouldn't have retaliated. Haha, no matter how bad Chaoyong's character may be, he's still our young master in the Yu family. How can we possibly allow some unknown boy bully us? What kind of face would the Yu family save then? What do you intend to do? Yang Junwu took a step forward, shielding Tang Yingying behind him. You must be Yingying's fiancé and the representative of the Tang family for this great competition, right? Yu Lengxiao sized him up and down. Exactly. Good. I want to bet with you. Yang Junwu arched an eyebrow. What are we betting on? On who can win the championship in this competition. If you win, this B-class core is yours. Yu Lengxiao took out a translucent pearl from his chest pocket. A B-class mech core. My goodness, young master Yu actually stakes such valuable items for the bet. Ho ho, that's because he's confident. Moreover, if he can stake a B-class core, do you think what level of core might he possess within his body? That's correct. A B-class mech is powerful enough to sweep across the entire Yunyao city. I remember last year's champion only used a C-class mech. The surrounding voices of admiration and surprise reached Yu Lengxiao's ears, filling him with a sense of pride. That's right. This year the Yu family had obtained 2 B-class cores. One had already been absorbed by him, making him the undefeated champion of Yunyao City. An unknown young man was no match for him. A B-class core, even a tiny mosquito, is still meat. If the other party wanted to give it away, Yang Junwu wouldn't refuse. How do we bet? I doubt a poor boy like you has a B-class core. If I win, you will crawl like a dog around the main road of Yunyao City 3 times, break your engagement with Tang Yingying, and let her marry my second brother. What a cruel condition. If Yang Junwu lost, both his and the Tang family's reputations would be in tatters. Hearing this, Tang Yingying was furious and pointed at Yu Lengxiao, shouting, Big brother Yang, accept his bet. Don't think we from the Tang family are easy to bully. Yang Junwu smiled and shook his head. What, are you scared? It's fine too. Apologize to my younger brother on your knees and withdraw immediately from the competition, and I'll let you off this time. Bet, of course, we'll bet. But a mere B-class core isn't enough to wager. Yang Junwu took out a core from his chest pocket, and the glow above it was even more dazzling than Yu Lengxiao's. Another B-class core. The audience of Yunyao City were almost about to faint with happiness. B-class cores, which they might only see once in years or even a lifetime, had appeared twice in such a short span of time. B-class core against B-class core. That's right, the loser must crawl 3 times around the square, witnessed by all present. As the eldest son of the Yu family, surely you wouldn't be afraid of an unknown guy like me? Yang Junwu grinned as he stared at him. Yu Lengxiao broke into a sweat. He never expected that the other side also possessed a B-class core, and most likely had already integrated one into his body. B-class versus B-class, he didn't have the absolute confidence to win. But the betting terms were proposed by himself. If he chickened out now, where would the face of the Yu family go? His fusion with the B-class mech had already reached 70%. It wouldn't be so easy for the opponent to defeat him. Fine, I'll bet with you. Chapter 7. Instant kill with bare hands. Boom. A tremendous explosion in the sky diverted everyone's attention from Yu Lengxiao and Yang Junwu, causing them to look up. On the podium, a semi-transparent mecha descended from the sky, slowly landing beside City Lord Kong Yanjing. Greetings, Senior Luo. Why have you come personally? Upon seeing the visitor, Kong Yanjing immediately paid his respects respectfully. Luo He, the vice president of the outer court at Divine Soldier Academy, was also his former combat instructor. In a small city like Yunyao Chang, in previous years, at most an ordinary teacher would come, and most of the time, just an inner court student would arrive as a witness. Never had he expected the vice president to come personally this time. Kong Yanjing felt both nervous and excited. The selection can start. You don't need to mind me. Kong Yanjing put away the mecha, found a chair, and sat down. Yes. Kong Yanjing bowed respectfully. Yang Junwu glanced at the podium, utterly astonished. How formidable that elder is. After he put away the mecha, the invisible pressure on the square disappeared instantly. To unintentionally produce such an overwhelming presence, the mecha on his person must be at least S-class, or even higher. This kind of pressure could only be felt when facing the head of the Yang family, xiuxian, according to the memories left by his original host. Divine Soldier Academy truly hides dragons and tigers. It appears that his choice was correct. Yang Junwu clenched his fists secretly and was determined to secure a place at the academy today. After a brief introduction, Kong Yanjing announced the official start of the competition. A total of 32 participants were divided into groups, which had already been decided by lottery 2 days ago. Representing the Tang family, Yang Junwu was number 4 and faced number 3 in the first round, a man from the satellite district. The man had a handsome appearance. If not for his plain attire, one might have thought him to be the son of some noble family in the city. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted from below. It seems that this person was quite popular in the satellite district. Lin Zhan from the satellite district, please guide me. Yang Junwu from the Tang family, very well, very well. How about you concede directly? That way, we'll save time. Yang Junwu said with a smile. His attitude immediately made those supporting Lin Zhan very angry, causing loud commotions below. What kind of thing is this? The match hasn't even started, and that kid already thinks he will surely win. These disciples from big families always have high hands but low eyes. I think even with a B-class core, he may not be an opponent for our handsome Lin. Exactly, what's there to boast about? Handsome Lin, I love you, solve that guy in 3 moves. Lin Zhan didn't get angry because of Yang Junwu's disregard. I may not match your strength, sir, but I wish to see the actual difference between C-class and B-class. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. You shall see. The referee nearby noticed that the two had begun chatting and quickly declared the start of the match. Lin Zhan took a step back, preparing to activate the mecha core within his body. However, a lightning-fast punch suddenly appeared before him. Lin Zhan was startled and instinctively raised his hand to defend himself in front of his body. Boom! The massive impact force hurled him off the contest platform. The nanomech core inside his body blocked most of the blow, leaving little damage to his physical body. But according to the rules, falling off the contest platform meant direct defeat. Without even summoning the mecha, the battle was over. 3 seconds or 2 seconds. It happened too fast. There was complete silence throughout the venue. Can this really happen? Cough. A crisp male voice broke the silence. Judge, shouldn't you announce the result of the match? The silent crowd burst into boos and curses. Man, how shameless. Such an ambush. That's right, taking advantage of the rules means nothing. Show some real skill. Yang, you lack martial virtue. Judge, this doesn't count. Most of the curses directed at Yang Junwu came from people from the satellite district. In their eyes, Lin Zhan was the pride of the satellite district. They could accept Lin Zhan's defeat, but they absolutely couldn't tolerate being eliminated in such a strange and unfair manner. The judge has declared the start, so naturally Yang Junwu could initiate an attack. Lin Zhan was merely careless. Why blame others? Tang Yingying expressed her dissatisfaction loudly, harshly scolding those people. However, her voice was lost among the multitude, and no one paid any attention. The referee didn't know what to do at this moment. Looking for help towards the city lord, the latter was busy conversing with old Kong, ignoring the judge completely. In a flash, sweat poured down from the top of the referee's head. Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Lin Zhan got up from the ground and spoke. Seeing the main contestant speak, the crowd around gradually quieted down. Following the rules, falling off the stage results in direct disqualification. Lin Zhan fully accepts the loss. If it were in a real battlefield, such a mistake would be fatal. Judge Kirin announced the result. The referee gave him a mental thumbs up, wiped the sweat from his head, and quickly announced Yang Junwu as the winner. Lin Zhan stepped down from the stage and gave a slight bow to Yang Junwu. Thank you, Brother Yang, for teaching me a lesson. I hope we can battle again one day. No need to be polite. Any time is welcome for sparring among friends. So, we're already friends now? Of course. Their hands clasped together. If this person wasn't extremely manipulative, then he was a friend worth making. Yang Junwu believed in the latter. What a waste. Xiuxian cursed in his heart. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to gauge Yang Junwu's strength, but he didn't expect the so-called first expert of the satellite district to be so easily defeated, not even seeing what Yang Junwu's mech looked like. In the next 2 rounds, Yang Junwu's opponents were even weaker. With just 1 punch after activating his B-class mech, they were sent away without using another move, propelling him into the semifinals. That kid indeed has a B-class mech, but it's still unclear about the fusion level. Xiuxian blasted his opponent away with a particle cannon shot, advancing to the semifinals just as easily. Soon, the results of the other 2 matches came out as well. Xiuxian from the Yu family, Zhang Xinglin from the Zhang family, Xiefan from the Xie family, plus Yang Junwu from the Tang family. All 4 finalists are members of the 4 major families. Isn't that obvious? Without family backing, no matter how talented you are, could you get your hands on a B-class mech? I don't care about all that. There's going to be a good show ahead. Whether Yang Junwu wins or Xiuxian loses, someone's going to have to run around naked 3 times. Exactly. For us commoners, it's simply too entertaining to see the 4 great families humiliated. Dear audience, the final semifinals will start immediately. The champion will not only receive a recommendation letter to Divine Soldier Academy, but also a mysterious prize from the city lord. In addition, everyone present can make 1 guess on who will win the championship. We will draw 3 lucky spectators from those who guessed correctly and gift them each a C-class core. As soon as the host finished speaking, the square erupted in excitement. A C-class core, something even a regular mid-sized family would find hard to obtain. With it, one could instantly become a real mech warrior, altering their life's trajectory. Brother, who do you pick? Duh, obviously the young master of the Yu family. I heard his mech fusion degree has reached 70%, almost invincible among B-class mechs. Not necessarily. Yang Junwu, the son-in-law of the Tang family, repelled a C-class mech with bare hands. I think he's stronger. Didn't you guys forget about Zhang Xinglin, the prodigy of the Zhang family? He only used 1 move in all 3 matches. The guessing time is over. The first semi-final match, Yang Junwu vs Xiuxian, begins now. Chapter 8, Fragile Beyond Measure. Kid, just give up. I can let you off the hook. No need for you to embarrass yourself by crawling like a dog. As soon as Xiu stepped onto the stage, he coldly advised. Humph. Yang Junwu smirked indifferently. What's so funny, your ass? Xiu wanted to punch the smiling guy in front of him right there and then. If not for their patriarch ordering him earlier to avoid souring relations completely, he wouldn't have shown any courtesy at all. After all, the Tang family was one of the 4 major families. Losing face wouldn't benefit the other 3 either. Afraid. I'm scared of your sister. If you offer me an olive branch and I don't take it, then don't blame me if I don't hold back. As chuckles rippled through the crowd below, Xiu's face twisted with rage. The common audience would only assume his previous words were signs of weakness. If he really lost the match, he'd probably choose death over enduring ridicule. Afraid? That's okay. Winning and losing is normal. Here's the deal. 5-fold compensation and the crawl will be waived. Yang Junwu extended 5 fingers, his smile growing broader. And this time, he hadn't lowered his voice, ensuring half the square heard it loud and clear. Yu family's patriarch turned ghostly pale. This idiot had already disgraced the Yu family before they even started fighting. Afraid? 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 In Yu Lengxiao's mind, those 3 words and the laughter from the entire venue circled endlessly. He'd finally lost his cool entirely. B-level core activation. Violation. The match hasn't even begun. The crowd supporting Yang Junwu grew restless and began to protest. The referee, seeing this, quickly announced the start of the match. He certainly didn't dare risk offending the Yu family by declaring their young master out prematurely. Having seized the advantage, Yu Lengxiao activated his mech. On the other side, Yang Junwu had just started. Salvo beam. Several beams erupted from the cannon mouths. Although the attack strength of the salvo beams wasn't extraordinary, Yang Junwu's mech wasn't fully active yet. If hit, the sheer impact could knock him out directly. Yu Lengxiao was trying to replicate what Yang Junwu did to Lin Zhan earlier. Big brother Yang, hurry and dodge. Tang Yingying called out anxiously from below. The beam speed was rapid. Even if Yang Junwu managed full mech activation, it might still be too late to defend. Boom! The beam struck accurately where Yang Junwu stood, immediately raising a cloud of smoke. Did he survive or perish? Everyone squinted intensely towards the smoky haze. Before long, the smoke dissipated, but Yang Junwu's figure at the center was gone. He's not there. Yang Junwu isn't in the spot. Was he blown away? There's no sign near the stands either. Quick look, he's behind young Master Yu. A red mech materialized out of thin air, swinging its right fist down toward Yu Lengxiao's head. Dong! The deafening clang of metal reverberated across the arena as Yu Lengxiao was sent flying headfirst, sliding several meters along the edge of the competition platform. Although his posture was rather undignified, he was lucky enough not to be disqualified instantly. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, uproarious cheers erupted from the spectators. Hell yeah, Mr. Yang is awesome. Yang Junwu, I'll bear your children. Haha, great show ahead. Master Yu going down on all 4s. It's thrilling just thinking about it. Spectator Luo, he humphed with surprise. Same B-level mech, yet one strike sent the opponent flying. This man named Yang Junwu wasn't ordinary at all. Moreover, the evasion trick he pulled moments ago seemed only achievable with extraordinary realm-level techniques. For such a small family to cultivate such talent wasn't simple at all. Could this individual somehow be connected to the semi-divine aura previously sensed? Xiaoxian, what's this man's background? Kong Yanzheng hastened to answer. Report to Elder Luo. He is the betrothed of Tang family's 3rd miss. We've never seen him until now. They say they met in Fengyue City. Fengyue City to Yunyao City, if taking shortcuts, would indeed pass through the graveyard region. Seeing Luo he silent, Kong Yanzheng cautiously asked, Elder Luo, is there something unusual about him? Luo he smiled faintly and whispered something into his ear. With a shocked face, Kong Yanzheng exclaimed, no problem. Student will take care of it immediately. Yu Lengxiao harbored immense frustration inside. Since childhood, there had only ever been victories in his life. Like a noble peacock surrounded by sparrows whose sole purpose was to highlight his handsome and imposing stature. Yet Yang Junwu shattered his undefeated myth, even nailing him onto the pillar of shame. I cannot lose. Absolutely not. Yang, prepare to meet your doom. Amy Particle's cannon. Spreading his double wings, Yu Lengxiao shot upwards while firing a piercing yellow beam from his abdomen simultaneously. Oomph, attacks like these can never touch me. 2 shields leapt left and right from Yang Junwu's arms, forming a giant Amy protective shield in front of him after calculation. The light beam exploded upon hitting the shield, but couldn't penetrate any further. It seemed Yu Lengxiao also knew that a single particle cannon wouldn't be enough to defeat the opponent before him. The moment the shell was fired, he rushed over with his light blade already in hand, delivering a slash aimed at Yang Junwu's head. The Yu family's hereditary knife technique, waterfall continuous slash. Beautiful timing. Yang Junwu adopted an expression of seriousness as he initiated the dragon forging formula techniques. The dragon forging double fingers. When the light dissipated, Yang Junwu had managed to firmly grip the blade from Yu Lengxiao that cut through like bamboo split under its power. All with just 2 fingers. Whoa, too incredible. Young Master Yu seems completely outclassed. Who exactly is this Yang Junwu? Too frightening. He actually blocked the attack with only 2 fingers. Ordinary spectators were overwhelmed with excitement, not to mention Tang Yingying watching anxiously in the Tang family viewing area. Her face turned crimson red as she cheered fervently for Yang Junwu. Tang Feng sighed deeply in her mind. My silly little sister, the stronger Yang Junwu becomes, the more impossible your future together grows, and you'll only end up heartbroken in the end. Yang Junwu grinned while gazing at his opponent. Young Master Yu, is that all you've got? Haven't eaten today? How much do you intend to toy with me, Yang Junwu? Yu Lingxiao finally realized that this was deliberate humiliation, knowing that if Yang Junwu made a move, the battle would have been long lost for him already. I have no interest in humiliating you publicly. I've already told you what I want. Yang Junwu released him and held up 5 fingers right before his eyes. Yu Lingxiao felt dizzy. Selling the entire Yu family couldn't get 5 B-level cores. Unwilling, eh? Yang Junwu, you've pushed it too far. Where am I supposed to find 5 cores for you? That's none of my concern. Otherwise, you can always crawl around the square 3 times like a dog, which sounds like a pretty good deal. Yang Junwu lit up his palm with radiant light, ready to strike. Hold on. I can exchange a piece of information with you. Yu Lingxiao quickly interrupted. Haha. What kind of information could possibly be worth 5 B-level cores? Information about stardust powder. I know where to procure stardust powder. What? Yang Junwu started slightly, then broke into joy. For someone to mention stardust powder meant they were aware of its uses, so the information could very well be true. B-level mech suits could be obtained by completing tasks and held no allure for Yang Junwu. Stardust powder, on the other hand, could upgrade the roulette wheel and enhance cultivation speed, making even the slightest possibility worth chasing. Fine, I agree to these terms. Surrender now. Yang Junwu stepped back a few paces, canceling the mech fusion. Yu Lingxiao looked pale, gritting his teeth as he forced out 3 words. I concede. Chapter 9. Thriving. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a B-level opponent for the first time. Your reward is 1 B-level core, a lottery card for a mech armor defense set, and 1 roulette link card. The crisp system voice echoed in Yang Junwu's mind. Yang Junwu was overjoyed. He never expected that fighting a B-level mech would yield rewards. There would be even more rewards for A levels, S levels, and beyond. This roulette system was truly remarkable, especially the link card. If he could draw gold and summon the 5 phantom beasts set again, he wouldn't fear even S-class opponents. Come on, let's see if I'm still lucky. The supreme roulette system starts. Use the roulette link card. Yang Junwu immediately summoned the roulette wheel. The needle spun and finally came to rest on the white zone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ordinary link. Yang Junwu, what the hell? This must be the result of targeted algorithmic adjustment. You gave me white on the second try? What a terrible system. A luck value of 20 only yielded white, leaving him feeling manipulated by the system. Host, the luck value only applies to the gold zone. The other zones depend entirely on your own inherent luck. So this means I'm just unlucky? Yang Junwu felt rather speechless, but facing a system that only operated according to its preset program, there was no way to reason with it. Fine, ordinary is ordinary. Something's better than nothing. Exiting the system space, Yang Junwu walked straight up to Yu Lingxiao and extended his hand. Hand it over. Humph. Reluctantly, Yu Lingxiao tossed a crumpled sheet of parchment at him. Yang Junwu took it and looked. It seemed to depict a map, with a position circled in red. The marked area is near the star dust mine. Go find it yourself. I'll tentatively trust you, but if you're lying to me, I will definitely come back for you. Oh, and don't ever bother Tang Yingying again, or don't blame me for not holding back. Turning around, Yang Junwu left toward the Tang family's resting area. Yu Lingxiao smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth. Yang Junwu, you're too arrogant. Don't think just because you have a B-class mech, you're invincible. There are plenty of people stronger than you in this world. Just wait, and soon you'll get what's coming to you. Not seeing young master you crawling away like a dog, the spectators were very dissatisfied, and jeers rang out across the square. However, they were quickly drawn to the next match. The second semi-final bout between Zhang Xinglin of the Zhang family and Xie Fan of the Xie family. Both were owners of B-class cores, their strength matched evenly, and both quite familiar with each other. They went back and forth on the field, resulting in an impressive fight. This was a true battle between equals. The previous match had been more like a farce. Supporters cheered and encouraged their chosen sides, and the atmosphere began heating up inside and outside the arena. After several minutes of combat, Xie Fan eventually won thanks to a slight advantage in his physical realm. He depleted Zhang Xinglin's core energy narrowly. Xie Fan wins. Final match in 10 minutes. It takes about 10 minutes to replenish a B-level core's energy, so the rest rule ensures both finalists can enter the final contest in the best condition possible. Head of the Tang family, do you know where we are? While everyone enthusiastically debated who would be the ultimate winner, Yang Junwu sneaked into the spectator area and found Tang Xiao with the parchment in hand. Based on the terrain, it seems to be the Yinling Mountains. Yang Junwu's heart sank. That name alone didn't sound auspicious. That's right, it's the Yinling Mountains, the gathering place of darkness and crime. Rumor has it many wanted criminals hide there, and the authorities once sent troops to wipe them out. But due to the complex terrain of the Yinling Mountains and the presence of highly capable individuals among those criminals, the anti-bandit operation resulted in heavy losses and was ultimately abandoned. Are we just going to let them stay there? Yang Junwu asked, confused. There are no resources in the Yinling Mountains, and eliminating them would cost both manpower and effort. No city lord would take on such a loss-making task. Besides, once the criminals enter the mountains, they rarely commit crimes again outside, so the authorities choose to turn a blind eye and only establish monitoring stations around the periphery to prevent them from venturing out. Ah, I see. Yang Junwu glanced in the direction of the Yu residence. Interesting, even the city lord couldn't handle it, yet Yu Lingxiao was able to obtain such detailed maps. The Yu family isn't simple at all, but this map certainly wasn't hastily made up to fool him, so he thought the authenticity should be high. Regarding the star dust powder, he'd need to figure out a way to go in and take a look later. Rest period is over. Up next is the decisive match to determine the champion of this great competition. Please welcome contestants Yang Junwoo and Xiuxian to the stage. Tang Yingying watched as Yang Junwoo prepared to step onto the stage, her eyes full of admiration, shouting with her arms waving wildly. Big brother Yang, go for it. Yang Junwoo smiled as he turned back. Don't worry, I'll definitely be the champion. When their eyes met, Tang Yingying's heart felt as if it had been shocked, tingling and unable to speak for a moment. She could only nod furiously. After Xiuxian won the semifinal, he rested directly on the stage, never going down. Seeing Yang Junwoo stepping onto the stage, Xiuxian stood up with a faint smile, arching his hands. Young Master Yang, I admit I'm no match for you, but I hope you will unleash your full strength so I can feel the power of a true master. As he spoke, there was a gleam in Xiuxian's eyes, a gleam brimming with fighting spirit. It was the yearning for strength, the passion for battle. Yang Junwoo nodded. The match begins, the referee ordered. Mech core fuse. At the same time, both began to activate their B-level cores inside their bodies. In terms of speed, Yang Junwoo with the hidden dragon constitution was clearly half a second faster. However, he didn't attack immediately, but waited until the other had fully fused. Brother Xia, be careful, I'm coming. White light gathered around his right arm, transforming into a fist nearly the size of half a person. Dragon break fist slash. Come on. There was no fear in Xiuxian's eyes. Absolute defense, starry sky shield. The giant shield instantly unfolded, guarding before him. Fist met shield. There was no sound of violent collision. Yang Junwoo's fist seemed to stick to the shield. Crack, crack. In the next second, a huge crack appeared on Xiuxian's massive shield, eventually shattering into particles that dispersed into the air. The might of one punch, it was terrifying. So strong. No wonder Master Yu from the Yu family decided to surrender willingly. Xiuxian's eyes grew even hotter. He didn't retreat but charged forward instead, turning his right arm into a 1,000-pound giant hammer, attacking Yang Junwoo. Brother Yang, this is my final attack. Take it. Meteor hammer strike. Yang Junwoo neither retreated nor backed down. His dragon break fist altered direction and intercepted the hammer. My word. Attack for attack combat. Just too brutal, but I like it. An uproar of encouragement broke out among the spectators. Such an exhilarating battle was exactly what they loved to see. Startlingly bright lights erupted at the instant when the fists and hammers collided, prompting everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When they reopened them, the brilliance had vanished, and the two figures on the stage had separated, having disengaged from mech fusion. What happened? Who won? The crowd was bewildered. Don't know. The light was too dazzling, completely unable to see. Quiet. Let's listen to the referee. Everyone's eyes were focused on the referee, standing on the competition platform. But none of them knew that at this moment, the referee was cursing internally. He could referee nothing under these circumstances. Just like the audience, he didn't see anything clearly either. When he snapped back to attention, both fighters had already reverted to human form. Inwardly towards Yang Junwoo, the referee felt both astonished and infuriated. Again, this is the third time. An intense impulse to quickly end the match and leave arose within him. With no alternative, he had to turn his gaze toward the two main protagonists. Brother Yang, you're truly formidable. I yield. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Xiuxian's mouth. From that last collision, his mech had failed to fully protect his own body, resulting in significant internal injuries to his physical self. No problem, you're also pretty good. But someday, I'll fight you again. Not a hint of dejection showed in Xiuxian's eyes. Instead, they burned brighter. Yang Junwoo nodded earnestly. I look forward to it. I will work harder. After speaking, Xiuxian voluntarily jumped off the competition platform. The referee sighed inwardly in relief, then stepped forward, lifting Yang Junwoo's right hand. I declare, the champion of this year's Yuanyao City Great Contest is the mecha master from the Tang family, Yang Junwoo. Great. Brother Yang succeeded. Tang Yingying was the first to run toward the competition platform. However, Yang Junwoo did not notice the cheering around him, his consciousness already entering the system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, winning the championship of the Level 2 Main City's Grand Contest. The reward has already been delivered to the system space. Please check. So satisfying. There's a reward for this too. System, I love you. Yang Junwoo immediately opened the storage space. 10 medicine lottery tickets, 10 mech linking tickets, 10 sets of forging materials. Rich. If all come out gold. Looking at the varied roulette lottery tickets inside, Yang Junwoo suddenly felt like he owned a treasure mountain. Chapter 10, Challenge the Impossible. As the referee announced, the audience who picked Yang Junwoo as the champion immediately became extremely excited. A C-class mech, it might be something they could never obtain in their lifetime. Kong Yanjing personally went on stage to draw a number. Please invite number 666 to the stage. Yes, it's me who won. Under the envious gazes of everyone, an 11-year-old boy excitedly rushed onto the competition platform. What is your name? Kong Yanjing asked kindly. Reporting to the city lord, my name is Xiuxian, and I am 11 years old. Xiuxian, that's a good name. This is your reward. Please take care of it. Kong Yanjing handed him a C-class mech core. Xiuxian accepted it with both hands, solemnly saying, I will definitely take Brother Yang as my idol and strive to become an outstanding mech pilot. Yang Junwoo stepped forward, patted his head, and smiled. Brother Yang believes in you. Keep it up, and you will surely succeed. Xiuxian nodded forcefully and left with the referee, giving the competition stage back to the city lord and Yang Junwoo. Master Yang, congratulations. I hope you can become an excellent mech pilot at Divine Arms Academy and bring glory to our Yunyao city. Kong Yinjing's tone was very polite, knowing well in his heart that anyone who can successfully graduate from Divine Arms Academy will inevitably be a remarkable figure in the future, especially someone like the young man before him. His talent was already visibly extraordinary. Even at an academy teeming with geniuses like Divine Arms, there were probably few who could match him. This is your recommendation letter. Kong Yinjing handed over a letter with a golden seal to Yang Junwu. Thank you. Yang Junwu carefully took the letter, which, though light, was something every young person across the entire Feihua continent yearned for. Yang Junwu gently placed the letter inside his robes, preparing to step down and leave the stage. Master Yang, please wait a moment, Kong Yinjing suddenly said. Is there something? Kong Yinjing pointed to an elder seated on the main chair on the stage. That gentleman is Mr. Luo He, the Vice Dean of the Outer Court of Divine Arms Academy. Deputy Dean Luo has shown interest in you and now offers you a chance to challenge him. If you can last 10 moves under his hands, you'll gain direct admission into the inner court without needing to pass the outer court exams. Direct entry into the inner court. Yang Junwu glanced upward, catching Luo He's eyes. Luo He seemed to have sensed his gaze because at that moment, Yang Junwu felt a vast force pressing down from above, trying to force him to the ground. Humph. Thinking you can make me surrender with mere pressure? Never. Yang Junwu channeled all his energy into the forging dragon technique, and an indistinct image of a green dragon emerged within him. At the instant the dragon's shadow appeared, Yang Junwu felt all the pressure Luo He exerted dissipate. Standing upright again, he met the other's eyes without hesitation. On the side, Kong Yinjing was inwardly astonished. He had once been a student in the outer court and knew clearly how powerful Luo He was. Back then, even at the peak of the tyrant body realm, it was possible that he had already broken through to the emperor body realm now. With nearly 3 grand realms between them, yet Yang Junwu, barely in his 20s, managed to withstand the tyrannical pressure of the elder, an ability far too potent for his age. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Luo He roared out in laughter, 3 resounding laughs following each other, yet no discernible movement. The next second, he had vanished from the main platform and reappeared right before Yang Junwu. Flying with physical strength? How impressive. Yang Junwu couldn't help but admire, wondering when he would also be capable of doing such a thing. What do you think? Do you accept the Vice Dean's offer? Yang Junwu pondered quickly. This person's mech must at least be A-class, and it might even be S-class or SS-class. With his current B-class core, he wouldn't stand a chance against a single move from an S-class mech, let alone SS-class. Unless, if he could activate the A-class core within him along with the link system, he might stand a fighting chance. No matter what, this is worth it. At worst, he gets injured. There's no way the other would kill him in front of everyone. Without another thought, Yang Junwu entered the system space. Looking at the pills and mech linking coupons in his hand, he silently prayed. Great system, can we get a gold item this time? Summon the roulette wheel. 10 continuous draws using potion exchange tokens. In his past life, even 10 draws should yield at least 1 rare item, right? 10 pointers finally came to a stop on different sections of the wheel. Among them, 5 white ones, 2 green, 2 blue, and 1 bronze. No trace of silver or gold items at all. Damn it. It looks like I really need to figure out how to get some star dust powder soon. This kind of draw is just a waste. Vitality restoring pill, core enhancement pill, greater healing pill. Huh, what about this pill? Yang Junwu focused on the final bronze-colored medicine bottle. Rank up pill. It enhances the flesh cultivation of those below the tyrant body realm by 1 grand level. The effect lasts 10 minutes, and afterward, a 2-day period of weakness begins, during which one cannot merge with any mech. Alright, I accept the challenge. With that, Yang Junwu exited the system space. The time flow speed in the roulette wheel space is different from the outside world. Although Yang Junwu spent quite some time inside, only 2 or 3 seconds passed in the real world. Your courage impresses me. Let's begin. Luo He's gaze revealed a tone of appreciation. Just for this indomitable fighting spirit, the young man before him deserved a place in the inner court. But to withstand 10 of his attacks? Not even all the B-class mechs in the arena combined could achieve that. My attack will not exceed the limit of an A-class mech. Luo He activated the mech core within his body and instantly transformed into a semi-transparent, towering mech. How powerful the oppressive force is. Up close, Yang Junwu immediately confirmed that the mech in front of him was absolutely above A-class. The mech's name is Shadow. Be careful, Luo He said. A 1-character mech. As expected, it was S-class. Yang Junwu learned from the memories of the previous owner that mechs above S-class would have names. S-class named with 1 character, SS-class with 2, and SSS-class with 3. The more characters, the stronger the mech. Facing the powerful mech Shadow, Yang Junwu did not dare to slack off, immediately activating the A-class mech within him. Brilliant silver light erupted, transforming his body into a silver mech that shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Is this Brother Yang's true strength? Xianxia downstairs didn't blink as he stared at the competition stage. He clenched his fists and secretly vowed that one day he would also possess such a strong mech. I didn't expect him to keep something hidden. In the Yu family rest area, Xiuxiao's face was completely pale. If Yang Junwu used this mech during their fight, he wouldn't have been able to defend against even a single move. A sense of ominous foreboding rose in his heart. The trap he had set might not work. To enhance power forcibly through pills, interesting. But relying on this A-class mech to endure Shadow's 10 moves might still be insufficient. Luo he saw through Yang Junhua's capabilities at a glance. Hee, of course I know, but it's not over yet. Mech LINK activation. Yang Junhu threw out the only 2 bronze-level links in his hand. Guardian slumbering in profound darkness. Connect and become my power. Dark meditation shield. Free wind floating in the world. Transform into rapid speed. Blue lotus wind wheel. A pitch-black shield appeared in Yang Junhua's right hand, and at the same time, a cluster of blue mist appeared beneath his feet, making his entire body appear ethereal. Oh, so you have a defensive and speed-enhancing link. It seems I must get serious now. Before Luo He's words had fully faded, shadow suddenly disappeared from its original position. 3 glowing points quickly expanded in front of Yang Junhu. Triangular barrage. So fast. Yang Junhua's brain hadn't registered the speed at all, but the right arm equipped with the dark meditation shield reacted instinctively, raising the black shield just in front of his body the instant the attack arrived. Boom. The massive impact blasted Yang Junhu flying. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, sliding several meters on the competition platform, almost falling off entirely. Complete silence fell across the arena. The champion of the Yunyao City tournament couldn't withstand even one move from the opponent. Chapter 11. The unreceivable move. Brother Yang, come on. Tang Yingying looked anxiously from the audience. The shadow on stage didn't stop after successfully delivering one blow. Suddenly, a luminous energy core glowed beneath its feet. Vanish. The main body of the shadow disappeared, reappearing a second later at the edge of the arena. A colossal translucent arm transformed into a giant sword, slicing toward Yang Junhu. If this blow connects cleanly, even if Yang Junhua's mech isn't destroyed, it will still be knocked off the arena due to the impact. Is it going to end in just 2 moves? That's too strong. Everyone was anxious for Yang Junhu and hoped for a miracle. The great sword wielded by the shadow showed no mercy as it cleaved Yang Junhua's mech into 2 halves. It's an illusion. Luo he reacted swiftly, without even turning back, conjuring a transparent shield behind him. Boom. Yang Junhua's fist collided fiercely with the shield. He was shaken back while Luo he remained steady on the spot, without moving half a step. Worthy of an S-class mech, hastily summoned defenses were so formidable. Yang Junhu silently praised in his heart, triggering the blue energy beneath his feet, attacking again towards Luo. He's back. My goodness, what am I seeing? Yang Junhu is actually initiating an attack. I get it now. He deliberately lured his opponent to attack, drawing them towards the edge of the arena, then launched a counterattack, aiming to knock his opponent off the stage. Alas, the strategy was clever, but the opponent is too powerful to budge. As if having eyes on its back, no matter which direction Yang Junhu attacked from, the shield would always accurately block along the line of attack. Yang Junhu didn't give up. Instead, he accelerated his attack speed. An excellent strategy. First set a trap for an instant kill, and after failing, immediately drain turns. Truly, you are very smart. Luo He's approving voice came from within the shadow. Yang Junhua's heart sank slightly. His strategy had been completely seen through by the other side. Still, dodging one move earlier with the Qinglian wheel technique, plus the subsequent continuous attacks had consumed 8 rounds. All he needed now was to endure the final 2 rounds, and it would count as a success. Take my full-strength hit. Meteor Cannon. A bright red energy vortex appeared on the chest of the A-class mech, showing that Yang Junhu was operating the mech core at full power. This was an all-or-nothing move. If it couldn't defeat his opponent, with his core energy depleted, not only would he have difficulty enduring the last blow, but he might also struggle to even maintain the mech form. Though the full-force meteor cannon blast hadn't reached the absolute limit of an A-class attack, it was at least peak level. Luo he couldn't afford to let his guard down, and he turned around fully defending himself. 3 layers of transparent shields surrounded him tightly. Cheating. The audience member Tang Yingying suddenly protested loudly. Indeed, these 3 layers of shields each possessed only A-class strength, but how many A-class cores could simultaneously deploy 3 top-tier shields? It had been dead silent on the field before, making Tang Yingying's outburst particularly conspicuous. Beside her, Tang Feng hurriedly covered her mouth and glared at her furiously. Shoo, my dear sister, do you want our family to perish? Do you know who that man is, and how much power he wields? Tang Yingying retorted angrily. Who cares who he is? Isn't this unfair? Fairness. Where does such a thing exist in this world? Rules are established by the strong. If you possess his kind of strength, you'd naturally be able to question those rules. Hearing these words, Tang Yingying was shocked, falling back silently to her seat, her head lowered, deep in thought. Tang Feng sighed inwardly. Perhaps he had spoken harshly, but for the sake of the Tang family, Tang Yingying eventually had to understand that there are situations where one has to bow under authority. Amber light pierced through the first layer of the shield, but its speed had already drastically slowed down. Then upon encountering the second layer of shield, regardless of how dazzling the amber light was, it was unable to break through the shield. As continuous consumption ensued, the AMI core inside Yang Junhu began showing significant instability, some parts of his body beginning to disintegrate. At the very moment when the meteor cannon glow extinguished, the energy of the A-class core had been entirely drained. The mech vanished, and Yang Junhu returned to his physical form. Give up. Your body alone can't withstand one blow from the shadow. You've already proven your worth, earning the qualification to enter the inner courtyard. Luo, he said nonchalantly. What Luo he said meant that, regardless of whether Yang Junhu completed this match or not, he was allowed to directly enter the inner courtyard. Yang Junhu revealed a faint smile and bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you, Deputy President Luo. However, I wish to further test my limits. Luo He's expression momentarily froze, speaking sternly. Yang Junwu, do not treat your mortal flesh lightly. If damaged, it may very well influence your future cultivation. I understand. If I win, I hope Deputy President Luo would grant me another favor. Well, since you're so confident, I, the Deputy President, will accede to your request. However, I won't hold back. Yang Junwu nodded slightly. He had never thought that the opponent would take it easy on him, nor did he intend to really risk his physical body. B-Class Core, activate. Defense Package, activate. Around Yang Junwu's body, the B-Class mech used during the previous competition instantly covered his whole body. The load on the body from activating 2 cores in a short time was significant, but Yang Junwu didn't care. He was of the hidden dragon constitution, with infinite physical potential. Activating a mere B-Class core was far from reaching the limit where damage could occur. Is Yang Junwu foolish? He actually plans to use a B-Class mech to defend against the opponent's strongest attack. It seems like he also used a defensive enhancement package, but still, the difference between B-Class and S-Class is just too great. Voices of discussion arose below the stage, but the 2 people on stage could hear nothing. They had entered combat mode, fully concentrated, automatically screening out all interference. Take this, dazzling shadow slash. Luo He clasped both hands, producing a faintly visible long sword in them, which he swung at Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu's outer defensive shield shattered first, followed by the enhanced suit's physical sturdy shield. The 2 carefully constructed defenses were rendered utterly ineffective. The dazzling shadow slash showed no mercy as it continued slashing down. Yang Junwu's B-Class mech began to fragment, and with a loud boom, the core couldn't withstand such a powerful strike, and shattered directly. A B-Class mech painstakingly acquired by the Tang family was completely destroyed in one move. The shockwave from the mech's self-destruction managed to weaken 7/10 of the dazzling shadow slash's force, yet there remained 3/10 that directly struck Yang Junwu's flesh. Yang Junwu felt all his internal organs violently roiling, as if they might tear apart any moment. At that moment, with a low, deep dragon roar emitting from within him, all organs and viscera were protected by a mysterious silver light, preventing them from being torn apart by the dazzling shadow slash's force. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yang Junwu. Within his body, wherever wasn't guarded by the dragon roar, sustained not insignificant injuries. Forcing himself to rise from the ground, step by step he walked to a place not far from Luo He, revealing a trace of a smile on his lips. Vice President Luo, I've won. Luo He felt slightly moved inside. He had met students with great perseverance before, but someone like Yang Junwu. This was the first time Luo He experienced it. Even his rich experience didn't prevent him from feeling a little moved. He nodded seriously. Yes, you win. Thank you. Upon hearing the answer he wanted, Yang Junwu closed his eyes, falling to the ground with a thunderous crash. Chapter 12, S-Class Bodyguard. Tang Family, Midnight, Tang Yingying's bedroom. Tang Yingying looked at Yang Junwu lying on the bed with tightly shut eyes. His complexion was ashen. Tang Feng said, Sister, don't worry. Deputy President Luo said that Brother Yang just overexerted himself physically. He'll recover after a couple of days of rest, and there is no risk to his life. It's already late into the night. You should get some sleep. If you collapse from exhaustion, who will take care of him? Tang Yingying whispered softly. I understand, second brother. You go back first. Tang Feng sighed. It appeared that his sister had fallen head over heels in love. She would not be swayed by reasoning, so he decided to let her be. All right, I'll leave first then. I'll have the kitchen send over some midnight snacks later. Tang Feng stood up and left. Not long after he departed, a shadow stealthily slipped into the room. Tang Yingying seemed aware and turned to look back. The figure was not human but a sleek black mech, blending perfectly with the darkness. From the other party, Tang Yingying felt an overwhelming presence, its intensity extremely similar to that of Luo He, or even stronger. Who are you? She steadied herself before asking. If the person harbored ill intent, even if she called out all the members of the Tang family, they wouldn't be able to contend with this person. A woman's laughter suddenly emerged from the black mech. Very good. Your self-control is quite commendable. Tang Yingying moved her steps subtly behind her back, placing Yang Junwu, lying on the bed, behind her. The woman responded coolly. Don't worry, I didn't come here to kill him. Even if I were to act, blocking me won't make a difference. Tang Yingying frowned. Who exactly are you, and what do you intend here? Of course it's for you. For me. Jiaying Yingying. Tell me, did you fall in love with Yang Junwu? Tang Yingying never expected such a direct question, instantly causing her cheeks to redden. The woman smiled faintly. To like someone is not a bad thing, but he is about to enter the best academy across the entire continent for further study. The gap between you two can only grow wider in the future, and you will forever have no chance together. Tang Yingying slightly clenched her fists. You, what exactly do you mean? My meaning is very simple. To gain the attention of a man worthy of your affection, you must at least possess capabilities equal to his. Tang Yingying bitterly laughed. Even without you saying this, I understand it well. Brother Yang is absolutely not an ordinary person, and it is impossible for him to stay by my side forever. For now, as long as I can accompany him a little longer, I am already satisfied. Ha! The woman burst into laughter. Tang Yingying, this statement is just deceiving yourself. Be honest, how could you bear letting such an outstanding man slip away from you? Tang Yingying showed a shocked expression. These words hinted at something deeper. Be apprenticed to me. I assure you that your accomplishments in the future will not fall short of Yang Junwu's. The woman did not beat around the bush, but stated her intention clearly. But I don't even know who you are. My name is Shui Yi, SS Class Dark Knight Mech Master. Tang Yingying's mouth remained agape for half a day, unable to close. An SS Class expert coming over in the middle of the night wanting to take her on as a disciple? She pinched her thigh hard. It hurt. She wasn't dreaming. Seeing her lost in thought, Shui Yi spoke again. What? You're unwilling. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Disciple Tang Yingying pays respect to the master. Tang Yingying immediately knelt down and performed the ceremonial gesture of discipleship. Such a great opportunity. Of course she couldn't let it slip away. Excellent. Follow me. Shui Yi turned around, preparing to leave. Master, wait. Tang Yingying glanced back one last time at Yang Junwu on the bed. Shui Yi calmly said, Disciple, temporary separation is for better reunions. As long as our feelings remain deep, who needs constant companionship? Could I leave a letter to bid farewell? Tang Yingying pleaded earnestly. All right, give you 5 minutes. Thank you, master. 5 minutes passed. The woman and Tang Yingying disappeared within her chambers, leaving behind a letter on the dressing table. 2 days later, Yang Junwu and Luo He boarded the transport vehicle headed for the Divine Weapon Academy. This kind of vehicle resembled cars on Earth, somewhat akin to D-class external mech units. One could drive them using their internal core without depleting personal energy. They were considered the most convenient means of transportation on the Flying Flower continent. Looking at Yang Junwu's worried expression, Luo He laughed. What's wrong? Are you missing your young fiancé? Yang Junwu gently nodded. Although his marriage to Tang Yingying was merely fake, the Tang family treated him kindly, and she was also his benefactor who saved his life. Her sudden unexplained disappearance truly caused him considerable concern. Had it not been for the handwriting on the farewell note, which undeniably belonged to Tang Yingying, he might already be out searching everywhere for her. Don't worry, once we reach the academy, you can utilize the privileges of an inner courtyard disciple to issue missions. I believe we'll soon find information about Tang Yingying. Although the Divine Weapon Academy is merely a school for training mech pilots, its graduates are scattered far and wide. Most of them have entered powerful factions and hold high positions, so these alumni have formed an extensive intelligence network. It could be said that even the royal families of Fei or Nianhua might not possess such a detailed information web. If the academy can't find her, then she truly can't be found. Vice President Luo, I remember you once said that I could ask you for help one time, correct? Yang Junwu changed the subject. Yes, if you want me to step in and help you find someone, it's certainly possible. No, I'd like to ask you to accompany me to a place. Yang Junwu tapped a few times on the control panel of the transport vehicle. The shuttle, originally heading toward the academy, suddenly veered westward. 15 minutes later, the shuttle entered a very complicated mountain range. The Yinling Mountains? What brings you here? Luo He immediately recognized the location. Of course it's for treasure hunting. Yang Junwu grinned as he pulled out the map given by Yu Longxiao from his pocket. Yu Longxiao definitely didn't mean well by offering up the location of the Stardust Powder. While there might indeed be Stardust Powder here, it would certainly be guarded either by people or powerful beasts. The other party clearly wanted him to perish here. He had long prepared a countermeasure. The Stardust Powder couldn't be left untouched, so he brought along a strong bodyguard. Luo He, with an S-class or even stronger bodyguard nearby, he wanted to see who would dare lay a hand on him. After calibrating the direction a few times, the shuttle slowly landed not too far from the red circle marked on the map. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu activated his B-class core and transformed into mech form for action. In places where danger was always imminent, caution was never misplaced. Luo He nodded slightly, satisfied with Yang Junwu's actions. He followed about 100 meters behind Yang Junwu and wouldn't interfere unless Yang Junwu faced life-threatening danger. Who's there? When Yang Junwu was approximately 50 meters away from the red circle mark, a camp appeared ahead. The outermost watchtower immediately spotted him. My old man. Without mercy, Yang Junwu fired 2 particle cannons at the watchtower. All who lingered in the Yinling Mountains were desperate men. Their deaths would only benefit the common folk. Chapter 13. The Door of Fantasy. The guards in the watchtower were merely D-class mech warriors, and some of them had even failed to activate their mechs. The particle cannon's flashes of light directly turned those people into ashes. Luo He shook his head from behind. In a situation where strength was absolutely superior, stealthily taking out the sentries was the right way to handle it. Sure enough, the sound and flash of the particle cannon explosion alarmed other bandits in the fort. 40 or 50 C-class and D-class mechs rushed out. Excellent. Yang Junwu shouted loudly, exuding an audacious spirit. He flashed forward, advancing instead of retreating, and directly cut into the heart of the enemy. Good strategy. Luo He nodded with a smile. Although this new recruit was rash, his combat awareness was quite remarkable. When surrounded by enemies, charging into the core was the best way. Opponents on the outside would be wary, while only the inner circle could attack you. Therefore, the threat could be greatly reduced. Dragon Break Fist. Yang Junwu showed no mercy. Golden light gathered on his right arm. Any bandits he hit were either blown away or completely destroyed. After 5 minutes, the enemy force had been halved. Get out of the way. A shout came from the fort as a red mech descended from the sky, smashing toward Yang Junwu like a meteor. A B-class mech. Yang Junwu's expression slightly focused, and he swung a fearless punch. Boom. The 2 enormous fists collided. A massive shockwave blew the nearby bandits back several steps. Yang Junwu retreated 6 or 7 steps before stabilizing himself, inwardly startled. I am of the Hidden Dragon Constitution, and the Dragon Break Fist is a representative of strength in the Forging Dragon technique. In terms of strength, I actually lost. What he didn't know was that Wang Chao, his opponent, was even more shocked. Wang Chao's mech was a specially enhanced mech that specialized in close combat and strength. Just now, he used his high-altitude advantage along with all-out power, yet his opponent merely stepped back a few steps without suffering any damage. He's a real expert. The same thought occurred simultaneously to both of them. Exactly who are you? Why are you breaking the Yinling protocol and wantonly attacking my savage tiger gang? Yang Junwu gave a faint smile. I am not part of your Yinling mountains, so naturally, I don't have to follow your broken agreement. Let me ask you, is there a nebula vein here? What nebula vein? Wang Chao looked astonished. This person actually doesn't know about this matter. Was I deceived by Yuling Xiao? However, since I'm already here, I must go in for a look. It's possible that the person in front is deliberately lying. You let me see the fort. If it's not there, I'll leave, said Yang Junwu. Huh. Wang Chao suddenly threw his head back laughing. A little brat daring to boast. Our savage tiger gang isn't the fragrant spring house. You can't just come and go as you please. This kid in front has a B-class mech, and its quality is much higher than average. He must be the young master of some big family. If I can capture him alive, I might earn a large sum of money. A blue signal flare shot into the clouds, and soon 4 more B-class mechs appeared from the fort, surrounding Yang Junwu in the center. Yang Junwu furrowed his brow slightly. He didn't expect such a regular bandit camp to possess 5 B-class mechs. Much of his core energy had been consumed in the previous battle against the underlings, leaving less than half remaining. There was absolutely no chance of handling a combined attack from 5 individuals at once. Yang Junwu didn't hesitate for long and immediately launched an attack. His chosen target was Wang Chao right in front of him. Fantastic approach. Wang Chao laughed heartily, perfectly composed as he swung a fist to meet him. Although the other side was skilled, when it came to raw strength, he still held a slight edge. Delayed beam. 6 beams of light emanated from Yang Junwu's wings, entwining around the other side. Want to control the boss of this place? Not that easy. Wang Chao coldly hummed and brought his arms together. A transparent barrier appeared, deflecting the delayed beams outside. But what Yang Junwu wanted was for the other party to actively defend. At the cost of depleting core energy, he directly pushed the mech's speed to the extreme limit, arriving in front of the opponent within the blink of an eye. Wang Chao was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected Yang Junwu to come so fast. There wasn't time to swing a counterattacking punch anymore. The dragon break fist smashed onto the shield, which lasted less than a second before breaking. With the core oscillation, Wang Chao couldn't gather energy for a short period of time, and could only helplessly watch as Yang Junwu's 3 laser beams penetrated the mech defense and wound around the core. Release the fusion immediately, or I will destroy it. If the core gets destroyed, the mech would be utterly ruined beyond repair. Without hesitation, Wang Chao immediately disengaged the mech form and reverted to human form. Yang Junwu grabbed his neck and said coldly, "Order your subordinates to release their mechs and surrender, otherwise I'll break your neck first." Everyone immediately disengaged fusion. Wang Chao yelled. He did not doubt that if he didn't do as told, the other side would act immediately. Reluctantly, the B-class mech pilots had no choice but to obey the chieftain's order and disengage their mech fusions. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause came from the shadows. Wang Chao was greatly startled. He had not sensed at all that there was someone in that place. A presence that even a B-class mech couldn't detect. Could it be A-class or even S-class? Indeed, this must be the young master of some wealthy family whose bodyguards were already so formidable. Wang Chao suddenly felt lucky to have surrendered quickly. Otherwise, if this individual took action, it would probably take only a few moves to wipe out everyone here. Lao Luo. Yang Junwu nodded to the person who arrived. Great job. The tactics, strategies, and handling of emergencies were all splendid. Luo he did not hold back with his praise. With such compliments, Yang Junwu felt a little embarrassed. After collecting himself, he said to Wang Chao, "Rest assured, I bear you no grudge and won't kill you. Just hand over the stardust vein." Wang Chao bitterly smiled. "Young sir, I really don't know what stardust vein you're talking about. All right, let me take a walk around the camp, is that fine?" Wang Chao was speechless. In the current situation where others were the butcher's knife, and he was the fish on the chopping board, how could he say no? As soon as they entered the fort, Yang Junwu was immediately drawn to a beam of light in the courtyard. The door of fantasy? There's actually an unknown door of fantasy here. Luo he rushed to the door of light, with shock evident in his eyes. Anything that could make an S-level master lose composure certainly wasn't an ordinary object. Yang Junwu hurriedly searched through the original owner's memories for information about the door of fantasy. Door of fantasy, strange portals that appear either fixed or randomly on the continent. Passing through them allows one to enter different secondary worlds. These secondary worlds contain veins, mech materials, various exotic beasts, and more. The door of fantasy was like a giant treasure trove, coveted by every force. Unfortunately, most fixed doors of fantasy were controlled by a few major families, while only a small number appeared randomly on the continent. Every appearance caused countless factions to vie for them fiercely. Who would have thought they'd encounter one here? Yang Junwu became enthusiastic inside. If the treasure map was correct, there was a very high possibility that this secondary world contained the stardust vein. Wealth was on the horizon. Stardust veins could produce stardust ore, which could then be refined into stardust powder. With enough stardust powder, the speed of cultivation could be greatly enhanced, and the roulette luck value could be maximized. In front of Yang Junwu's eyes, countless golden runes were flying about. Chapter 14, Little World. Wang Chao's lips curled slightly upward. On the dreamy gate, There was a special barrier he asked an expert to set up. If one did not know the password for opening the barrier, they could never get in. As long as they didn't enter the dreamy gate. Even if they demolished the whole village, Wang Chao wouldn't care. Yang Junwu was about to go in when he was blocked by a strange beam of light and bounced back. According to the original owner's memory, one could pass through the dreamy gate without anything. Why couldn't he get in? Luo he laughed and said, there seems to be something interesting here. Only to see him step forward and make a point with his finger, and the barrier on the dreamy gate disappeared instantly. Wang Chao's expression changed dramatically. Who are you exactly? Yang Junwu let out a cold snort. It's none of your business. Luo he slightly arched his eyebrows and said calmly, Junwu, as a student of Divine Weapon Academy, you should never hide your identity at any time. Divine Weapon Academy. Upon hearing these 4 words, Wang Chao turned even paler. Being targeted by Divine Weapon Academy, not even his superior could save him. They might cut ties with him immediately. This was an organization that could not be provoked. One could still survive in the Yinling mountain range after angering the royal family. But if Divine Weapon Academy got offended, they would flatten the entire mountain. Helplessly, Wang Chao saluted and said, since you are senior members of the academy, please take whatever you fancy. I only beg for myself and my brothers to have a way out. Yang Junwa hesitated momentarily. He had never expected the name of the academy to be so effective. If in the future he wanted to do something, such as getting some stardust powder or cash. The academy has rules. If any student uses the academy's name to commit evil deeds outside, the academy will never tolerate it. As if seeing through Yang Junwa's thoughts, Luo he gave a warning. Yang Junwu smirked embarrassingly. Dean Luo is joking. How could I have such thoughts? It's best if you don't. Without the barrier blocking their path, the two easily entered the dreamy gate. After a flash of light and shadows, Yang Junwu found himself standing on a hill with a barren grassland below. Not far from the grassland was a small mine, where dozens of villagers were mining ores. This was a secondary world, but it seemed so tiny. Counting the area of the mine, the entire plain looked only about the size of 10 football fields. This was completely different from what Yang Junwu imagined the secondary world would be. He originally thought there would be some indigenous creatures, but this place turned out to be quite crude. This isn't a secondary plain. Luo he suddenly spoke up. Shocked by Luo he's words, Yang Junwu wondered aloud. Isn't the dreamy gate supposed to only connect the main plane and the secondary planes? If this wasn't a secondary plane, then what was it? So what is this place? Not knowing, Yang Junwu didn't hesitate to ask. To put it simply, this is a collapsed secondary plane that no longer qualifies as such. You can call it a little world. Yang Junwu. So, a shrunken secondary plane isn't really a secondary plane anymore? Seeing the perplexed look on Yang Junwu's face, Luo he patiently explained. If we compare a secondary world to a mecha core, then a little world is akin to nanomaterial or even smaller scale materials produced after the core breaks apart. Though they share the same origin, these lack any functionality of the core. Now he understood. Yang Junwu's excitement diminished. He had initially believed he had uncovered a treasure trove, but it turned out to be merely a corner of it. Judging from the scale of the mine, they might not obtain even 100 grams of stardust powder. We've been so unlucky, finding something useless like this. Yang Junwu couldn't help but complain. Luo he laughed heartily. This is something rare, yet you say it's useless? Good thing. What's good about it? Yang Junwu was puzzled inside. The knowledge of the previous host was rich, but most of it came from books. The original person hadn't left the Yang family much before the accident, so almost all knowledge was theoretical. Luo he activated the mech core within his body, causing a half-transparent figure of a mech to appear in front of Yang Junwu once more. All miners listen. Leave immediately through the transmission gate. The workers digging or were bewildered. They had never seen the people before them. But the formidable aura emanating from above made them quickly decide to abandon their tools and swiftly retreat through the dreamy gate. Soon, the entire small world contained only Yang Junwu and Luo he. Luo he flew over the mine, and a giant sword over 10 meters long appeared in his hand. In the moment the great sword appeared, the entire space trembled violently, as if sensing an immense crisis. So powerful. Yang Junwu's eyes fixated intently on the translucent figure ahead. Was this the true strength of an S-class mech? Had Luo he used this earlier? Even if Yang Junwu had utilized his A-class core along with defense components and link enhancement, he would have been utterly powerless to resist. Activate. Luo he roared, lifting the great sword high before delivering a mighty slash. The enormous mine was split in two, revealing the pale interior of the mountain. Just as Yang Junwu was utterly perplexed, a streak of light shot out from the shattered mountain body. Trying to escape? Luo he's figure vanished. A massive hand descended and caught the streak of light midair. The light flickered and darted around, but it couldn't escape Luo he's grasp. Gradually, the light began to dim until it finally stilled completely. Luo he opened his palm to reveal a goose egg-sized bead resting quietly in his hand. Yang Junwu leaned closer for a look. To his amazement, the bead reflected the image of the little world inside it. Hold on to this. Luo he dissolved the fusion with his shadow form and tossed the bead to him. Yang Junwu hurriedly caught it with both hands. Though the bead didn't appear large, it was surprisingly heavy. What is this? The essence of the little world, the world pearl. With it, you can enter this world from anywhere without needing the dreamy gate. Luo he's words were calm, but they sparked a storm in Yang Junwu's heart. What did this mean? It meant he could fully utilize this little world. The mine here would belong solely to him. More importantly, it would become his personal portable warehouse. The rarity of the world pearl was no less than that of an S-class core. Without batting an eye, Luo he had handed over such a valuable item. Thank you, Vice Dean. Yang Junwu sincerely expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. This place was discovered by you, and all I did was a minor effort. However, before your strength reaches the S-class level, it's best not to let others know that you possess the world pearl. I understand. Yang Junwu carefully tucked the world pearl into his embrace. Let's go back. Alright, now that he had the world pearl, allowing him to enter the little world at any time, Yang Junwu wasn't in a rush to explore further. Back at the dreamy gate, the glow within it had already faded. With the world pearl leaving the little world, it was as if the dreamy gate lost its connection target and was rendered useless. Take us out. Yang Junwu thought silently. A mysterious force emanated from the world pearl, enveloping the two of them. When the force dissipated, the two had already exited the little world and returned to the encampment courtyard. Is there anything else you require, gentlemen? Wang Chao quickly approached to greet them. Seeing the two empty-handed, his heart slightly relaxed. There's nothing else. We'll be leaving soon. Yang Junwu said indifferently. As he watched Yang Junwu and Luo he vanish into the horizon on their shuttle, Wang Chao finally let go of the tension that had been hanging over him. Second brother, third brother, let's go inventory the goods. What he wanted to know most now was what the two had taken from his treasure vault. Half a minute later, a wail echoed across half of the Yinling mountain range. Cursed fate. They've destroyed my dreamy gate. Chapter 15, The Woman with a Fiancé. The shuttle stopped on an empty plain. Yang Junwu was completely baffled, not understanding why Elder Luo had parked in such a godforsaken place. Vice Dean Luo, aren't we supposed to report at the academy? Luo he laughed heartily. That's correct. This is where the academy is located, the Tianqing Basin. It didn't look like there were any people here. Luo he took a few steps forward and pulled out a token from his chest, placing it toward the empty air in front of him. In the originally barren spot, a huge, colorful shield began to slowly appear. Below the shield, a light gate gradually opened. Let's go. Luo he's voice snapped Yang Junwu out of his daze. A full invisibility shield. Only the Amy Core could create such a thing. But this shield was far too large. If compared to the protective aura generated by an A-class mecha, it was tens of thousands of times larger. How big of a core would be required to support such a massive shield? Is this the foundation of the continent's top academy? Too terrifying. Yang Junwu was filled with shock, but felt even more excitement. If he could achieve a certain status here, that would surely be much higher than being Master Yang of the Yang family. After they entered, the light gate disappeared, as did the shield. What appeared before Yang Junwu were floating skyscrapers. These buildings had unique designs, brimming with the technological feel of mechanics and metal. Shuttles flew back and forth in the sky, weaving through different buildings. This wasn't just any academy, it was essentially a small-scale mecha city. The registration area for new students was an arched building resembling a delicate white boat, creating a poetic ambience. Luo he left after leading him to the entrance. Yang Junwu straightened his clothes slightly before entering alone. As soon as he walked in, over a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward him. These people were young and all elite sent from various cities and families. Yang Junwu sat down at the last available seat. Beside him sat a young girl. She had delicate porcelain skin, a proud nose, an oval face neither too fat nor too thin, adorned with a single-tail hairstyle of black hair. Underneath her right eye lay a brown, teardrop-shaped mole, making her look not only refined but also charmingly adorable. Hello, I'm Yang Junwu, from Yunyao City. Yang Junwu initiated a greeting. Xuanhuan. The woman gave a polite smile, slightly bending her lips. Hey, what's going on here? I've already been waiting for an hour. When will the registration begin? A man sitting at the front suddenly stood up and roared toward the registration counter some distance away. Student Sun Yui. Each entrance exam consists of groups of 15 individuals. You are still missing one person, please be patient. Replied a staff member at the registration desk. Indeed, there was an entrance exam. Yang Junwu was not surprised. In the previous life on Earth, there were also various kinds of entrance exams. However, he was unclear about the form of this examination. Was it written or practical? For the former, the main character had extensive theoretical knowledge. For the latter, he had a B-level core and plenty of link opportunities, so he was unafraid regardless. Well, since he was free anyway, time must not be wasted. Yang Junwu immediately began cultivating the Forged Dragon technique manual. The last time, he had drawn quite a few enhancement pills, which could speed up the cultivation process of the Forged Dragon technique. However, their effects lasted only for a limited time. One pill was effective for about half an hour. Tremendous true force surged within Yang Junwu's body. After countless purifications, he was unaware of how long it had passed until part of the scale-like patterns on the Phantom Dragon's body became real, flickering with light. Forged Dragon Technique, Level 3 Layer 1. Yang Junwu directly broke through 2 minor realms in one breath. Following the breakthrough of the Forged Dragon Technique, his corporeal realm leaped from the 5th stage of refining the body realm to the 9th stage, standing only a step away from advancing to the cleansing the body realm. It wasn't solely due to his recent practice. The Forged Dragon Technique could cultivate automatically, having accumulated quite a bit of energy before the breakthrough. It just combined everything to ascend together. Yang Junwu waved his arms, feeling a surge of strength inside his body. Sua Roshue glanced back at him, her star-like eyes hinting with a trace of confusion. She always felt that the aura around Yang Junwu had changed significantly compared to when he first entered the room. A subtle, yet undeniable pressure emanated from him. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. Finally someone has come. I was almost driven crazy with boredom. Sun Yui muttered curses while speaking. The newcomer was also an incredibly beautiful woman, distinct from Xuanhuan's delicate charm. This person radiated more seduction and maturity. Yang Junwu's gaze fell upon her face, and his expression immediately froze. Xiao Mingyue. She had actually also enrolled in the Divine Weapon Academy. Yang Junwu's lips curved into a bitter smile. Xiao Mingyue, the miss of the Qiao family, and also the arranged blind date selected by his original grandpa. It was the night before their marriage, when he got drunk and ended up sleeping with Xiao Mingyue's close friend, the second daughter of the Bai family, Bai Shuling. Then, he was tied up by the Bai family, his limbs were broken, and he was thrown into a mass grave. Everyone thought he was dead, and naturally, his engagement to Xiao Mingyue became null and void. He always thought there was something wrong with this incident, but not only did the Yang family not investigate, they also tacitly approved of the Bai family's actions and directly removed him from the Yang family. Perhaps he could get some answers from this young miss of the Qiao family. With this thought in mind, Yang Junwu stood up voluntarily and walked toward Xiao Mingyue. Xiao miss, it's been a long time. Xiao Mingyue hadn't noticed Yang Junwu standing in the corner at first. When she finally focused her eyes on him, panic instantly appeared on her face. Yang Junwu, you're not dead? Indeed, Xiao Mingyue must know something. Otherwise she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Yang Junwu gave a faint smile. Do you wish your fiancé dead so much? Xiao Mingyue took several deep breaths and quickly calmed herself down. Her gaze scanned over Yang Junwu as if trying to discern everything about him. Yang Junwu, our engagement has already been dissolved. Even though I don't know why you didn't die, there is no longer any connection between us now. If you don't want me to reveal that event, it would be best if you stop bringing up the engagement. Rest assured, I'm here just for studying, and we are merely common classmates. That's the best. Xiao Mingyue slightly narrowed her eyes and nodded. Hey, what are the two of you chatting about over there? Hurry up and come join the entrance exam. Sun Yui shouted impatiently at the entrance. Yang Junwu took a deep breath. It wasn't time to confront yet. Given his current status and strength, let alone competing against the Yang and Bai major families, even the second-tier Qiao family would be beyond his reach. Focus on the present. Passing the admission test is the most important thing now. The receptionist led the 15 newcomers to a light gate. After entering here, you will enter the evaluation space with a unified B-class mecha. The more enemies you kill and the longer you survive, the higher your score will be. The top 5 scores enter Class 1, the 6th through 10th scores go to Class 2, and 11th to 15th go to Class 3. The exam duration is 1 hour. Good luck, everyone. Everyone went through the light gate one by one. As the light flashed, Yang Junwu found himself on the outskirts of a dense forest, with an activated B-class mecha already equipped. Not using one's own original mecha seems fair enough for the assessment. If so, his hidden dragon body would be a tremendous advantage. However, Yang Junwu soon realized something was amiss. He couldn't sense his original mech core within himself, and worse, he couldn't sense either the hidden dragon body or the wheel system. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This isn't the real world, it's a virtual space. Chapter 16, the god is turned into a killer god. Boom. Just as Yang Junwu was looking around at the terrain, a strange rumbling sound suddenly came from behind. He turned around and got a huge scare. The originally clear blue sky suddenly turned into fiery red boundaries, which were still moving towards the center. The boundary collapsed, ultimately destroying the entire virtual space. This trial is ruthless. People and ferocious beasts are all rushing to the center. Student Yang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move forward. A blue mech slid by his side. Judging by the voice, it seemed to be Su Ruoxue. Yang Junwu immediately followed her, and the two arrived at the entrance of the forest. There were already 5 or 6 people gathered at the entrance, and no one made a rash move. Is there anyone else? A boy with a refined appearance asked. I don't know, but there should be no one left. Yang Junwu glanced behind him. Apart from the continuously advancing collapsing boundary, he did not see any other mech pilots. It seems this forest has more than one entrance. The speaker was Sun Yui, who couldn't keep still. His gaze fell on Su Ruoxue's face, that ardent look as if it wanted to devour her whole. Su Ruoxue seemed to have noticed something, and turned away. Cough. I have a suggestion. Since our 15 people have been divided into 2 routes, there might be an opposing phase later on. I suggest we form a team of 7 to help each other. That way, it'll be safer. Sun Yue moved his gaze from Su Ruoxue and swept over everyone, opening his mouth to speak. Master Sun's words are correct. Splitting will weaken us, combining will strengthen us. Forming teams benefits everyone. A girl immediately stood up to support. Apart from Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue, everyone else nodded in agreement, indicating they agreed to form a team. What do you two think? With 4 people supporting him, Sun Yue was obviously much more arrogant. Sorry, I'm used to acting alone. Su Ruoxue shook her head. Yang Junwu, however, laughed loudly. If I join, then there will be 6 of us. How should we divide the spoils? Only 5 people can enter from a class. With 6 people, even if the team wins first place, someone will inevitably end up in the second class. And even if there are only 5 people in the team, how do you ensure fair distribution? Points aren't counted by team. Yang Junwu's sentence could be considered a decisive blow. If Sun Yue cannot come up with a fair and just solution, then this temporarily formed small team will fall apart. Everyone, rest assured. I am the eldest son of the Sun family, the largest family in Tianhui City. This young master always keeps my word. War spoils will be distributed in rotation. Absolutely no bias towards anyone in the team. The Sun family of Tianhui City, famous for its mech material forging prowess, on par with the Yang family of Kyoto. Their financial power can at least rank among the top 20 in the Fey Kingdom. Most of the others in his team are basically from secondary cities. Although they are the cream of the crop chosen from each city, compared to the identity of the heir of the Sun family, they still fall short by a large margin. With Sun family status as assurance, they believe Sun Yue will act upon his words. The two of you, since you won't join, then don't blame us for being impolite. After the team formation, the five surrounded Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue in the center. By eliminating these two competitors first, they can exclusively enjoy the resources here. What a ruthless bunch. You guys really dare to make your move. Yang Junwu screamed as he flashed out of the encirclement. So fast, the five-person squad was somewhat dumbfounded. Despite their full-speed acceleration to block him, they still couldn't catch up, watching helplessly as he slipped away from the ambush. Everyone's mech is the same, yet such a situation arose, meaning only one explanation. That person's martial arts is far above their own. Sun Yue's brows furrowed. Although the Sun family is not particularly strong in combat, with their wealth, they could obtain many rare martial arts manuals. The divine feather skill cultivated by Sun Yue himself is an extremely rare martial art. Even he couldn't catch up. Just how powerful is the other party's skill? Shock aside, his eyes held more desire. A person from a mere secondary city doesn't deserve to possess such martial arts. However, now is not the time to ponder these thoughts. One has escaped, but they still have one trapped. Even if Su Ruoxue is a beauty that moves Sun Yue, she must still be eliminated at this moment. Attack! Sun Yue roared, shooting a web of electricity from his hand. Paralyzing light web. If Su Ruoxue gets caught, both her movement speed and attack speed will be restricted. Facing the incoming electric light, Su Ruoxue slightly lifted her willow-like eyebrows, without any visible movement. In a flash, she had maneuvered out of the attack range of the electrical net. Good footwork. Yang Jun was secretly applauded in his heart. Su Ruoxue's speed isn't as fast as his dragon flash, but her angles and timing are very accurate, allowing her to easily dodge Sun Yue's sneak attack. But the crisis was not over yet. The other four teammates rushed from four different directions. Dodging the photon cannons of two of them, Su Ruoxue produced a blue shield in her hand, blocking the third person's light sword. Then, her mech moved as gracefully as waterweed, swaying lightly a few times, narrowly dodging the last person's particle cannon attack. The entire evasive process was as smooth as flowing clouds, as if the mech were dancing on the water. Exciting and beautiful. Stop it, or I will counterattack. Su Ruoxue pulled half a step back and gave a warning. Keep attacking. If we give her a chance to recover, we'll all be in trouble. Sun Yue saw his teammates frightened by her and immediately shouted. But it was too late. The brief hesitation from the four people gave Su Ruoxue an opportunity for a counterattack. She put away the shield and produced a long, light sword in her hand. Flower-cutting sword. Su Ruoxue sharply commanded as she turned into a blue dragon weaving through the five people. If her earlier evasions were like a butterfly gracefully dancing, then the next set of attacks were like surging tsunamis, fierce, overwhelming, and leaving no gap untouched. Two quick slashes of her sword accurately pierced the cores of two people. A flash of light passed, and these two people, their mech cores lost, were directly teleported away, doomed to secure the second-to-last and last places in this entrance examination. Useless trash. Sun Yue's face darkened with a menacing look. His arms transformed into feathers, shooting towards Su Ruoxue. Spirit feather sweep. Wave-forming technique. Su Ruoxue's hands turned blue as she grabbed hold of the remaining two mechs and pulled them in front of herself to intercept the oncoming white feathers. Boom, boom, boom. The protective shields around the two lasted less than 5 seconds before breaking, and Su Ruoxue swiftly swung her sword, taking out the now defenseless two people. Clean. Swift. Yang Junwu sincerely admitted to himself that if he had used all his might with Forging Dragon skill, he should be able to do the same. But there was absolutely no way he could achieve such elegance. This girl looked delicate, but unexpectedly was a tough competitor. A quick glance revealed Sun Yue attempting to escape. Dragon Flash ignited again. Yang Junwu blocked his escape route. 5-on-1. Yet you're still trying to run. How embarrassing. Yang Junwu mocked. None of your business. Move aside for Lord Sun. Sun Yue had no time to argue with him. His arms turned into feathers slashing straight at Yang Junwu. Dragon reverse punch. Yang Junwu stood firmly without moving a single step. His right arm gleamed with an eerie light as it met Sun Yue's feathered arms. Next, Sun Yue witnessed a scene that would haunt him throughout his academy life. The feathers only managed to block his punch for less than a second before shattering into pieces, followed by a tremendous force crashing onto the chest shield. The chest is where the mech core is located, closest to the core, also the strongest point of defense in the whole body. Yet, this shield broke after merely lasting 2 seconds. Chapter 17. Rescuing Zhao by Besieging Wei. Impossible. Sun Yue's eyes were full of shock as he retreated with all his strength. But Yang Junwu had already made his move, and he had no intention of letting him go. A beam of light energy spewed from under his feet, instantly increasing his speed. He stayed close to Sun Yue's body. No matter how Sun Yue tried to retreat, he couldn't escape Yang Junwu's grasp. As soon as Yang Junwu inserted his right hand into the other's body and squeezed hard, boom, Sun Yue's core exploded instantly, his mech shattered, and Sun Yue was teleported out of the consciousness space. Sun Yue's newly formed 5-person squad was locked onto the last 5 places. Su Ruoxue's expression became slightly solemn, as she slightly increased her distance from Yang Junwu. Want to team up? Yang Junwu smiled at her. For some unknown reason, Su Ruoxue felt that the man before her could be trusted. She nodded gently. All right, let's go. The space collapse is coming fast. Yang Junwu led the way ahead. The two had barely ventured less than a mile into the forest when there were some strange sounds in the treetops. Be careful, something is following us. Yang Junwu let out a low shout and fired a laser cannon towards the shaking leaves. Ow! A weird screech came from the branches as a monkey-like alien creature fell to the ground. Su Ruoxue's face turned suddenly serious. This is a goo monkey. Goo monkeys aren't individually very powerful. The strongest equivalent only equates to a C-class mech's power. But the most terrifying thing about them is that they don't live alone, instead appearing in tribes consisting of 50 to 100 goo monkeys. One isn't scary, but if 100 attack together, even a B-class mech might not withstand it. Sure enough, a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest, and an army of densely packed goo monkeys appeared, rushing toward the two without hesitation. Here we go. In contrast to Su Ruoxue's tension, Yang Junwu was ecstatic inside. This wasn't what you'd call dangerous, this was solid points. Yang Junwu held a light sword in his right hand and conjured a shield with his left, charging straight into the center of the goo monkeys. In the original host's memory, it was recorded that the goo monkeys' attacks are toxic. The poison in their front claws can corrode the outer shell of nanomechs, thus causing damage to the core. But this kind of poison had much less effect on B-class mechs. The only somewhat threatening thing was the high concentration of toxic liquid spat out from their mouths. Therefore, Yang Junwu focused solely on defending against the saliva of the goo monkeys, while simply resisting their ordinary claw attacks with the mech shield. In an instant, 7 or 8 more goo monkeys were sliced into halves by the light sword. The defense of goo monkeys was originally not this low. Facing the attack of a B-class mech, they should at least hold out for 2 to 3 hits. But Yang Junwu's hidden dragon body seemed to have a natural suppression over these creatures. Facing his attacks, the defense of the goo monkeys dropped by at least 30%. Never expected that the hidden dragon body would have such an effect, but it makes sense. Dragons are the kings of all beasts. Just their aura is enough to suppress these low-level creatures. Yang Junwu's confidence grew stronger, so much so that he didn't bother with the shield anymore. His left hand delayed light beams to lock the enemies while his right hand used the light sword for harvesting. Within just 3 minutes, more than 30 goo monkey corpses had piled up beneath him. Yang Junwu was reveling in the killing when he suddenly felt fewer and fewer goo monkeys around him. They stopped attacking actively and began to flee. The intelligence of goo monkeys was not high. Once they saw the numerous dead bodies of their own kind scattered across the ground, they knew that no matter the numbers, they wouldn't be able to match the prowess of the killing deity before them. Although they were gone, Yang Junwu didn't intend to let them go. These were clear-cut points. How could he possibly watch them slip away? Yang Junwu accelerated his steps and engaged full core output, chasing the remaining goo monkeys to continue the killing spree. On the other side, Su Ruoxue was also surrounded by more than 20 goo monkeys. Unlike Yang Junwu's violent, forceful killings, blue ripples appeared around her body. The goo monkeys colliding with these beams of light were as if entering a maze, trapped by layers of ripples. Each oscillation inflicted damage on the goo monkeys' bodies. Though each attack was not fatal, they couldn't escape the range of the light waves either. The more they struggled, the more severely they got injured. When they exhausted all their strength, a thick ray pierced through their heads, taking away their last breaths. If Yang Junwu was a brutal, crushing force, Su Ruoxue was like a spider weaving a web, slowly enjoying the prey that wandered into her web. The former was highly efficient but consumed vast amounts of energy. The latter's efficiency was slightly lower, but it conserved significantly more energy. When Yang Junwu's kill count reached 20, Su Ruoxue's kill count was still less than 5. But when Yang Junwu hit 30, Su Ruoxue had already hit 25, trailing behind by only 5 kills. Amazing. Yang Junwu killed the last goo monkey outside, locking his final kill count at 39. At this point, Su Ruoxue's record stood at 31, with 4 more still entangled in the web, bringing her final kill count to 35. This result was not far off from his. Su Ruoxue raised an eyebrow. Are you boasting about yourself? I've only killed 35. Even if that's impressive, aren't you more impressive? My physique is slightly different from the norm, so we can't compare like this, and besides, your energy consumption is much less than mine. Yang Junwu shook his head. If it weren't for the suppression of the goo monkeys by his hidden dragon body, his killing speed would have dropped by at least 30%. Alright, let's stop flattering each other. Su Ruoxue flashed a bright smile. How beautiful. It was as though a rose bloomed on the lake's surface. Yang Junwu, gazing at this enchanting smile, became momentarily entranced. At the moment she smiled, the hatred in his heart and the pursuit of cultivation seemed to fade, leaving him with only the desire to roam the world with her. Yang Junwu vigorously shook his head, casting aside this absurd thought. This was not the time for romance. In Su Ruoxue's electrical web, only one goo monkey remained, gasping its last breaths. It just needed one final blow to complete the kill. A slight relaxation washed over both their hearts. But just as Su Ruoxue's laser pierced through the monkey's brain, something strange happened. The nearly dead goo monkey suddenly swelled up, stopping only when it had grown to 10 times its original size. Simultaneously, it opened its massive mouth and inhaled deeply. Yellow auras emerged from the bodies of the dead goo monkeys on the ground, being absorbed entirely into its mouth. The huge goo monkey swung its right arm, thicker than a stone statue, and instantly tore apart the light net Su Ruoxue had set. At the same moment, the nails on its left arm began to grow rapidly, extending to a full meter in length. As soon as the light net disappeared, The huge goo monkey's green glowing left fingers slashed down towards Su Ruoshui's head. Facing such a dire situation, Su Ruoshui did not panic. 3 blue shields materialized almost instantly, blocking the attack before her. Crack. The first shield offered no defense at all, shattered directly by the long claws. Be careful, Yang Junwu shouted loudly. His core went into overdrive, unleashing the dragon-breaking fist with full power as he charged toward the monstrous goo monkey's head. He didn't assist Su Ruoshui in defense because the toxicity of the enlarged goo monkey now far exceeded what a B-class mech could easily handle. Only through attacking could they stand a chance. Crack. Su Ruoshui's second shield crumbled. Chapter 18. So you are no longer a virgin. In the face of Yang Junwu's attack, the giant ancient monkey paid no attention at all. It seemed to have eyes only for Su Ruoshui before it. Damn it. You actually don't even look at me. So then die. Crack. Boom. The 2 loud sounds rang out simultaneously as Su Ruoshui's last shield was shattered, and so was the head of the huge goo monkey. The goo monkey had absorbed the power of its kind, and its strength was formidable, but neither its intelligence nor body had been enhanced. Under Yang Junwu's frenzied assault, its skull was crushed and it fell to the ground with a thud. Huff huff huff. Yang Junwu took deep, heavy breaths. His true strength is still too lacking. Without the link provided by the wheel and various boosts from pills, compared to an ordinary B-class mech pilot, he's just slightly stronger in terms of techniques. It seems he needs to improve quickly. At this point, his core energy was almost completely depleted. If another monster comparable to a B-class mech showed up, the result would be elimination. As he was about to sit down to restore his core energy, a cold, neutral mechanical voice sounded above his head. Ding. System notification. If any candidate kills another candidate, the current score of the killed candidate will be directly added to the killer. Current score situation: Yang Junwu 59, Su Ruoshui 34, Mo.E by 20, Chao Mingyue 17. What nonsense is this? Publishing everyone's scores like this, isn't that just messing with me? Yang Junwu was greatly shocked. If each person's score were continuously announced, the one with the highest points by the end would very likely be ganged up on and eliminated by others. For Yang Junwu, it might not even reach that point because there was already a fatal threat right in front of him. With almost zero combat capability left, though Su Ruoshui was also significantly drained, killing him would be effortless. Sure enough, after regaining her senses, Su Ruoshui took steps toward him. Yang Junwu did not beg for mercy, but simply closed his eyes. This was merely an evaluation. Even if she killed him, it wouldn't matter much. But somehow, being eliminated this way made his heart tighten faintly. Soon, Su Ruoshui arrived opposite him. Will you walk yourself, or shall I help you? Su Ruoshui's tone was calm, as if speaking about the most ordinary thing imaginable. Make your move, I don't blame you. Yang Junwu sighed lightly. What should come eventually came. Good. Suddenly, Su Ruoshui squatted down. Yang Junwu was taken aback, his eyes reflecting an incredulous look. You're going to carry me? Su Ruoshui smiled gently. So, you really think I'd take advantage of the situation to kill you and steal your points? Yang Junwu's heart surged with joy. His thoughts wandered far away. Is this girl interested in me? Keeping her around wouldn't be bad either. Strong abilities and considerate as well. Hey, what are you smiling foolishly about? I warn you not to overthink things. We'll team up to withstand attacks from others. Su Ruoshui's clear eyes obviously saw through all of Yang Junwu's little calculations. Understood, understood. Lying on Su Ruoshui's back, Yang Junwu was lost in thought. This woman was truly mysterious. Her heart was lively, yet it seemed something restrained her, preventing her from being entirely herself. After walking about 5 kilometers toward the center of the forest and encountering some strange creatures along the way, all of which were handled by Su Ruoshui alone. First, Su Ruoshui needed to gain more points. Second, Yang Junwu needed to recover his core energy quickly to prepare for the subsequent dangers. Watching Su Ruoshui fight up close, Yang Junwu increasingly found that her techniques weren't simple. Her attacks, although not as powerful as the forging dragon techniques, weren't weak either. And in defense and control, they were fully superior. Techniques that could comprehensively consider every aspect and were still so strong must be rare in the world. Even if Su Ruoshui wasn't royalty, she was definitely the heir of some major family. However, one thing was odd. The previous owner's memories had no trace of such a person, and the Su family wasn't a large clan either. Interesting. Yang Junwu became more interested in her. After advancing several more kilometers, the two arrived at a peculiar small house. The house appeared to be built from a certain kind of bamboo. When Yang Junwu pushed hard against it, it didn't budge even slightly. It wasn't ordinary bamboo. Yang Junwu instructed Su Ruoshui to stay outside on guard while he went in alone to investigate. There was no furniture inside the house. Only in the center position was a glowing portal flickering. Next to it stood a bamboo monument inscribed with the words, "Exit." Yang Junwu carefully examined the surroundings to ensure nothing was missed, then stepped out. "Young classmate, what's inside?" Su Ruoshui asked. "It should be the exit of this virtual space, as well as the most central location. Leaving now, we can preserve our current points." At this point, he had 59 points, Su Ruoshui 54, far exceeding Mo.E Bai's 30 and Chao Mingyue's 28. Su Ruoshui shook her head. "There's still plenty of time. Leaving now would be disadvantageous for us. If the others team up to fight monsters, they'll quickly surpass us." Yang Junwu agreed. Before them lay 2 options. 1. To leave and search for monsters to earn points. 2. To hide and wait for someone to come by, then directly seize their points. After discussing, both deemed it better to lie in wait here. easier and less risky as it didn't expose them to attacks from hordes of beasts. Since this was a must-pass route, no matter how many points the opponents had gained, eventually they all needed to exit through here. Thus, while fierce battles were occurring outside, the two chatted idly inside the house. "Miss Su, are you from Xuanhuan country?" Su Ruoxue was slightly startled, lowering her head. "How do you know?" Yang Junwu chuckled. "It's a guess." "A guess. The techniques you possess are remarkable, likely belonging only to either great families or royalty. However, I'm quite familiar with Feihua country's powerful factions, and none bear your last name. So, you're probably from Xuanhuan country." Su Ruoxue neither confirmed nor denied it, but asked instead, "What about you? Someone like you could never be cultivated by a secondary city." "Genius." Yang Junwu bitterly laughed. "Perhaps only you think so." With wide eyes filled with curiosity, Su Ruoxue urged him on. "What happened? Tell me." For some reason, looking into Su Ruoxue's bright eyes made the depression in Yang Junwu's heart fade somewhat. "My physical constitution is special. Since childhood, I couldn't cultivate, so my grandfather abandoned me, even discarding the collateral branch where my father belonged. Afterward, when my younger brother Yang Xiuxian was born, he became everyone's shining star, immensely talented, even being called the top forging genius of Fei country. As the eldest grandchild, to ensure that Yang Xiuxian could smoothly inherit the family business, an arranged marriage was set up for me, intending to marry me off. But something unforeseen happened. On the night before the wedding, I was drugged unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself in bed with a woman, and we'd already consummated the relationship." Yang Junwu paused briefly. "Go on. What next? Who was the woman?" Su Ruoxue propped her chin on her hands, urging him eagerly. Yang Junwu's forehead twitched faintly. "My good classmate, shouldn't you show at least a bit of sympathy instead of looking as if you're enjoying the show? I only knew she surnamed Bai, the second daughter of the local Bai family, who was likely also tricked. Later, when I requested the family to investigate the matter, they merely approved allowing the Chao and Bai families to break my limbs, leaving me to perish on my own. Grandfather, you truly have a cold heart." At this moment, Yang Junwu's emotions had completely blended with those of the original host, revealing a look of hatred in his eyes. Fortunately, the Tang family kindly saved me, giving me a new lease on life, and I entered the Divine Weapon Academy representing the Tang family. Apart from not mentioning the wheel, basically everything that could be told was revealed to her. After several seconds of silence, Su Ruoxue suddenly sighed softly. "Who would have thought you've already lost your virginity?" Yang Junwu was covered in black lines. "Hold on a moment. Isn't your focus supposed to be on the tragedy of my being expelled from home?" "Oh yes, it is quite tragic indeed. Expelled from home and having lost your virginity too." Su Ruoxue nodded repeatedly. Yang Junwu. Chapter 19. Your humble servant accepts. Yang Jun and Wu waited in the room for less than 5 minutes when they heard the sound of an argument nearby. "Moe Bai, we discovered this snow lotus beast first. How dare you break our agreement and make your move directly?" Chao Mingyue stood at the front of her group, scolding the leader of the opposing team. On one side were 8 people divided into 2 groups. Both sides had reached an agreement not to interfere with each other, but now Moe Bai openly snatched the spoils of war from Chao Mingyue's team, leading to a conflict between them. A trace of disdainful sneer appeared on Moe Bai's lips. "Chao Mingyue, how dare a woman from a mere second-tier family accuse your humble servant? Do you even know your own strength? Moreover, it belongs to those who are capable. You couldn't kill the beast after half a day, which is simply due to your incompetence." After finishing his words, the 3 teammates behind him burst out laughing, not taking the 4 opponents seriously at all. Almost all members of Chao Mingyue's team came from small families or small cities, while the worst-off members in the opponent's group were born into second-tier families. Especially Moe Bai, though the Mo family was not one of the 5 super families, it still ranked top among the first-tier families in terms of power and wealth. "You're shameless." Upon hearing these words, Chao Mingyue and her 3 companions became furiously angry, yet they were acutely aware that their current abilities weren't sufficient to compete with the other side. They could only swallow their anger and endure. "Let's go." Chao Mingyue turned around and prepared to leave. Moe Bai suddenly appeared before her. "Did I give you permission to leave? We've already given the monster to you. What else do you want?" Chao Mingyue kept herself fully alert, sensing something ominous lurking deep within her heart. Her peripheral vision darted around, and indeed, she saw the other 3 opponents approaching her 3 teammates respectively. "Ha! Do you know why we didn't attack you initially? That's because having all of you as free labor enabled me to gain more points. Those of lower ranks should obediently stay in the lower classes. Hand over the points accumulated in your hands, right now." Moe Bai let out a conceited laugh. "Never." While speaking, Chao Mingyue rapidly looked for possible routes to escape. She wasn't sure if she could resist the man before her. Once her 3 comrades were completely annihilated, she would be surrounded by 4 people and certainly have no chance of survival. "Don't even think about running away. You can't possibly escape. But being the extremely kind-hearted person that I am, I'll give you a chance to enter Class 1. Be my woman, and I'll spare your life." Moe Bai said coldly. Regardless, Chao Mingyue was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. He thought playing around with her wouldn't be too bad. "Never." With a loud shout, Chao Mingyue initiated the attack. 2 beams of delay light, one left and one right, shot towards Moe Bai, attempting to immobilize him. Trivial skills. Moonlight slash. Moe Bai drew a luminous blade. Without any noticeable movement from him, the 2 beams of delay light were cut off instantly. However, Chao Mingyue's attack hadn't ended yet. Her body lunged forward aggressively, releasing 4 beams of light, swords from her shoulders and chest. 4 directions light cutting sword. This was a self-created technique of xiaomingyu's. After years of refinement, it was ready for real combat, its power comparable to rare martial arts techniques. Stop making a fool out of yourself, garbage. Crescent moon impact. Mo Yibai roared, throwing his moon-shaped blade in the air. It slid through the sky in a crescent shape, hitting all 4 light swords away from Xiaomingyu. There was even force left over to strike her body. You fell for it. A faint smile flickered across Xiaomingyu's lips. The 4 light swords hit by the moon blade just moments ago gathered again, flying towards Mo Yibai's chest. Impossible. Mo Yibai was shocked. If his shield got punctured, it might directly expose his core. Even a master needs luck. At this critical moment, Mo Yibai made the right decision. Instead of activating his shield recklessly, he sidestepped and blocked with his arm. Zit. The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. Ultimately, the light swords pierced through 2 pieces of armor on his arms, severely injuring Mo Yibai, but he managed to avoid the fatal blow. At the same time, the moon blade struck Xiaomingyu's chest, sending her flying. Xiaomingyu landed hard on the ground, suffering some minor injuries. You disgusting bitch, you actually dared to hurt me. His injury further ignited Mo Yibai's fury. He approached Xiaomingyu lying on the ground step by step. Dozens of moon blades shone brightly on his body. Moon blade storm. Pointing his hand toward her, the moon blades rotated, like death-bringing discs, rushing toward Xiaomingyu. Water spirit protection. Just then, a female voice sounded calmly. A patch of blue light appeared in front of Xiaomingyu. When the moon blades collided with the barrier, they quickly tore open a gap in it. But soon, the torn spot began repairing itself. The moon blades were like fish trapped in a net. No matter how they struggled, they were unable to penetrate the light barrier. It's you. Why did you interfere with my affairs? The light barrier and crescent moon blades disappeared, allowing Mo Yibai to see the woman standing in front of Xiaomingyu. He suddenly felt a bit disconcerted. Su Ruoxue calmly said, "It's true your matter has nothing to do with me, but for a big man like you to humiliate a woman this way is not very proper, is it?" Mo Yibai's mind raced rapidly. Currently, there were only 2 people ranked above him on the leaderboard, Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue. Yang Junwu did not sound like a girl's name, so the person before him must be Su Ruoxue with 54 points. If he could take her points, the first place would surely be his. What he needed to do now was delay time, waiting for his teammates to join up. Are you called Su Ruoxue? Mo Yibai began using delay tactics. You're not entirely foolish. Su Ruoxue indeed did not initiate an attack. You are strong, why don't you join my team? You may not know, even within Class 1, there will still be last place eliminations. Those who can possess more cultivation resources will have a firmer status. Su Ruoxue closed her eyes. No need for more talk to buy time. If you're waiting for your teammates to gather, I can wait too. Upon hearing this, Mo Yibai was stunned. The other party had already seen through his tricks, yet they still didn't attack. Could she really be so confident in her ability to fight 1 against 4? It might be possible outside, but here, all the mecha had equal strength. The only difference lay in their combat techniques. Even top-notch techniques would find it hard to counter the advantage of numbers at the same level. I'll just see what tricks you play next. Soon enough, the 3 members originally from Xiaomingyu's team were eliminated one by one, and all 4 opponents gathered. Xiaomingyu tried to say something, but ended up saying nothing. If she couldn't even rely on herself, what could she do? With all his teammates present, Mo Yibai became increasingly arrogant. Su Ruoxue, earlier you were so bold. I'd like to see how you handle fighting for. The 4 quickly moved, surrounding the 2 in the center. A trace of an enigmatic smile appeared on Su Ruoxue's lips. It's just calling for reinforcements, right? Even miss. I can do that. Hey, Mr. Yang, stop hiding and come out to claim your points. Coming. A shadow darted down from the treetop, its enormous fist crashing straight onto one of the 4 men's heads. That man reacted rather quickly, raising his shield to meet the punch. Crack. The light shield shattered in less than half a second, and the newcomer's speed remained unaffected. The fist fell, instantly shattering the target's full-body mecha armor. His body transformed into a ray of light and vanished directly. An instant kill, a genuine instant kill. This was a battle between equals. Shock spread across the entire field, except for Su Ruoxue. As Yang Junwu passed Xiaomingyu, he walked over to Su Ruoxue's side, smiling and opening his mouth. Miss Su, these 15 points this gentleman shall take first. Chapter 20, a perfect score in sports. Xiaomingyu's face was pale. She had never imagined that Yang Junwu, whom the Yang family considered a good-for-nothing, would become so powerful today. Regret crept into her heart at this moment. No, he mustn't discover the truth about that incident. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be herself, but also the entire Chao family who would suffer dire consequences. She secretly vowed to find a way to expel Yang Junwu from the academy, or even eliminate him. Mo Yibai recovered his composure. Instead of being surprised, he seemed rather pleased. Classmate, you're very strong. Why don't you join my team? I'll take care of you. Follow me, and whatever mech materials you need in the future will all be taken care of. Yang Junwu gave a faint smile. So you're trying to recruit me? Exactly. There's no need for subtleties between us. You are indeed formidable, but even someone with the best talent still needs financial support. Otherwise, while you might be able to obtain B-class cores, could you secure A-class or S-class ones? Without core components for your mech, no matter how great your talent is, it will amount to nothing. My Mo family belongs to one of the near super families, with abundant financial resources and expertise in mech material forging. It's undoubtedly the perfect place for you to join. The onlookers looked at each other, puzzled. What was going on? The entrance exam wasn't over yet, so why had recruitment started already? Your suggestion does appeal to me greatly. However, there are still 6 people left. Whom do you intend to remove? Yang Junwu cast a glance at the remaining 3 individuals. Being met by his gaze, Chao Mingyue's heart immediately plunged into shock. He wouldn't be seeking revenge by directly kicking her out, would he? She retreated a small distance, striving to make herself less conspicuous. Mo Yibai's mind worked swiftly. The relationship between Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui seemed pretty good. It was impossible to kick Su Ruoshui out. More importantly, he couldn't win against her either. They had only managed to save Chao Mingyue when they came to rescue her. This indicated that she was the person Yang Junwu intended to protect. Thus, she shouldn't be touched either. It seemed that one person had to be eliminated from within their group then. Zhang Chao, Li Zhong, you two engage in a single duel. The winner gets 5th place. Mo Yibai, how shameless can you be? We're teammates. How dare you betray your own teammates? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chao and Li Zhong's expressions changed drastically as they angrily shouted back. What teammates? Do you even deserve to call yourselves my teammates? You're merely my subordinates. Hurry up, don't force me to act personally. A look of disdain appeared on Mo Yibai's face. Zhang Chao and Li Zhong exchanged a glance, nodding firmly. Attack. Let's go all out against him. So what if he's a disciple of the first-tier family? Worst case scenario, we die together. The two approached Mo Yibai from both sides, launching their full force towards him. Particle cannons led the charge, followed closely by delayed beams. Not knowing your own strength, Mo Yibai sneered, raising his arms. 2 shields of light spun flawlessly, completely intercepting Zhang and Li's attacks. At this very moment, the disparity in combat techniques was clearly displayed. Zhang and Li became increasingly desperate as they fought. No matter which angle they attacked from, the opponent easily deflected them. With such frenzied offensives, their core energies began to deplete, and their movements became noticeably sluggish. Mo Yibai seized this opportunity without delay. An arc-shaped moonlight sword materialized in his hands, ready for retaliation. Just at this moment, a gray figure darted toward him from behind. It moved so fast that within less than 2 seconds, it had already closed in, thrusting mercilessly with its light blade straight toward the vital area, facing his back. Chao Mingyue, how dare you? Mo Yibai unleashed an astonishing reaction in this critical moment. He rotated on the spot, meeting the attack head-on with his arc-shaped moonlight sword. Face-to-face offensive versus offensive, he absolutely wasn't afraid. Die? Primordial light slashing sword. A glimmer of madness flashed across Chao Mingyue's eyes. The original light blade meant to clash directly with the arc moonlight sword wavered like ripples, actually passing right through the moonlight sword. Sizzle. An ugly sound of metal grinding filled the air. Mo Yibai's rear defense was penetrated by the light blade, hitting the core. Simultaneously, Chao Mingyue was struck by the arc moonlight sword, flying backward several meters before slowly coming to a halt. She was instantly critically injured, unable to even stand temporarily. Both parties were severely wounded. However, a victorious smile emerged on Chao Mingyue's lips. She had won. Mo Yibai, having been stabbed in the core, would be eliminated first. Even if she were to be killed by others afterward, her rank would still be 5th place. You wait, young master will have his day. With a final scream filled with resentment, Mo Yibai disappeared into specks of light. Such a dramatic ending shocked Zhang Chao and Li Zhong immensely, leaving them feeling both startled and delighted. Startled because they had crossed Mo Yibai, and certainly, trouble would ensue in the academy later on. Delighted because they had secured 5th place, assuring their placement in Class 1. It wasn't until now that they realized Yang Junwu had no intention from the beginning to join the Mo family. Everything from start to finish was merely fooling Mo Yibai. This man was too terrifying, and so were those 2 women. One was highly skilled, the other cold-hearted and ruthless. Even if they couldn't become friends, they absolutely must not become enemies. The 2 of them forced a smile, trying to appear as friendly as possible, and said, Mr. Yang, what should we do now? Yang Junwu raised an eyebrow. What? You're still thinking about snatching points from me? No, we certainly dare not. To make it into Class 1 is already a stroke of luck. We don't dare ask for more. The 2 hastily waved their hands. Yang Junwu pointed toward the cabin. That's the exit over there. Thank you. Zhang Chao beamed with joy, though he was in the top 5 already. Leaving with points was much better than without any points. The 2 quickly ran towards the cabin. Yang Junwu slowly approached Chao Mingyue. She stared at him intently. Yang Junwu, I know you hate me, but there's nothing I can do about it. As a member of a large family, we are incapable of controlling our own destinies. Yang Junwu spoke firmly, word by word. I just want to know exactly what happened that day, and who orchestrated all this. Chao Mingyue shook her head lightly. Sorry, I blacked out that day too. When I woke up, my father told me that you had already been taken away by the Bai family and would never appear again, so I should forget about our engagement. Yang Junwu stared at her for a long while before saying indifferently, I'll believe what you've said for now. In the academy, I hope you can keep my identity secret, which is not only for my benefit, but also for your own. Chao Mingyue nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I also want to find out who has been tampering with things. If you need help, you can come to me anytime. All right, you go ahead and leave. Yang Junwu stood up, choosing not to act against her. Thank you. Chao Mingyue hurriedly left through the cabin. Her current score wasn't small. Her own 38 points plus Mo Yibai's 45 made a total of 83 points, even surpassing Yang Junwu's 79 points, placing her first. She'd already asked people about this. The entrance exam scores could be directly exchanged into academy credits, and these academy credits had great uses for exchanging materials, training resources, mech courses, and more. Unfortunately, at this point, neither Yang Junwu nor Su Ruoxue were aware of this. Otherwise, they would never have let Chao Mingyue leave with such a high number of points. After Chao Mingyue left, only Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue remained in the forest. There's still some time left, why don't we work out a bit? Yang Junwu suggested with a grin. Fine, you go up, I'll go down, each relying on our own abilities then, Su Ruoxue nodded. Both launched themselves from the upper and lower sides of the cabin, initiating a massive cleanup of beasts in the woods. 10 minutes later, the collapsing surroundings left less than 50 meters distance from the cabin's exit. Panting heavily as they regrouped, their core energy lights turned red. They smiled at each other, and Su Ruoxue spoke first, raising her head. 95 points. How about you? Yang Junwu's lips curled up in a smug arc. Sorry, I've got precisely 5 points more than you. Exactly 100. Chapter 21. The Bet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, passing the entrance exam, and entering Class 1. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check your inbox. Additionally, the roulette active mission has been initiated and is available for the host to claim. There's a reward for this too? How does the roulette know I'm going to Divine Weapon Academy? Is this made up on the spot? Who cares? Made up or not, as long as there's an advantage, that's fine. Yang Junwu was starting to like this system more and more. It always had surprises in store when he least expected them. The rewards were some elixir exchange coupons and mech material exchange coupons. Compared to previous rewards, they weren't many, but more importantly, it unlocked active missions. With this, Yang Junwu now had more room for choice. Please note, host, the system provides 3 optional missions each time. The host can only accept one at a time. Once selected, the other 2 disappear, and no new missions will appear until the current one is completed. Yang Junwu immediately understood. Given such rules, she'd better pick the easier to complete tasks when selecting missions. I want to take on a mission. Upon his command, the roulette revealed 3 optional missions. 1. Successfully create a B grade or higher mech. 2. Establish a faction within the academy. 3. Break through the Chuti realm. After a brief deliberation, Yang Junwu eventually chose the second option. The mission requirement. The faction must consist of at least 5 people and possess at least 2 A-grade mechs to be considered successfully established. The number of members shouldn't be an issue, and concerning A-grade mechs, he already had one himself. From Su Ruoxue's cultivation method, it seemed plausible that she could also acquire an A-grade mech. After accepting the mission, Yang Junwu exited the system space. The exit of the cabin was a nano-teleportation light band. After passing through the teleportation belt, they arrived in a bright large room. Dozens of gazes shot over upon seeing the 2 figures. Some were indifferent, others curious, and a few even appraising Su Ruoxue's beauty. 2 pairs of killing intent-laden eyes zipped straight toward Yang Junwu. Who else but Sun Yufei and Moe Bai? Having suffered humiliations at his hands, one relegated to Class 3, the other expelled to Class 2, they were hardly in a good mood. Yang Junwu didn't even bother to glance at them. Gazes couldn't kill, and besides, this was the academy, not their family estate. Regardless of how much power they wielded here, all that mattered was academic performance. Enraged by being ignored, Sun Yufei's temper flared. In 2 quick strides, he rushed to Yang Junwu, grabbing his collar forcefully and growling. Kid, do you dare fight me with your own mech? Let go. With a casual flick of his hand, Yang Junwu sent Sun Yufei's hand flying off with a powerful force. He inwardly marveled. This opponent's physical strength was undoubtedly at the Chuti level. Chuti realm corresponded to A-grade cores. Could it be that this person also possessed an A-grade mech core inside? Fighting privately within the academy is prohibited, and violations will result in disciplinary action. A senior sister walked over and stated coldly, if you wish to settle private grievances, you may spend credits to apply through the academy, and the academy will arrange the venue and time accordingly. Sun Yufei grinned delightedly, pointing at Yang Junwu and shouting loudly, all right, I'll apply for a duel against him. Applying requires 10 credits, and the opponent must agree, the senior sister said, her expression hinting at the drama unfolding before her. What about it, kid? Do you dare accept the challenge? I refuse. Yang Junwu replied calmly. Coward, are you even a man? Yang Junwu smiled faintly. I don't know if I'm a man, but what I do know is that I'm not interested in putting on a monkey show for you. If you want to fight, fine. Let's wager 50 credits. Do you dare? Yang Junwu didn't yet understand exactly what these credits were, but applying for a duel required spending credits, which indicated they were likely a universal currency within the academy. Making an extra 50 points absolutely made sense. Excuse me, senior sister, how many starting credits do freshmen get? Sun Yufei hastily asked. The starting credits for freshmen are 0, but you can exchange your points from the entrance examination into credits at the exchange booth nearby, with a 1-to-1 ratio. What? Yang Junwu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Why wasn't this rule mentioned earlier? Oh, maybe because you didn't ask? My goodness, what a huge loss. Yang Jun was heart-bled. The 3 people who left earlier probably had at least 120 credits among them, more than his entire current fortune. He was stunned, and Sun Yufei looked like a wooden chicken, utterly motionless. Yang Jun still had at least 100 credits, while he had none at all. Any chance to save face was gone. Yang Jun's mind quickly turned, suddenly opening his mouth and saying, Mr. Sun, I have a suggestion. Would you consider it? Let's hear it then. Sun Yufei replied arrogantly. In this case, I will initiate the challenge. If you win, I'll give you 50 credits. If you lose, I won't take your credits, but you must join my college faction. Sun Yue's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this person to know about the college factions. The Sun family also had a faction in the academy, and most of the college factions were divided among the few major families, making it hard for central factions to survive. A mere individual from a secondary city actually wanted to establish his own college faction. It was nothing more than a pipe dream. If it isn't successfully established or gets disbanded, then the bet is completely nullified. Alright, I agree, the senior sister said seriously. Classmate, think carefully. Once the duel is reported to the academy, the agreed-upon conditions must be executed. If violated, not only will you have to pay a large amount of credits as compensation, but you will also face disciplinary action. I understand clearly. Good, I'll go help you apply immediately. Please follow me. This senior apparently liked being part of the drama too, so she immediately began filling out forms for their application process. As a result, under her influence, the situation became more significant. Most of the freshmen already knew about this duel, and some news even reached the ears of older students and teachers. President, your cousin seems ready to fight someone. In the Rising Sun Society president's office, a member rushed in. Sun Tianyi frowned. What nonsense is Little Wei up to? Before our grandfather came, he explicitly told him to report to the Rising Sun Society as soon as he finishes enrollment, but Wei treats it as nothing but idle talk. He had heard that his cousin had an impulsive character, but he didn't expect that on the first day of enrollment, he would start causing trouble. I also heard he bet 50 credits, and if he loses, he has to join the other party's faction. What? This fool? Sun Tianyi was shocked. 50 credits selling himself off? Wasn't that stupid? Hurry, go to the dueling ground. Sun Tianyi quickly left the Rising Sun Society. With his hasty departure, the other major forces immediately got the message. The Rising Sun Society had grown increasingly powerful in recent years, even hinting at challenging the top 10 holy societies. Every movement of Sun Tianyi could tug at the nerves of many people. After learning he was heading to the dueling ground, many forces started speculating on what grand actions he might be planning. Thus, various powers began dispatching personnel to investigate what was happening at the dueling ground. And just like that, what was originally a simple competition between newcomers over some pride now shook the entire Divine Weapon Academy. Chapter 22. The Ultimate Attack Set, Night Enchantress Kiss. The large arena in the outer courtyard has 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Originally, the seniors had applied for a small arena for them, but the number of spectators who came was just too many, and the small arena could not hold everyone. There was nothing to be done about it, so the arena management teacher directly opened up the large arena for them. The moment Yang Junwu walked into the arena, his ears were immediately met with a loud roar of noise. Looking up, he saw a vast sea of people filling the audience stands. Whoa, what's going on? Are these guys really that interested in a freshman duel? Yang Junwu was somewhat taken aback. He didn't need this much attention now. Keeping a low profile and developing steadily was the key. Ho ho, haven't seen anything, little boy, scared off already by this crowd. Sun Yue sneered at him as he pointed a finger. Yang Junwu gave a calm smile. Too many spectators mean I'm afraid you'll have no place to stand when you lose. Anyone can talk big. Let's see the real deal. Each of them retreated back to their starting positions. Yang Junwu quickly analyzed the situation mentally. The other side is being so arrogant and full of confidence. It's highly possible they have an A-grade core inside their body. Even if the fusion level isn't high, using B-grade mecha will still cause trouble and might easily expose his possessed methods. Though there is still 1-star ascension pill left, its side effects are too significant. 2 days without a core would be risky. Mech LINK needs an A-class core to activate. Having ruled out all feasible options, there was only one solution: drawing out the ultimate attack set and using an attack capability far surpassing the B-grade core, annihilating the opponent in seconds. Yang Junwu swiftly entered the roulette space. I want to draw a lottery. With his shout, the massive roulette will instantly appeared. Yang Junwu noticed that compared to the last use, some fragmented patterns had emerged on the edge of the wheel, though they were not very clear. Host attributes: Strength, 110. Agility, 110. Constitution, 120. Mecha, A-grade/B grade. Skills: Forged Dragon skill set, level 3, 0 turns. Luck value, 30 out of 100. Kill count, 5. Roulette level, rare. Roulette upgrade, 250/10,000. Compared to his time in Yunyao City, his abilities had slightly improved due to completing some tasks, which also slightly boosted the experience points for the roulette. Still, the speed like this was too slow. Once the school enrollment procedures were over, he needed to immediately head for the Star Dust Mine extraction. He pulled out 10 mecha set lottery cards. The biggest difference between the mecha sets and Link is permanence. As long as the mecha is equipped with a set, it could keep functioning as long as the core doesn't disappear, and it can even be replaced. But having more sets is not necessarily better. Too many sets will accelerate the consumption of the mecha core, reducing the sustained operation time. During the last battle with Dean Luo, Yang Junwu used a defense set, but this time, he had to draw an attack set. Alright, it's time to test my luck. 10 consecutive draws go. 10 needles began to spin rapidly on the roulette, and gradually stopped one after another in different color zones. The first ones to stop were the 3 in the white zone, followed by 3 in green, 2 in blue, and 1 in copper. Only the last needle was still slowly spinning. Will it be silver or gold? It must come out as gold. Yang Junwu silently prayed, eyes locked onto the golden section of the roulette. Ding! A crisp sound resonated from above the roulette. and the needle firmly halted in the center of the golden zone. Yes, success. Let the attack set come out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate attack set, Knight Enchanter's Kiss, suitable for equipping cores B grade or higher. Your luck value has been reset to 0. 30 lucky values for a gold draw from 10 consecutive draws, feels worth it already. This thing isn't like the games in his previous life with guaranteed bottom-line mechanisms, purely based on luck. 10 sweets floated in the system space, and Yang Junwu instantly focused on the one right in the middle. What's called an attack set actually looked more like an ancient creature sculpture, especially those eerie eyes, emitting chilling vibes, as if they were trying to attract Yang Junwu's soul. Yang Junwu quickly calmed himself down. So powerful, truly worthy of the name premium set. B-class core, absorb Knight Enchanter's Kiss. Just after he completed the installation, the referee of the Grand Arena announced the start of the duel. 2 massive floating amethyst core screens showed both fighter statuses and levels for the surrounding audience to see clearly. Sun Yue moved first. A-class mecha, Heaven Feather, activate. Many newcomers in the viewing stand immediately felt lost and confused. Isn't it true that only S-grade and above mechas can be named? Why could an A-class mecha be given a name? Su Ruoxue calmly explained. This is not the name of the mecha. It's just a nickname Sun Yue gave himself. No limitation on characters, similar to a pet's name. A newcomer nearby suddenly said, then can't I also call my mecha the Invincible Handsome Emanation? Su Ruoxue. It turned out to be an A-class mech. Many people were slightly surprised that a newcomer could use and possess an A-class mech. Of course, it was just a little surprising. Each year, among the new students, there are at least 5 who own an A-class mech. It's not really a big deal. However, when his opponent activated his mech, almost everyone present froze at seeing the large letter B in Yang Junwu's attribute column. Just a B-class mech? What's the point of fighting with this? And with such a huge gap in levels and grades, was it even necessary to use the large arena for dueling? Sun Yue, after merging with his mech, seemed much calmer. This time he refrained from making sarcastic remarks. The fact that his opponent knew he had an A-class core but still dared to propose a one-on-one duel meant that there must be something extraordinary about this set of B-class mecha he was wearing. 3 particle cannons were triggered, beginning the usual probing start in mech combat. Speaking of which, this was Yang Junwu's first evenly matched and formal match. He too wanted to know how much difference existed between a B-class and an A-class mech under normal circumstances. He sent 3 particle cannons back towards Sun Yue. After 3 resounding booms, the glow of Yang Junwu's particle cannon faded. The light on the other side dimmed a bit, but still managed to strike him in the chest. Yang Junwu took 3 steps back. Thankfully, the power had been reduced somewhat, not enough to cause fatal damage. Is that all? Does this kind of duel really need the large arena? It's a waste of resources. Let's go home. There's nothing worth watching. The audience erupted in whistles and complaints. People like to see rare spectacles, and A-class match trouncing B-class matches is simply too common. There's no excitement or entertainment value at all. Sun Yue sneered coldly. Yang Junwu, if that's all you've got, you should just go home and sleep. No need to embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Have you won yet? Yang Junwu responded indifferently. Humph, you refuse to take the offer of a graceful retreat. I will no longer hold back. Bring it on. Chapter 23. One move to defeat the enemy. Son of Wei, after making his threatening words, instantly changed his momentum. Spiritual Feather Whirlwind. 2 huge feather-shaped whirlwinds shot from the cannons in front of his chest, charging directly at Yang Junwu. This was no ordinary wind. It contained powerful destructive energy, the Emi wind cluster. Yang Junwu took a deep breath and fully activated his core, summoning a translucent shield that enveloped him completely. A white light engulfed him entirely. The feather whirlwinds sliced like sharp saws, cutting into Yang Junwu's protective barrier. In the audience seats, Su Ruoxue frowned, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. A B-class fighting against an A-class isn't impossible to win, but he shouldn't be engaging in such head-on combat. Otherwise his core energy would be drained quickly. Yang Junwu's combat level should be more than this. What is he thinking? Boom. An explosive sound reverberated across the entire venue. In the midst of the white glow, a figure was sent flying, colliding with the protective shield of the Grand Duel Arena before slamming back down to the ground. How pitiful. Many spectators couldn't help but comment. It was naturally Yang Junwu who got hurled. The turning point they were anticipating didn't occur. Admit defeat. You're no match for me. The master of the celestial feather number. Son of Wei gave his opponent no chance to recover as he rushed forward once again. It's over. Final blow. Celestial feather slash. A giant feather blade appeared in his hand and slashed down towards Yang Junwu's head. This boy is not bad in battle skills. Sun Tianyi nodded slightly on the side. Son of Wei had chosen his attack timings well, delivering a fatal strike when one's power exceeded their opponent's without giving any room for a comeback. Just one flaw, he talked too much. Faced with the impending attack, Yang Junwu's lips curled into a peculiar smile. It's coming. His awaited opportunity. Su Ruoxue's eyes lit up. Please, lady, you don't still have hope for that Yang Junwu, do you? An adjacent freshman couldn't resist mocking. Su Ruoxue paid him no mind, her gaze fixated tightly on Yang Junwu. The decisive killing move left all the core energy focused on the attack, leaving defenses empty. A good opportunity to counterattack. Of course, this defensive weakness only applied to mech units of the same tier. The basic defense of an A-grade mech itself wasn't something a mere B-grade mech could penetrate. This is precisely why Son of Wei dared to attack full force without hesitation. Night Witch Kiss, activate. Something shaped like a shield on Yang Junwu's right arm suddenly lit up. A figure resembling a human head projected from the shield, rushing towards Sun Iwei's chest. What is that ghost thing? Many people immediately paused, dumbfounded. Not clear yet, but attacking against an A-class mech, he's asking for death. Some sneered. Sun Iwei felt a massive woman's face appear before his eyes. Immediately after, the core energy inexplicably disappeared, leaving him unable to sustain his own attack. Alarmed, he hastily abandoned the celestial feather slash and focused entirely on his defense. But it was already too late. That colossal face had already collided. Celestial Feather's passive defense resisted only a fraction before breaking apart, allowing the attack's energy to directly target the internal core. If the core were destroyed, he would lose the duel, along with the loss of an A-grade mech. Finished. Sun Iwei's face turned ashen, surrendering resistance completely. The energy from Night Witch Kiss reached the core of the Celestial Feather mech, then took a sudden turn, exiting through the left arm's joint. The left arm mech was damaged, beginning to self-repair. The current duel concludes with Yang Junwu as the victor. The judge announced the result immediately. Yang Junwu won. How did he win? The audience fell silent immediately. Both freshmen and a majority of senior students hadn't understood. They didn't know why Sun Iwei had stopped his attack. Even if the attacks clashed, there would still be a chance of winning. If that didn't happen, both sides might suffer losses, resulting in a tie. On the second floor in a private lounge, two elders stared at the scene inside, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. An attack kit with a spirit attack included. This student named Yang Junwu is no ordinary one. Luo, is this the person you brought back from Yunyao City? One of the elders asked. The elder beside him was none other than Luo He. Luo He nodded. Exactly. Seems like I underestimated him. There are many secrets hidden about this kid. With abilities like these, he must have come from some mysterious force behind closed doors within a minor second-tier city. Aren't you worried he may have some covert influence? Luo He chuckled faintly. Who among those admitted into the Divine Soldier Academy does not have a little backing from somewhere? Don't forget the Academy's motto. We nurture talent regardless of origin or destination. That's true. Rest assured, I will teach him well. The elder nodded. My point is, let him become my direct apprentice. Finally, Luo He showed his true intentions. The elder wasn't stupid either. Shaking his head immediately said, that's unacceptable. It goes against the Academy rules. Even if you insist on keeping him, it will be useless within half a year as the inner court will take him away. But by becoming my closing disciple, he can directly enjoy the treatment of an inner court student, leaving them no reason to forcibly pull him in. The elder hesitated for a moment. Luo He's words made sense. Today's duel would soon reach the ears of those in the inner court, and they would undoubtedly send people to monitor Yang Junwu. Alright then, I agree with you, but he must still study in my class 1. Luo He's method was the only solution to remain in the outer court, so he had to consent. Of course, no matter how gifted one is, their foundation must be solidified. Yang Junwu naturally didn't know that he had already been targeted. He walked forward and pulled Sun Iwei up from the ground. Mr. Sun, what do you have to say? Sun Iwei turned his head to the side and snorted coldly. You won, and this gentleman accepts defeat gracefully. I can join your force, though since you haven't established it yet, I'll consider myself in debt for now. Yang Junwu gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. You own up to your mistakes. That's manly. You're probably thinking, if my force doesn't get established, you don't have to fulfill the wager, right? Think whatever you want. I'm leaving. Having been seen through, Sun Iwei's face flushed red as he threw down these words before leaving the dueling arena. Finally, he'd recruited the first person, needing only 3 more spots to establish his force. Yang Junwu's next plan was to ask Su Ruoshui. Given her strength, there should also be a great force supporting her from behind. But during the entrance exam, Su Ruoshui had mentioned she preferred acting alone. This meant she did not need to recruit people for her influence at the academy, or perhaps her backing force had no other members present in the academy. There might be something useful in all this. In any case, he'd go ask her. If he could win over Su Ruoshui, convincing 2 more people to join would be enough. Freshmen, please report to your respective classes based on your points rankings within 10 minutes. A notification came over the intercom. The freshmen in the stands hurriedly left for the teaching building. Yang Junwu also left the arena under the guidance of a senior sister. Instead of leading him to the teaching building, the senior sister entered a VIP room on the 3rd floor of the duel arena. Upon opening the door, Yang Junwu immediately saw Luo. He's sitting in the VIP room, suddenly realizing. So, Deputy Dean Luo had been observing him all along. Chapter 24. Becoming a Disciple. Vice Dean Luo. He hurried forward to greet him. Your performance earlier was impressive, Vice Dean Luo said with a smile. Thank you. During our time in Yunyao City, I had promised you that you would be allowed into the inner court. Do you remember this? Luo He cut straight to the point. Yang Junwu paused. Did Luo He mean to let him directly enter the inner court? But after observing your duel just now, I've decided it's best for you to study in the outer court for some time first. Your battle techniques show potential, but your fundamentals still need improvement. Rushing into the inner court would be like building a castle in the air, beautiful but unstable. On the other hand, since I have committed to giving you inner court student privileges, I will honor my word. Starting today, I will accept you as my closed-door disciple. As the Deputy Dean's closed-door disciple, you will hold an inner court student status and enjoy all the benefits that come with it. Are you willing? I understand, and will follow Vice Dean's arrangements completely, Yang Junwu replied calmly. He understood what Luo meant. If translated into Earth terms, it was simple. He was currently like a primary school student who could solve university-level problems because of access to a computer, but that didn't mean he possessed university-level knowledge. Moreover, getting inner court benefits without officially being admitted was an excellent opportunity he wouldn't turn down. Alright then, let's go to the registration office at the student center to formalize this ritual. The two opened the door, preparing to head toward the registration office. At that moment, 3 elderly men of roughly the same age as Luo He rushed in. "You sly old dog, hiding such a talented student away just so you could monopolize him," sneered the leading elder. Another one addressed Yang Junwu behind Luo He, saying, "I am Zhang Tian, Vice Dean of the Inner Court. If you choose to become my disciple, not only will you enjoy inner court student benefits, but I can also provide you access to an A-class core and various materials." The third one added, "I am Xiuxian, Vice Dean of the Outer Court, an expert in alchemy. Under my guidance, I can offer cultivation manuals and a variety of elixirs to aid your practice." Vice Dean Luo groaned inwardly. He never expected these 3 to arrive so quickly. Initially, he intended to finalize things before they even found out, so there'd be nothing they could do once they did learn about it. The first speaker turned his gaze to Yang Junwu and gave a gentle smile. Yang, I am Vice Dean Xiuxian from the Outer Court, specializing in core inscriptions. If you join me, I can personally create for you a customized core rated below S-class. Each offer from the 3 Vice Deans was highly tempting, especially Xiuxian's personalized mechanical core, which not only had a high compatibility rate with its owner, but also enhanced specific components according to the user's cultivation methods, truly boosting real combat power. Yang Junwu glanced over the 3 briefly, and finally redirected his gaze back to Luo He. A trace of bitterness appeared on Luo He's face. His expertise lay in battle, and he was neither proficient in forging nor inscription. Neither was he as wealthy as Zhang Tian. Therefore, there was no way he could match these individuals' offers. Zhang Tian laughed and said, "Yang Junwu, you don't need to fear him. In the academy, choosing a master is entirely voluntary. Nobody should coerce you." Shaking his head, Yang Junwu replied, "I appreciate each of your kind proposals, but integrity is fundamental to man. Before you arrived, I had already agreed to become Vice Dean Luo's disciple. Thus, my apologies." The 4 of them froze for a moment. Then Luo He raised a thumb toward Yang Junwu and chuckled smugly. "Everyone can leave now. We're off to register." Though rejected, Xiuxian's eyes were still filled with admiration. He nodded and said, Yang, you're commendable. It's rare these days to see someone maintain their initial integrity. If you ever wish to learn about inscriptions, feel free to approach me." Overjoyed, Yang Junwu immediately bowed and thanked earnestly. "Thank you very much. Gentlemen, let's go." Xiuxian laughed heartily, leading the others out. As the trio left, Luo He exhaled deeply. The fact that Yang Junwu could remain steadfast amidst such enticements indeed exceeded his expectations. What they didn't know was that none of the conditions proposed by the 3 elders carried much weight in Yang Junwu's eyes. Mechanical cores, pills, and materials? He could obtain them through the wheel lottery system. Speaking of cultivation methods, no method suited him better than Dragonforge technique, paired with his hidden dragon constitution. His only slight interest might lie in mechanical construction and inscription carving, but what mattered most now was boosting his physical strength to operate Class A or even Class S mecha. Only with improved power could he figure ways to acquire more stardust powder, thereby upgrading his lottery wheel and accelerating his training pace. He knew next to nothing about the other 3 Deputy Dean's characters. However, Luo He seemed trustworthy to him, an individual whose words held true value and who was genuinely willing to help. Once he made sense of all this, deciding whom to choose as his teacher was a foregone conclusion. The disciple registration process was straightforward. Just 10 academic credits were needed for both parties to fill out their details and import the teacher's information into the student badge, making everything official. It took about 7 or 8 minutes back and forth, and the assembly time was almost here, so Yang Junwu directly activated his core and rushed to the teaching building in mecha form. Finally, at 9 minutes and 50 seconds, he dashed to the door of Class 1. The other classmates of Class 1 had already gathered. Su Ruoxue waved her hand at him from behind, with a spot reserved next to her. Yang Junwu quickly disengaged from his mecha and sat down in the empty seat. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was a young woman who looked less than 30 years old. She glanced at Yang Junwu and slowly said, "Everyone's here now. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Yakin, your homeroom teacher for the next 2 years." "Teacher Lu, hello." Everyone chimed in unison. "I know some of you come from powerful families across the land, and others are from secondary cities or even satellite towns. But from the moment you stepped into Divine Armament Academy, there is only one identity that matters, that of a Divine Armament Academy student. No other identity will serve as your shield. If you violate school rules or don't accumulate enough credits, you will be expelled. I hope you all understand this." Everyone felt a chill inside their hearts. Clearly, Teacher Lu was laying down the law from the very start. They immediately held their breaths, none daring to make even the slightest sound. Especially the heirs from prominent families. If they were expelled from the academy, it would be a complete loss of face when they returned home. It wasn't impossible that their own clans would place them in seclusion as punishment. Satisfied with their reaction, Lu Yakin nodded and said, "You can check your course schedules through the academy badge. Additionally, every Monday, you can use 1 academic credit to exchange for a Class 1 exclusive reward at the credit shop." The next step is the dormitory assignment. Dormitories for Class 1 will have 2 students per room. Please come up to the stage 1 by 1 to draw your room numbers. Yang Junwu thought about the 12-person university dorm he lived in during his previous life. It was beyond crowded. By Earth standards, a 2-person room qualified as a luxury suite. He went on stage and drew a lot. room 10. Most of the other students had already drawn their numbers. However, Su Ruoxue remained seated, unmoving. You should hurry up, or else you won't get a good room, Yang Junwu urged her. Su Ruoxue glanced at him casually and asked, what number did you draw? Room 10. What? Do you want to share a room with me? Yang Junwu teased, knowing well that such dormitory arrangements were always segregated by gender. Su Ruoxue didn't elaborate and simply walked to the stage. Teacher Lu, can I live in a single room? I'm willing to pay for it with my credits. Lu Yakin paused, surprised. In all her years of teaching, she had never encountered a student making such a request. No, it's not possible. The dorm rooms are allocated strictly according to student numbers, and there aren't any extras. I see. Su Ruoxue placed her hand into the lottery drum and drew a stick randomly. Room 25. For some inexplicable reason, Yang Junwu's heart sank just a little when he saw the number in her hand. Chapter 25. Living Together. Excuse me, who has number 10? Su Ruoxue stood on the podium and asked everyone. Yang Junwu did not speak. Su Ruoxue knew his number, so there was no need to ask. The question should be for another number 10. A chubby boy stood up. It's me, number 10. I'll trade 10 credits with you. Su Ruoxue said calmly. 10 credits. The others looked at him with envious eyes. Just a change of numbers could fetch 10 credits. According to the standard of 1 credit per month in the outer court, he could stay in the academy for 10 months without doing anything. All right, deal. Xianhuan agreed without hesitation. Although he didn't know what the other party needed number 10 for, it would be foolish not to grab this free credit. Wait a moment, I don't agree. Xiao Mingyue suddenly stood up. Teacher Lu, if we can switch rooms at will, wouldn't that cause chaos? Another 25 card was in her hand. If Su Ruoxue and Xianhuan switched the cards, she would have to live together with the latter. Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Anyone entering class 1 is proud-hearted. Xianhuan immediately showed dissatisfaction. Xiao Mingyue said calmly, I am not looking down on anyone. I just think everything needs rules. Joke, rules are not made by you. Teacher Lu hasn't even spoken yet. Why are you pointing fingers? Seeing the 10 credits slipping away, Xianhuan was very unhappy. Everyone focused their attention on Lu Yakin. Lu Yakin smiled slightly and said, let me inform all of you about an academy rule. Any transaction using credits voluntarily is legal. Therefore, the transaction to switch dormitory cards does not violate any rules of the academy and is valid. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar throughout the venue. Su Ruoxue remained as calm as ever, used her identity badge to transfer 10 credits to Xianhuan, took the number 10 card from his hands, and returned to her seat. Yang Junwu leaned over and asked smilingly, I didn't expect you to want to live with me so much that you're willing to spend 10 credits. Su Ruoxue's face remained serene, saying, don't misunderstand. I just don't like living with unfamiliar people. Isn't that the same thing? Doesn't that show that you trust me in your heart? Don't overthink it. It's just because you're here, like me, for self-improvement and won't go looking for trouble proactively. Yang Junwu paused, then silently sighed in his heart. You guessed the first part right, but whether or not I'll seek trouble, that's uncertain. The morning was mainly about classmates getting familiar with each other. Formal classes would only begin in the afternoon. Yang Junwu found an opportunity and pulled Zhang Chao and Li Zhong together. The two of you, I want to establish a faction within the academy. Would you be interested? This. The two exchanged glances, showing hesitation in their eyes. They had just witnessed Yang Junwu's strength. To defeat an A-class mech with a B-class one spoke volumes of both talent and power. Unfortunately, he had no background, so the faction he intended to start would find it hard to survive within the academy. Just say what's on your mind. Don't hesitate. Yang Junwu raised his eyebrows. Young Master Yang, we recognize your abilities. If you were interested, many large factions might be eager to accept you. But if you build your own faction, it would certainly invite suppression from other established powers. How could small fries like us stand against them? After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he watched Yang Junwu nervously. Yang Junwu, however, wasn't upset. Instead, he broke into a smile. You're right. However, have you thought about this? Every faction starts from scratch. Joining my faction may not bring immediate benefits, but you can experience the pleasure of building something from nothing, which is definitely one of life's great joys. Never mind, I won't force you. You two go back and think about it, and let me know your decision before class tomorrow. Seeing they were still hesitant, Yang Junwu didn't push further. Forcing someone isn't sweet, plus Yang Junwu believed they would eventually see the logic. After eating lunch, Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue went to dormitory number 10. Opening the door and seeing the huge space in front of his eyes, he was utterly astonished. What kind of dormitory is this? It's practically a luxurious villa. Bedroom, study room, dining area, kitchen, restroom, forging room, inscription room, safety deposit vault. This is way too complete. Su Ruoxue stayed more composed, asking, 2 bedrooms, which one do you sleep in? Oops, are there 2? I thought there was only 1. Yang Junwu hadn't finished speaking when he was silenced by Su Ruoxue's sharp gaze. Hurriedly, he added, don't get mad. It's just a joke. I'll take the downstairs bedroom, and you can stay upstairs. All right. Su Ruoxue promptly walked upstairs. Wait, there's one more thing I need your help with. Yang Junwu hurriedly stopped her. All right, what is it? I want to establish a force of our own. How about it? Are you interested in joining? I'll make you the vice president. Yang Junwu waited expectantly for her response. Vice president, huh? Su Ruoxue pondered thoughtfully. Yang Junwu suddenly clapped his hand. Let's not differentiate between us anymore. You can be the president if you want. Fine, I'll join. This time Su Ruoxue didn't hesitate at all. So quick? Were you waiting for me to offer this condition? Yang Junwu felt he might have lost an advantage. You guess. Su Ruoxue turned and walked upstairs, leaving him with only her slender back. Entering the downstairs bedroom, Yang Junwu took out the world pearl from his pocket. It was time to upgrade his cultivation speed. A flash of light, and he appeared in the Stardust Vein subworld. Extracting stardust powder from the Stardust Vein was actually not much different from forging materials, and in some ways, even simpler. After searching around the vein, Yang Junwu unexpectedly found a metallic shack. The shack had a lock on it, but as the owner of the subworld, with a mere thought, the lock fell off automatically and the door slowly opened. As soon as he stepped inside, Yang Junwu froze for a moment before bursting into joy. There were mech materials, refined ores, and even 3 C-class mech cores. He realized that this place was not merely a vein. It was also the Tiger Gang's treasure vault. This was like raiding their base. After carefully searching, Yang Junwu found 2 bottles of powder inside a smaller metal box. Yes, it was exactly the stardust powder he had been yearning for. Combined, the stardust powder in the 2 bottles was about 50 grams. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu submitted 10 grams to the wheel system. Congratulations, host. Your forging dragon technique cultivation speed has increased by 200%, now reaching 300%. Yang Junwu distinctly felt that the spiritual energy circulation within his body had sped up considerably. What should he do with the remaining 40 grams? He had 3 choices. First, save them up. Once he reached 100 grams, he could accelerate his cultivation directly. Second, enhance the wheel system. Third, boost his luck value. The last option was immediately dismissed. A luck value less than 100, whether it was 50 or 90, made little difference because it reset after hitting gold anyway. It would be quite wasteful. Alright then, let's upgrade the wheel. Yang Junwu chose to use the rest of the stardust powder to boost the wheel level. Faint golden lights flickered along the edges of the wheel. The previously blurred patterns became much clearer, though they still needed just a bit more to fill the entire frame. The wheel upgrade succeeded. Current level, 85% rare. Next level, precious. Unlocks A-class mech kits, A-class forging materials, and precious class links. Yang Junwu almost fainted. He hadn't expected that the 40 grams wouldn't even upgrade a single level. If he had known, he wouldn't have used it. Chapter 26, The Welcome Party. Dormitory number 7, Grade 2. Bai Linfeng looked at the woman before him, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Xiaomingwe, did you come to me in such a rush for some reason? Of course. That matter concerning your sister. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Bai Linfeng cast a cold glance at her and said, Humph, that matter was merely each taking what they needed from Bai and Chao families. One could even say my family helped you greatly. Unfortunately, you didn't do your part well enough. Yang Junwu isn't dead. Xiaomingwe said calmly. It's impossible. Bai Linfeng's face changed drastically. Not only is he alive, but he also entered the Divine Weapon Academy. Once he uses the Academy's resources to uncover the truth about that incident, do you think he won't seek revenge? Damn it, what kind of work is this? How could we let him survive? Bai Linfeng paced back and forth in the room. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. No, you're lying to me. Yang Junwu doesn't have the talent to control a mech anyway. Even if he's alive, there's no way he could get into the Divine Weapon Academy. Xiaomingwe was slightly startled. She had thought of this point as well. But based on their conversation, it seemed like he wasn't an imposter. I don't care if it's real or fake. In any case, you need to find a way to expel him from the academy. Bai Linfeng wasn't one to be bullied either. Upon hearing this, he coldly laughed. Xiaomingwe, don't try to pretend to be so clean. Do you really think your family can avoid involvement in this? Xiaomingwe confidently replied. I never intended to distance myself from this. I will try to make him leave. However, since I have no connections in the academy, I need your help. How do you plan to help? Giving me cultivation materials and mech materials. Seeking a large amount of resources, this was Xiaomingwe's fundamental purpose for coming here. She believed that if Bai Linfeng wanted to get rid of the major threat that was Yang Junwu, he would certainly meet her demands. Sure enough, after pondering for half a minute, Bai Linfeng said, I can provide you with resources, but you must guarantee that Yang Junwu gets expelled. If necessary, even. Bai Linfeng made a throat-slitting gesture. Rest assured, him being alive poses a great threat to me too. We're on the same team. For the following 3 days, the academy was filled with waves of enthusiasm as everyone seemed to enter a state of learning. The course Yang Junwu was most interested in was material forging. Even after class, instead of wandering around, he practiced forging in the dormitory. Students who successfully forged core materials for C-grade mechs could pass the examination and become core forgers. The ranks range from C to SSS, matching the mech levels. Every promotion requires a re-examination, and a certificate for the next level is awarded upon passing. The Divine Weapon Academy's certification is recognized throughout the Flying Blossom continent, making it highly valuable. After 3 days of fiddling around, Yang Junwu finally realized that having a powerful forging technique was essential to successfully forge core materials. The original owner of this body, the Yang family, was a renowned forging family and thus owned many hammer techniques. Yang Junwu tried a few, but found none suited the hidden dragon constitution. A sudden idea struck him, and he ran into the system's space shouting, System, give me a cultivation technique for forging. The system responded in its bland electronic voice. The host may exchange star dust powder for skill lottery tickets. Perhaps you can acquire a suitable technique through it. Forget it. Gambling luck with this thing could take who knows how long to draw something appropriate. After much thought, Yang Junwu remembered someone, Zhang Tian, the vice president of the internal department. To be appointed as the vice president, one's forger level must be at least S grade. There might be a suitable technique at his disposal. Dong dong dong. 3 knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts. Yang Junwu suddenly remembered there was a welcome event tonight. Opening the door, Su Ruoxue appeared outside. Yang Junwu was immediately captivated by her, unable to look away. At that moment, Su Ruoxue wore a xuanhuan ceremonial dress, with a pink hat on her head, and even applied light makeup. Seeing Yang Jun was staring at her continuously, even she, normally calm, blushed a little. Have you seen enough yet? Su Ruoxue reprimanded. Not even close. You look too beautiful today. I need to look a few more times. But I'm a bit curious. Aren't you the type who dislikes socializing? Yang Junwu was puzzled. Su Ruoxue rarely interacted with others except for himself. Her dedication to studying and practicing almost made him feel ashamed. This time, she actually went out of her way to dress up for the welcoming assembly, which was quite incomprehensible. Not for social reasons, just out of courtesy. Courtesy. Yang Junwu became even more confused. Well, stop talking about me. What about you? How's the preparation going for establishing your own force? Without explaining, Su Ruoxue deflected the topic. Yang Junwu chuckled bitterly and said, It's difficult. Those 2 guys were vague and didn't give a clear response. I heard that the welcome party is actually a gathering for recruitment by various major powers. Almost 90% of the people choose to join a force during the event. If you don't succeed this time, there might not be another chance. Yang Junwu nodded and extended his right arm. Miss Su, would you accompany me to the welcome party? Su Ruoxue naturally looped her arm through his and smiled faintly. Of course. When the 2 arrived at the Sunset Lake, the area around the lake was already lit up with all sorts of colorful lanterns. Dozens of painted pleasure boats floated on the lake, each bearing slogans welcoming new students. Each of these boats represented a force, and after the welcome gathering concluded, they would engage in fierce competition to recruit participants. After some impressive performances brought by senior students, host Ziwei stepped onto the stage. Dear new students and friends, I'm sure you've heard about the forces within the academy. That's right. It's tough to survive alone in Divine Weapon Academy. Only by joining a powerful and highly beneficial force can one gain more opportunities. Next, it's your time to select among the different forces, and there's to attract you. Students interested in a specific force may take a speedboat across the lake to the corresponding boat for discussion. A flurry of commotion immediately broke out among the freshmen. While there were some family forces within the academy, except for a few major families, most individuals did not have direct family affiliations to rely on. They still had considerable choices available to them. Those belonging to certain family factions didn't have much choice. They directly boarded the speedboats heading toward their family's boats. Just as Sun Yue was about to board, a large hand landed on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Yang Junwu grinning at him. Don't forget our bet. You promised to join my force. Sun Yue scoffed coldly. I'm willing to keep my promise, but where is your force? Yang Junwu replied nonchalantly. It doesn't exist yet, but it will soon. Sun Yue sneered disdainfully. Yang Junwu, stop joking around. Are you expecting me to just wait here indefinitely until you finally join a force? Why rush? It'll be here any moment. Yang Junwu released him and walked to the podium, snatching the microphone from Senior Ziwei. A new first-year force, the Water Prince Guild. Anybody want to join? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire audience was shocked. Chapter 26, Snatching People. Is that guy crazy? Isn't this directly opposing the major factions within the academy? Does he have some powerful background? TSK, what background? He's just from a secondary city in Fey country. Truly fearless like a newborn calf. I actually want to see if he can shake up the power rankings that have been unchanged for so many years. Hee, you're overthinking it. Whether he can even gather 5 people is a question. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, though 9 out of 10 didn't believe Yang Junwu would succeed in establishing his force, he had certainly captured the attention of many neutral observers. Seeing no one responding, Yang Junwu shouted loudly at Sun Yue. Mr. Sun over there, our previous wager was recorded by the great dueling arena of the academy. You can't go back on your word now. With countless eyes fixed on him, Sun Yue instantly felt somewhat uneasy. Yang Junwu was roasting him alive. If he didn't comply, not only would he violate the school rules, but also get branded as someone with terrible credibility. But if he went, and Yang Junwu managed to gather 5 people, then there'd be no way for him to back out later. Even if Su Ruoxue supports him, they're still short of 2 people. In the end, Sun Yue chose to walk toward Yang Junwu. I, Sun Yue, freshman of grade 2 class 1, announced joining Water Lord's assembly. Excellent. You'll never regret your decision today. Yang Junwu gave him a slight smile. Sun Yue turned his head, completely ignoring Yang Junwu's friendly gesture. Yang Junwu didn't care much and continued shouting down below. Freshman of grade 1 class 1, Su Ruoxue, willing to join. Freshman of grade 1 class 1, Chao Mengyue, willing to join. 2 exceptionally beautiful women slowly walked to Yang Junwu's side, one on the left, one on the right. Su Ruoxue dressed gracefully, exuding the air of a young lady. On the contrary, Chao Mengyue wore tight-fitting shorts, appearing efficient and lively. The sharp contrast between these 2 top-tier beauties standing together immediately attracted countless gazes and speculations. Not possible. How could Yang Junwu win the favor of these 2 stunning women when I don't even have a girlfriend? A senior student from grade 2 lamented. It seems this person isn't as simple as he appears on the surface. Just one more person is needed. Can he manage to gather enough members to establish a faction? Putting aside the fact, having these 2 great beauties present has already stirred interest among numerous male students. The doubt about gathering 5 people may not be as significant anymore. Among the crowd, Zhang Chao and Li Zhong were extremely conflicted inside. It's true they made it into Class 1 because Yang Junwoo had let them off easily before. Moreover, Yang Junwoo did mention earlier that he hoped they would join. Could a newly established force composed entirely of freshmen truly survive? They didn't dare place their bets on it. However, if they joined a large faction, considering their identities, they would at most just be insignificant pawns and couldn't possibly be given significant responsibilities. Most freshmen thought similarly, unable to decide quickly. Just as everyone was hesitating, a figure flew from the boat and landed directly on the main platform. Gentlemen and ladies, I am Vice President Sun Meng of the Sunrise Association. I hope you all can join the Sunrise Association. After entering, as long as you complete the tasks assigned by the President on time, you can receive C-level, B-level, and even A-level cores, as well as various cultivation resources as rewards. Interesting. Didn't expect the Sunrise Association to send people to recruit too. It seems that Yang Junwoo's meddling has made the major factions feel threatened. On the third-floor platform of a tower by the lake stood two middle-aged adults, a man and a woman. The one speaking was the woman, her gaze resting on Su Roche by Yang Junwoo's side, with a somewhat complex expression. The middle-aged man seemed to notice the emotional fluctuations beside him, reaching out to embrace her and giving her forehead a gentle kiss. What's wrong? Are you regretting marrying me? The woman shook her head. No, I just hope everyone can make their own choices. The man chuckled. That's easy. I can cancel that clause. The woman glared at him fiercely. You want global chaos, but I do not wish to become a historical sinner. The man laughed heartily. A flash of light appeared, and the two vanished from the pavilion as if they had never been there. Yang Junwoo took a moment to look Sun Meng up and down. The fact that the Sun family had jumped out so quickly came as something of a surprise. In theory, out of sheer pride, it should be least likely that the forces associated with the Sun family would show up. Evidently, Sun Yue was very important to the Sun family. They absolutely couldn't allow him to join another faction. Sun Meng turned to Su Ruoxue and Chao Mingyue and said, Ladies, don't be deceived by this person, don't waste your talent. In the academy, factions are divided from C to S level, only able to take tasks corresponding to their levels. A newly established faction is only at C level, and upgrading is very difficult. If you want more cultivation resources and mecha cores, joining a high-level faction is the right choice. Though Sun Meng seemed to be speaking to the two of them, in reality, he was reminding those wavering newcomers. If Yang Junwoo didn't speak up soon, probably no one would join. But what could he say at this moment? Everything Sun Meng had said was true. The disadvantages of a new faction indeed existed. Cough. Yang Junwoo cleared his throat and began. Dear new classmates, everything Sun Senior has said is indeed true. I cannot provide you with mecha cores, nor can I assign high-level tasks temporarily. But think carefully. What can you gain by joining a faction where the internal power structure is already stable, and its members' strength far exceeds yours? Yes, they can undertake S-class missions, but can you? You cannot. Since that's the case, why not showcase your skills in Waterlord's Assembly? We are all elites from various regions. Are any of us willing to be someone else's subordinate? The first rule of Waterlord's Assembly is, capable individuals rise to the top. Even my position as acting president can be replaced. As long as you have the ability, the president's seat can rotate. Upon hearing these words, the whole audience was shocked. The eyes of the freshmen clearly showed excitement. Yes, who among those here isn't a top prodigy in their locality? None wish to be inferior. If you join a faction entirely made up of freshmen and compete together, it truly is an incredibly exciting event. Alas, after all, they're just freshmen, full of fiery passion, unaware of the gap between different factions, sighed the sophomore seniors who had been through the same experiences. But must admit, this Yang Junwoo is indeed talented, managing to attract members in such unconventional ways. If he succeeds, I'll give him a big thumbs up. Seeing the atmosphere tilting towards Yang Junwoo's side, Sun Meng was somewhat flustered. He hurriedly said, Everyone, don't listen to his empty promises. Without cultivation resources, how can you quickly improve? Without high-level mecha cores, how can you even perform tasks? Yang Junwoo stood up and took out dozens of jade bottles and 5 or 6 transparent boxes from his chest. Indeed, our Waterlord's Assembly doesn't have high-tier cores, but we do have enough elixirs suitable for your cultivation, mecha materials, and even cultivation techniques. With these, we can fully customize our own personal mechas. Isn't that better than begging others? After hearing Yang Junwoo's speech, many freshmen were instantly filled with enthusiasm. That's right, why should freshmen be inferior? We can have our own faction too. We'll join. Zhang Chao and Li Zhong directly rushed to the main platform. Welcome. Yang Junwoo smiled as he shook hands with the two, his heart finally settling down. Just now, he had pulled out all his best hidden items. Had there still been no response, today's act would have been a complete failure for him. Chapter 27, Base Planning. 12. In the end, a total of 12 freshmen were willing to join the Water June Society, with 5 from Class 1, 2 from Class 2, and the rest from Class 3. This was easy to understand. The students from Class 3 were almost all from cities of level 2 or below, with no background to rely on. Even if they joined a major faction, they wouldn't receive important roles, so it was better for them to follow Yang Junwoo and take a risk. There were student union officials on site who registered them immediately, and thus the Water June Society was officially established. Yang Junwoo activated his badge, which instantly displayed specific information about the faction. Water June Society, 12 members, rank C, faction point 0, ranked 21st. It came as quite a surprise to Yang Junwoo that there were only 20 factions in such a large academy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a custom task and founding an academy faction. Reward: 100 material lottery cards, 10 mech reinforcement lottery coupons, 50 medicine lottery coupons, and a 1% increase in roulette upgrade progress. The rewards were substantial and would be very helpful for the operation of the faction. Yang Junwu eagerly opened the new task list with great anticipation. Task 1. Successfully craft a B-class mech core. Task 2. Break through to the temper body realm. Task 3. Gain 1,000 faction points for the group. Double rewards. What? There are double rewards, so I should definitely pick the third one. Confirm? The emotionless electronic voice asked. Confirm. After exiting the system space, Yang Junwu's consciousness returned to reality. The welcome event was nearing its conclusion, but this particular event would certainly be talked about for a long time, because of the birth of the Water June Society. Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. A senior from the student union called out, stopping Yang Junwu who was about to leave. Senior, is there anything? The reason is, you just founded the Water June Society and can apply to the academy for faction buildings to use for offices, storage of faction items, and forging rooms, etc. Oh, is that kind of thing possible? Yang Junwu's eyes lit up. Of course, using faction buildings will consume academic credits. Regular buildings cost 50 credits per month, intermediate buildings cost 80 credits per month, and high-level buildings cost 100 credits per month. Personally, I suggest applying for regular buildings when there are not many people, which would be more cost-effective. Whoa, that's expensive. No, Yang Junwu firmly refused. But, if a faction doesn't even have an office place, it would be extremely inconvenient. The senior tried to persuade him, but Yang Junwu had already turned around and left. Huh, am I going to be a sucker, paying 50 credits a month, 600 credits a year, just for an office space? After walking a short distance, Su Ruoxue spoke up. What do you plan to do about the faction venue? It's impossible to let things remain in disarray. It would make the faction members feel insecure. 50 credits isn't expensive. We can easily gather it by pooling our resources. Yang Junwu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've already planned something out. I'll tell you later at home. Okay. Su Ruoxue nodded without asking any further questions. Chao Mingyue, seeing the two of them laughing together, felt a surge of sourness inside her heart for some reason. Chao Mingyue, what's wrong with you? You've already terminated your engagement with him, even plotted against him, and must find a way to get rid of him. She quickly chanted those words in her mind, forcibly suppressing that sour feeling. Back at the dormitory, Yang Junwu locked the door tightly and took out the world pearl from his chest. Su Ruoxue froze momentarily upon seeing the world pearl. A small world. You actually possess a complete small world. You're really talented, recognizing it as the world pearl leading to a small world right away. Let me see, Su Ruoxue said excitedly. She had seen a world pearl before, but never entered inside one. Sure, come along. Rarely did anything cause Su Ruoxue emotional fluctuations like this. Yang Junwu opened the spatial door, and the two stepped through into the small world. Wow, this is a small world. I didn't expect it to be so vast. Su Ruoxue spread her arms, feeling the breeze around her. Ruoxue, what do you think about setting up the base of our Water June Society here? Yang Junwu asked, smiling. Of course it's good. I heard that larger families often have their own small worlds, where all important items are stored and won't be lost forever. Gradually calming down, Su Ruoxue said. But, are you sure about letting everyone know that you have this small world? Small worlds were so rare that their existence could almost match that of a large star-dust vein. Considering obtaining a small world requires both luck and strength, even among many first-tier families, it wasn't guaranteed that they had a complete small world. Revealing the existence of the small world would indeed draw greedy eyes from certain individuals. However, Yang Junwu had already thought it through. Concealing the fact that he possessed a small world might work temporarily, but not forever. Eventually, it would come to light, and at least within the academy, no one dared to seize it outright. Building the base inside the small world, with its only entrance and exit in his possession, allowed for absolute control over the Water June Society. Furthermore, having this small world would help to strengthen the confidence of the faction members. After Yang Junwu explained, Su Ruoxue scrutinized him a few times before finally uttering a few words. All these are excuses, right? The main reason is not having to spend academic credits, correct? Big sister, can you please give your president a bit of face and not call out my bluff? Alright, I want a private office. Oh, and make sure it's the brightest one. Su Ruoxue smiled faintly. Yang Junwu. After the excitement died down, the two began formally studying how to build the future headquarters of their faction. It wasn't so simple to conjure up an office building out of thin air. It required a great deal of nanomaterials and special construction materials. Yang Junwu had plenty of mech materials on hand, but lacked the necessary construction materials. Thus, he thought of someone, his teacher, Luohe. After hearing Yang Junwu's request, Luohe burst into laughter. Wanting construction materials is simple. There's plenty at the Academy Exchange Center. All you need to do is trade academic credits for them. Yang Junwu chuckled bitterly. Teacher, please don't mock me. If I had that many credits, why would I bother coming to you? I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Luohe spread his hands. Even though you're my student, I can't just break the rules and hand over the materials. Isn't there any room for compromise? Seeing Yang Junwu's plaintive gaze, Luohe sighed helplessly. Alright. I'll make you a deal. If you manage to gather all the materials, I'll take care of the design and construction. Is there a way to get the materials without using academic credits? There is. Luohe nodded. There's a trading zone within the academy where you can trade for anything you want. You can barter goods or use academic credits to purchase them. That's great. Thank you, teacher. Having learned the location of the trading zone, Yang Junwu bid farewell to Luo He and rushed off toward the trading zone. Chapter 28, The Ban Order. The trading area was located on the east side of the academy. Unlike traditional markets, it was less like a market and more like an enormous garden. Every 5 meters, there was a floating counter where students could trade. These counters were for the common use of all students, and no academic credits were charged for their use. As Yang Junwu had just entered the area, he immediately began hearing voices around him. Isn't that Yang Junwu, the freshman who caused a big ruckus at last night's welcome party? Having offended those major forces, he still wants to come here to do business? There's going to be a good show. Unbeknownst to him, a group of people had quietly begun following behind him. Yang Junwu seemed completely unaware as he searched among many stalls on his own. Soon he zeroed in on one particular senior student stall. Senior, how much are you selling this Superstar Mind Foundation for? Yang Junwu pointed to a small silver architectural model. One fixed price, 200 credits, Zhang Ying responded. The crowd watching gasped, 200 credits. This sister had some serious guts. This thing could only be used as a fixed foundation and was worth at most 10 credits. A foundation costs 200 credits? Sister, that seems a little too greedy. Yang Junwu said calmly with a nonchalant demeanor. Zhang Ying laughed coldly. Younger brother Yang, let me tell you bluntly. The 10 major forces have placed a ban order on you. I am willing to sell to you because I am so kind-hearted. Otherwise, go ask around and see if anyone is offering lower than me. 20 credits, will you sell? Young brother Yang, give up on this thought already. It's not that I don't want to sell to you. If I violated the ban order, then I would be the one getting banned. I don't have 200 credits, but how about this? Yang Junwu pulled out a crystal-clear metallic sphere from his bosom. B-level core. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even though in the Divine Weapon Academy, practically everyone owned at least one A-level core, a B-level core was still a very valuable item. The reason was simple. Once inside the academy and before graduation, they couldn't leave, so there was no way to obtain any supplementary supplies except through buying or crafting within the academy itself. A B-level core typically could be exchanged for around 100 academic credits. If it was of superior quality, it might even double. On the flip side, 100 credits usually wouldn't get you a B-level core since it was priced out of reach for many. It was unexpected that a freshman like him actually carried so many cores on his person. Upon hearing the offer of a B-level core, Zhang Ying was moved. Although the 10 major forces had secretly issued the ban order, such unethical competitive tactics could not be openly discussed. Besides, not everyone belonged to the 10 major forces, so others trading with Yang Junwu couldn't entirely be stopped. Trading worthless architectural cores for mechanical cores. Opportunities like this didn't come around often. Little brother Yang, I will trade with you. I can give you 3 layers of a mother mineral base which requires no secondary design and can activate directly for use. Very convenient. Also included is a complete set of indoor desks, beds, and seat covers. A young man squeezed into the crowd and grinned at Yang Junwu. Zhang Ying's complexion slightly changed as she glared at the newcomer. Lu Mingming, you dare to publicly violate the ban order? The man laughed heartily. It's just building materials. I think the presidents shouldn't bother with flipping over faces for these trifles. Zhang Ying was instantly speechless. Lu Mingming's organization, the Baikong Society, although weaker than the 10 major forces, was still one of the old established factions, so he was not afraid of the ban order. Sister Zhang, I was first in line to trade with you. I am willing to sell it to you, and will throw in extra material for forging mech armor. Zhang Ying made one final attempt. But this time, Yang Junwu shook his head and said, I apologize, senior. I temporarily don't need any mech materials. Brother Lu's package is more suitable for me. Brilliant. Lu Mingming tossed a bag of cores directly to Yang Junwu, and Yang Junwu placed the B-level core into his hand. May our cooperation be pleasant. Yang Junwu smiled. May our cooperation be pleasant. My name is Lu Mingming. I am the steward of the Baikong Society. If there are opportunities for cooperation in the future, feel free to look me up. Alright. With the full construction kit now in his possession, Yang Junwu no longer needed Luo He to redesign or rebuild for him. Still, he sent a message back to Luo He in the school villa. When Luo He heard that Yang Junwu had acquired the complete construction kit, he was quite surprised. Apparently, some factions wanted to leverage the Water Gentlemen Association as a wild card to challenge the positions of the 10 major forces, effectively putting the association on the hot seat. If Yang Junwu's group could withstand the pressure, the Water Gentlemen Association could rise up between the cracks of various factions and make a grand ascent. However, if they couldn't withstand the pressure, not only would the Water Gentlemen Association disband, but all its members would face serious repercussions affecting their futures. According to his thoughts, Yang Junwu was talented and persevering. As long as he followed the routine, within 3 years, he would absolutely be able to become an S-class or even SS-class mech pilot. Well, it's good for young people to have enthusiasm and vigor. It's also good for him to hit a few walls. Luo He murmured to himself. What he didn't know was that in his previous life, Yang Junwu had already hit a massive wall, one that cost him his life. Back at the dormitory, Yang Junwu asked Su Rashui to notify all members of the Water Gentlemen Association to gather at dormitory number 10. Very soon, 11 people were all in place. Xiuxian entered the room with some impatience. Yang Junwu, I'm going to practice. Don't call me if there's nothing important. Yang Junwu responded calmly. Please calm down. Of course, I called you all here for something important. But what could a C-class faction possibly do? Xiuxian muttered under his breath, but still found a chair to sit on. Once everyone had arrived, Yang Junwu smiled and said, Everyone, welcome to our faction's first all-members meeting. First, I hope everyone understands one thing. No matter which family you belong to originally, your focus here should be on the faction's interest. If anyone leaks important faction information or has their heart with another group, then I am sorry. The president can only expel this person from the Water Gentlemen Association, whom his statement specifically addressed was self-evident. There was only one person among them who had ties to other factions, Sun Yushi. Sun Yushi's face changed. If he was expelled from the Water Gentlemen Association and couldn't join any faction for a year, that would mean losing over 100 faction task credits at least. Alright, I've finished with the formalities. The first task today is to build the office building for the Water Gentlemen Association. Chao Mingyue was confused. The information she had received was that faction buildings were rented from the academy. So how could they build their own? But soon her doubt was resolved because Yang Junwu opened a door. Micro world. Chao Mingyue couldn't help shouting out loud. Yang Junwu glanced at her with a little interest. She actually knew about the micro world. Everyone please. The crowd stepped through the light gate one by one and arrived in Yang Junwu's micro world. After a brief explanation, everyone learned the origin of the micro world. President, that means nobody can enter here without your permission? Zhang Chao asked excitedly. Certainly, building the Water Gentlemen Association's office here is both safe and convenient. Yang Junwu nodded. Too perfect. President, I love you. Zhu Lily's eyes were full of stars. Cough. Yang Junwu glanced at Su Ruoxue. Seeing she showed no reaction, he quickly shifted the topic. The construction core is here. Everyone, let's begin. Chapter 29, A Chance for Oneself. Perfect. Everyone lay sprawled out in the first floor hall, gazing up at the tall ceiling, a sense of accomplishment welling up within them. This building of power had cost them almost all their spiritual energy, leaving them nearly exhausted. Hey, since I began practicing cultivation, this is the first time I've experienced such a massive drain. It's absolutely exhilarating. Zhang Chao exclaimed. I agree. In the future, let any newcomers construct their own rooms, Zhu Lily said. All present voiced their approval. Such an experience should be felt by every new member of the group. Yang Junwu got up from the ground, a devilish smile appearing on the corner of his lips. He clapped his hands and said, Everyone, this is the best moment to cultivate. Head over to the cultivation chamber. 3 veins popped up on Sun Yue's forehead instantly, clearly unhappy. Yang Junwu, we are already so tired. Are you even human if you're asking us to practice cultivation now? Yang Junwu replied coolly, It doesn't matter. If you're unwilling to cultivate, you can leave right now. Xuanhuan won't force any member to cultivate. For those willing, you may receive a 6-rotation rapid cultivation pill from me. After taking it, your cultivation speed will increase by 50% within 5 hours. Give me one. Su Ruoxue was the first to stand up, taking the pill offered by Yang Junwu, and swallowing it before heading towards the cultivation chamber. Chao Mingyue didn't want to fall behind either, and started cultivating after receiving the pill. Soon, all members except Sun Yue took the pills and went to the cultivation chambers. As Yang Junwu was about to leave, Sun Yue hastily called out, President, wait. Oh, you're still here? Yang Junwu smiled lightly, casually remarking. At this moment, Sun Yue's mind was caught in an internal struggle. Should he yield? As a young master from a level 1 family, how could he apologize to someone who came from a secondary city? But if he doesn't, with everyone else accelerating their cultivation, wouldn't he soon be left behind, losing face entirely? Between boosting his strength and maintaining dignity, Sun Yue eventually chose the former. President, I'm sorry, it was my fault earlier. I'm willing to start cultivating. Alright, take good care of the pill. Yang Junwu handed him a 6-rotation rapid cultivation pill. Sun Yue hurriedly accepted it and headed to the cultivation room. Staring at the empty hall, Yang Junwu exhaled deeply. The initial form of the organization has been built, and now it was about reinforcing it next. After swallowing the pill himself, he entered Su Ruoxue's cultivation chamber. There was no choice. There were not enough chambers, so they would need to share in pairs. And aside from Yang Junwu, Su Ruoxue wasn't willing to share with anyone else. You've come. Su Ruoxue glanced up at him briefly before closing her eyes again. Yang Junwu crossed his legs into a sitting position and entered a state of cultivation. I don't understand why you insist on dragging that Sun Yue along. He has his own family support, obviously not aligning fully with us. Su Ruoxue opened with her question. This doubt had been lingering in her mind for some time, but she never found the opportunity to voice it. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. It's simple. Think about it. If Sun Yue can stay stably in Xuanhuan society, does that not illustrate its charm? Su Ruoxue was momentarily startled, then nodded. Besides, there is no direct conflict between us and the Sun family, and perhaps through Sun Yue, we might even cooperate with them. In fact, this was the primary reason Yang Junwu wanted a large family member to join the association. Indeed, with the lottery draw system, he did not lack for medicinal pills or mech suit materials. However, things like stardust powder and mech suit cores were scarce, and as the draw missions became increasingly difficult, obtaining rewards also grew more challenging. Thus, he must acquire some essential cultivation resources by completing faction tasks. Collaboration with major forces could save him quite a bit of effort. Unfortunately, judging from Sun Yue's current behavior, it appeared he hadn't formed much identity with Xuanhuan yet, making the plan temporarily unfeasible. But using your resources to make up for the faction's deficits isn't a solution. Su Ruoxue expressed some concern. Once the members benefited, they would demand even more resources to support their cultivation in the future. Relying solely on Yang Junwu's contributions would not sustain in the long run. Yang Junwoo pulled out a piece of white paper from his bosom covered with small writings. Rest assured, today, we only give cultivation resources as a reward for establishing faction buildings. In the future, they'll have to complete faction tasks and exchange resources for faction points. Su Ruoshui understood suddenly. He had planned everything out long ago. Her beautiful gaze swept across Yang Junwoo's face repeatedly. Such meticulous thoughts and far-reaching plans hardly seemed characteristic of someone from a secondary city. Is there something dirty on my face? Yang Junwoo noticed her continuously staring at him and immediately wiped his face. Su Ruoshui chuckled. Nothing dirty. That laughter was like a flower bud blossoming into a full bloom, brightening the entire room. For a moment, Yang Junwoo was entranced. Ruoshui, you look really beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often. Su Ruoshui reined in her laughter and gave him a scornful glance. Stop chit-chatting and focus on cultivation. The sky grew darker. 5 hours flew by quickly. Yang Junwoo opened his eyes, feeling refreshed throughout his body. Unbelievably, after depleting all his spiritual energy, his cultivation speed was much faster than usual. With the effect of the pill, these 5 hours were equivalent to cultivating for several days. Yang Junwoo could already feel the thin barrier of the chi-refining stage. 9 transmutations at the apex of Bodyforge stage. Adding the automatic cultivation effect of Stardust Powder, he was just one step away from breaking through to the chi-refining stage. Looking at Su Ruoshui beside him, her breath was steady, clearly still deep in meditation. Yang Junwoo tiptoed out of the cultivation chamber. Back in the first-floor hall, everyone had come out of the chambers and gathered here. Upon seeing Yang Junwoo, they immediately surrounded him. Zhang Chao was brimming with excitement. President, your pills and cultivation method are amazing. In just 4 or 5 hours, I've advanced 2 sublevels. Li Zhong looked enviously at him. I only managed to ascend 1. Everyone chimed in. Most had progressed by 1 sublevel, except Sun Yue. But he was deeply astonished inside. Though he hadn't ascended in level, his internal spiritual energy had increased significantly. And this was merely the result of 5 hours of cultivation. This Yang Junwoo was indeed inscrutable. Not only did he possess an incredibly rare miniature world, but also various cultivation pills. The Sun family was a large clan, and even among the direct lineage, the competitive pressure was enormous. Sun Yue was relatively outstanding among the younger generation, but that didn't mean the position of family head was a sure thing for him. Several of his cousins had quite a number of supporters. Among them was Sun Tianyi, president of the Xiuxian Association. If he could have access to similar cultivation resources, he would rather be part of the xuanhuan society than the Xiuxian Association. Perhaps, unintentionally joining the xuanhuan society might be a good opportunity for himself? Chapter 30. The Power of Fusion Percentage. Instant Kill. Everyone, this time is the reward for everyone's collective effort in building our power base. Next time, those who wish to obtain cultivation pills will have to exchange them with faction points. I've already detailed the specific exchange rules. Everyone may voice your opinions and perfect these rules. Yang Junwoo's voice interrupted Sun Yue's thoughts. So be it. Might as well stay here a little longer to see. If Waterlord Society does indeed succeed, his reputation will surely be higher than that in Sunrise Society. The crowd began an animated discussion about the list Yang Junwoo had presented. Chao Mingyue, looking at the fiery scene before her eyes, couldn't help but feel some regret. Has the Yang family made a mistake? The person right in front of her doesn't seem like someone of low talent at all. Excellent not only in cultivation matters, but also quite skillful in managing factions. It's too late now even if she wants to go back. There's no way to mend things after what happened. Once Yang Junwoo finds out the truth from that day, she would definitely become the target of his revenge. Thus, the stronger Yang Junwoo gets, the more urgent it is for her to get rid of him as soon as possible. The fervor brought by the Waterlord Society lasted for a day or two, and then gradually started to fade away. The reason was simple. Members of the Waterlord Society were all first-year freshmen, whose primary task was studying rather than contending with old-school powers. The mech fusion class teacher was a young female instructor named Mu Ning, a powerhouse at the domineering body level. She had originally been a graduate of the academy, staying on to teach after graduation. Students, do you think a B-grade mech at 90% fusion is stronger, or an A-grade mech at 60% fusion? Of course, the A-grade one is stronger. No matter how high the fusion rate, a B-grade mech is still only B-grade unless there is a huge disparity in the user's inherent strength. Chao Mingyue answered immediately. Not just her, almost everyone thought so. Wrong. Mu Ning wagged her finger. Is there anyone among you whose fusion percentage with a B-grade mech reaches 90%? All students shook their heads. Among them, the highest one had reached 78% fusion with a B-grade mech, still quite a distance away from 90. Only Yang Junwoo seemed lost in deep thought. He remembered during his fight with Luo He, his own fusion degree with the A-grade mech inside the original host body had reached an alarming 88%, extremely close to 90. No wonder he was able to withstand an opponent's strike back then. It was due to the high fusion percentage. So you have no idea how great the difference is between above 90 and below 90 fusion percentages. Simply put, when the fusion rate is below 85, each point increase roughly equates to 10% enhancement in power. Between 85 and 90, each point corresponds to around 30%. Mu Ning paused, raising one finger and saying, but once you surpass 90, each additional point gives 100%. Xiuanhuan stood up to question. Teacher, is that really possible? According to your explanation, wouldn't it mean a C-grade mech with a 90% fusion could beat an A-grade mech at 50% fusion? Mu Ning smiled faintly. Theory without practice seems shallow. Let us prove this through actual combat. My fusion with the B-grade mech stands at 91%. Any student with an A-grade mech fused at 70%, please step forward. I'll do it. A boy volunteered himself, stepping forward. Student Mujan, A-grade mech fusion at 72%. The other students gasped upon hearing this, an A-grade mech fusion at 72% absolutely being the highest among the entire class, perhaps even exceeding expectations. All students, please follow me. Mu Ning waved her hand, and a portal of light opened beside the podium. Yang Junwu softly hummed, noticing how similar this portal was to his World Pearl teleportation portal. Could she have a mini-world? Stepping into the light portal, they found themselves in a small dueling arena, estimated to fit around 100 people. As for the rest, it was the boundary of space. If this was a mini-world, wasn't it awfully small? Seeming to read his mind, Mu Ning turned to look at him and said with a smile, "This isn't a true mini-world. It's an artificial space crafted using EMI technology. With the current technology available to the Academy, it can only be this size. Artificially constructed." Yang Junwu was utterly stunned. This Academy truly wasn't simple. Although this device couldn't match a genuine mini-world, its capacity to serve as a storage space was completely adequate. If it could be mass-produced, he believed it would surely be a hot commodity. By this time, Mu Ning and Mu Zhan had both stepped into the dueling arena. "Ms. Mu, watch out." Mu Zhan struck preemptively, instantly fusing with his A-grade core. In his palm materialized a laser sword, while beneath his feet, propulsors fully powered up. Within less than a second, the light sword had already stabbed towards Mu Ning's chest. This blow of Mu Zhan's had employed all his might. Shatter. Without lifting an eyelid, Mu Ning simply clenched her right hand into a fist and thrust it towards the blade. Clang. The light sword shattered instantly. Mu Ning, without losing momentum, transformed her fist into a palm strike, imprinting it on the core position at Mu Zhan's chest. Mu Zhan was hurled back at twice the speed he came with, colliding with a loud boom against the dueling arena's barrier. The barrier flickered but did not break. However, Mu Zhan was in bad shape. His chest caved in significantly, the entirety of his mech flickering as though about to forcibly disengage fusion. Yang Jun's gaze sharpened. This was what true instant kill meant. Moreover, Mu Ning had held back. Had it been her fist that struck, Mu Zhan's core might have been destroyed altogether. For a moment, a profound silence engulfed everyone present. Since childhood, the concept of mech rankings had been ingrained deep within them, driving their efforts in cultivation and striving to use higher-grade mech cores. Yet Mu Ning's single palm strike overturned years of their established understanding, leaving a maelstrom of mixed emotions in each heart. Years of effort. Could they really be outmatched by just a natural talent for fusion? Su Ruoxue suddenly asked, "Teacher Mu, can we all enhance our fusion level to where you are?" Her question echoed every student's unspoken thoughts. Mu Ning responded, "As long as you diligently train according to my methods, reaching 85 is a sure thing, even if 90 might be difficult. Of course, if anyone can't even reach 80, then this course will result in a failing grade." A wave of moans arose from the audience. According to Academy rules, failing even one subject at the end of the term would lead to demotion, falling from Class 1 down to Class 3. Failing 2 courses, well, sorry, but immediate expulsion. Everyone, please take out your B-grade course. Stepping out of the dueling arena, Mu Ning gently applied some peculiar powder around each student's eyes. Is this stardust powder?" Yang Junwu exclaimed, recognizing the rare substance in Mu Ning's hand immediately. Mu Ning smiled faintly at him. "Correct, and you've identified it so well. Stardust powder allows you to see the flow of metal particles inside the core, which helps determine material purity during mech construction. Now, your task isn't testing, but communicating with them." Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed and asked, "Teacher, when you say them, do you mean EMI particles?" "Exactly. Only through knowing oneself and knowing others can one achieve more perfect fusion." Mu Ning nodded approvingly. "But how do you communicate? Metal doesn't talk." The crowd remained utterly confused. "Every person's method is different. Please explore and find yours individually. Oh, and there's another matter. Each person will use 1 gram of stardust powder for this training, and it'll be deducted from your allowances." The group stood speechless. Chapter 31, Ultimate Fusion Rate. Calmly, Yang Junwu followed the method taught by Mu Ning to perceive the flow of EMI particles within the core. The stardust powder acted as a bond connecting consciousness with the EMI particles, materializing the mind and entering the core space. Gradually, before Yang Junwu's eyes, an amazing scene appeared. The luminous EMI particles were like cars racing on a highway, speeding along predetermined roads. Unfortunately, the entire road wasn't smooth. Some areas had sharp bends, which significantly slowed down the particle movement. In some places, it was even more absurd. Actual gaps appeared, forcing particles to leap across. Yang Junwu suddenly realized this was how one could use stardust powder to check if a core was perfect. The fewer the slowdown bends, the better. The presence of gaps directly affected quality. The more gaps, the poorer the quality. Let your consciousness fuse with the EMI particles, enhancing their speed. The more you increase it, the higher the fusion rate. Mu Ning's voice sounded distant yet clear. Yang Junwu attempted to extend an invitation to the EMI particles, but received no response. "Brother EMI, I see you're already at your limit. Let me give you a hand, okay? Brother EMI, would you like to be friends with me? Brother EMI, shall we combine? I warn you, if you ignore me again, I will destroy you." Each attempt to reach out mentally went unanswered, gradually turning Yang Junwu's emotions increasingly irritable. Not good. entering into a state of madness. Seeing Yang Junwu covered in red, trembling uncontrollably, Mu Ning quickly came over and channeled her pure spiritual energy into him. Stay focused, conserve your inner power, don't let your thoughts wander, she commanded sharply. Yang Junwu's body jolted abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. He had just lost control, his consciousness completely out of his grasp. Mu Ning's spiritual energy washed over him like a bucket of icy water, snapping him back to full awareness. Fusion is not about commanding it to do tasks. Rather, imagine becoming a part of the ME particles. Becoming a part of it. Yang Junwu grasped the concept. Consciousness without form or volume could adhere to any object. Gradually, he felt his perspective change. From being a mere bystander, he transformed into countless slices, each combined with the ME particles. His intention alone could accelerate the flow of ME particles. If the ME particles were compared to flying vehicles, then mental power was their drivers. The more drivers there are, the more flying vehicles could be accelerated and controlled, thus moving faster. The inherent quality of the core was akin to the road itself. The better the road, the less resistance there is for all the flying vehicles to accelerate fully. That equates to 100% fusion. Thus, the degree of fusion was influenced by two factors, mental strength and quality. 80%, 85%. When he reached 86%, xianxia felt that every single ME particle had been integrated into his consciousness, incapable of further improvement. With the effect of the stellar powder still active, he switched to a B-level core. This time, the fusion rate was worse, only reaching 83%. Yang Junwu understood now. The disparity between these rates was determined by core quality. 83% represented the absolute maximum fusion rate for that particular core, regardless of who used it. The quality of items produced from the second-class city was indeed average. Yang Xiaoyu let out a soft sigh, disengaging the fusion and letting his consciousness return to normal. Approximately 20 minutes later, other students had gradually concluded their first fusion practice. Class 1 truly lived up to its reputation as an elite class. Their excitement revealed the immense gains and growth from this session. Ruoxue, how did it go? Su Ruoxue gave a slight nod. I found it highly beneficial. I've never thought of using such a method to improve fusion rates. Alright everyone, upgrading B-level mech suits may be relatively easy, but upgrading A-level mech suits is at least 50 times more challenging. Therefore, under no circumstances should anyone become arrogant. Yes, teacher. This class concludes here. Please exit through the light gate. Returning to the classroom after a brief rest, the mech suit materials identification course began. The schedule for the new students was tightly packed, nearly exhausting them from dawn till dusk. Even in such a situation, Yang Junwu lacked the energy to think about undertaking force-related missions. Half a month passed like this. During this time, Yang Junwu successfully broke through to the first transformation stage of Chi body realm, allowing him unrestricted use of the innate A-level mech suit within his main body ever since. President, something's happened. Zhang Chao rushed into the president's office in a flurry. Yang Junwu gestured for him to sit down. Don't panic. Take your time and tell me what's going on. Changfeng Guild, Tindi Guild, and Xinglong Guild have jointly petitioned to revoke our Shuejun Guild's qualification as a recognized force within the student union. And the student union has already started discussing this matter. These three guilds have nothing to do with us. So why are they suddenly concerned about Shuejun Guild's affairs? Yang Junwu was puzzled. On the power ranking list, Changfeng Guild, Tindi Guild, and Xinglong Guild were ranked 20th, 19th, and 18th respectively, just above Shuejun Guild which had 0 points, a clear bottom dweller. This still unclear? It's definitely a scheme by the top 10 powers. Their aim is to ruin us, Zhang Chao urgently said. In these past half-month, even though it was said that points would be used to exchange for medicinal pills, Yang Junwu had still provided quite a number of them to assist members in their cultivation, putting off the accumulation of points for later. Thus, the improvement of the 11 members was tremendous. Zhang Chao progressed from the 5th level of the body forging realm to the 8th, almost ascending a small realm every 10 days, an astonishing speed. Yet his cultivation pace merely ranked in the middle. According to President Yang Junwu's plan, within half a year, all members must break through the Chi body realm. If the guild were to disband, he wouldn't be able to maintain such a cultivation speed. How could he not worry? Logically speaking, only once every half year did one need to hand over power points to sustain the existence of the guild. With only 1 month having passed, the student union shouldn't have agreed. Just then, Li Zhong rushed in. President, Zhang classmate, I've investigated. Apparently, the academy has passed a resolution. From today onward, a guild elimination system will be enforced. Each month, based on monthly PowerPoint rankings, only the top 20 guilds will remain. The rest will be eliminated. Previous accumulated points will be evenly distributed among the top 20. Could there be such a good thing? Yang Junwu was delighted. Good thing. Zhang Chao thought the president might be insane. Currently, there were 21 forces total, only taking the top 20 obviously targeted Shuejun Guild. Of course it's a good thing. You go and inform the others. Everyone must come to the office for a meeting, Yang Junwu was confidently assured. Moments later, 12 people gathered in the president's office. Everyone had received the news of elimination at the last place and appeared grave. Zhu Lili spoke up first. President, we must file an appeal to the academy against this regulation. It's clearly deliberately targeting us. Do you think our protest will have any effect? Xiao Minghua scoffed coldly. Hey, don't inflate others' morale while deflating your own. How do you know it won't work until you try? Zhu Lili wouldn't give in. I really don't understand what the academy is doing. Do they want new powers to never be able to surpass old ones? Li Zhong complained. Let's hear what the president has to say. Sun Yue indicated everyone should quiet down. Though his expression seemed calm, his heart was extremely conflicted at that moment. Having stayed in the Xiuxian guild for a month, Sun Yue actually developed some feelings for the group. But reason told him that relying solely on Yang Junwu to support Xiuxian guild would absolutely go nowhere. If this time the guild were disbanded, he could regain his freedom and choose another power to join. So no matter how things ended, it was painful for him. You all needn't panic. In my view, the Academy's reform isn't aimed to suppress new powers but instead gives them an enormous opportunity. As soon as Yang Junwu opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Sun Yue raised an eyebrow. President, what do you plan to do? Yang Junwu looked around at everyone present and smiled faintly. Very simple. I announce that Xiuxian guild hereby dissolves. Chapter 32, Yang Junwu's plan. What? Yang Junwu, are you crazy? You actually dissolved the Waterlords Association yourself. Xiao Mingyue was greatly shocked. She had anticipated all sorts of reactions from Yang Junwu, but the one she never thought of was that he would personally dissolve his power base. No wonder the Yang family didn't want this guy around. There was a reason for it. It was only a minor setback, and yet he chose to abandon everything outright. The other members of the faction were also full of confusion. Just now, he had said not to panic, and now suddenly turned into a coward? If it weren't for the large amount of cultivation materials Yang Junwu normally provided, there would probably already be someone cursing him by now. Only Su Ruoxue seemed to have a faint sense of what was going on. Junwu, do you mean to dissolve this month and then reassemble next month? Yang Junwu gave her a thumbs up. That's exactly what I mean. Everyone carefully considered it and finally understood. Sun Yao's eyes bulged wide open. The Waterlords Association currently has no points. Dissolving incurs no losses, and voluntarily disbanding won't result in elimination for being in the last position. Xiao Mingyue nodded. According to the student union rules, each month the rankings are based on the faction's current points. Therefore, as long as we re-establish our group at the beginning of the month and accept tasks, ensuring our monthly points exceed those of the 20th ranked faction will suffice. Yang Junwu burst out laughing loudly. Simply maintaining our position might seem a bit passive, but don't forget, the top 20 can gain all the points from eliminated factions. Even if we get only 1/20th, it's still enough for us to use. Everyone was stunned, then filled with wild joy. Worthy of being the president indeed, thinking much farther ahead than us. Suddenly Sun Yue spoke up. Yang Junwu, if you voluntarily dissolve the Waterlords Association, then the wager between us will be nullified, and I'll be free to leave. Indeed, the bet between him and Yang Junwu only applied to the first establishment of the faction. Once the Waterlords Association dissolves, the contract becomes void, granting him the freedom to join any other faction he wants. Yang Junwu smirked slightly. Of course, that's your freedom. However, I still hope you consider our Waterlords Association. After all, over this past month, everyone has become very familiar with each other. Big brother Yue, the president is right, Zhang Chao advised. As long as we work hard together, we won't be worse off than those so-called major factions. Sun Yue snorted coldly. You guys just don't know how terrifying those veteran factions are. Yang Junwu, I ask you this. Even the lowest ranked Changfeng faction is a B-class force, capable of taking B-class missions, and they have more people than us. How do we expect to surpass them within a month? Xiao Mingyue replied lightly. I can answer that question for you. You? Xiao Mingyue glanced at Yang Junwu, who smiled at her and nodded. It appeared she had also figured it out. It's simple. According to the rules for faction points, point updates only happen at the end of the month. In other words, as long as we keep good secrets, the opposing side might not clearly understand how many points we've earned. As for surpassing them, that will require effort from all of us. We can't expect gains without putting in the work, right? Yang Junwu looked at everyone and raised his hand in an oath. I, Yang Junwu, swear to heaven, as long as everyone is willing to continue joining my Waterlords Association, I guarantee to provide each of you with sufficient cultivation resources. Zhang Chao and Li Zhong, already staunch supporters of Yang Junwu, immediately slapped their thighs. President, we too declare here that even if they all leave, we're willing to keep fighting together. Zhu Lili opened her mouth slightly. Oh, you two brothers sure have deep feelings, huh? So, does that mean you've forgotten about me, your sister? Not at all. All of us here are close siblings. The Waterlords Association, none of us can be missing. Except for Sun Yue. All the members present expressed their willingness to continue following Yang Junwu. Wealth and glory come with risk, and opportunities like this wouldn't last forever. Their decision to stay aligned completely with Yang Junwu's expectations. However, Sun Yue remained the biggest variable. If he chose to leave and revealed their plans to other factions, Yang Junwu's strategy would collapse. Sensing all eyes focused on him, Sun Yue gritted his teeth and left a remark. Let me think about it, before leaving the Waterlords building alone. Su Ruoxue looked at his retreating back with some concern in her expression. Forcing someone unwilling creates sour results. Perhaps from the start, we shouldn't have dragged him in. Yang Junwu smiled confidently. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't join us again, he won't leak our secrets. Su Ruoxue paused momentarily. Are you really that certain? You don't understand him. Deep down, he's a very proud person. Someone like that would naturally disdain doing such small, dishonorable deeds. Su Ruoxue thus said nothing further. She trusted Yang Junwu's judgment. Alright everyone, we have a busy month ahead. Let's focus on cultivation. Yang Junwu addressed everyone. Yes, President. A day later, a bombshell spread across the campus. The Waterlords Association, established only a month ago, had suddenly applied for dissolution. The leaders of various factions were initially shocked, as just a month earlier at the welcome ceremony, they had proclaimed their intention to challenge the top 10 factions. Now, before even a month had passed, they were folding? But soon enough, they realized it must be because of the new faction rules set to be announced next month. With merely a dozen or so members, the Waterlords Association was guaranteed to end up at the bottom. Instead of enduring forced dissolution and the associated disgrace, voluntary dissolution appeared more dignified. Mocking voices abounded among the first-year students, sneering at former Waterlords Association members with disdain, especially Yang Junwoo. TCH, I thought Yang Junwoo was something special. His slogans reverberated through the sky, yet he crumbled with just a rule adjustment before those veteran factions even acted. Exactly, those who believed in him must have had rotten luck for 8 generations, saddled with such an incapable president. Don't sympathize with them, it's their own choice. They must walk their chosen path, no matter how hard it is. Fortunately, after every class ended, the former Waterlords Association members rushed to dormitory number 10, using every second for cultivation. Thus, most of the ridicule never reached their ears. 3 days later, in the dean's office, Luo He and xuanhuan stood side by side, not daring to look up at the robed man seated at the head. Not even the dean treated them with such deference. Could this robed man's status surpass the dean's? After a while, the robed man spoke, his voice calm, as though in his early 30s. Has the change in faction rules been arranged? Xuanhuan hurriedly nodded. It has been handled according to your instructions. Good. Do not interfere. Let internal student affairs resolve themselves. If anyone attempts to break the rules, enforce disciplinary action strictly. Furthermore, I will arrange one of the hidden agencies to supervise the external academy. At the mention of the hidden agency, Xuanhuan involuntarily trembled. Such fear was unimaginable even for experts like him. He quickly responded, Rest assured, sir. We will monitor closely. However, the robed man's brows furrowed slightly. However what? Speak frankly. Yes. This trivial matter. Is it really necessary to expend the efforts of the hidden agency? Luo He seized the opportunity. Sir, with your status, targeting a mere freshman seems somewhat excessive. The robed man looked at the 2 apprehensive figures and smiled faintly. I'm glad you are standing up for the students. But rest assured, my intentions are simply to accelerate his growth. Things over there are becoming increasingly urgent, and my time grows short. I must find a successor swiftly. Both Luo He and xuanhuan exchanged glances, utterly astonished. Could it be that this person intended to groom Yang Junwoo as a successor? Did they even know each other? You needn't worry, said the robed man. Even if fast, it still requires his graduation. Moreover, it is only an intention. Should he fail to meet my standards, I will choose another candidate. Strict confidentiality is essential regarding this matter, understood? Yes, sir. In a flash, the robed figure vanished from the room as if he had never been there. Luo He became extremely agitated. Old friend, if Yang Junwoo truly succeeds this esteemed position, I, as his teacher, would also bask in reflected glory. Xuanhuan chuckled lightly. Luo, don't get too excited. It's not definite yet. We must see how Yang Junwoo performs. Luo He waved his hand dismissively, scoffing. I know my student well. There won't be any problems. Yang Junwoo naturally had no idea the changes in the academy rules were due to some robed man. At the moment, he was negotiating with the student union's registration senior. Sister, isn't establishing a new faction supposed to cost only 20 points? Why does it now require 40? The senior seemed incredibly impatient. Go read the rules yourself. When a faction founder dissolves their faction, re-establishment costs double the original points. What? When did this rule come into effect? Yang Junwoo nearly fainted. This rule didn't exist before, he was certain. 20 points wasn't much, but he certainly didn't want to be ripped off like that. So, does it mean having someone else establish it would cost only 20 points? The sister looked startled for a moment, then nodded. That's correct. Great. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Yang Junwoo immediately ran towards dormitory number 10. If fresh recruits were required, fine, they could do that as well. Entering the small world, Yang Junwoo initiated a building-wide broadcast. Everyone, pause cultivation for a bit. Let's first handle the procedures for founding a new faction. Soon, a group of 11 appeared in the dormitory. Yang Junwoo said to Su Ruoshui, Ruoshui, you apply this time. Su Ruoshui slightly froze. Why? There's a rule set by some idiot that those who have established an organization before must pay double credits the next time around. So that was it. Su Ruoshui covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I'll do it. But that way, the president will be me. Aren't you afraid I might run off with the points later? Yang Junwoo waved his hand broadly. I trust you. Even if you really ran off with the points, consider it as my gift to you. Looking at the serious face of Yang Junwoo, Su Ruoshui's smile faded, and she nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Su Ruoshui will never betray the Waterlords Association. Chapter 33, Sun Yue's Choice. Returning to the registration office, Su Ruoshui paid 20 study points. May I ask what you would like to name your new faction? Water Sovereign Society. Su Ruoshui replied calmly. The registration senior was completely stunned. Wasn't the Water Sovereign Society just dissolved? Why rebuild it? Senior, I've checked. There are no rules in the faction regulations that prohibit a faction from having the same name as one that has been dissolved. So, please register it quickly. Everyone is waiting to join. Yang Junwoo peeked out with a smile. It turned out he had found someone to apply for it. The senior understood. Yang Junwoo was correct. There was indeed no such regulation. The senior could only register the information. Soon, the newly established Water Sovereign Society completed the response process, and 11 people were registered. Seeing they weren't leaving yet, the senior became a bit impatient and said, "The registration is complete. Do you have anything else?" Xuanhuan nodded. "Senior, we want to take on a faction task. The C-class tasks are posted on the scrolling wall next door. You can go check them out yourselves. To accept any task, simply click and select using your faction badge." The senior pointed to the screen wall nearby. A newly founded C-class small faction could only take C-class tasks. Most of the C-class tasks were repetitive tasks, with low difficulty and rewards, and no penalties if not completed. Thus, most were self-service, without registration required. No, we want to take a B-class task." The senior gave him a glare. "Are you teasing me? Your faction is only C-class. You can't take B-class tasks." Yang Junwei shook his finger and pulled out a badge from his pocket. "The Water Sovereign Society is indeed only C-class, but I have this. Shouldn't this let us take B-class tasks?" The senior's eyelids twitched slightly. She knew exactly what Yang Junwei was handing over. It was proof of an inner courtyard student. Yang Junwei was actually an inner courtyard student? The ratio of outer courtyard students advancing to the inner courtyard is about 1%, meaning only 1 out of 100 can make it, and most usually gain their qualification in the later part of their second year or during their third year. He's just a freshman. How could he possibly? It's extremely hard to enter the inner courtyard. As an inner courtyard student, one becomes a key training target for the Divine Arms Academy, naturally enjoying higher benefits. According to the rules, if a faction has an inner courtyard disciple, they can take on tasks 1 level higher than their own rank. Although the senior believed that no one would dare to impersonate an inner courtyard student, she still tested the badge as a precaution. As expected, it passed without a hitch. She handed the badge back to Yang Junwei with both hands. The senior's attitude towards him made a 90-degree turn. There wasn't a single inner courtyard student she could afford to offend. "Junior, this is the latest list of B-class tasks, ranked from high to low based on difficulty and reward points. Although you are an inner courtyard student, your overall strength as a group is somewhat weaker. I suggest starting with the easiest." Yang Junwei nodded. The senior's advice was also in line with his thoughts, since it was their first time attempting a B-class task. Ensuring success rate rather than risking was important. Sui Ruoshui touched a task icon with her finger. "Let's take this one." The senior opened up the task details. B-class task, eliminate mechanical beasts. Task prompt. In a secondary region of the Anomaly continent, the Academy maintains an automated observation post. Recently, a cluster of mechanical beasts have been spotted wandering nearby. Task requirements. Clear all mechanical beasts within a 5-kilometer radius of the observation point to prevent its destruction. Once cleared, the observation point will send feedback. Remaining time. 3 days, 3 hours, and 3 minutes. Reward. Base reward is 35 points. For each B-class mechanical beast corpse brought back, receive an additional 5 points. Maximum reward is 100 points. Yang Junwei roughly understood why Su Ruoshui chose this task. She dislikes interacting with strangers, and this kind of extermination task suits her well. Moreover, aside from the basic rewards, additional rewards can be obtained by killing more enemies. Yang Junwei nodded. "Alright, let's go with this one." The senior remarked. "Since this is your first time accepting a B-class task, I must remind you that if you fail to complete it within the specified time, the corresponding faction points will be deducted. If your faction points are insufficient, then the respective study points of the members involved in the task will be deducted instead. Would you like to confirm acceptance?" "Confirm." Yang Junwei confirmed without hesitation. This task must be completed, no room for consideration. "Okay, the task has been accepted. You may proceed to the teleportation portal with this task badge. Please note, the badge will record your task completion status. Loss or damage will result in task failure." "Understood." Su Ruoshui took the badge carefully and placed it in her inner pocket. Yang Junwei smiled mischievously and said to the senior, "Senior, don't leak my identity as an inner courtyard student or the information about this task acceptance, or I'll file a complaint with the Department of Education." After saying that, without waiting for the senior's response, he turned to the Water Sovereign Society members and said, "I'll give you an hour to prepare yourselves and adjust your states. This time, we're all going out. Let's meet at the teleportation portal at 4:50. "Yes, President." Rising Sun Guild, Sun Tiany's office. Sun Yue was nervously twisting his hands, his eyes flickering. "Big brother, I want to think about it some more." "Think. Have you grown soft after staying too long in the Water Sovereign Society?" Sun Tiany was very dissatisfied. Initially, they were competitors. If not for maintaining the competitiveness within their direct line, he wouldn't have wanted to cultivate a rival for himself. What made matters worse was Sun Yue being utterly unambitious. Not only did he embarrass the Sun family on the first day at the academy, but now, even the demeanor of a young master had vanished. "Big brother, I'm not like that. My father specifically emphasized many times, insisting I must take good care of you. Alright, stop making excuses. Apply immediately to join the Rising Sun Guild. I'll offer you the position of vice president." Sun Yue bitterly smiled. "Big brother, isn't this too hasty? If I leave the Water Sovereign Society and immediately join the Rising Sun Guild, people might suspect that the dissolution of the Water Sovereign Society has something to do with the Rising Sun Guild." Sun Tiany laughed loudly. "So what if they suspect? In the academy, power is respected above all else. Enhancing strength is the righteous path. Everything else can be ignored." Report. A knocking sound suddenly came from the door. "Come in." Sun Tiany sat back down in his chair. A member of the Rising Sun Guild walked into the office and froze when he saw Sun Yue sitting there. "What's the matter? Speak freely." "Yes, President, the Water Sovereign Society has re-established." "What? Say that again." The Water Sovereign Society has been re-established. Sun Yue's eyes lit up, then he lowered his head silently. Sure enough, Yang Junwu definitely had a backup plan before dissolving his force. Sun Tianyi suddenly felt somewhat restless. Theoretically speaking, a simple Water Sovereign Society should not pose any impact on the Rising Sun Guild, yet deep down, he felt uneasy. No, re-establishing a faction requires double study points. He can't possibly have so many points. In the first few months of freshman year, most students burn their study points since expenses usually exceed income. It's the foundational phase where one uses points to exchange for cultivation resources rather than doing missions. The president isn't Yang Junwu, it's Su Ruoxue. It's her. At the mention of her name, Sun Tianyi's heart rippled slightly. Ice Beauty. He wondered why such a beautiful girl would choose to get involved with that impoverished guy Yang Junwu. President, are they planning to risk doing tasks to enter the top 20? Risk? What do they have to risk with? They've only got over 10 members, all of them newcomers. Even if they could accomplish 100 C-class missions in a month, it's impossible for them to surpass the Changfeng Guild, which ranks last, let alone other forces. Sun Tianyi scoffed disdainfully. You're absolutely right, President. If there's nothing else, I'll go practice. Hold on. Notify all members that everyone must participate in and complete at least one B-class or higher mission this month. Those who fail will face a double deduction of contribution values. Understood. As the member left, only the two brothers remained in the room. Sun Tianyi said, this time for the mission, follow me. First, experience the format and difficulty of the missions. However, Sun Yue shook his head. Sorry, big brother, I've made up my mind. I won't join the Rising Sun Guild. Sun Tianyi raised an eyebrow. What? Do you still want to go back? To his surprise, Sun Yue nodded seriously. Exactly. Now that the Water Sovereign Society has reorganized, I can't abandon my teammates. You've lost your mind. Yang Junwu's group has already dissolved. The agreement between you both has been completed. Now it's Su Ruoxue's faction, and it has nothing to do with you anymore. Sun Tianyi was nearly furious. He had gone through so much trouble to pave the way for him, and Sun Yue was still thinking about that broken-down Water Sovereign Society. Sun Yue maintained a solemn expression. Big brother, our family is upright and completes what we start. I wish to try walking my own path. Seeing the firm determination in his eyes, the anger in Sun Tianyi's heart subsided by a great deal. To become a true expert, one indeed needs such an attitude. He sighed lightly. All right, I can't persuade you. I hope you keep advancing on the road you have chosen. Sun Yue was elated. That means, big brother, you agree. Sun Tianyi gave him a look of exasperation. Your legs are attached to your body. Even if I didn't agree, what can I do? Thanks, cousin. Then I'll take my leave. Sun Yue hastily got up from the chair. Judging from Sun Tianyi's cautious approach, the Changfeng Guild and other forces at the bottom of the rankings must be working harder to earn points. It might not be as easy for Yang Junwu's plan to succeed. He needed to tell Yang Junwu this news as soon as possible. Sun Yue rushed to the door when Sun Tianyi's voice echoed behind him. Wait, cousin, is there something else? If the Water Sovereign Society turns out to be unreliable, you can always come back. The Rising Sun Guild will always be your home. Though Sun Tianyi's voice was not loud, it carried an inexplicable strength. Sun Yue's eyes watered slightly, and he nodded vigorously. I will. Chapter 34, Sneak Attack. At the portal, Yang Junwu and his group arrived empty-handed to find Administrator Mr. Mo. After scanning their mission badges, Mr. Mo reminded them, there are no supplies in the Yeet Beast space. You're taking a dangerous risk by bringing nothing. Relax, teacher, we've got this, said Yang Junwu. All right, stand on the center platform of the teleportation array. Please don't move. The teleport will activate shortly. Any student worthy of divine weapons had a trick or two up their sleeve. Since they seemed prepared, Mr. Mo didn't add much more. Just as the teleportation array's light was about to flash, a voice shouted from outside the door. Wait, I'm coming too. Upon hearing the voice, Xianxia was delighted. That sounds like Brother Yue. Sure enough, the door opened and Sun Yue rushed in breathlessly. Mr. Mo glared at him disapprovingly. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know the rules of the teleportation? Rushing in like that can easily mess it up. Teacher, sorry for being late. I'm with them. Sun Yue quickly apologized. You should ensure your numbers are complete before entering the teleporter. This time, let it slide, but don't let it happen again. You, get into the array right now. Thank you, teacher. Sun Yue immediately jumped into the teleportation array. Yang Junwu patted his shoulder, thought it through. I just want to see how your plan is bound to fail. Sun Yue turned away. For the first time riding the teleportation array, Yang Junwu found it extremely fascinating. It felt like his body had transformed into Emi particles moving at high speed through an ethereal void. It was somewhat similar to the sensation when stardust powder fused with the core. Before he could carefully investigate, the light faded, and his form solidified back into a human shape, feeling the ground beneath his feet once again. The teleportation had ended. Yang Junwu looked around. They were currently on a rooftop platform of a circular building. President, there's an explanation here. Zhang Chao pointed to a display beside the platform. Self-service teleportation device. Teleportation available back to the academy. Cooldown period 24 hours. Above it showed a countdown timer at 23 hours 59 minutes. It seems we'll need to stay here for a day and night, Sun Yue remarked. Yang Junwu took out the mission badge and thoroughly reviewed the task instructions. The requirement was to clear all mechanized beasts within a 5-kilometer radius of the observation point. If new mechanical beasts entered during the clearance, the mission wouldn't be considered completed. After some thought, he spoke. All members, I suggest splitting into 4 groups with 3 people each, heading in the 4 cardinal directions. Me, Ruo Shui, Chao Mingyue, and Sun Yue will lead 1 group each. Among Water Spirit Guild members, only the 4 of them could control ill-level cores temporarily, so this minimized risks for each team. Su Ruoshui hesitated to open her mouth. She wanted to follow Yang Junwu, but didn't want to lead a team herself. Ultimately, she held her tongue. I want to be in the president's group. Zhu Lili immediately stepped forward. And me. Zhang Qiao raised his hand. Fine, the 3 of us will cover the north. Let's get going. They promptly initiated fusion and leaped off the observation platform. Ding! At that moment, a system notification rang out in Yang Junwu's mind. Adventure mission activated. Kill 10 mechanical beasts and 10 non-mechanical beasts within a patrol time limit of 5 hours to receive adventure rewards. Such unasked for rewards. Yang Junwu's heart cheered. System, I love you. Yang Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Regardless of the fact that they were killing the long-route beasts, the extra task reward was simply fantastic. But after 15 minutes, Zhu Lili canceled the fusion and slumped against a large rock, weakly complaining. President, we've run back and forth across 5 kilometers. Not even one beast, not even a bird. What if all the beasts have gathered in the other 3 directions? Zhang Qiao speculated. Yang Junwu shook his head. That scenario was highly unlikely. If the other directions encountered large concentrations of mechanized beasts, they would have been notified already. Even without mechanized beasts, normal beasts should still exist. Now, the reality was that their path was barren. Right at that moment, Yang Jun was suddenly sensed a strange wave emanating from the surrounding space, causing his expression to drastically change. Lily, initiate fusion immediately. Before Zhu Lili could respond, Yang Junwu hurled a punch toward behind her. Yang Junwu barely regained balance after hastily stepping back 3 steps. Zhu Lili was terrified but had developed reflexes due to rigorous training with Yang Junwu's commands. Despite not understanding the urgency, she subconsciously followed suit. She had just finished the fusion when a tremendous force slammed into her back, nearly shattering her. Illumination flare. While retreating, Yang Junwu quickly launched a projectile, which exploded in midair, illuminating the hidden figures lurking in the mist nearby. At the sight of it, the 3 instantly drew in a sharp breath. 5 massive mechanical beasts had already surrounded them, and the one that had just attacked was the gigantic dinosaur-like beast. This is outrageous. These things can turn invisible. That's why we didn't see any beasts on the way, Zhu Lili shuddered. If not for Yang Junwu's warning, her body would have been directly hit. By this time next year, they'd probably be visiting her grave. Yang Junwu wore a solemn expression. These creatures were far more than just invisibility experts. They also possessed strategy. They exploited their opponent's lack of vigilance and launched sneak attacks from the shadows. He suddenly began to worry about the situation of the other 3 teams. Before embarking on the mission, including Yang Junwu himself, everyone had underestimated the task. Just a B-class mission, after all, with all of them possessing B-class cores and having 4 A-level mech pilots in charge. How hard could it be? Although no one openly revealed such complacency, subconsciously, that's how they all felt. Now, though, it was clear how mistaken they'd been. Just take these 5 beasts surrounding them. None of them were below B-class strength. Roar! The distant giant roared angrily upon realizing its sneak attack failed. Hearing the roar, the 5 colossal beasts turned frenzied and charged at the trio again. Their attacks were simple yet brutal, brute force physical strikes using their muscular bodies. Dragon Breaker Fist. Facing a punch nearly 10 times his size, Yang Junwu didn't back down. Instead, he spun around and delivered a defiant punch right toward the incoming strike. Zhu Lili and Zhang Qiao were dumbfounded. Emi cores possessed excellent repair capabilities. That was the greatest advantage of B-class mechs. Still, who would willingly fight this recklessly without fear of being crushed in an instant, leaving no chance for repair? But their shock wasn't over yet. When the 2 fists clashed, one huge, one small, it wasn't Yang Junwu who got thrown back, but the gargantuan dinosaur mech beast. Is he even human? Both stared blankly at each other before simultaneously questioning whether their president was truly human. Hey, don't you 2 stand there gawking. Do I need to face all 5 alone? Yang Junwu worked tirelessly up front only to find both behind him frozen in amazement, prompting him to curse loudly. Haha, the capable bear more burdens. Zhu Lili laughed heartily and immediately opened fire. They wouldn't dare replicate Yang Junwu's method of battling these titans head-on, but instead used their nimble, quick-shifting mechs to maintain long-range assaults from the perimeter. The firepower of a B-class mech was truly formidable. Despite the thick hides of these colossal beasts, under the relentless barrage from the 2, metallic scales flew off their bodies as they stumbled backward, struggling to stay upright. A light sword materialized in Yang Junwu's hand as he leaped into the air and swung it towards the head of the dinosaur mech beast. Roar! The dinosaur mech beast opened its enormous mouth, spewing out a stream of metallic liquid. Yang Junwu was ready for it. He performed a mid-air fold and dodged effortlessly before activating propulsion to accelerate straight into the blind spot on top of the dinosaur's head. Die! The lightsaber chopped fiercely down onto the large neck. Screech! A piercing sound of metal grinding against metal resounded. As expected, the outer skin of the mech beast was incredibly tough, even resistant to ME particle-calculated energy swords. President, let me help you. Here comes my weakening energy stream. Zhu Lili raised her right arm, unleashing a strange particle beam that struck the dinosaur mech beast's neck accurately. Its hardened shell softened immediately. Though this effect lasted less than half a second, it was plenty enough for Yang Junwu. Break! He roared, slicing downward swiftly, severing the massive head cleanly from the mech beast's body. With a thunderous crash, the decapitated body thrashed wildly before collapsing completely. Good job. Yang Junwu gave Zhu Lili a thumbs up. Thank you, President. Come on, there are 4 left. Now that they discovered a way to defeat these giants, Yang Junwu led Zhu Lili toward another one. Woo! In the distance, an eerie roar sounded again. Upon hearing it, the remaining 4 mech beasts abandoned the trio and fled. You bitches, don't you dare run away. After all, every one of those beasts represented tangible rewards, so none of them could be allowed to escape. Yang Junwu maximized his speed, blocking a shark-like mech beast's path. Dragon returned fist. Crack! The force of the punch destroyed part of the mech covering on his arm, exceeding the limits of what a B-class mech could withstand. Yet, the shark mech beast was pierced through its scales with just one blow, flying back dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Despite its tenacity, this beast couldn't die instantly from such a powerful strike. It flailed violently on the ground, trying desperately to get back up. Yang Junwu naturally wouldn't give it any further chances to escape. Light swords and Zhu Lili's weakening energy streams converged above the shark mech beast. The lightsaber chopped down fiercely, slicing its massive body directly into 2 halves. As the shark mech beast fell, calmness returned to the vicinity. The other 2 mechanical beasts had already vanished. Yang Junwu's resources were heavily depleted, and his core had sustained significant damage. It seemed that the mechanical beasts wouldn't return for a while, so Yang Junwu disengaged the fusion, panting heavily. Having used several violent moves in succession, even his hidden dragon physique was struggling to cope. If it hadn't been for his recent breakthrough into the KD stage, these hard clashes would have left him seriously injured by now. Zhu Lili and Zhang Chao looked at their president as if he were some sort of monster. What? Why are you two staring at me like that? Yang Junwu turned to ask. Zhu Lili. President, are you possibly one of those strange beasts yourself? Yang Junwu was speechless, realizing how much of an impact he had made on them. But then again, with the hidden dragon physique, saying he was some kind of beast wasn't exactly wrong. Chapter 35. Don't talk nonsense without basis. How's the situation over there? Yang Junwu sent a message to Su Ruoshui. Soon a reply came back. We encountered a few mechanical anomalies, but their power is not strong. We quickly dealt with them. Did you encounter any ordinary anomalies? No, we didn't pay attention. There might be 2 or 3. Anyway, they've been dealt with. Just 2 or 3. Yang Junwu felt a bit disheartened. Next time you encounter non-mechanical anomalies, try to capture them alive. I need them. Okay. Su Ruoshui agreed readily, even though she wasn't sure what he needed them for. Yang Junwu then asked about the situations on the other 2 sides. Chao Mingyue's side was slightly pressured, but they had resolved the first wave of attacks. As for Sun Yue, President, are you joking? I'm equipped with an A-class mech suit right now. Would dealing with a B-class mech beast pose any problem? Yang Junwu felt speechless. He had originally wanted to remind him, but reconsidered and thought this kind of advice wouldn't work unless one experiences failure themselves. After similarly instructing them to spare the lives of the non-mechanical anomalies, Yang Junwu ended the communication. It seems none of them encountered large mechanical giants. Zhang Chao bitterly joked. Damn, I picked the wrong person. It seems all those boss-level ones are coming for you. Zhu Lili rolled her eyes. What are you scared of? With me and the president here, even if 10 more come, there'll be no match for us. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Junwu glared at her harshly. It appeared that everyone in the Water Union had been influenced by Sun Yue. He would have to find an opportunity next time to address this issue. President, what do we do next? If these anomalies keep hiding and continue hit-and-run tactics, we will never complete the mission. Zhang Chao was somewhat worried. The opponents had the ability to become invisible. Actively looking for them might not easily find all of them. Yang Junwu smiled calmly. We don't have to find all the mechanical giants. But isn't the task requirement that within 5 kilometers of the monitoring point, there cannot be any mechanical anomalies? Zhu Lili was confused. That's fine. Let them leave the 5-kilometer radius on their own. Zhu Lili rolled her eyes again. How could you make them leave voluntarily when you aren't the boss of these anomalies? Then she saw Yang Junwu pulling out 3 strange devices from his chest pocket. What is this? A mech tracking kit. Here, 1 for each. Put it on. Yang Junwu grinned. Wait, aren't we supposed to kill anomalies? Why use this thing? Zhu Lili didn't understand. Although both contain the word mechanical, a mech tracking kit can't track mechanical anomalies. This is because its principle is to sense the fluctuations generated by ME particle streams in the core. Mechanical giants lack a core, so they cannot be tracked. Not necessarily. A mysterious smile crept onto Yang Junwu's lips. He had a conjecture that needed verification. We will search in 3 different directions. Try not to overlap with each other. Distance not limited to 5 kilometers. Remember, once the core exists, don't act rashly. Notify your teammates first. Okay. The 3 acted immediately. Yang Junwu began searching along the direction where the previous giant retreated. 1 kilometer, no response. 2 kilometers, still no response. When they got to the edge of the 5-kilometer range, the detector finally showed a slight feedback. If it weren't for Yang Junwu's high fusion degree, this slight reaction would have been hard to catch. Direction north 173, east 25, gather up right away. Zhu Lili and Zhang Chao received Yang Junwu's message. Wow, President really does live up to his title. He actually found them. The 2 were astounded and gathered without hesitation toward the target location. When they arrived at the target position, they saw Yang Junwu standing on a rock far off, waving at them. They approached him. President, where are those guys? Zhang Chao asked urgently. Yang Junwu pointed at the nearby valley below. Zhang Chao looked down and nearly fell straight in. There were well over 100 mechanical giants in the vast valley. Shaking nervously, he said, "President, let's retreat. Even if 100 of these mechanical giants attack together, even S-class mech suits may not withstand it." Yang Junwu responded seriously, "You underestimate the power of an S-class mech suit." Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. "Is this the moment to discuss that? Use your tracking kits and scan, you'll understand." Yang Junwu said faintly. Zhang Chao was terrified inside, but still followed the instruction to scan. How come I can only detect 1 point? Could those anomalies just be illusions? Zhu Lili snorted coldly. "You think too much. Mechanical giants wouldn't normally appear on the scanner anyway. There must be some peculiar being among them." Yang Junwu gave her a thumbs up. "Good job. Do you remember the scene when we were fighting the giant beasts? There was always a sound coming from the distance when the giant beasts attacked or fled." Zhu Lili's eyes lit up. "I see what you're getting at. There must be a controller behind these mechanical giants." "That's correct. Moreover, it seems this controller might even possess an mech core." "How is that possible?" Zhang Chao was utterly shocked by their inference. If the mechanical giants were controlled by a core, and if the core manipulator was human, then someone was controlling the mechanical giants, who had dared to meddle with the Academy's property. But how can we bring that controller out? Zhu Lili frowned slightly. The tracking kit could only estimate the general location but not precisely locate any single anomalous creature. With the operator hiding among more than 100 mechanical giants, there was no way to confirm who it was. Simple, we just call them out. "Oh, what? Call them out directly." Zhang Chao's body tensed, quickly advising against it. "President, don't. Calling out will likely alert all of the over 100 mechanical giants." Yang Junwu smiled. "You're afraid. If you are, just step back a bit." "Aye. Oh well. Forget it. Neither President nor Sister Lily retreated, and I as a man have nothing to fear. If I die, so be it." In the end, Zhang Chao chose to trust Yang Junwu's judgment. Yang Junwu cupped his hands and shouted downward. "Hey, the one in charge back there. Come out for a moment." The sound echoed through the valley, yet the mechanical giants showed no reaction, and no one responded. "Hey, if you don't show yourself after I count to 3, then don't blame me for being rude. I'll kill your over 100 mechanical anomalies, and you shouldn't feel sorry." Zhang Chao rubbed his forehead. Could someone really threaten like that? It was like facing someone ready with ambushes, yet he was shouting solo, asking for surrender. And if they didn't, he'd obliterate their traps. "How did you find out?" The voice of a middle-aged man sounded out, as a griffin-like mech slowly flew out from the valley. "It's simple. If these mech anomalies didn't have a controller, they would be relatively evenly distributed around the outpost, not concentrated on one side. Furthermore, without intelligence, these guys managed to perform invisible ambushes, retreat when overpowered. It would have been hard not to arouse suspicion. The most direct evidence is that we used our mech tracking kits and found your core." The middle-aged man chuckled bitterly. "I didn't realize there were so many holes in my setup under your watchful eyes." Yang Junwu followed with a weighty hypothesis. "If I'm right, you should also be a teacher at the Divine Soldiers Academy, responsible for managing this place." The middle-aged man was stunned this time. It took him quite a while to regain his composure. "Why? There's an Academy detection station here. If an outsider came along and could control so many mechanical giants, and the Academy didn't send anyone to thoroughly investigate, then I'd start questioning whether it's worth continuing my education here." Yang Jun was stated lightly. His judgment was made without hesitation based on one point: belief in the Academy's strength. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "An interesting deduction, but even knowing my identity wouldn't help much. I still plan to follow the rules and interfere with you. But since you're the first team to see through me, I'll offer you a chance to complete the task easily. Teacher, please go on." Yang Jun bowed. "I will send 10 mech anomalies to fight against the 3 of you. You are forbidden to use A-level cores and cannot kill any of the mech anomalies. You can only render them temporarily inactive. If you win, the mission is completed. Of course, if you lose, the mission fails." This is impossible. Zhang Chao thought the teacher was pulling their leg. 3 versus 10 was already a huge disadvantage. Adding the restriction that they couldn't kill and forbidding the president from using the A-class core left them with almost no chance of winning. "No problem, though I have an additional condition." Yang Jun spoke calmly, his emotions extremely tranquil. "Speak. I want 8 ordinary mechanical anomalies." "What do you need those for?" The middle-aged man hadn't expected Yang Jun's request to be this. There were plenty of common mechanical anomalies. He didn't bother to control them, let alone 10. He could give 100 if needed. "Sorry, that's my personal secret." "All right, I agree. Everyone has their secrets." The middle-aged man didn't ask further, nodding to agree with Yang Jun's request. "Wait 10 minutes. We need to discuss tactics." Agreed. Even if given a day, discussing tactics wouldn't make a difference. A gap in strength remained there. No tactic stood a chance against absolute power. The 3 retreated into the forest. "President, 10 mechanical giants. We shouldn't have agreed to this condition." Zhang Chao was agitated. "Enough, just be quiet. President must have his reasons for doing this. Follow his tactical arrangements obediently." Zhu Lili shot him a glare. "Oh." Zhang Chao quickly shut his mouth. Sometimes he even dared to question Yang Junwu, but when Zhu Lili spoke, he didn't dare say a word. Yang Junwu glanced at the 2 and smiled. "The attacking power of these mechanical giants is indeed very strong, but all we need to do is make them temporarily lose their combat capability. So we can simply use trap kits to control them all, rendering them unable to attack. That will count as winning. There's actually this trick." Zhu Lili was ecstatic. I didn't expect that besides tracking kits, President also has trap kits. President, you are truly amazing. Yang Junwu shook his head. I currently don't have any trap kits. Both of them immediately froze like wooden chickens, 3 black lines appearing on their foreheads. If there were no kits, what was the point of talking about it? Chapter 36. The power of love knows no bounds. There were indeed no trap sets on Yang Junwu. If the type was not specified when using the set lottery ticket for a draw, only defensive and offensive sets would be drawn. Yang Junwu checked his inventory. There were still 5 set lottery tickets left. As long as 3 trap sets above bronze could be drawn, it would suffice. Let's go. See how lucky I am recently. First one. Yang Junwu locked the lottery on the trap set. The wheel spun rapidly, then gradually slowed down, finally stopping in the bronze area. Great. Keep going. The second one had slightly worse luck, only yielding a green set. Yang Junwu took a deep breath and started the third one. The pointer hovered between the blue and bronze edges. Go there. Yang Junwu shouted loudly. However, it turned out that luck wasn't something that improved just by shouting louder. The pointer eventually stopped in the blue area, barely missing the bronze section by less than 2 centimeters. Phew. Yang Junwu was now a bit nervous. He only had 2 lottery tickets left, and both needed to produce bronze or better results. No turning back. Give me double draws. 2 pointers started spinning, one clockwise, the other counterclockwise. The first pointer slowed down, approaching the golden area. Stop. 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 The pointer stopped at the edge of the golden area. Just as Yang Junwu exhaled, the pointer that had already stopped suddenly jumped over the boundary between gold and white and entered the white zone. Damn it. Normally composed, Yang Junwu couldn't help but curse under his breath. The moment after he cursed, the other pointer landed firmly within the golden area. Yang Junwu was dumbfounded. Was this what they called a sudden turnaround of fate? Losing a horse might not always mean bad luck. Congratulations, host has drawn a golden trap set. The fortune wheel's luck value has been reset to 0. The system voice announcement rang out. Reset to 0? Fine. Anyway, the luck value wasn't much before. Yang Junwu realized this thing only had 2 states, 0 and 100. The white and green sets were completely useless. Although the blue ones were weaker, with a golden set as a complement, the estimated effect wouldn't be much different from having 3 bronze sets. There was enough strength to fight. If things didn't work out, just break the legs of those monsters. As long as they didn't die, it was fine. Yang Junwu handed the golden and bronze sets to Zhu Lili and Zhang Chao. Wow, so the president was lying all along, and you actually have trap sets of such quality. You were just saying earlier that you didn't. Zhu Lili's eyes sparkled as she quickly removed the tracking set and replaced it with the trap set. Ordinary B-class mechs can only equip one type of set at a time, so the original set must be uninstalled before using the new one. If this happened during battle, enemies would never give you the time to switch sets. This was the limitation of mech sets. After equipping their gear, Yang Junwu shouted towards the valley bottom. Teacher, we're ready, let's begin. So fast. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised in his heart, but he didn't take the trio seriously. With a wave of his hand, 10 mechanical beasts of above-average strength appeared. Wow, you're holding back. Why don't you release your strongest 10? Zhang Chao immediately felt insulted. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll have to fight 10 alone. Zhu Lili nearly wanted to blast him right there. Be careful, don't underestimate them. Yang Junwu did not believe these 10 would be easy opponents. Who? All 10 gigantic beasts roared at once, sending gusts of wind sweeping through the entire forest. Zhang Chao, step back and set the traps. Zhu Lili, follow me and distract them first. Don't let them get close to Zhang Chao. Let's do it carefully, one at a time. Yang Junwu immediately gave orders. Understood. Zhu Lili leaped into the air, firing 3 anti-mech particle cannons. The bullets precisely hit the bodies of 3 strange creatures, not strong enough to destroy them, but enough to cause pain. Sure enough, the 3 creatures immediately turned around and rushed toward Zhu Lili. Nice job. Yang Junwu complimented her, his shoulders moving. It was also a particle cannon, but due to his higher fusion degree with the mech, he could fire 4 shots at once and more accurately. 4 mechanical beasts were hit and began turning toward Yang Junwu. Out of the 10 beasts on the field, 7 were lured away, and Zhang Chao instantly felt less pressure. But with the interference of the remaining 3 beasts, he was unable to complete the setup of his traps. President, please help me. Don't worry, I'll create some distance first. Leading the 4 beasts far away, Yang Junwu suddenly turned around, darting through their attack gaps at lightning speed. Cool. Zhang Chao applauded. Another 3 particle cannon shots accurately hit the last 3 beasts. Then Yang Junwu turned and ran. The middle-aged man watched the scene, looking worried. These young people were too reckless. If Yang Junwu's life was in danger, he would act without hesitation. After all, these people were the elites of the academy. They couldn't let him die because of a reckless move. This was Yang Junwu's most perilous moment. He was caught between a pincer attack from 7 mechanical giants. One mistake, and he'd be crushed into a bloody pulp. In the face of adversity, Yang Junwu remained extremely calm, even closing his eyes. The still water mind. He could feel every particle of his consciousness fused with the mech's core. He didn't need to open his eyes. Every particle on the mech's surface acted as his eyes. Yang Junwu moved like a nimble spirit, sliding between the legs of one of the mechanical beasts, then deftly turning to narrowly avoid a colossal iron fist from the right. The 2 mechanical beasts, having charged too forcefully, ended up colliding with each other. Zhu Lili and Zhang Chao were completely stunned. Zhang Chao couldn't help but shout. Shit, can a human really pull off moves like that? Zhu Lili nodded in agreement. 2 words described Yang Junwu's agility. Ridiculous. Hey, you two stop staring. I can't keep this up for long. Forcing an elevated fusion level consumed a great deal of mental energy, and the 7 mechanical beasts placed immense pressure on Yang Junwu. Yet his teammates were standing around watching. Xianxia finally snapped back to reality and quickly activated the gravity trap. Bring one over. Got it. Zhu Lili fired 2 laser cannons to slightly push back 2 of the beasts chasing her, then immediately led the remaining one straight toward the trap Xianxia had set. Lacking intelligence, the mechanical beast stepped into the trap as soon as it reached it, and Xianxia immediately triggered it. An immense gravitational force collapsed its massive body, leaving it sprawled on the ground, unable to move. This was the power of the golden set piece. It was at least 10 times stronger than regular sets. But with greater power came greater consumption. Xianxia roughly estimated that, at the current rate, he could only last 3 minutes. And considering the increasing number of mechanical beasts he'd need to control later, he would likely run out before 3 minutes. Hurry, continue. Xianxia shouted. Coming. With one less beast to worry about, Zhu Lili now more easily lured another mechanical beast into the trap. Then it was the third, followed by one she retrieved from Yang Junwu's side. As long as Yang Junwu could hold them off, at this pace, they should be able to finish within 2 minutes. Watching the trio's perfect division of labor, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh softly. Have young people become so strong these days? Whether it was Yang Junwu's mech fusion degree or the tactical coordination between them, it was far beyond what first-year students should possess. But things don't always go as planned. Just when there were only 3 mechanical beasts left, Xianxia realized his trap was already full. It couldn't accommodate any more creatures. His mech core's energy consumption was much higher than expected. He could only last another 20 seconds at most. Zhu Lili, trigger the trap. Yang Junwu immediately bellowed. She understood immediately, abandoning her attempt to guide the mechanical beast and activating the gravity trap instead. Dragon return punch. Yang Junwu roared, delivering 2 quick punches to the back of the mechanical beast. Its huge body was sent flying straight into Zhu Lili's trap. There was only one left, so Yang Junwu didn't bother wasting time. His blue-level traps combined with brute strength would suffice to gain control. Done. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. Your mission is complete, and I will recall all the mechanical beasts within 5 kilometers of the outpost. Thank you, teacher. Being able to complete the task so smoothly wasn't a bad thing at all. You can select 8 small mechanical beasts yourself. The middle-aged man pointed to a group of mechanical beasts gathering nearby. Yang Junwu stepped forward, selected the smallest 8, and delivered a particle cannon blast that reduced them to rubble. Task progress. Mechanical beasts eliminated October 10th. Non-mechanical beasts eliminated 0/10. Now all they needed was to notify Su Ruoshui to bring the captured non-mechanical beasts to the outpost, where eliminating them would complete the system task. Teacher, we'll take our leave now. Returning to the outpost, the trio disengaged their mechs. I'm exhausted. Zhang Chao fell flat on the ground. To control those 7 mechanical beasts, he had pushed past his limits, depleting a massive amount of mental energy. Relaxing now, the wave of fatigue rushed into his mind. What he wanted most was a good night's sleep. Yang Jun will haul them off the ground. Don't sleep yet. Now's the best time for training. If you can persevere, this session will allow your mental energy to break through its limits. Extreme training methods were incredibly effective for enhancing mental energy cultivation. However, not many people can use this method, because the willpower required to keep practicing under such circumstances is not something an ordinary person can possess. President Yang, let me take a break. I really can't go on. Zhang Chao couldn't even open his eyes. We don't have the abundant resources and backing those top students enjoy. All we have are hard work and sweat. Hang in there. I believe in you. Yang Junwu took out a bottle of pills and poured out 3. These are purification pills. After taking them, they enhance the purity of your spiritual and mental power. There's no better time to use them than now. Thank you, President. Zhu Lili immediately took one and swallowed it before moving aside to start her practice. I want some too. I can't lose to that woman. Seeing Zhu Lili could hold on, Zhang Chao didn't know where he found the strength, grabbing the pills from Yang Junwu's hand and swallowing them. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. Could this guy be falling for Zhu Lili? The power of love knows no bounds. It might really help him break through. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Junwu naturally wouldn't miss such a training opportunity. He immediately swallowed the pill and entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 37, You Cannot Kiss. When the 3 woke up, Su Ruoshui and the others had already returned to the base. Wow, I feel so comfortable. Zhang Chao stretched his arms. Opening his eyes, he discovered that the entire world had become crystal clear. He could even see the flow of energy particles in the air. Is this the power after my mental strength has been purified? President Yang, I love you. Zhang Chao was extremely grateful to Yang Junwu at this moment, rushing forward in one swift step. Get lost. I don't have such a preference. Yang Junwu kicked him away directly. A pair of beautiful eyes from Su Ruoshui approached his face. Yang Junwu could even smell the fragrance of her body. Cough. Ruoshui, what do you want? You're not going to kiss me like Zhang Chao, are you? In your dreams. I just think you seem to have changed a bit. Su Ruoshui replied irritably. Really? Have I gotten handsomer or uglier? Yang Junwu indeed felt a sense that after the improvement of his mental power, his whole body felt much lighter. Of course, you've become handsomer. Su Ruoshui nodded seriously. That's good. The 10 ordinary strange beasts you wanted are outside the door. Go get them yourself. Su Ruoxue got up and pointed to the door. Oh, the system task reward, almost forgot. Yang Junwu quickly rushed out. Seeing the 10 strange beasts bound together with missing limbs and wings, Yang Junwu took a sharp intake of breath. This girl really dealt a ruthless blow. If he had come a little later, half of them would probably have already perished. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu used a single laser cannon to help them be free. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the adventure task. Reward, 10 B-level mech material lottery tickets, 10 medicine lottery tickets, 1 mech component lottery ticket. Just 1 mech component ticket? Yang Junwu felt he'd suffered a great loss. It took 5 to fight those 10 mechanical strange beasts. But then he thought again. Even without the adventure task, he'd still need to use them. Besides, the mech components aren't single-use items. They might be useful in the next task. Medicine tickets were what he urgently needed now, so Yang Junwu directly did a 10-draw lottery. As expected, having used up most of his luck earlier, this time all 10 draws only got 2 copper-level items, the rest being below blue level. As night fell, Yang Junwu sat on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. The stars twinkled overhead. He didn't know which one was his homeland. A wave of melancholy surged within him, and Yang Junwu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Not sleeping and sighing here alone. A slim figure appeared beside him. Who else but Su Ruoxue? Yang Junwu smiled and said, You're not sleeping either, right? Su Ruoxue leaned against him as she sat down. Missing home? A little. Yang Junwu spoke truthfully, though the home he referred to wasn't the Yang family on this continent. In fact, I actually envy you. Su Ruoxue suddenly changed the subject. Yang Junwu laughed. I'm someone who's been abandoned by my family. A lone individual. What's there to envy? But at least you're free. I'd rather have the family expel me. Don't talk nonsense. Your family must be powerful and wealthy, so you haven't experienced the bitterness of being alone, hence this idea. Can you imagine the despair and fear of being powerless, only able to watch as wild dogs gnaw at your body? Su Ruoxue shuddered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up those bad memories for you. Yang Junwu shook his head gently. It's fine, the past is the past. At least now I have my teacher, and all of you as my companions, that's enough. Suddenly, Su Ruoxue embraced his waist from behind, whispering, Wu, I will definitely always be your support. Yang Junwu turned around, their eyes meeting. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became pink. Looking at those tempting red lips, and the warmth transmitted from her hands on his waist, Yang Junwu gradually lost himself, the distance between them getting closer and closer. Swoosh. At this moment, a streak of black light struck a nearby railing, producing a violent reverberation. Who's there? Yang Junwu pushed Su Ruoxue away, instantly fusing with the mech core. Su Ruoxue reacted fast as well. In the instant she was pushed, she also fused and initiated the particle scan. However, the scanning result was that besides Yang Junwu's mech, there was no EMI particle fluctuation detected nearby. There. It was Yang Junwu who used his mental strength to detect a weak fluctuation in the forest ahead. After his mental strength breakthrough, his sensitivity to spiritual force vibrations in the air increased significantly. Plus, the attacker was too close, allowing him to catch the trace. 2 illumination shells shot towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Pop! The illumination shells exploded, illuminating a 1-kilometer radius area brilliantly. A black mist enveloped a humanoid shadow, swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest. I've caught you, little rat. How could Yang Junwu let him escape easily? He immediately sped up to chase. Su Ruoxue simultaneously intercepted from the side. Working in perfect harmony, they began to compress the shadow's movement space, driving him towards the strange beast valley. Although they didn't know exactly who the middle-aged teacher was, someone who could control so many mechanical strange beasts must possess unfathomable power. The shadow seemed to know there was something it couldn't provoke over there, and thus stopped moving. You too, stop pursuing me. I have no ill intentions. A hoarse female voice came from the shadow. As if, just as I was about to kiss Su Ruoxue, you interrupted. Since you say you have no ill intentions, then don't hide your identity. State your name. The shadow ignored Yang Junwu, and instead turned towards Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue, don't forget your identity. You and Yang Junwu cannot be together. Your actions will only harm yourself, and even more so, him. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue trembled all over, fear evident in her eyes. You, how do you know my identity? Could you be? No need to ask who I am. The shadow directly cut her off. Just knowing who you are is enough. I've said all that needs to be said. If you persist in this foolishness, next time I won't hesitate to take action against you. With that, the shadow turned around and left. Wait. Yang Junwu prepared to pursue, but was stopped by Su Ruoxue. Wu, don't chase anymore. Su Ruoxue shook her head. Ruoxue, you. Let's go back. Su Ruoxue turned to leave. Yang Junwu grabbed her wrist. Ruoxue, what's going on? Do you know that person just now? Why did she say we can't be together? Tears were welling up in Su Ruoxue's eyes as she forcefully broke free from Yang Junwu's hand. Wu, stop asking. Fine, I won't ask. I believe one day you'll tell me the truth voluntarily. I, Yang Junwu, absolutely refuse to believe that as long as we ourselves are strong enough, love each other, there is anything that can prevent us from being together. President, Sister Ruoxue. From afar came the shouts of Zhang Chao and others. They had been awakened early by the flash grenades, realized the two were missing, and quickly set out to look for them. We're here, Yang Junwu responded. Soon, the group gathered around. Sister Ruoxue, why are you crying? Did President Yang bully you? Zhu Lili noticed Su Ruoshui's tear-streaked face and was shocked. In everyone's minds, Su Ruoshui was the famous ice beauty, occasionally smiling at Yang Junwu, but usually very serious and cold. However, with skills ranked among the top 2 or 3 in the Waterlord Guild, except for Yang Junwu, nobody could beat her. Seeing her like this, showing such vulnerability, was the first time for everyone, naturally pinning the culprit on Yang Junwu. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Junwu gave them a fierce glare. He was the most frustrated one here, alright? Not only did he not get to kiss, but also received an order forbidding him from discussing love with Su Ruoshui. I'm fine. Earlier we were chasing a mysterious person and were slightly injured by her special weapon. Su Ruoshui wiped away her tears, transforming back into the cold and capable expert. To think a master could make Sister Ruoshui cry like that, truly terrifying. Zhang Chao wore a nervous expression. You'd better keep your mouth shut if you don't want to look like a fool. Zhu Lili really couldn't stand it when he took things too seriously. Sun Yue quietly slipped next to Yang Junwu, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, that was smooth. Smooth, my sister. All of you go back inside. Such matters were indeed harder to explain, so Yang Junwu directly invoked his president authority to issue orders. The group returned to the outpost. With 5 hours still remaining before the 24-hour cooldown period, everyone was too awake to sleep. The atmosphere inside instantly became rather awkward. Zhang Chao, come out. Let's practice a bit. Zhu Lili waved Zhang Chao over and headed outside. Zhang Chao sighed. Sister, why always me? Can you switch targets? Just come already. Are you coming or not? Alright, I'll come. An odd cave, with black and eerie liquid dripping all around, making it nauseating. Did you secretly meet him? A long shadow stood facing away from the door, high atop a platform. Below the steps knelt a person. Forgive me, master. I was wrong. There's no need. Jealousy is a good thing. It motivates growth. However, Danming's strength is still weak. If discovered by those self-proclaimed righteous individuals, it would spell disaster for us. Master, disciple knows the error, it won't happen again. I've told you long ago, in this world, strength is all that matters. As long as you're strong enough, isn't anything possible? Money, men, power, status, all within your grasp. Focusing on cultivation should be your priority now. This time, I sentence you to 7 days of cultivation in the lair of 10,000 snakes. Do you have any objections? The shadow kneeling on the ground trembled slightly. Disciple has no objection, master. You may leave. The figure on the platform gradually faded, eventually disappearing completely. Yes. The shadow rose from the ground and shot out the door in a jet of black mist. As the two left, only the nerve-wracking drip, drop sound remained in the cave. Chapter 38. First entry into the Ice Plains realm. Staring at the 13 mechanical beast heads in front of her, the senior student in charge of registration was utterly astonished. In 24 hours, they had already completed a B-class mission? Wasn't that too fast? If it were a superpower group completing missions at this speed, that would be normal. She knew all too well that these people weren't even qualified to take on a B-class mission. They'd only managed to do so because Yang Junwu, as an inner court student, forcibly requested it. If she knew that the actual completion time was only a little over 5 hours, and the rest of the time was spent waiting for the teleportation array to cool down, she would probably be even more shocked. The task submission was complete. The initial points were 35, plus 65 extra points, totaling 100 points. Great. Our Xiuxian association finally has its first pot of gold. Everyone immediately urged Yang Junwu to take the next mission. The senior sister advised, everyone, don't take on missions too frequently. There should ideally be some rest time between 2 missions, otherwise it will affect your daily cultivation. Thank you for your advice, but we don't need to rest for now, Yang Junwu smiled. The senior sister meant well, but what she didn't know was that they had rested during the mission, and had even greatly improved their strength. Just as Yang Junwu was about to select another mission, a familiar figure walked in from outside the door. Ah, who would have thought? It's the new faction, Xiuxian Association, that claims to want to shake up the top 20 powers. Mo Bai came with 4 branch members to take a mission, but unexpectedly ran into old enemies, so he stepped forward to mock them immediately. Su Ruoshui sneered coldly. I wonder who I see here. It's Master Mo, the defeated one. Mo Bai's face darkened. Being tricked by Yang Junwu and Su Ruoshui was his biggest scar. Oomph. Even if you are first-rank students, without strong support, you're like autumn grasshoppers. You won't last long. Yang Junwu said indifferently. Our affairs don't require the concern of someone uninvolved like you. Su Ruoshui's face flushed red. An outsider? Then she herself must be an insider? Mo Bai gritted his teeth. You don't need to feel proud. You dare show off. Why not dissolve once a month and see how long you can persist? His eyes shifted to Zhang Chao and Li Zhong behind Yang Junwu. Zhang Chao, Li Zhong, the two of you traitors, following Yang Junwu will definitely make you regret it. Li Zhong didn't speak, but Zhang Chao couldn't tolerate this anymore and retorted. Whether or not we regret it is unknown, but it's certainly better than following you. Just mouth skills. I'm lazy to talk with fools like you. Young lady, I want to take this B-class mission. Mo Bai turned around and headed toward the registration desk where the senior sister stood. Wow, Mo Bai, I challenge you to a duel. Oh, are you sure? Mo Bai looked back. Don't act rashly, you're no match for him right now. Yang Junwu blocked Zhang Chao. I'll spare you for now. I'm going to take a mission now and have no time to play with you. Zhang Chao made a graceful exit. Something without courage. At this moment, Mo Bai actually hoped that Zhang Chao would challenge him to a duel. Not only could he win the bet, but it would also greatly damage the reputation of the Xiuxian Association. Sister, I want to take this B-class mission. Moe Bai pointed at the task list. Sure, please show your faction emblem. Moe Bai took out a golden emblem from his pocket. Compared to the copper emblems of the Xiuxian Association, the golden emblem was clearly more exquisite, representing an A-level faction. Jinyu Association, a force led by the Mo family. Currently ranked 14th, they were upgraded to an A-level faction just last month. Actually, based on the Mo family's true strength, it would be difficult to make the top 15. However, the Mo family had immense resources. They controlled 6 secondary world portals and had 2 mind-based worlds, one of which was under the current Jinyu president, Mo Wentian. With this advantage, he could attract mech pilots to join. As a direct member of the Mo family, Mo Wentian gave Moe Bai special privileges. Even though he didn't enter the top class, Mo Wentian still gave him the position of branch president. Moe Bai's branch consisted of 20 people, outnumbering the entire Xiuxian Association. To repay Mo Wentian's trust, he worked very hard on missions, gaining 500 faction points last month, an excellent performance. This is an exploration mission. The detector in the Ice Plains realm detected fluctuations in a teleportation array deep within the realm. We need to confirm whether it is real. If a portal exists, determine whether there are dangers surrounding it. Do you confirm taking this mission? Confirm. Moe Bai nodded. Exploration missions were actually relatively simple among B-class missions. They only required investigation and a report of findings, no combat necessary. He had done 3 or 4 such missions before, so when this task appeared, he didn't hesitate to take it. After Moe Bai left, Yang Junwoo approached. Sister, we also want to take the previous task. Classmate, you need to think it over. Although multiple forces can accept reconnaissance tasks, only one will eventually be able to claim the reward. I understand. Alright, you check the specifics of the task on your own. The senior handed over a tablet. Mission objective. 1. Determine if the portal exists. 2. Determine the types, strength, and numbers of monsters near the portal. 3. Optional target. Enter the interior of the portal and confirm the properties of this world. Not recommended. 4. This mission has a maximum time limit of 5 days. Mission assessment. If only one team goes, completing the first 2 items will grant the base reward with additional rewards based on detailedness. If multiple teams go, the reward will be given to the team with more accurate and detailed information. Number of currently accepted teams, 2. Zhang Xiao clenched his fist and said, Great, this time we must snatch Master Moe Bai's reward. Let him know how powerful our Xiuxian Association is. Yang Junwoo nodded and asked the group, Who among you wants to go? Zhang Xiao was startled. Isn't everyone going? Yang Junwoo shook his head. An exploration mission doesn't necessarily benefit from having too many people. Besides, it's not good for your personal growth and G-Fun if we stay together all the time. I suggest forming groups of 4. The other 2 groups should undertake C-class missions. Su Ruoxue faintly said, I'll go with you. Zhang Xiao quickly raised his hand. Wherever the leader goes, that's where I go. Hey Lily, let's go together. Zhu Lily thought for a moment, then shook her head. The president is right. We shouldn't always rely on the president. We must learn to stand on our own. I'll go for the C-class missions. Zhang Xiao was dumbfounded. He never expected Zhu Lily to abandon him at such a crucial time. He looked at Yang Junwoo and then Zhu Lily, feeling extremely conflicted in his heart. Yang Junwoo said irritably, You, go over to Lily's side. I don't want someone in my group who's physically here but mentally elsewhere. Thank you, boss. Zhang Xiao zoomed over to Zhu Lily's side. We're still short by 2 people, Yang Junwoo noted. I'll go, Chao Mingwei offered. President, count me in. Li Zhong joined the group. Fine, now that the group is complete, let's set off. Yang Junwoo led 3 others to the teleportation gate area. The teacher at the teleportation gate clearly recognized them. You're going to do another mission? Remember to rest well, don't work yourself too hard for points, the teacher advised. Yang Junwoo smiled and said, Thanks, teacher. We understand. Alright, where are you headed? The Ice Plains realm. To the Ice Plains realm as well. The teacher paused for a second. Yes, Yang Junwoo nodded, realizing that Moe Bai's team must have already gone through earlier. Head to teleportation array number 2. The 4 entered the array. A flash of white light later, they found themselves inside a metal building. As soon as they stepped out the door, a howling gale carrying ice dust greeted them. Achoo! Li Zhong couldn't resist sneezing and immediately activated the fusion mechanism, using the mech body to keep warm. Su Ruoxue looked at the snowflakes swirling around and spoke. Is this the Ice Plains realm? This isn't the Ice Plains realm. This is the far North Isle, the northernmost island of the Feihua continent. A middle-aged man fully wrapped up in thick clothing emerged from the snowstorm. Everyone was shocked in their hearts, not expecting the academy to have an operation even this far away. May I ask who you are? Yang Junwoo questioned. I'm the manager of the far North Isle for the academy. The teleportation gate leading to the Ice Plains realm is directly north, about 5 kilometers away. Thank you. The group stepped into the storm, heading in the direction indicated by the manager. Very soon, ahead of them appeared a diamond-clear portal. This should be the Ice Plains realm's teleportation gate. Everyone follow me in, and do not fall behind. Yang Junwoo opened the mech communication system since the outside wind and snow were too fierce to hear speech. Yes, President. For streaks of light flashed, and the group disappeared from the far North Isle, arriving at the Ice Plains realm. What greeted their eyes was a vast frozen lake. Under the sunlight, the crystals on the frozen lake sparkled with colorful lights, painting it as a dazzling fairyland full of weird and wonderful colors. So beautiful. Su Ruoxue stared in awe. Not only her, Chao Mingyue and Li Zhong were also mesmerized by the scenery around them. Suddenly, Yang Junwu felt a strange sense of impending danger. Looking around, he saw a colorful ribbon swiftly approaching Su Ruoxue. Be careful. Yang Junwu stepped forward and delivered a punch toward the head of the rainbow-colored monster snake. Chi! The attacker cried out in pain, knowing its sneak attack had failed, and retreated rapidly. Yang Junwu, unsure whether there were any other hidden beasts nearby, didn't pursue but gathered the four together. Be careful, it's not as safe here as you might think. The four maintained a defensive formation and slowly moved forward. Very soon, Yang Junwu discovered a huge pit, from which the previous rainbow-colored strange snake had emerged to launch a sneak attack. Continuing forward for about 5 or 6 kilometers, they finally left the range of the Rainbow Lake and reached the edge of an expansive grassland. This doesn't make sense. Isn't this the Ice Plains realm? How can there be such a large grassland? Chao Mingyue asked curiously. Be more cautious. I always feel something is off here. Chapter 39, Diamond Angel Su Ruoxue. For some unknown reason, Yang Junwu felt his heart beat twice as fast as usual, and there was an impulse of killing inside him. Everyone, help protect me. Yang Junwu thought for a moment, then directly disengaged from the mech fusion. Su Ruoxue was greatly startled. To disengage at such a place was tantamount to courting death, but she believed that Yang Junwu must have his reasons for doing so. She became more nervous and kept her eyes on all directions, ready to strike at any time. As soon as Yang Junwu's physical body appeared, he immediately sensed an extremely powerful chill. Indeed, this grassland was only an illusion. Something must have covered up the original terrain. At that moment, his hidden dragon body suddenly emitted a thought, as if it were saying that there was something very attractive over there. Yang Junwu was stunned. It was the first time he had ever felt such a strong desire from his hidden dragon body. What kind of thing could possibly have such a great attraction to it? Regardless of whether it was to complete the task or respond to the longing of the hidden dragon body, he had to take a look. After refusing with the mech, Yang Junwu pointed toward the northwest direction. Go that way. The four unfolded in a combat formation, with Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue walking at the front. Well, let's go back. That direction gives me a feeling of uneasiness, Su Ruoxue said suddenly when they were halfway through. Yang Junwu felt an even stronger calling in his body at this point. Even in the mech fusion state, he could clearly feel the excitement of the hidden dragon body. He absolutely couldn't give up finding out what was causing this situation. However, others indeed didn't have the obligation to accompany him on this risk. How about this? If you don't want to come along, you can wait for me at the entrance while I check it out alone. Yang Junwu said to Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue shook her head. Since you're going, I'll accompany you. Chao Mingyue and Li Zhong quickly added. We're all part of the same team. How can we let the president take all the danger alone? We'll all go together. More people means greater strength, and if there is danger, we will be able to get out of it more easily. All right, then let's all go together. The four continued moving forward. When they reached the edge of the limbo grassland, they were suddenly blocked by a wall. A transparent wall. Is this a barrier? Isn't it too big? Chao Mingyue reached out her hand and felt it. It seemed to have a slight similarity to the shield barriers of mechs. But this wall was too big and too wide, almost beyond the visible boundary. Perhaps even 100 A-class mech cores wouldn't be able to sustain such massive energy output. Su Ruoxue spoke solemnly. Woo, I can feel that the source of danger is behind the barrier. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. The truth of the matter is also behind it. Chao Mingyue moved closer. President, how do we get in? Should we attack it directly? Yang Junwu paused for a moment and decided to give it a try first. To break the whole wall with one point, concentrate our attack on one spot. We don't need to destroy the entire barrier wall, just opening a gap would suffice. The four prepared themselves and fired 8 laser cannons onto the same position of the barrier. However, after a minute passed, the barrier not only showed no signs of breaking but did not oscillate even once. Impossible, this barrier is too strong, completely unbreakable. Li Zhong slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. Yang Junwu was helpless. Was this golden opportunity right in front of him just going to be abandoned? Seeing the anxious expression on his face, Su Ruoxue opened her mouth and said, Woo, don't worry, I have a method. What method? Yang Junwu was elated, full of anticipation as he looked at her. Su Ruoxue bitterly smiled and said, A secret technique passed down in my family. I cannot fully control it yet with my current abilities, and your help will be needed. Plus, success isn't guaranteed. No problem, give it a try. If it doesn't work, then there's nothing else we can do. Yang Junwu nodded. Just as Su Ruoxue was about to perform the secret technique, 5 people came walking out of the mist. Moe Bai was incredibly frustrated. Clearly, a simple task had turned into their being stuck in a huge maze, unable to find the way forward no matter what. After circling around several times, he suddenly noticed a mechanical core's energy fluctuations to his left front. Thus, he quickly led the team towards the origin of the fluctuations. Unexpectedly, he saw someone who he definitely hadn't expected to see. Yang Junwu, why is it you guys? So, you can come here, and we can't? Yang Junwu replied calmly. Not really. With your mere C-class force, how could you possibly qualify for a B-class mission? This has nothing to do with you. Moe Bai was rendered speechless by Yang Junwu's retort. Leader, there's a barrier here. One person from Moe Bai's team went to the edge of the barrier wall, gave it a good push, but the barrier remained unmoving. Barrier. Moe Bai seemed to have understood something, pointing at Yang Junwu and laughing loudly. I see. Yang Junwu. A C-class force is still a C-class force. If you don't have the right capability, don't take on tasks beyond your abilities. A simple barrier stops you all. It's truly laughable. A smirk appeared on Yang Junwa's lips. So, you're very brave, huh? Can you open this barrier wall? Mo Ibai glanced at the size of the barrier and dared not boast that he could completely destroy it. But making a hole or partially removing it should be no problem. With that thought, he gave a cold snort. I can't destroy the entire barrier, but creating an entrance big enough to go through? That's a piece of cake. Good. If you manage to break it, I'll call you dad no matter what, said Yang Junwa. That's unnecessary. Just let all members of your Water Prince Association know to steer clear of my Universal Defense Alliance members from now on. Mo Ibai replied with a cold laugh. Your move. Without saying more, Yang Junwa stepped aside to let him try. Brothers, let's do it together. Mo Ibai didn't dare underestimate the situation, so he gathered the power of 5 people and launched an attack on the barrier. This time, it was slightly louder than when Yang Junwa and his team of 4 attacked earlier. However, the barrier still remained motionless. This is impossible. Mo Ibai was stunned. I will give it a try as well, Yang Junwa said without mocking Mo Ibai further. He now wanted to find a way to break through the barrier. All 9 of them attacked simultaneously. Even Yang Junwa, Su Ruoshui, and Xiao Mingyue switched to A-class mechs, but they still couldn't breach the barrier. This thing is too bizarre. There's no way we can destroy it. Mo Ibai used his full strength and eventually gave up helplessly. Yang Junwa suggested. Since you can't do it, why not try our method? Mo Ibai scoffed. What method do you have? A cold voice came from Su Ruoshui. He might not have one, but I do. Mo Ibai trembled involuntarily. For some reason, whenever he faced this woman, he always felt a chilling uneasiness. Not daring to meet Su Ruoshui's eyes, Mo Ibai mumbled lowly. If you've got anything, show it. Otherwise, we're stuck here. Su Ruoshui stated. In a moment, I will use a secret art. All of you transfer your mech energy to me. Yang Junwa was startled for a second. Could she handle all that energy? Among the remaining 8 people, 4 were using A-class mechs. Combined, that was a substantial amount of energy. As if sensing his concern, Su Ruoshui smiled at him. Woo, relax, I'll be fine. Alright, then let's start. Yang Junwa nodded. Su Ruoshui closed her eyes tightly, and her body slowly floated toward the sky. At a height of about 10 meters, she stopped, and a flash of light emerged from her back, where 2 pairs of white wings slowly unfurled. What is this? The group below was left awestruck. This was certainly not part of any mech suit, but rather some kind of cultivation technique within her own skill set. How beautiful. The boys present couldn't tear their eyes away for even a second. Although Su Ruoshui was naturally beautiful, her usual frosty expression often deterred others. But now, with 2 pairs of pristine white wings, she resembled an angel descended from heaven, accentuating her stunning features. Xiao Mingyue's gaze flickered as a wave of jealousy surged in her heart. Why was it that although their appearances and strengths were similar, everyone's attention was on her? Xiao Mingyue, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and transfer the energy. Li Zhong reminded her when he noticed she wasn't moving. Oh, I'm coming. Xiao Mingyue responded, initiating the mech's energy transfer. 8 beams of light converged towards Su Ruoshui's energy receptor located on her back. As more energy accumulated, the originally white wings began turning transparent, resembling diamond-like wings. But after the first pair of wings completed the transformation, subsequent energy ran out. Only halfway through the third wing's conversion, it halted. Su Ruoshui recited silently, while 4 streams of multicolored lights flashed from the base of her wings. The light sketched a door onto the 4 corners of the barrier wall. Everyone, hurry inside. I can't hold on for long. Su Ruoshui shouted urgently. The 5 people from Mo Ibai's team exchanged looks, but hesitated and stayed put. Only Yang Junwa didn't doubt for a moment, instantly dashing towards the colorful door. Indeed, the barrier had no effect on him, and his whole figure disappeared into the light. Seeing this, Mo Ibai quickly ordered his team members to follow through. Xiao Mingyue and Li Zhong were also unwilling to fall behind, immediately catching up. Once everyone was inside, Su Ruoshui's wings faded, and she gently landed on the ground. Her mech fusion disengaged forcibly. Her complexion turned pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The execution of the secret art had taken a heavy toll on her. Without half a month's rest, she would never return to peak condition. Su Ruoshui gazed toward the direction of the barrier wall. Whoa, I've done all I can for you. What happens next is up to you. Before everyone's eyes lay a world of ice and snow. Endless glaciers stretched out, with countless mists descending from the mountaintops, finally accumulating on the barrier wall. Yang Junwa realized it now. No wonder the barrier was so strong, having been refined by cold frost energy for who knows how many years. Such power was perfectly normal. Everyone, the portal should be deep within these glaciers. We will part ways here and rely on luck. Mo Ibai quickly left with his team. Come on, how could this guy lack loyalty like that? Sister Ruoshui brought him in, and he didn't even bother to thank her. Li Zhong complained angrily. Yang Junwa said indifferently. Don't worry about others, focus on ourselves. For safety, I suggest we stick together. Do you have any objections? Xiao Mingyue and Li Zhong both agreed they had no objections, so the 3 of them rushed toward the lower parts of the glacier. Chapter 40. Why should only he be able to absorb the egg? The closer they got to the glacier, the colder the surrounding temperature became. Even before reaching the bottom of the glacier, Li Zhong felt the cold penetrating through the mech's defenses and into his body. President, Mingyue's sister, I can't move forward anymore, said Li Zhong hesitantly, knowing that if his mech failed, he would become an ice sculpture. Alright, then go back and find Ruoshui. Staying here is very dangerous. Yang Junwa nodded. Even after fusing with an A-class core, he could still feel the bone-chilling cold outside. Li Zhong had already done an excellent job just by enduring this far. Xiao Mingyue, do you want to go back with him? Yang Junwu turned around and asked. Xiao Mingyue shook her head. She wasn't sure why, but since entering the boundary, she always felt a force pulling her forward. Until she figured it out, there was no way she'd go back. Besides, if there were any treasures in this place, she absolutely wouldn't allow Yang Junwu to take them all for himself. Fine, let's go. Yang Junwu didn't care whether Xiao Mingyue followed him or not. They continued moving forward until they finally reached the bottom of the glacier. Only now did they clearly see the true form of what they thought was a glacier. My god, what on earth is that thing? Xiao Mingyue screamed in shock. Yang Junwu's heart also trembled violently, though he restrained himself from speaking out loud. What lay before their eyes wasn't actually a glacier. It was a colossal frozen icebone dragon. The icebone dragon stretched for miles, its 12 pairs of wings resembling 12 icy peaks. It seemed to be sleeping, its exhaled breath freezing everything around it into an icy world. Yang Junwu suddenly realized the boundary wall outside was formed by this glacial power, which explained why it was so impenetrable. Xiao Mingyue was trembling all over. The air around her seemed charged with some invisible pressure forcing her submission. She knew that once she submitted, she would become the dragon's slave, bound forever with no escape. Activate. Mech shield. Xiao Mingyue called out loudly, defiance coursing through her mind. Encased within the shield, the pressure appeared to ease slightly, allowing Xiao Mingyue to barely stand upright. Yang Junwu, let's go back. This is definitely not a place where students like us should be. If we report this to the academy, there will surely be rewards. Upon realizing that the mysterious attraction was caused by the dragon's breath, Xiao Mingyue knew it wasn't nature's gift, but rather the bait of a predator. Now was the best time to retreat. Once the icebone dragon awakened, everyone might end up buried here. But Yang Junwu seemed completely deaf to her words and walked towards a cave under the dragon's body. Xiao Mingyue's heart sank. Finished. Yang Junwu must have been controlled by the frosty aura. Logically, if Yang Junwu died here, it would free her from worrying about something being exposed. Yet, for some reason, as she watched Yang Junwu's retreating figure disappear into the distance, she found herself unable to leave. After gritting her teeth firmly, Xiao Mingyue decided to charge towards Yang Junwu. Deep inside the cave, Yang Junwu stood thoughtfully in front of an ice sculpture. Yang Junwu, we. Before Xiao Mingyue could finish her sentence persuading him to leave, Yang Junwu cut her off. Hush, speak quietly, don't wake him. You're fine. Xiao Mingyue was stunned. There wasn't a trace of being mesmerized in Yang Junwu's demeanor. Yang Junwu didn't have the time to attend to her now. His inner hidden dragon constitution had led him here, seemingly sensing something nearby it craved. In the vast cavern, the most prominent object was this ice sculpture. Xiao Mingyue, help me with one thing. Use the laser cannon to melt this ice sculpture. Okay. Xiao Mingyue did not hesitate. She too wanted to know what exactly was hidden inside. Both of them activated the laser cannon simultaneously and started burning the ice sculpture. Gradually, the ice melted, revealing the object trapped inside. It's a teleportation portal. Xiao Mingyue gasped in surprise before hurriedly covering her mouth. As the ice melted further, the portal emitted increasingly brighter lights. Phew. Finally, it's done. They almost depleted all the energy from their A-class cores. Looking at the dazzling teleportation portal, the instinctive desires emanating from the hidden dragon constitution inside Yang Junwu grew even stronger. It needed something inside the portal. Having found the portal and identified the creatures around it, the mission was technically complete. Just as Xiao Mingyue was about to urge him to leave, she saw Yang Junwu dive straight into the portal. Isn't this reckless? Xiao Mingyue stared in amazement. There were terrifying creatures near the outside of the teleportation array, and who knows what horrors existed within. Regardless, with clenched teeth, she followed him into the portal. Instead of the frigid ice-filled world they came from, the realm beyond the portal greeted them with warm winds and brilliant sunshine. An endless prairie spread out before them, leading into a lush, dense forest in the distance. However, strangely enough, they didn't see any animals nearby, nor was there any trace of humans. The entire world exuded a serene peace. Yang Junwu arrived beneath a massive rock where two eggs with intricate patterns, each about the size of a human head, lay neatly together. Xiao Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Could these be the eggs of that frost giant dragon? Yang Junwu shot her a disdainful look. Do you really think that's possible? Such a huge creature with such small eggs? And that thing is a bone dragon. How would it even lay eggs? But there was no doubt that these were indeed dragon eggs, for the hidden dragon constitution within Yang Junwu could barely suppress its excitement and yearning. Forget it, might as well die trying. Yang Junwu placed his hand on one of the dragon eggs. A powerful spiritual force surged out from the eggshell into Yang Junwu's body. The dragon egg seemed to sense danger and began struggling. Unfortunately, its strength was far too weak, and the hidden dragon constitution quickly subdued its resistance. As the egg's power slowly seeped into his body, Yang Junwu could clearly see how his veins and bones rapidly strengthened. If one word could describe his current feeling, it would be satisfaction. Witnessing this, Xiao Mingyue approached the other egg and reached out. Zap! As if struck by a powerful electric current, her finger was instantly repelled. Her expression darkened. Why should Yang Junwu be able to absorb it while I can't? She tried again, unwilling to give up, but was pushed back once more. This time, even a small piece of her mech armor on her finger shattered. With no other choice, Xiao Mingyue stepped aside, watching as Yang Junwu absorbed the dragon egg's power. If I attack him now, even if the academy finds out, I could blame it on the ice dragon. Xiao Mingyue fixed her gaze on Yang Junwu's back as her arm's cannon slowly opened. Su Ruoxue, who had been resting on the grass, suddenly opened her eyes. Trouble. Yang Junwu is in danger. Li Zhong was startled. What's wrong, Ruoxue sister? After regaining her senses, Su Ruoxue couldn't understand why she had just experienced an overwhelming sense of unease. Li Zhong chuckled. Ruoxue sister, are you worried about the president? Don't worry, he's powerful, and not someone who recklessly gets into trouble. If there's any danger, he'll retreat. Su Ruoxue nodded, noticing that the feeling of impending doom had already disappeared. What's gotten into me? Why did I have such an illusion? Su Ruoxue murmured to herself. Xiao Mingyue lowered her arm, resisting the urge to strike. Aside from the risk of alarming the frost giant dragon, if her blow wasn't fatal, Yang Junwu would undoubtedly retaliate. At her current strength, she wasn't a match for him. Seeing Yang Junwu absorbing the dragon egg's power made her jealous. Since she couldn't do it herself, she decided to walk to the other side of the rock. Suddenly, she noticed something yellow lying on the ground. Xiao Mingyue picked it up. Is this thing also a dragon egg? The yellow egg was roughly the size of a goose egg and radiated no energy whatsoever. Xiao Mingyue carefully concealed it in her bosom. On the other side, Yang Junwu had finished absorbing one dragon egg, his realm rapidly ascending. Second-tier tempering realm, third-tier tempering realm, until ninth-tier tempering realm before stopping. Although the hidden dragon constitution was still filled with longing, Yang Junwu felt he shouldn't continue. Excessiveness leads to failure. Such rapid enhancement of his cultivation level may not necessarily be a good thing. A house built on shaky foundations always runs the risk of collapsing. There was another concern. If he absorbed all the dragon eggs here, the massive beast outside might detect it and awaken. And if it wakes up, they're doomed. Yang Junwu casually took a few photos before calling for Xiao Mingyue to leave. Back at the foot of the glacier, Yang Junwu suddenly said to her, Xiao Mingyue, I have a favor to ask. Please don't spread the news about the existence of dragon eggs on the other side of the teleportation portal. Xiao Mingyue smirked. Sure, but what benefits will the president offer me in return? Yang Junwu replied. What do you want? All right, since I haven't decided yet, consider this a promise owed to me. I'll tell you when I figure it out. Fine, we'll settle on that then, Yang Junwu agreed. Xiao Mingyue inwardly grinned. Even if Yang Junwu hadn't asked, she wouldn't divulge this information. After all, there's no proof he absorbed the dragon eggs, and she still has a living dragon egg hidden in her arms. Not long after Yang Junwu walked away, Mo Ebai and 5 others approached from the opposite direction. Where are the others? Why are only 2 of you left? Mo Ebai looked at them with confusion. Yang Junwu calmly responded. Li Zhong has already left earlier. There's no such thing as a teleportation door here. Only a terrifying strange beast. Strange beast? What kind of strange beast? Mo Ebai was utterly baffled. Look closely at the glaciers ahead. What do they resemble? Yang Junwu finished speaking without even waiting for Mo Ebai to respond, accelerating his flight straight toward the boundary. Running so fast, Mo Ebai looked at the glaciers, and gradually, his expression changed. Could it be that there's an ice dragon this massive in the world? Leader, you mean those glaciers are the body of a dragon? One of the team members exclaimed in shock. Why are we still here then? If the ice dragon finds us, just one breath from it will finish us off. Another team member didn't hesitate, turning around and fleeing immediately. No wonder Yang Junwu and the other had run so quickly before. They were trying to leave them behind to cover their retreat. Once Mo Ebai realized this, he didn't hesitate. His mech's power was fully activated as he chased after Yang Junwu's figure. Chapter 41. Contest participants for the 5 Academies exchange meeting. After returning to the academy, Yang Junwu first went to submit his mission. The news of the large ice dragon immediately shocked the entire upper management of the academy. Firstly, they canceled the exploration task on the ice plains and shut down the teleportation array leading to the ice plains. The academy's administration department found the 9 students who participated in this mission and required them to keep it a complete secret. Yang Junwu immediately expressed agreement with this. As long as their information wasn't exposed, it would be good news for Water Gentleman Society. However, since the academy viewed this matter as so dangerous, they couldn't just let it pass without some benefit. So Yang Junwu immediately sought out his teacher Luohi. Teacher, because of the incorrect information from the academy, we almost lost our lives on the ice plains. We should at least get some compensation, right? Actually, the academy was also considering giving both teams some points. Luohi didn't expect that Yang Junwu would come knocking on his door himself. He asked, what kind of compensation do you want? A few dozen B-grade cores, 5 or 6,000 points. That should barely be enough. Luohi was speechless. You little brat, you really dare to think big. If you've got the guts, go straight to the school committee and request it. I'd like to see if the principal doesn't kick you out. Curious, Yang Junwu asked. By the way, I've been here at the academy for quite some time, but I've never seen the principal. Who is he exactly? Luohi's expression changed as he rebuked. It's none of your business. Don't go poking around and getting yourself into trouble. All right, Yang Junwu replied innocently, looking at him with an innocent gaze. Sighing, Luohi gave in. Well, since you're my final disciple, I'll go negotiate with the administration department. But remember, don't make this known. Luohi truly couldn't bear to see his beloved disciple treated unfairly, instantly becoming softer-hearted. Great. Thanks, teacher. Yang Junwu lit up in excitement in a second, a complete contrast to the docile and helpless image he had shown moments ago. Luohi nearly regretted speaking just then, but Yang Junwu had already left the room. This kid actually came to hoodwink me. Luohi helplessly chuckled. Shaking his head, he headed toward the administration office. After returning to the Water Gentlemen's Society base, Yang Junwu issued the command to temporarily pause all B-grade missions. Firstly, because Water Gentlemen's Society's activities had recently been too conspicuous, if Chongqing Society or Tiandi Society learned of their plans, winning this month's Jifen would be very difficult. Secondly, after last time's glacial trip, a massive amount of force within his body hadn't yet fully settled. He needed time to digest it all. After Su Ruoxue used her secret method, her body required some rest. Cao Mingyue suddenly said she needed to enter seclusion. The A-class mech pilots left and the whole organization were reduced to just xuanhuan. Under such circumstances, doing B-grade tasks would be far too dangerous. Of course, while not doing B-grade tasks, C-grade ones could still be done. Members needed points to exchange for training materials, and Water Gentlemen's Society also needed to present the image of diligently working on C-grade tasks. 5 days passed. Almost all of the dragon chi inside Yang Junwu's body had been completely absorbed by his hidden dragon constitution, and instead of advancing, his realm fell from the 8th level of body refinement to the 7th. Nevertheless, he was very satisfied. The strength of his current 7th layer body refinement was much superior to the fluctuating 8th layer of body refinement from 5 days ago. This was the advantage of having a stable foundation. Good news also came from Luohe. In the end, the administration decided to reward them with 2 B-grade cores and 500 power points. Yang Junwu was overjoyed. The B-grade core for students was entirely different from those circulating outside. An ordinary B-grade core's fusion rate generally reached only about 80+%, whereas the B-grade cores produced by the Academy started at over 90%. Not to mention the 500 power points which were equivalent to perfectly completing 5 B-grade missions. Water Gentlemen's Society currently had 670 points, ranking at least midstream among all factions. President, there's great news. Zhang Chao rushed into the office from outside. What's the great news? Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. In 3 days, the 5 academies exchange meeting will be held at the Divine Weapon Academy. Each grade selects 5 people. If ranked high, there will be generous rewards in credits and faction points. Yang Junwu was stunned for a moment. What is the 5 academies exchange meeting? Don't worry, President. I've already looked into it. The 5 academies refer to Divine Weapon Academy, Spirit Butterfly Academy, Pure Wind Academy, War God Academy, and Heavenly Madness Academy. Spirit Butterfly Academy? Suddenly, a memory of a woman surfaced in Yang Junwu's mind. Xuanhuan, his cousin, was also the sister in the Yang family who treated him the best. 3 years ago, Xuanhuan entered the Spirit Butterfly Academy for advanced studies and was now in the 3rd year. He wondered whether she would be selected to participate in the 5 academies exchange meeting this time. President, seeing Yang Junwu dazed off, Zhang Chao waved his hand in front of his eyes. Yang Junwu slapped his hand away. Go ahead, whoever wants to go can sign up. No need to ask me. Huh? Zhang Chao was dumbfounded. President, you're not going to join, are you? It depends on the situation. Yang Junwu did not want to take such a limelight, as it wouldn't benefit him in any way. More importantly, he didn't know how to face Cousin Wan. Su Ruoxue indifferently said, I won't participate either. If Ruoxue doesn't go, then it's over. The spots will definitely be snatched by others, Zhang Chao wailed. He had made great progress recently, but compared to those experts who could already pilot A-grade mechs, he was still far behind. Sun Yue scoffed coldly. So what? Does our Water Gentlemen's Society have no other talents besides the president and vice president? Zhang Chao hurriedly laughed flatteringly. How could I forget, brother Sun? But there are 5 spots, and with only you, it's somewhat insufficient. Cao Mingyue lifted her head. I'll go. For some unknown reason, Zhang Chao felt Cao Mingyue was different from before. She always emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. Xiao Ji being willing to take part is just wonderful. That way, at least we have 2 strong fighters on our side. Zhu Li interjected. I suggest all who want to go sign up. Regardless of whether they are chosen or not, they can see the gap between themselves and the other top players. Zhang Chao's eyes lit up. Not bad, my Lily truly has ideas. Why don't we go together? Get out. Though Yang Junwu didn't wish to participate, some matters couldn't be avoided. Luohe directly approached him, asking him to join in the first-year mech duels. If he refused, the previous 2 B-grade cores and 500 points would be invalidated. With no choice, Yang Junwu could only agree. You little brat, don't take this lightly. Such opportunities are rare and others covet them greatly. Luohe couldn't help but scold when seeing his lack of enthusiasm. Yang Junwu forced a bitter smile. Thank you, teacher, but I just want to quietly practice cultivation. Unambitious. What achievements could you possibly attain from blindly cultivating yourself? You need to experience real combat to grow faster. Oh, after lunch, go visit Dean Zhuangtian. Zhuangtian. After struggling to recall, Yang Junwu finally remembered the vice dean skilled in forging. The inner court and outer court weren't actually connected. Rather, they had to pass through a teleportation gate. After showing his inner court emblem to the guard watching the teleportation gate, the gate opened, and he was teleported into the inner court. Upon entry, Yang Junwu immediately felt that the surrounding spirit energy had nearly transformed into a thick paste, even feeling somewhat sticky. That was insane. At such concentrated spirit energy levels, cultivation efficiency would double for sure. No wonder everyone in the outer court wanted to get into the inner court. There weren't many students in the inner court, and Yang Junwu walked a long distance without seeing anyone. Geez, the inner court is so vast, and there's no one around to ask directions. Where do I find Vice Dean Zhuangtian? After turning down 2 small paths, Yang Junwu finally saw a man sitting in meditation inside a pavilion on the lake. He quickly approached him. However, even before he reached the edge of the pavilion, 3 sharp, sword chi rushed toward his face. At this moment, the man wasn't fused with a mech, but used purely his own power. Yang Junwu also wanted to test his current dragon forging skill and hidden dragon constitution. Without fusing with a mech, he gripped his palm into a fist and sent all incoming sword chi flying away. That feels great. Looking at his unscratched fist, a pleasant sensation flowed from head to toe within Yang Junwu. The strength of the hidden dragon constitution had indeed increased significantly. Now, even without using a mech, he could easily compete with ordinary D-grade external mech users purely with his physical body. As if sensing an opponent, the man in the lake pavilion suddenly opened his eyes. Before Yang Junwu could react, the man's fist was already in front of him. So fast, Yang Junwu's mind shuddered. It was already too late to block with his fists, so he abandoned all defense and aimed 2 fingers at the man's chest, using attack as defense. Indeed, the man did not wish to exchange blows with him and sidestepped. Yang Junwu retreated 3 steps, escaping the locking range of the other's chi. Only then could he clearly observe the appearance of the person before him. Handsome. Strangely, Yang Junwu's mind came up with this word usually not used to describe men. But this man gave him precisely such a feeling. A handsome countenance, red lips, white teeth, delicate and exquisitely crafted features, pure and flawless. Yang Junwu found it hard to connect the looks of this person before him with the ferocious attacks just now. Seeing Yang Junwu's expression, the man's expression darkened slightly. As expected, everyone's reaction upon seeing him was pretty much the same. Sighing deeply, the man had already grown accustomed to such occurrences, which happened more than once. Junior brother, I seem not to have seen you before. Are you a new student? Ah, yes, my name is Yang Junwu, from this year's freshman class. May I inquire about senior brother's identity? Yang Junwu struggled to shift his gaze away from the man's face. My name is Meng Xiuxian. Senior brother Meng, hello. I am here to find Deputy Headmaster Xuanhuan. Do you know where he is? You're looking for the teacher? Meng Xiuxian paused in surprise. Are you Deputy Headmaster Xuanhuan's disciple? Yang Junwu didn't expect that asking someone randomly would lead him in the right direction. The teacher is in the forging room now. Let me take you there. Meng Xiuxian nodded. After bypassing a few small paths, Meng Xiuxian led him to a 3-story building and stopped in front of the eastern forging room. Teacher, someone's looking for you. Meng Xiuxian gently knocked on the door. Let him wait. Xuanhuan's voice came from inside. Meng Xiuxian gave Yang Junwu an apologetic smile. Junior brother, come sit over here and rest for a moment. When the teacher is forging, he doesn't even acknowledge the dean, so let's wait. I understand, it's not urgent. Yang Junwu nodded. Forging isn't a simple matter. Once there's even a tiny mistake, all previous efforts might be wasted. Chapter 42. 100% fusion rate, golden core. Senior student Meng, you're really skilled. Your physical body is so powerful. Having nothing better to do, the two began chatting. Meng Xiuxian revealed a bitter smile. Junior student, don't you also think my appearance resembles that of a woman? Yang Junwu scratched his head, unsure how to reply. In fact, even if you hadn't said it, I was aware. To make myself look more intimidating, I have worked hard on cultivating my physical body. But despite reaching the supreme body realm, my appearance hasn't changed at all. If Yang Junwu hadn't personally seen Meng Xiuxian's face and heard this statement, he would definitely have thought the person was just boasting too much. Who could possibly cultivate to the supreme body realm for such a reason? Junior student, you're not bad either. You were able to withstand an attack from the supreme body realm. Meng Xiuxian was curious about Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu gave him the impression of having a low cultivation level, but an incredibly strong physical force, almost matching him evenly. Yang Junwu laughed and said, it might be because of my constitution, my physical body is still decent. The two chatted casually for about half an hour when suddenly a loud scolding voice from inside interrupted them. Meng Xiuxian's expression changed. It's trouble. The teacher has definitely failed in the cultivation process again. You should hide first. Wait until the teacher calms down, then come back. Hearing this, Yang Junwu stood up, just preparing to leave, when a voice came from within. Xiuxian, who's here? Bring him in. Meng Xiuxian helplessly spread his hands. Yang Junwu shook his head to indicate there was no problem. The two slowly entered the room. As soon as they went in, Yang Junwu smelled a pungent odor of melted metal. Zhang Tian was staring silently at the pool of metal waste liquid with a somber face. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Vice Dean Zhang, hello. Teacher Luo, he sent me over to find you. Only now did Zhang Tian turn around and take a glance at him. It's you? What was your name again? My name is student Yang Junwu. Oh, yes, I remember now. Custom-made mech core, right? Bring out the materials. Zhang Tian said coldly. He was clearly still immersed in the failure just moments ago, his mood very foul. Yang Junwu didn't expect that he would need to bring his own materials, and teacher Luo, he had not informed him beforehand. Fortunately, there was a considerable amount of B-level mech material stored in the small world, though he wasn't sure which would be useful. Yang Junwu simply poured all the materials out altogether, and they landed with a clatter, piling up all over the forging chamber. Meng Xiuxian nearby was utterly amazed. Such a big piece of blood jade crystal. So pure ice xuanshuan stone. And white crystal stone too. Goodness, all were rare materials used in forging a B-level core. Some could even be used in A-level core forging. But these materials themselves wouldn't shock the two much, since with their status, obtaining them wasn't overly difficult. What shocked both of them was the purity of the materials. Take the ice xuanshuan stone for instance. It was a byproduct of the mother crystal mine. Its purity generally didn't exceed 70%. Even those deliberately purified wouldn't surpass 90%. But the ice Xuanxia stone Yang Junwu brought was clear and transparent, showing almost no trace of impurities, with a purity rate certainly above 95%. That old man Luo, he must have given you quite a lot of good stuff, Zhang Tian muttered helplessly. Unfortunately, he didn't know that these materials actually belonged to Yang Junwu himself. But since he had misunderstood, Yang Junwu decided to go along with it, avoiding unnecessary explanations. Vice President, I'm not sure what materials are needed to forge a B-level core. Would you please select them? What kind of mech do you want to create? Zhang Tian asked. What do you mean? Yang Junwu didn't understand. Even though all are commonly referred to as B-level mechs, in reality, there are differences between each unit. For example, support distant type mechs have very strong endurance abilities and excellent long-range striking power, but are weaker in close combat. Recovery enhanced type mechs excel at recovery, but their offensive capabilities are only average. Close combat strength type focuses on close range attacks, featuring high attack and defense capabilities, but average movement speed. Close combat agility type focuses on fast attack strategies, general attack and defense, but exceptional mobility. Yang Junwu hadn't expected there to be so much knowledge behind creating just one B-level mech. Meng Xiuxian whispered softly, only top-tier forging masters like our teacher can create such a variety. Actually, for ordinary forging masters, successfully completing a forge is already commendable. Yang Junwu understood. No wonder the teacher had sent him to Vice President Zhang, originally intending to customize a mech suited exactly to his needs. I'd like a close combat agility type. After considering, Yang Junwu finally made his choice. Since it could align well with the dragon forging technique, naturally close combat would suit best. With the enhancement provided by the hidden dragon constitution, the strength and defense aspects were already adequately covered. If the mech could add an attack speed boost, his close combat system would gradually approach perfection. From a large pile of materials, Zhang Tian selected more than a dozen items. That's all. Please put the rest away. Understood, Vice President. Yang Junwu quickly stuffed the remaining materials into his small world without hesitation. He wasn't worried about exposing himself since a top-level forging master like Zhang Tian undoubtedly had their own private dimension. Sure enough, when both saw the glow of the small world, neither showed surprise. With everything tidied up, they prepared to start forging. Suddenly, Zhang Tian stepped aside and said to Meng Xiuxian, Xiuxian, you take over. Meng Xiuxian glanced at Yang Junwu beside him, then spoke up. Teacher, why not let Yang Junwu give it a try? His physical strength is no less than mine. Are you also at the Supreme Body Realm? Zhang Tian asked, slightly surprised. Not yet, but my constitution is unique. I'm exceptionally strong, Yang Junwu hurriedly explained. He didn't understand why Meng Xiuxian wanted him to participate now, given he was completely inexperienced in forging. All right, come on up, Zhang Tian agreed. Yang Junwu took a deep breath, trusting Meng Xiuxian wouldn't harm him. It might be worth trying since there were still plenty of materials left. You just need to wield the hammer. The rest is on me, Zhang Tian said from behind him. A dazzling red mech suit materialized on Zhang Tian's body as he tapped Yang Junwu lightly on the back of the head. Yang Junwu suddenly noticed a change in his perspective. He could clearly see every detail and pattern within the materials before him. Within these patterns, there were some tiny black spots, impurities in the materials. Zhang Tian's voice echoed directly in his mind. Focus your spirit and reduce the materials into the smallest particles called AMU particles. Make them arrange themselves according to your will. During the process, try your best to remove the impurities. Ding! Yang Junwu brought down the hammer, and the patterns rippled faintly. How many strikes would it take to reach the goal? Who cares, just keep going. Ding ding ding. The sound of intense metal striking filled the forging chamber. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Meng Xiuxian looked on, amazed, as the two continued forging. At first, he recommended Yang Junwu take the lead because he knew Zhang Tian had a special mental training method for guiding disciples in forging at the consciousness level. This technique required the disciple to have sufficient forging ability to follow through. In simple terms, Zhang Tian was using Yang Junwu's body for the forging process, while allowing him to fully experience the entire procedure. Through such teaching methods, those with high insight could grasp the basics of forging after 1 or 2 tries. From his own experience, half an hour was more than enough time to forge a qualified B-level mech core. Yang Junwu's physical condition was comparable to his, so sustaining for half an hour to an hour wouldn't be a problem. Since Meng Xiuxian had taken a liking to Yang Junwu, he had devised this way for Zhang Tian to teach him. But it had been an hour and a half already, and the two seemed nowhere close to finishing. Zhang Tian certainly posed no issue, but Yang Junwu's body might not hold out. After all, this was his first attempt at forging. If it ended up damaging his body, Meng Xiuxian would feel responsible for creating a major mishap with good intentions. 2 hours had gone by. Should he interrupt their forging? Meng Xiuxian hesitated. Zhang Tian disliked interruptions during forging sessions most of all. Once immersed, Zhang Tian paid no attention to whether his body could handle the strain and naturally wouldn't care about Yang Junwu's state either. Meng Xiuxian himself had a 3-hour forging record, and Yang Junwu's physique roughly matched his. If nothing happened within 3 hours, Meng Xiuxian would forcefully stop the session even if it meant angering Zhang Tian. By this time, Yang Junwu had become utterly absorbed in the pleasure of forging. Each time a piece of material was forged, he felt a stream of dragon qi penetrating it. Although dragon qi itself did not affect the forging process directly, it significantly increased the durability of the material. Moreover, it carried an intent to eliminate all impurities within the material. Impurities made the dragon qi reluctant to fuse, and Yang Junwu lacked the ability or willingness to expel the dragon qi. Thus, his only option was to purify the materials following the method Zhang Tian mentally instructed him. As a result, the time required skyrocketed. Ordinary materials, regardless of how skilled the forger, were impossible to refine completely. But materials boosted by the dragon qi's inherent purity had such potential. The dragon qi repelled impurities, consistently gathering them together. This reduced Yang Junwu's burden significantly during the removal process. With each material being progressively purified, the final product was almost ready. It had been exactly 3 hours. Just as Meng Xuanhuan was about to speak up, a flash of blinding golden light erupted from the forging table. The golden light pierced straight through the roof, heading toward the heavens above. A thunderclap resonated, and a bolt of lightning descended, splitting the second-floor building cleanly in half. Yang Junwu looked at the scene that resembled the end of the world, feeling a wave of fear. If Zhang Tian had not reacted quickly and blocked the heavenly thunder for him in the mech core, he would have been vaporized. Just a B-level core, did it really need such divine retribution? 100% pure core, without any impurities. Zhang Tian held the golden core in his hands with an incredibly tender gaze, looking at it as if it were his own child. After a moment, he turned to Yang Junwu, his burning eyes as if they could melt him. Yang Junwu, you're truly a forging genius. Learn forging from me. I guarantee that in 2 years, no, 1 year, you will become a forging master. Meng Xuanhuan stood beside them, his mouth agape. The teacher was usually very harsh, yet now he had said such words of praise, which clearly showed how great Yang Junwu's talent for forging truly was. Chapter 43. The fun of the young couple. Why do you go and join in? Sorry, Dean Zhang. I appreciate your trust, but I already have a teacher. You don't know anything. There are plenty of students with a knack for fighting, but a forge master who can produce cores at 100% purity is 1 in 10,000. No, it should be said that there hasn't been anyone in nearly 100 years who could do it. Talent like this would be wasted if not learning forging. You're the one wasting it. 4 or 5 people came through the shattered door. Luo, he clearly among them. The rest were all vice presidents of the school committee. When such a commotion happened in the inner court, they rushed over immediately. Yang Junwu is a rarely seen genius for combat. Where will you find talent like him? Want to poach from me? Never. One vice president said, Brother Luo, Yang Junwu is a rare talent. If we keep him tied to only one thing, it's a loss for the entire academy. Exactly. Moreover, a mech forged by oneself fits better for personal use and can also increase fighting power. Another president persuaded. You have great ideas indeed. Don't you know how much time forging takes? 5 to 10 years might not even be enough to achieve greatness. The wasted time is enough to train him into an absolute world-class expert. Is Yang Junwu just an ordinary talent for forging? As Brother Zhang has just said, it will only take a year to finish apprenticeship. Not possible. You listen to his bragging. Ask himself how long he's been stuck at SS level. Meng Xuanhuan was completely dizzy now. He never expected that meeting a random person would lead to so many big shots trying to take him as a disciple. Given his identity and talents were already 1 in 10,000, yet he had never seen so many people scrambling for him before. Brother Yang was really too strong. He didn't feel any jealousy. Instead, he sincerely felt happy for Yang Junwu deep down while having some worries at the same time. It might not necessarily be a good thing to have various kinds of talent, because it was so hard to choose. Giving up either way would be a waste. If he wanted to pursue all of them, it would also possibly result in insufficient time, causing each area to fall short of reaching its peak. He didn't know how Yang Junwu would choose. Actually, according to Yang Junwu's own thoughts, he wasn't particularly inclined toward practicing the art of forging. Because he had the wheel draw system, as long as he completed tasks, he would get an endless supply of cores. Although these cores might not all be powerful, a single golden quality appearance would suffice for a long time. And just now, during the refining process, he realized that refining even a simple B-level core under Zhang Tian's full hand-in-hand guidance still took almost 4 hours. He did not have that much time. Could you let me talk alone with Yang Junwu? Zhang Tian suddenly spoke up. No. Who knows what kind of nonsense you will try to brainwash him with. Luo he opposed first. Fine, then you come too. Zhang Tian actually compromised. The 3 left the forging hut and entered a training room. Zhang Tian got straight to the point. Yang Junwu, are you a dragon essence body? Yang Junwu was shocked. This was his biggest secret. How did Zhang Tian know? He stammered, struggling to answer for a moment. Luo he was somewhat surprised too. Although he didn't pay attention to this disciple all the time, he never expected him to have a dragon essence body. After calming down slightly, he spoke up. Junwu, speak freely. While dragon essence bodies are uncommon, our Divine Weapon Academy has also had talented individuals with such physiques. Alright, after some consideration, Yang Junwu decided to disclose everything, knowing that things like this could never remain hidden forever. With 2 SS-grade experts guiding him, he could avoid taking some detours. He recounted his status as a hidden dragon body and how he previously acquired a dragon egg. You little brat, hiding that pretty well. Luo he tapped him hard on the head. In Yang Junwu's previous reports to the academy, he concealed the fact about the dragon egg. I'm just afraid of getting punished. Look at you, probably thinking that when the frost giant dragon comes looking, the academy can handle it for you. Luo he responded dryly. Yang Junwu laughed awkwardly. He did indeed have this thought. The academy's strength to deal with a mere ice dragon shouldn't pose much difficulty. Zhang Tian thought deeply. No wonder I sensed 2 different types of dragon energy while forging earlier. Now it makes sense. If Yang Junwoo is already a battle dragon body, there is even less need for him to learn forging from you. Disciple, let's go. Luo he turned around to leave. Wait. If Yang Junwoo were just a regular fusion forging master at a percentage rate, then indeed, there would be no need for him to learn forging. Unfortunately, he isn't just a normal forging master, but a dragon forging master. What? Luo he opened his eyes wide. Zhang Tian pulled out that B-level core from his chest. Feel the power of this core yourself. Luo he held the core in his hand, and astonishingly felt the beating of a heart, as if the core itself had life. Zhang Tian seized the opportunity to add, the core Yang Junwoo created is exceptionally suited for his own use, with its power nearly doubling. Therefore, learning forging will only enhance his abilities further. Luo he fell silent for a moment, shifting his gaze toward Yang Junwoo. Junwoo, you decide. At first, Yang Junwoo was absolutely unwilling to spend time on forging, but now that he had discovered the numerous advantages of the cores he could create, he hesitated. He wanted both combat prowess and forging skills. As for cultivation, if there were more stardust powders available, it would actually reduce the amount of practice time needed. The crafted cores could also be exchanged for stardust powders. Teacher, Deputy Dean Zhang, I'm willing to learn forging, but first I need to clarify one thing. I'm learning it to boost my strength. If one day I find that forging affects my strength, I'll suspend the learning process. Agreed. Neither Zhang Tian nor Luo he had any objections. One more thing. Can I sell the cores I make in the future to the academy in exchange for stardust powders? You know about stardust powder? Zhang Tian was slightly surprised. Actually, stardust powder doesn't have much effect on you. It's mainly used to increase fusion rates. I have other uses for it. Deal. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Tian nodded. Given his status and Yang Junwoo's high fusion degree cores, exchanging for some stardust powder wouldn't be too difficult. I have no other questions. Yang Junwoo decided to stop while he was ahead. Starting next week, come to me every Saturday and Sunday to study. Understood, teacher. Yang Junwoo nodded. Ha ha ha, what a teachable disciple. Zhang Tian was overjoyed. From Yang Junwoo addressing him as teacher, it meant he had accepted him. If he himself couldn't reach the peak of forging, nurturing a disciple who could achieve that goal would still bring glory to a forger. I'll go find old xiuxian to inscribe something for you. Rest assured, it will definitely be ready before the competition. Zhang Tian turned and left the training room. Teacher. Yang Junwoo looked up at Luo He. Actually, Yang Junwoo felt a lot of guilt towards Luo He, who had always been genuinely helping him despite all the things he had concealed from him. Luo He waved a hand to stop him. No need to say more, your teacher understands. If one day you can reach that level, your teacher will be content. Alright, prepare yourself. Don't disgrace me in tomorrow's selection contest. Yes, teacher. Back at the Water Association building, Yang Junwoo was surrounded by everyone the moment he stepped through the door. Zhang Chao ran fastest. Boss, was that golden light earlier caused by you? Too badass. What exactly happened? Yeah, and that pitch-black heavenly thunderbolt. My heart almost exploded when it appeared. So terrifying, Li Zhong added. Everyone chimed in, leaving Yang Junwoo feeling overwhelmed. Everyone, actually it's simple. I accidentally achieved a perfect fusion rate core during practice in the inner courtyard, which then triggered the celestial thunder. The deputy dean stopped the thunder. That's all. Everyone. What a show-off. That was a 100% fusion core. Not only creating one, but even hearing about it was unheard of. Yet Yang Junwoo just brushed it off with 3 words. By accident. How did you all know it was me who caused it? Yang Junwoo was curious since they were unaware he had gone to the inner court. Zhu Lili smiled brightly. Your Ruoxue told everyone that your presence was within the golden light. Can that work? Yang Junwoo gazed dumbfounded at Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue replied indifferently. It was simple. I accidentally used a minor secret technique, just enough to probe around. Everyone covered their mouths and giggled lightly. These two were truly made for each other, even arguing in similar styles. Oh, where's Chao Minghua? Ah, she's probably secluding herself for cultivation. She told us not to bother her. Cultivating in solitude? Is she not participating in the 5 Academies Exchange Conference contestant selection tomorrow? Well, this event didn't seem worth participating in anyway. If it weren't for his teacher forcing him to enter, he wouldn't have registered either. Alright, everyone, go cultivate yourselves instead of crowding here. Understood. We won't be the third wheel. Zhu Lili's eyes darted back and forth between Yang Junwoo and Su Ruoxue before smiling and leaving the hall. Soon, the hall was left with only Yang Junwoo and Su Ruoxue. Shall we talk? Yang Junwoo looked at Su Ruoxue. A smile flickered on her lips, and she graciously extended her hand. Sure, where to? How about going to my room? It's the quietest place there. If another man said this to Su Ruoxue, he'd probably get a slap across the face instantly. But Yang Junwoo was different. Su Ruoxue knew well that he was merely pointing out how quiet his room was. Alright, as soon as the two left, Zhang Chao and Zhu Lili popped their heads out from behind the corner. Lily, did you hear what they just said? How about you come to my room to cultivate? What do you think? Zhang Chao rubbed his hands. Go to hell. Who's going to your room? I'm going to sneak listen in old boss's room. How could I miss such an exciting content? After saying this, Zhu Lili headed towards the second floor, Yang Junwoo's bedroom, leaving Zhang Chao standing there dumbfounded. It's not right to barge into other people's couple time. Why would you go stir up trouble? He quickly followed her. Zhu Lili was reckless and unmeasured. If she angered the boss, she'd surely be kicked out of the small world directly. Chapter 44, definitely winning. Outer courtyard, grand duel arena. Yang Junwoo looked at the familiar scene and couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. He didn't expect to come here again. And this time, it wasn't about fighting others for wagers. Instead, it was about selecting 5 contestants from the first grade. There were 10 registrants in total. The Shuijun sect occupied 3 seats: Yang Junwu, Sun Yue, and Xiao Minghua. The remaining candidates were Xuanhuan and Xiuxian Knight from Class 1, Luo Shanshan, Mo Bai, and Lin Rudin from Class 2, as well as by Xuixin and LV Fangluo from Class 3. All of them were experts who could manipulate A-level cores. Deputy Director Zhang Mingbo personally hosted this selection for the first grade and began to announce the rules. Dear students, this assessment will use a one-on-one point system. Everyone will face off against every other opponent once. The victor earns 1 point. The top 5 students with the most points will represent the first grade. Students, give it your all. Win the Academy Exchange competition, bring glory to our Academy, and also earn yourself valuable credits. Yang Junwu drew the number 5, neither too early nor too late, with his first round opponent being by Xuixin, number 6. Strangely enough, the first round would see an old rivalry reignite with Mo Bai, number 2, versus Sun Yue, number 1. When these two entered the academy, their skills should have been on par. One joined the 14th-ranked Jinyu Guild, while the other was forcibly recruited into the new power, the Shuijun sect. They faced each other head-on. Mo Bai chuckled coldly. Sun Yue, you've really fallen far from grace. Wasting time in such an useless sect. Today I will tell you exactly how vast the gap between powers can be. Sun Yue roared with laughter. Mo Bai, we did not determine a winner in the entrance exam. But this time, I will make sure you understand that there are always greater heights and more capable people beyond what you know. The match begins. With the referee's order, both instantly activated their mech armors and fused. The only difference? Sun Yue used a B-grade core while Mo Bai used an A-grade core. The audience erupted in murmurs immediately. Not possible. Using a B-grade core, does he think too little of us? Maybe he doesn't have an A-grade core since he joined a new sect without any heritage. That shouldn't be possible. The Sun family is a prominent clan. How could they not even afford him an A-grade core? Which means he thinks he can win using just a B-grade core. That's way too cocky. Regardless of what the audience thought, Mo Bai remained calm. The other side absolutely wouldn't risk the family's or personal reputation by resorting to underhanded tricks here. Thus, there was only one explanation. His rival truly believed that a B-class mech would suffice to deal with him. Stay still if the enemy stays still. This was Mo Bai's current strategy. What are they doing? Neither is moving. It might be about courtesy. If Mo Bai has an A-grade core against Sun Yue's B-grade, he shouldn't take the first move. Possibly. Sun Yue himself is in a disadvantageous position and won't likely make the first move. In one of the booths upstairs, Sun Tianyi frowned deeply, unable to figure out what tricks Sun Yue had up his sleeve. After waiting for half a day with no movement from Mo Bai, Sun Yue laughed loudly. What? Afraid of a mere B-grade mech already? If you don't attack, don't blame me for going on the offensive. 3 particle acceleration cannons fired toward the opponent. Mo Bai stood motionless, lifting his right arm to deflect the cannonballs away. Sun Yue, show your real strength. Attacks like this can't touch me. Really? Sun Yue's expression remained unchanged as he lifted his hand to fire another set of shots. This time, it wasn't 3 missiles, but 9. Firing 9 particle acceleration cannons simultaneously nearly reached the limit of a B-class mech. It could only be done if the fusion level exceeded 85%. This time, Mo Bai didn't directly resist. He responded with 9 particle cannons himself, destroying each incoming cannonball shot for shot. The accuracy impressed the entire first-year student body. But it wasn't over yet. Sun Yue's attack changed this time. Although it was still a long-range strike, it switched to laser cannons, which couldn't be intercepted easily. However, the power of the laser cannon was weak. As long as the same spot wasn't hit continuously, an A-grade mech could completely withstand the assault. Mo Bai moved quickly, dodging the laser cannon fire cautiously. He refused to place himself in any dangerous situation. Sun Yue tracked him with persistent strikes, firing 5 laser cannons from different angles to create a blockade. No matter how Mo Bai moved, 2 or 3 beams would always find their mark. Mo Bai raised his shield, blocking the attacks. He smirked coldly. Sun Yue, you're not trying to tire me out with these long-range attacks, are you? Sun Yue shouted loudly. Never. I, Sun Yue, am not that kind of person. Raising his hand, he sent another 3 particle cannons his way. Mo Bai simply extended a full-body shield to defend against all assaults. It didn't matter whether you fired particle cannons, laser cannons, or even stance fluctuation cannons. It made no difference to him. All he had to do was wait patiently and block everything with his shield. What a fool. In another booth upstairs, Mo Wentian stared grimly at the battlefield below. What's wrong, President? I think Mo Bai's response has no issues. The opponent's strength is unclear. Using defense to probe first is a very normal tactic, asked Mo Lin, one of the elite members. No problem. The best defense is an offense. If he suspected that the other side had a trump card, he should have attacked immediately and suppressed them to prevent them from employing secret tactics. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. His current approach has already fallen into the other side's trap. Their opponent must have a method to break through defenses. Mo Lin consoled him. Don't worry. Mo Bai will surely realize this. Once he probes and confirms that the opponent lacks special skills, he will shift from defense to offense. However, the awaited shift from defense to offense did not happen. 10 minutes passed, and on the field, Sun Yue continued his relentless attacks while Mo Bai kept defending. Why did Mo Bai choose this course of action? Because of 3 words. No pressure. Indeed, no matter how Sun Yue attacked, Mo Bai's shield couldn't be breached. Rather than risk an attack, it was better to drain the opponent's energy. B-class core energy cannot compare with A-class, and offensive consumption far exceeds defensive needs. In another 10 minutes at most, the opponent's core would be almost depleted, making victory easy thereafter. But after 20 minutes, Sun Yue's attacks remained sharp, showing no sign of fatigue. On the contrary, Mo Ebai realized he seemed unable to switch from defense to offense now. Firstly, Sun Yue's attacks grew more fierce. Secondly, too much core energy had been channeled into the shield. If he were to cancel the shield, the mech itself could possibly fail to withstand missed strikes. All he could do now was grit his teeth and persevere, hoping the opponent exhausted their core faster than he did. Another 10 minutes went by. The spectators in the stands began to complain. Too boring. With an A-class core against B-class, and yet still resorting to delay tactics. That's true. If all matches are fought like this, we might not select the participants even within a day. Mo Ebai, just attack already. Stop fucking around with only defense. Mo Ebai's face turned pale. In fact, the intensity of Sun Yue's attacks had lessened somewhat, suggesting his core energy should be low. Unfortunately, he had lost his ability to counterattack, and even his shield was flickering as his core energy neared depletion. Mo Ebai, this is my final strike. Sun Yue suddenly charged forward, initiating Ling, Feather Whirlwind. Mo Ebai's last bit of shielding shattered, leaving a glowing blade pressed against his chest. I concede. Mo Ebai helplessly spoke. The opponent had already shown mercy by not attacking the core. Sun Yue sheathed his light sword, preparing to leave. Wait, I have a question. I want to know why I lost. Mo Ebai revealed a look of unwillingness in his eyes. It's simple. I have an excellent recovery module, so you couldn't win by draining me out. Of course, don't assume rushing in at the start would have changed the outcome. You'd still have meta surprise if you chose that path. Match 1. Player number 1 Sun Yue wins. 1 point earned. The referee maintained an excited tone, but scattered applause came from the audience. This opening certainly wasn't thrilling. Match 2. Player number 3 LV Fangluo versus player number 4 Chao Mengyue. Battle begins. In this match, both participants were young women, which caught the interest of the audience, especially male spectators. This Chao Mengyue seems to also be part of the Xiuxian sect. Yes, that's right, she's from the Xiuxian sect. It's said there's also a more beautiful and stronger woman among them who hasn't participated today. The Xiuxian sect truly excels, huh? If all 3 participating members make the selection, they'll really be impressive. Not likely. Chao Mengyue appears to have been recently promoted, and isn't even a descendant of a major family. She probably doesn't even possess an A-class mech. Sure enough, Chao Mengyue's mech was a B-class while her opponent, LV Fangluo, used an A-class mech. Chao Mengyue spoke up suddenly. LV Fangluo, please forfeit willingly. I currently can't fully control my force. I might injure you. LV Fangluo was startled. Though her opponent's expression seemed genuine, surrendering before even fighting would be disgraceful indeed. She shook her head lightly. Apologies, proceed with your move. Chao Mengyue stopped talking, slowly lifting her right hand. A streak of black flame shot out from her fingertip. Elemental attack. The first-year students were completely baffled, whereas the third-year students gazed wide-eyed. An elemental attack wasn't a mech attribute. It was the pilot's own element-based capability, amplified by the mech into a formidable assault. Based on elemental attributes, it could unleash tremendous special powers. Out of 10,000 mech pilots, perhaps not even one possessed elemental attack capabilities. Yet, here was Chao Mengyue, owning elemental abilities. Yang Junwu and Sun Yue exchanged glances from the rest area, confusion filling their eyes. Leader, when did Mengyue gain elemental abilities? Sun Yue asked. Yang Junwu shook his head. I don't know either. It should be a new ability she gained during this seclusion. We'll ask her after her match is over. Regardless of how Chao Mengyue obtained her ability, she was certain to win this round of the competition. Chapter 45. A World of Difference and Strength. Although LV Fangluo didn't know what elemental attacks were, Chao Mengyue's attack gave her immense pressure. Taking lessons from the past, she wouldn't simplistically think that the B-class mech would lack the ability to penetrate defenses. Therefore, she made what she believed was the most reasonable defense. A small shield appeared on her left arm, slightly raised, accurately intercepting Chao Mengyue's incoming flames. The black flames struck her shield quickly. Then, a horrifying thing happened. The shield wasn't pierced, but the black flames covered the entire surface of the shield, which visibly began melting away. LV Fangluo reacted swiftly. She immediately discarded the shield and put some distance between them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chao Mengyue's second attack had already arrived. This time, she could only resist with the strength of her mech itself. Black flames immediately enveloped her entire body. Even an A-class mech couldn't withstand the burning heat, starting to rapidly melt away. The referee above intervened at once. A beam of pure white light landed on LV Fangluo, extinguishing Chao Mengyue's flames instantly. Though LV Fangluo's life was saved, her precious A-class core was destroyed. She wasn't from a prominent family. Acquiring this A-class core had nearly depleted all her resources and school credits. And now, it was ruined during a mere trial. In her distress, LV Fangluo fainted on the spot. The students of her class 3 immediately protested, shouting loudly. The wickedness of women. It's just a trial, yet she uses such cruel tactics. That's right. We're all classmates. This is absolutely disgraceful. Referee, I suggest disqualifying her from participating. Faced with endless reproaches, Chao Mengyue clenched her fists tightly and coldly replied. I warned her before we started to surrender directly. Unfortunately, she refused. With that said, she walked off the stage without another word. If anything, her refusal to explain only further infuriated the people of Class 3. Were they implying that it was still LV Fengluo's fault? However, other seniors and teachers watching remained very calm. In the academy, strength was everything. There was no room for courtesy or mercy. The weak would be trampled upon, especially considering the talent Xiao Mengyue displayed. It was certain that she would enter the inner courtyard. No one cared about what might happen to someone who'd been defeated. I'm sorry, President, my hand was a little heavy just now, Xiao Mengyue said as she returned to the rest area, speaking to Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu shook his head. It's evident you can't yet perfectly control your power. Keep trying. He didn't know why Xiao Mengyue had suddenly gained elemental abilities, but the stronger the Xiuxian club became, the easier it would be to realize his plan. The third trial, contestant number 5 Yang Junwu versus contestant number 6 by Xiuxian. Please both step onto the field. Sun Yue said. Boss, it's your turn. Yang Junwu stood up and smiled faintly at the two. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Arriving at the trial platform, Bai Xiuxian had already entered the field. The two stood 5 meters apart. Yang Junwu opened his mouth and spoke. By classmate, I've heard you haven't joined any factions yet. How about joining our Xiuxian club? Bai Xiuxian smiled brightly. Sure, but can you let me win this match? Impossible. The Xiuxian club has never allowed deliberate losses. Here's what I propose. This round, I'll stay rooted in place. If you can defeat me, you earn points. But if you lose, then you join the Xiuxian club. This offer is my utmost sincerity. On the viewing stand, Zhu Lili turned to the beautiful woman beside her and remarked, Sister Ruoxue, look at him. He's at it again, seducing young girls. Su Ruoxue replied indifferently. He's merely recruiting talent for the Xiuxian club, nothing more. Zhu Lili rubbed her forehead in exasperation. You trust him too much. Let me tell you, the stronger a man gets, the more likely he is to indulge while also lusting for others. Be careful. You don't want to give anyone else an opportunity to exploit you. Su Ruoxue said blandly. I don't understand what you're saying. Zhu Lili was speechless. She had dropped so many hints, yet Sister Ruoxue still didn't seem to get it, or perhaps truly trusted Yang Junwu unconditionally. After a moment of consideration, Bai Xiuxian nodded. All right, agreed. But remember, if you lose to me later, don't cry. Don't worry, just come at me. Yang Junwu stood steady at the central area as the B-class mech instantly fused with him. This time, he used the ordinary mech brought from outside, a mech with an 85% fusion rate. I'm coming. Bai Xiuxian completed her A-class mech fusion, suddenly accelerating and throwing a punch toward Yang Junwu. Despite her petite frame, she opted for this violent close-range attack method. Yang Junwu remained stationary, casually raising his right hand. Boom! The sound of fists meeting palms echoed, and a blinding light burst forth where the two intersected. So powerful. A normal person would have flown back if they got hit by that punch. In terms of strength, Yang Junwu still comes out on top. He's the one defending and hasn't taken a single step back. He actually managed to block Bai Xiuxian's attack. Bai Xiuxian didn't use her full power yet. Yang Junwu might not win since he can't move from his spot. If he has to take every hit head-on without dodging, even if his strength holds up, his mech surely won't. Sure enough, Bai Xiuxian grinned. Don't think my attacks are that simple. That was just the appetizer. Now for the main course, the butterfly-inducing Blossom's Fist. Bai Xiuxian started moving at high speed, almost becoming an afterimage in the air. She seemed like a swarm of butterflies circling around Yang Junwu. And these butterflies weren't just for show. Every punch delivered carried the same intensity as the first. Yang Junwu moved his hands rapidly, turning them into blurred images to defend against his opponent's relentless assault. But the limitation of staying rooted proved too much. Although he could block frontal attacks almost completely, it was much harder to deflect those coming from behind. In less than a minute, he was struck at least 5 times. Every time he took a blow, Su Ruoxue, watching from the audience, felt a pang in her heart. Yet despite being hit so many times, Yang Junwu remained standing without budging. That's terrifying. Look, his mech armor is almost shattered, but he's still maintaining the defense. His physical strength must be insane. Do you think Yang Junwu has already reached the Tyrant Body realm? Not possible. He couldn't even use an A-class mech when he enrolled. He's probably only at the muscle forging stage. Unfortunately, this is a big gamble for him. Facing Bai Xiuxian's superior strength type with a better mech, his defense won't hold much longer. The spectator's judgment wasn't wrong. Yang Junwu's mech was only an ordinary B-class model without any enhancement modifications. There was no way he could outlast Bai Xiuxian if he kept merely defending. Unless he counterattacked. After executing continuous rapid strikes, Bai Xiuxian showed signs of fatigue. She hadn't expected Yang Junwu to endure so many of her moves without going down. Her mech core energy held steady, but her physical endurance began faltering. She was currently at the third turning point of the muscle forging realm, enhanced temporarily through certain secret methods. However, these methods were now wearing off, causing her punches to become increasingly slower. Just as she swung her arm toward Yang Junwu's face, a sudden pain jolted through her forearm, slightly trembling in midair. Though she quickly overcame it, such a tiny mistake during an encounter between experts could spell catastrophic consequences. A firm palm gripped her attacking wrist. Then came a shocking moment that left the entire crowd stunned. Yang Junwu lifted Bai Xiuxian and slammed her back and forth against the ground. The impact between the mech and the floor reverberated with earth-shaking thuds. Bai Xiuxian exerted all her strength to break free, but before she could fully gather her energy, Yang Junwu forcefully slammed her onto the ground again, while a peculiar force traveled through her captured wrist. Her collected energy immediately scattered under the combined effects of their forces. After about 10 failed attempts, xiuxian finally gave up. She realized he had been playing with her. Their actual gap in power was vast. I concede. Exhausting every ounce of her remaining strength, xiuxian finally declared those 3 words, vanquishing her dizziness. Yang Junwu looked at her with a mischievous smile. No takebacksies now. Xiuxian shook her hand lightly. I yield. From today forward, xiuxian voluntarily joins the Xiuxian Club and will never go back on my word. An eerie silence enveloped the audience stand. 2 months ago, the man who boldly proclaimed by the lake seemed to be realizing his promise step by step. His faction hadn't disbanded. It continued to grow stronger and attract more members, even during competitions. Especially in the first match, Mo Bai's defeat might seem accidental, but Sun Yue executed a near-perfect battle plan, requiring considerable skill. Take Chao Mingyue, for instance, once an unremarkable newcomer. Now she'd awakened elemental abilities, all thanks to joining the Xiuxian Club. Could it be that there truly were mysterious powers within the Xiuxian Club capable of enhancing cultivation speed and awakening special talents? Many minds started racing, pondering whether joining the Xiuxian Club might lead to unexpected benefits. Among the freshman matches, though the key figures of the top 10 factions didn't attend personally, they sent their elites as observers. Each observer watched the Xiuxian Club's performance and appeared deep in thought afterward. They reflected, had they underestimated the Xiuxian Club? If things continued like this, the club might indeed accomplish something significant. After the sparring match, Yang Junwu and xiuxian walked off the arena. Without hesitation, xiuxian directly followed Yang Junwu to the Xiuxian Club's resting area. When Xiao Mingyue caught sight of xiuxian's face, her whole body suddenly tensed up. Who are you? Nice to meet you, sister. I'm xiuxian, the newest member of the Xiuxian Club. Please guide me well. Are you from the Bai family of Fei Kingdom? Xiao Mingyue furrowed her brows. The Bai family already had influence in the academy. Why would xiuxian want to join the Xiuxian Club? No. You've got it all wrong. Although we share the same surname, I certainly didn't have the good fortune to be born into the Bai family. I come from a satellite city with humble origins. Please take care of me, everyone. Sun Yue grinned. Don't worry. As long as you sincerely join the Xiuxian Club, the president won't treat you unfairly. But if you have any ill intentions, don't blame us older brothers for being rude. Chapter 46, Sun Yufei vs. Chao Mingyue. As the competition progressed, the second and third rounds were subsequently declared finished. On the leaderboard, Yang Junwu, Chao Mingyue, and Sun Yufei all had 3 wins and no losses, firmly at the top. The newly joined xiuxian of the Water Clan and Mo He from Class 2 each had 2 victories. Basically, the final victor would be among these 5 people. But the matches still had to continue, and the audience wanted to see who was truly the strongest in the first grade. The 4th round, first match, xiuxian vs. Mo He. The referee's voice rang out. The crowd immediately burst into cheers. Of course, most of the applause was for Mo He, since he had the support of his faction members, strength in numbers. After 3 rounds of trials, both sides were very clear about each other's attack patterns. There was no nonsense at the start. They immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Mo He had extremely high agility and attacked from all angles. xiuxian instead employed the method that Yang Junwu used against her, spinning in a small circle on the spot, using force to break speed. This meant she had to turn within a much smaller range than Mo He. Fist upon fist collided with flesh, and there were frequent sounds like metal clashing. Such an evenly matched and intense battle made the spectators outside the ring excited as well. Mo He suddenly stopped, increasing the distance between them. This is my last move. If you can block it, then you win. He placed his hands together forming a diamond shape, and a white mist appeared between his hands. Ice-based attack. Yang Junwu was shocked. However, his ice seems not fully formed yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't look like this mist, but rather real solid ice. xiuxian didn't dare to slack off and immediately consumed all her remaining energy to evolve a protective shield. Swift Wind Frost Fist. Mo He slammed his fists covered with the white mist onto xiuxian's shield. The shield shook slightly, but did not break. Just when xiuxian exhaled in relief, thinking she had defended successfully, a crack suddenly appeared on the shield and began to spread in all directions. I give up. She spoke without hesitation. In this match, Mo He wins. 1 point is awarded. Su Ruoxue in the stands looked thoughtful. Both Chao Mingyue and Mo He began awakening their latent power after completing their exploration mission. They must have obtained something inside the ice glacier barrier. It was understandable regarding Mo He's ice-based abilities, but what about Chao Mingyue's? The strange corrosive fire? Such things should completely contradict the ice glacier realm. Apparently, it was necessary to find some time to ask Yang Junwu. After defeating xiuxian, Mo He finally let out a sigh of relief. If he hadn't won this time, the top 3 would surely have been entirely occupied by the Water Clan. He was the buffer for all other factions, and failure was absolutely unacceptable. So he even brought out his hidden reserves, the ice-based powers that were yet to awaken fully. The 4th round, second match, Yang Junwu vs. Sun Yufei. Please enter the arena. Sun Yufei's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been looking forward to facing Yang Junwu again. His progress over these 2 months could not be called insignificant, and he was confident that he could defeat Yang Junwu who wasn't using enhanced equipment. They stepped into the field and took their positions. Yang Junwu, I'll be giving it my all in this match. I hope you do the same so I can see how big the gap between us really is. Sun Yufei loudly said. Yang Junwu smirked slightly. This guy's thoughts couldn't be hidden. He was pretending to be courteous. Don't pretend. You've waited for this day for a long time, haven't you? Wanting revenge, huh? Let's see if you've got the skills for it. Begin the match. Before the referee's words had even faded, Sun Yufei had already launched his skill. Spirit Feather Whirlwind. Countless feather blades surged toward Yang Junwu. Each one was far more powerful than a single laser cannon. Good move. Yang Junwu did not summon a shield for defense as others had expected, but swung out a green fist. The fist collided with the feather blades, which scattered in every direction, leaving Yang Junwu's fist completely unharmed. Too strong. This is breaking through everything with raw power? That's amazing. The audience marveled. However, smashing away the opponent's attack obviously wasn't Yang Junwu's limit. Without stopping, he accelerated further, aiming his fist directly at Sun Yufei's chest center. Not that simple. Sun Yufei snorted coldly. Although Yang Junwu's strength exceeded his expectations, he still had his ultimate move. Suddenly retreating, energy surged in his hands as a huge feather gradually formed. That's not necessarily guaranteed. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. It seemed like ripples on the water. His figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared close to Sun Yufei. You might have held out longer if you didn't use your ultimate move. Unfortunately, you're too slow. Yang Junwu's voice rang in his ear as the right hand smashed through the core defense of his chest, and a punch shattered Sun Yufei's B-class mech core into pieces. Damn, he's actually doing it for real. On the stands, Zhu Lily stared with widened eyes, completely incredulous. It wasn't just her, most of the audience was shocked. After all, the two were from the same faction. While others held back during their matches, why would they go all out against each other? Could it be that there was some private grudge between them? Soon, the grievances Yang Junwu and Sun Yufei carried when entering school were unearthed and quickly spread among the students. Now it made sense. Sun Yufei had been forced to join. The two on the field did not hear the murmurs from the audience seats. With a ruined core, Sun Yufei laughed wryly. Boss, wasn't that too ruthless? Yang Junwu laughed heartily. It's about humbling you a bit. Don't worry, I'll compensate you later. Sun Yufei's eyes brightened. Word had already spread in the Water Guild that Yang Junwu could produce a B-class mech with 100% fusion rate. How could Yang Junwu not know what this guy was thinking? He shook his head. Forget about that one. I'm not at that level yet. He only succeeded the first time because Zhang Tian's forging techniques controlled the process entirely. Although he gained much insight throughout, achieving that state of unity between heaven and man was impossible within 3 or 5 months. Not at all panicked, Sun Yufei said. Then I'll owe it for now, and I'll ask for it when you're ready. The two walked down from the arena, shoulder to shoulder, looking like they had an excellent relationship, which was definitely not how others imagined there would be any estrangement between them. The competition continued. Xiao Mingyue drew Bai Xuanhuan as her opponent. Before the referee even finished speaking, Bai Xuanhuan directly announced her surrender. The referee helplessly thought, you should at least come up and exchange a couple moves. Not even stepping onto the field is just ridiculous. But after Bai Xuanhuan conceded, she immediately went to the restroom, leaving the referee with no choice but to announce the next pair of combatants. Finally, the match gradually came to its end, with Yang Junwu undefeated throughout, taking the lead with 9 wins and 0 losses. Coming second was Xiao Mingyue, who currently stood at 8 wins and 0 losses. Next match would see Xiao Mingyue going against Sun Yufei. If the former won, then she would have the same record as Yang Junwu, 9 wins and 0 losses, allowing the champions to be decided only in the final round. However, if Sun Yufei emerged victorious, Yang Junwu would lock the championship early. Regardless, the top 3 places being completely swept by the Water Guild was as sure as nails on a board. 5 meters apart, Xiao Mingyue and Sun Yufei stood firmly. Big brother Sun, please concede. My power is hard to control, and it wouldn't be good if I injured you. Xiao Mingyue said. Extending a finger, Sun Yufei shook it. Sister Mingyue, don't be overly confident. Elemental fire might be powerful, but it can't dominate all opponents. Win or lose, we need to fight to find out. Then let's go. Xiao Mingyue didn't say much more. Wanting war, then so be it. Because his B-class mech was destroyed by Yang Junwu, Sun Yufei had to resort back to his A-class mech this time. In terms of real strength, the previous B-class mech actually held a slight edge. But concerning core endurance and burst capability, the A-class mech far surpassed the B-class mech. Xiao Mingyue initiated the attack. A particle beam, laced with black flames, surged towards Sun Yufei. Sun Yufei, however, remained calm, firing off a spiritual feather with ease. The spiritual feather hit the flame spot on. The corrosive force of the black flame instantly took effect, enveloping the spiritual feather with tiny flames. Explode, Sun Yufei lightly called out, and the spiritual feather burst, dispersing the black flames which proceeded to quickly corrode the fragmented spiritual feathers. Afterward, the black flames disappeared along with the corrosion. Sun Yufei is truly clever. Xiao Mingyue's attack may be formidable and has corrosive properties, able to even pierce shields. But Sun Yufei used a single spiritual feather to neutralize it. Indeed, as long as there's no contact, the corrosive force of the black flames cannot invade the body, rendering it ineffective regardless of its power. Still, this is only possible because Sun Yufei's original strength was already strong. Otherwise, before he could manipulate the spiritual feather, it would have already been corroded. Xiao Mingyue furrowed her brows. She never expected the opponent would use such a minor trick to break her killer move. She couldn't continue attacking like this. Using elemental forces consumed at least 10 times more energy than her opponent. Persisting this way would yield no benefits for Xiao Mingyue. So, she immediately changed her tactics. A light sword materialized in her palm, and she dashed swiftly towards Sun Yufei. Come on, Sun Yufei bellowed with confidence, not the slightest hint of fear. Speaking of normal strength, he absolutely outclassed the opponent. However, he still had to beware of any potential foul play during the attack. After dozens of exchanges, Sun Yufei gradually took the upper hand. Sister Mingyue, you're strong, but you need more practice to challenge me and the president. It's not certain. Xiao Mingyue boosted her attack speed to the fullest, almost turning into a fleeting shadow. While Sun Yufei was putting all his effort into defense, black flames suddenly appeared on her fingers and swept directly towards Sun Yufei's wrist. Sun Yufei had been wary of her tricks during her attacks. The moment he saw the black flames, countless spiritual feathers emerged around his body, flying straight at Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue remained calm. The opponent's reaction was almost exactly as she'd guessed. It's over now, great flame burst. Before the spiritual feathers even reached the black flames, the flames exploded abruptly. The closest target, naturally, were those spiritual feathers. The situation happened so suddenly that Sun Yufei didn't have time to draw them back. Black flames instantly erupted from every single spiritual feather, catching Sun Yufei off guard as he was blasted away. His face finally changed. That was Xiao Mingyue's real bottom-line technique, one that made it nearly impossible for him to ignite fire with his spiritual feathers anymore. I concede. Sun Yufei immediately shouted out 3 words. The referee on the scene intervened to prevent the flames from continuing to corrode Sun Yufei's core. Surprisingly, Xiao Mingyue won. She's truly amazing. No wonder, people who awaken elemental forces aren't they supposed to be powerful? Haha, I really want to know now. How does she compare with Yang Junwu? I think she wouldn't win against Yang Junwu. After all, there's an obvious gap in strength. Not necessarily. Yang Junwu specializes mostly in close-range combat. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand the invasion of corrosive power. Chapter 47, The Final Champion. The final round of the competition began. In fact, if it was just about selecting participants, the top 5 had already emerged in the previous round. Yang Junwu, Xiao Mingyue, Sun Yue, Moe Bai, and Bai Xiuxian. Thus, the only highlight of this round was Yang Junwu's match against Xiao Mingyue. It was unclear which of these 2 undefeated experts would ultimately maintain their winning streak. Audience interest in other matches was non-existent. They simply wanted those to end quickly. Finally, as the referee gave the order, the ultimate question of who would claim the championship today would soon be answered. At the Waterlord's rest area, Yang Junwu grinned. Xiao Mingyue, our scores are already far ahead of 3rd place. How about we both forfeit and take 1st place together? Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue paused for a moment, then shook her head. She had done all of this in pursuit of becoming a true elite, no longer forced to live under others' judgment. To transform the Qiao family into a top-tier, or even super first-rate clan, she must charge ahead fearlessly, and now the person standing in her way is Yang Junwu. This battle was one she had to fight, dedicating herself fully to it. Alright, if you're up for it, then I'll fight with you. Yang Junwu wasn't one to back down from a challenge either. He currently lacked combat experience against elemental mech pilots, so his duel with Xiao Mingyue would allow him to experience how different it feels to fight an elemental mech. The match begins. Yang Junwu completed the fusion with his B-grade mech. On the other side, Xiao Mingyue directly fused with her A-grade mech. A-grade versus B-grade, Xiao Mingyue has already won. Not necessarily. Haven't we seen Yang Junwu win plenty of fights with a B-grade mech? Black flame envelopment. Xiao Mingyue unleashed a streak of black flame straight toward Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu decided he wanted to test just how strong her black flame was. He extended his hand willingly to grab the oncoming flame. No way. Yang Junwu is losing his mind by trying to catch the black flame with bare hands. Man, if he fails to guard against it, wouldn't he instantly get corroded? Could Yang Junwu lose right away with that single move? Under the gaze of thousands of spectators, the black flame twisted like a small snake and was firmly held in Yang Junwu's right hand. Strangely enough, Yang Junwu's right hand remained unharmed while the flame in his grasp became increasingly faint until it vanished entirely. This can't be possible. Xiao Mingyue lost her confidence instantly. Yang Junwu felt rather perplexed himself. His original plan wasn't to intercept it with bare hands, as it was too dangerous. However, there seemed to be a voice in his mind urging him forward. The voice belonged to his hidden dragon physique. The hidden dragon physique detected a peculiar, enticing taste. Sure enough, when Yang Junwu clutched the black flame in his palm, the hidden dragon physique swiftly absorbed it. From the perspective of the audience, the flame simply faded away. Regardless, since his hidden dragon physique didn't fear the black flame, there was no suspense left in this match. Yang Junwu launched a counterattack. Take this. If you can withstand it, you win. Dragon breaking fist. Yang Junwu threw a massive punch towards Xiao Mingyue's chest. Black flame shield. Xiao Mingyue dared not risk a direct blow and instead activated her elemental form, conjuring a black flame shield. Yang Junwu showed no hesitation. He cared little whether it was a shield or a wall in front of him. With one forceful strike, he shattered through all defenses. As expected, the black fire on the shield once again became food for the hidden dragon physique within Yang Junwu, offering no defensive value whatsoever. Still, the shield itself managed to hold firm for a second, halting Yang Junwu's fist. A second might seem short, but much could happen in that time. Before Yang Junwu stood 2 identical versions of Xiao Mingyue, both visually identical in every aspect. Which one should he attack? Yang Junwu had only a 50% chance to guess correctly. Without overthinking, He smashed his fist toward the right Xiaomingyu. Pop! An ethereal pattern spread out, revealing that the struck figure dissolved into primal particles. What a pity, wrong choice. Many in the audience expressed regret for Yang Junhua's failure. There's nothing to lament. Didn't you notice? The real Xiaomingyu can freely shift between her illusion bodies. No matter which one Yang Junhua hits, it will never land on the real her. Amazing, Xiaomingyu. Fair play, I admit my defeat. Yang Junhua laughed heartily and stepped off the stage. And that's how you win. Xiaomingyu appeared somewhat dissatisfied with such a method of victory. He clearly possessed a means to counter me. So why did he choose to forfeit? Though Xiaomingyu couldn't understand, her heart soon brimmed with joy. Champion, it's me, Xiaomingyu. With this result, the rankings were confirmed. Xiaomingyu ranked first and became the captain of the first grade team. Among her 4 subordinates, 3 were members of the Waterlord Society, and 1 was its leader. A very interesting configuration. Principal Zhang Mingbo called the 5 individuals to the stage and began announcing the rewards. The champion of this competition will receive 100 academic credits, 100 faction points, and a B-class core. The runner-up will receive 50 academic credits, 50 faction points, and a set of B-class forging materials. The third-place winner will get 10 academic credits, 10 faction points. 4th and 5th places will each receive 1 academic credit and 1 faction point. Are you kidding me? Only 1 academic credit? That's too stingy. The other students started murmuring. Exactly, I thought there would be some mysterious grand prize, but it turns out to just be some academic credits. TCH, don't complain when you can't have something. Academic credits are all fine and well, but can you go up there and try to secure a top 3 spot? Zhang Mingbo signaled for everyone to quiet down. Students, you may feel the rewards are too little, but don't worry, the real rewards are still ahead. If you can represent the academy and win the championship of the 5 academies exchange competition, your rewards will certainly not fall short. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow we will head to Tianquang Academy for an exchange. Now dismissed. Back at dormitory number 10, Yang Junwu seemed lost in thought. Su Ruoxue asked, "What's wrong? Are you not confident about tomorrow's exchange match?" Yang Junwu shook his head lightly. "It's nothing. I was just wondering why the previous plan wasn't to host the 5 academies exchange meeting at Shenbing Academy, but this time it has been changed to Tianquang Academy." Su Ruoxue was taken aback. "Are you suspecting that Tianquang Academy is up to something?" "It's not that. After all, this isn't the first edition of the 5 academies exchange meeting, so surely the academy leaders know the reasons. However, since Tianquang Academy is located on Xianhua continent, there might be some conspiracy." Su Ruoxue sighed softly, saying nothing. Yang Junwu seemed to realize something, quickly apologizing. "Sorry, I didn't mean to discriminate against people from the Xianhua continent." Su Ruoxue forced a smile. "No worries, after all, you're from Feiyi continent. Being hostile toward people from the Xianhua continent is normal." Yang Junwu wanted to explain further, but Su Ruoxue extended a finger and placed it gently on his lips. "Sure, let's stop discussing this. Let's not say any more." "All right, sure." Yang Junwu nodded helplessly. Su Ruoxue considered a moment and said, "What if this? Tomorrow I'll go with you. I'm familiar with the Xianhua continent." Yang Junwu chuckled, lightly flicking her forehead. "Little fool, you're thinking too much. There are special teleportation arrays between the 5 academies, and Shenbing Academy, which is situated in the central neutral region of the continent, serves as the telecommunication center. Any academy can reach the other 3 through our academy's teleportation array." Su Ruoxue blushed. "All right, you also don't need to worry about me too much. This trip by our first-year group doesn't count for much as main force. It's mainly about broadening horizons, checking on the teaching progress of other academies, and finding gaps," Yang Junwu said. Su Ruoxue nodded. "Fine, it's getting late. You should rest early." Yang Junwu turned to walk towards his cultivation room. "Woo!" Su Ruoxue called out from behind. "Is something wrong?" Yang Junwu turned around. Su Ruoxue bit her lip, shaking her head. "Never mind. Go ahead. Good night." Yang Junwu left, leaving only Su Ruoxue in the room. Her mind felt like there were 2 little figures, starting an inner conflict. Ruoxue, what is wrong with you? Why do you lack the courage to tell Yang Junwu about your identity?" "No, you cannot be so selfish. With Yang Junwu's talent, he is bound to become a top-level mech pilot, even possibly reaching the divine level. Dragging him into disputes would only harm him. But should I just give up the happiness that originally belongs to me?" "Not at all. You can fight for it, but you must proceed cautiously. Before possessing absolute strength, you mustn't act rashly." "I understand." The night passed without incident. On the second day, when the 5 members including Yang Junwu arrived at the teleportation point, they were informed that the upperclassmen from 2nd and 3rd grades had already left. This time, leading the first-year students was none other than Yang Junwu's teacher, Luohe. Luohe glanced at his watch, gazing towards the inner courtyard direction. "What on earth is Zhang Tian doing? We are about to leave, yet the core isn't ready yet." "Teacher, do you mean the 100% core for me?" Yang Junwu opened his mouth to ask. "Yes, just 1 emblem, and he's been taking way longer than needed. 2 days could have done 10 emblems easily." Luohe snapped irritably. "Teacher, don't be upset. Teacher Zhang Tian may be striving for perfection, so he spent extra time on it. Don't defend him. Those emblems aren't even his to perfect." Luohe glared hard at him. Yang Junwu dared not speak further, sticking out his tongue, then stepping aside. Chapter 48, Dark Meditations appears. A black ray of light shot from the direction of the inner courtyard. "He has finally come." Luohe sighed in relief. If Zhang Tian hadn't come, he would have had to leave with his team. "Old man, do you have any sense of time?" Luo he cursed under his breath. Zhang Tian glared at him. Though pale, his face carried a mysterious joy. You know nothing. After saying this, he pulled Yang Junwu aside. Zhang Tian took out a golden B-grade core from his pocket and handed it to Yang Junwu. My disciple, you should keep it well. This core not only can be fused with 100% probability, but also has a special function. It can summon a piece of Dragon Clan equipment, which will greatly enhance its power. A link summon? Isn't that a patent for A-class mechs or higher? Yet it could be implemented on a B-class mech? Yang Junwu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Otherwise, do you think why something that could have been inscribed in a few hours took 2 days? Thank you, master. Yang Junwu sincerely paid respect. You don't need to thank me. Without the special core you refined, even xiuxian's excellent inscription techniques wouldn't have made it possible. Oh, by the way, I suggest you use this core throughout this tournament. We need some feedback on battle data. Yang Junwu paused upon hearing this. Directly using it would reveal all the information about the core, wouldn't it? Haha. Don't worry. Even if they know there's a possibility of 100% fusion, do you think they could achieve it? Remember, Divine Weapon Academy is the strongest academy on the whole continent. There's no need to hide our strengths. Zhang Tian seemed to have seen through his thoughts and burst out laughing. Yang Junwu bitterly chuckled inside. His vision was too narrow. In others' eyes, Divine Weapon Academy was the best academy. Without something extraordinary to shock their opponents, people would suspect them instead. Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely not tarnish the reputation of Divine Weapon Academy. Yang Junwu nodded firmly. You too, are you done talking yet? Time's almost up. Luohi's voice came over. Teacher Zhang Tian, then I'll leave first, it's bad to be late. Yang Junwu quickly bid farewell to Zhang Tian and returned beside the teleportation array. All first-year students ready, let's go. At Luohi's command, 6 flashes of light passed by, and the figures on the arena immediately disappeared. Wow, so this is the Heavenly Wild College. How does it feel like we're in a mine? Sun Yue looked around at the flattened mine tunnels and couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Luohi laughed. Young man, what you said isn't wrong. The predecessor of Heavenly Wild College was just a vein of ore. Later, as more and more people mined here, a school gradually formed around it, and because of the natural advantages of the ore vein, Heavenly Wild College slowly became the second-ranked college in the Xianxia continent. How come we don't see a single person? Mo Ebai looked left and right, but only saw abandoned and fully mined mountains. This is just the passage. The real Heavenly Wild College is still ahead. Luohi pointed to the path leading forward among the mountains. The group continued walking forward for about 10 minutes, and finally saw the gate of Heavenly Wild College. Luohi approached and identified himself, showing the gate guard the participation letter. Only then were they allowed to enter the campus. A staff member ran over from an adjacent restroom. Are you the contestants from Divine Weapon Academy? Luohi nodded. I apologize for the delay. Your resting room is in Xuanhuan building, please follow me. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, everyone arrived outside a 3-story building. Gentlemen, this is Xuanhuan building. Contestants from your school who arrived earlier are already accommodated, so I won't disturb your reunion. All matters will be notified via the broadcast system within the building. The staff rushed off. Yang Junwu looked back and felt something wasn't quite right. But seeing no reaction from Luohi, he didn't speak up and followed the group into the room. As soon as they entered, 10 contestants from grades 2 and 3 surrounded them. Yang Junwu noticed that none of the major families were present. Sun Yue's cousin, Sun Tianyi, wasn't there either. He quietly asked the latter, is your cousin not participating? Sun Yue shook his head. No, I've asked him. Not only him, but those ranked at the front won't participate either. 1. Such domination wouldn't be friendly to other colleges, and 2. They're currently preparing for the inner court assessment, leaving them no time to join. I see. The academy is overly confident. An upperclassman saw Luo He and immediately complained. Vice Dean Luo, you must do something for us. Heavenly Wild College is deliberately targeting us. After we got here the day before yesterday, they wouldn't allow us to step outside, even forbidding fresh air. That's right. We prepared to discuss reasonably with them, but they directly sent people to lock the door, refusing to communicate with us. If it weren't for the relationship between the two academies, we would have torn this place apart long ago. Luo He's expression changed slightly. What status did Divine Weapon Academy hold? Out of the 5 great academies, Divine Weapon's standing was far above the other 4. In every exchange competition in previous years, had any academy not treated Divine Weapon Academy's representatives as honored guests? To be blunt, if Divine Weapon Academy wanted to, it could easily support another academy to replace their positions at any moment. Unexpectedly, they dared to look down on Divine Weapon Academy this time. Let's go. All of you follow me to the university committee. I want to see who dares to confine you. Luo He also had a fiery temper and immediately prepared to take people to find the school leaders. As soon as the gate opened, 2 security guards rushed over. What do you think you're doing? We already told you. Without permission, you may not leave. One guard shouted loudly. Slap. Luo He walked forward and slapped him across the face. How dare you hit someone? The guard roared with anger. You dare to confine Divine Weapon Academy's disciples. So how is hitting you any problem? It's generous that I didn't crush you outright. The senior student named Lin Shuoei smirked coldly. After being oppressed for several days, they were finally able to vent some frustration. You, notify your president right away. Let him come see me. Luo He said coldly to the remaining guard. Fine, you just wait. The guard sprinted into the depths of the campus. Luo He furrowed his brow. What's wrong, teacher? Yang Junwu approached and asked. Not right. These security guards hearing Divine Weapon Academy's name didn't even flinch. Could it be they are uninformed? Impossible. To be a security guard at one of the 5 great academies, they couldn't possibly know nothing about the academies. Think about it. If something happens, the blame would inevitably fall on the security guards themselves. For the sake of their own lives, they absolutely wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. Xuanhuan nodded, extremely cautious in his heart. Very quickly, a few men in suits rushed over anxiously. Apologies, I am Deputy President xiuxian of the Academy. Might I ask which one of you is Luo He, the Vice Dean of Divine Weapon Academy? The man at the front arrived and bowed deeply. That's me. Luo He grunted coldly. Oh, Vice Dean Luo, it's our first meeting, an honor indeed. Xiuxian extended his hand. Luo He refused to shake his hand, sneering coldly. Vice President Nyo, what is the meaning of this? Why have our competitors been confined? When you mention this matter, oh dear, Vice Dean Luo, you've misunderstood. This is no confinement. It's just that recently the Academy has been under internal renovation. Many areas pose dangers, so out of concern for the safety of the competitors, we've restricted them indoors. You can inquire from them. Food, drinks, and even cultivation pills have been provided. Lin Shuwei stared wide-eyed, pointing at him, furious. Do you call those things pills? What they gave us were all low-quality ones. Food and drink were merely steamed buns and porridge. Sorry. Our academy is poor, unable to match your super academies, so we could only offer such hospitality. Xiuxian appeared to apologize, but it seemed more like he was provoking her. You? Li Shuwei was enraged. Luo He erupted in fury. So be it. Our Divine Weapon Academy withdraws from this so-called exchange conference. All students, let's go. Wait a moment. Xiuxian swung his large hand. The 10 men in suits behind him sprang into action immediately, forming an arc-shaped row blocking the way. What do you mean by this? Luo He laughed angrily. Could it be that someone from Heavenly Madman Academy dare to forcibly stop him? Nothing particular. Vice Dean Luo. Coming here and leaving so soon seems a bit too disrespectful to our Heavenly Madman Academy's face, doesn't it? Xiuxian completely discarded his earlier flattery, becoming overwhelmingly domineering. Nonsense. Members of Divine Weapon Academy come when we wish and go when we choose. Do you dare force us to stay? In an instant, Luo He completed his mech fusion, a powerful oppressive aura instantly surfacing. Xiuxian's complexion slightly changed. Indeed, the Vice Dean of Divine Weapon Academy was formidable, able to instill fear through mere aura alone. He was at least an S-class mech pilot, no? Perhaps even SS class. But alas, today even if you're double S-class, there will be no escape from my hands. Initiate fusion disorder. Xiuxian scoffed, and the 10 men in suits produced dark, shiny boxes in their hands. In the middle of the box was a small hole, from which a black ray of light shot out, encircling the members of Divine Weapon Academy. A strange mist dispersed within the space. The mech fusion that Luo He had just completed was forcibly undone. His expression drastically changed. You are not the Deputy President of Heavenly Madman Academy. You're from Dark Meditation Sect. Clap, clap, clap. Xiuxian burst into laughter, clapping his hands. No wonder you people from Divine Weapon Academy are more knowledgeable than those useless academies. Yes, I am one of the 10 Dark Guards of the Dark Meditation Sect, Guard Xiuxian. Chapter 49, A Bright Prospect Amidst Darkness. Yang Junwu and the others were utterly confused. What the hell is Dark Meditation? And what was this black mist? Under the envelopment of the black mist, Yang Junwu discovered that his connection to other mech cores had been lost. He couldn't activate any fusion, but he could still faintly sense the golden B-class mech. However, in the current situation, fusing with a B-class mech might not be enough to turn the tide. The opponent seemed for now to have no intention of making a move, merely content to keep them trapped here. This was crucial. This was their ace up the sleeve. It must not be revealed carelessly. Xiuxian pointed a finger toward the small building. Dean Luo, I know you're formidable, capable of contending with an A-class mech even without one yourself based purely on your physical abilities. But look at these people behind you. Can they escape if you can? Li Shuwei's eyes flared in anger. Teacher Luo, don't worry about us. Escape first, and then come back to avenge us. Dean Luo sighed inwardly. If he could leave, there was no way he would abandon the disciples of the academy to escape alone. Their opponent had fully exploited this weakness, using all the students participating in the competition as hostages. Please, everyone go back. Dean Luo helplessly led everyone back into the building. Teacher, what exactly is this dark meditation? They actually managed to block our ability to fuse with our mechs. That's terrifying. Sun Yaoi asked. The question on Sun Yaoi's lips was on everyone's mind. Dean Luo nodded, indicating for everyone to sit down first. You didn't need to know about dark meditation so soon. But since we've already encountered it, I'll tell you. On the Feihua continent, besides the Fei Kingdom and Nianhua Kingdom, there exists another force in the dark. This force is called dark meditation. Unlike the rest of us who use spirit energy to drive our mechs, the source of dark meditation's power comes from negative emotions in the world. Through some special methods, they can absorb the strange energies generated by these negative emotions to operate their mechs. Such mechs are known as dark souls. Aside from their energy being different, all other classification levels match those of regular mechs. When Shunbing Academy was originally established, its purpose was to eradicate dark meditation. Any student graduating from Shunbing Academy, regardless of which faction they eventually join, their primary mission is always to find and eliminate members of dark meditation. After Luo He finished speaking, the room fell silent. The students never expected that the academy harbored such a background. Yang Junwu continued asking, Teacher, What was that black barrier earlier that stopped me from fusing with my mech? And how do we break it? This question was critical. If they wanted to save themselves, then they must destroy the previous black barrier. Luo he chuckled bitterly and said, "This is where the problem lies. Even my SS-class mech could be blocked, meaning the opponent has definitely set up a dark realm here." Dark realm. Yang Junwu thoroughly searched through the original master's memory fragments, but failed to obtain any relevant information. You can simply understand it as a boundary completely composed of special dark forces. In the realm, there is no spiritual energy at all, forcing us to adhere to the rules of dark meditation when attempting fusion. This leads to our inability to use our mech cores. And setting up such a large dark realm probably means the entire Tianquang Academy has been ensnared within an array. To destroy it, we must locate the energy supply device of the array. Not only are we trapped here now, but even if we could act freely, finding such a big location in a short period of time would be practically impossible. The hierarchy within dark meditation is extremely strict. Below the Master of Shadows lie 5 great shadow envoys, and under each envoy are 10 dark guards. The man claiming to be one of the 10 dark guards refers to being subordinate to a certain great shadow envoy, equivalent to roughly S-class strength. Without the dark realm, killing him wouldn't be a hard task. Dean Luo spoke with frustration, but the fact remained simple. The opponent would never give him a chance for a straightforward duel. After Dean Luo finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. A sense of helplessness bubbled up in each person's heart. Now, humans were the cutting board, and we were the fish, completely at the mercy of others. If relying solely on Luo He's physical capabilities, he could only contend against an A-class mech. There was no way to escape. Bai Xiuxian suddenly broke the silence. All of you, there's no need for panic. The fact that they've kept us alive indicates they have plans. If we uncover their goals, we may have a chance to negotiate. That's right. If they wish to kill us, it would only take the flick of a hand. This shows we must still have value to them. We absolutely cannot sit idly by. We must lift our spirits. Sun Yaowei loudly cheered everyone up. A third-year male student stood up. My junior is correct. Even a first-year student has more fighting spirit than us. As seniors, how can we fall behind? The atmosphere in the room began to heat up gradually. Yang Junwu said, "Teacher, I remember you mentioned that the other 3 academies had arrived already. We need to contact them so we can figure out a way together." Luo he helplessly replied, "True as that may be, but now we can't even leave this gate. How are we supposed to reach out to them?" Yang Junwu glanced at the others who were discussing plans among themselves, then quietly whispered something into Luo He's ear. Hearing this, Luo He was greatly startled and said in a low voice, "Come with me upstairs." The two arrived at a small room, where Luo He locked the door behind them, his face revealing a gleam of joy. "Junwu, you really can use a B-class mech?" Yang Junwu nodded. "Yes, I can sense the core that offers complete fusion. Additionally, I seem able to open the entrance to the small world." After speaking, he carefully took out the world pearl, taking a deep breath as he mobilized the spiritual energy within the roulette space. Indeed, although the world around them was sealed off from its spiritual energies, the roulette world functioned as an independent system full of abundant energies, allowing Yang Junwu direct access. Once the entrance opened, they quickly entered. The moment Luo He stepped inside, his connection to mechs was immediately restored. The feeling of regaining strength felt extremely satisfying. Truly, there is always a way out for those who remain hopeful. As long as we're here, I can merge with my mech. That so-called Neo will never stand a chance against us. Your classmates could also come here temporarily for shelter. Luo He laughed heartily. However, Yang Junwu wasn't as optimistic as his teacher. It was indeed safe to hide in the small world, but the entry point was still inside the room. Unless he could somehow take the small world away from Tianquang Academy. A mere B-class mech alone would not suffice for Yang Junwu to defeat S-class Dark Soul wielder like Niu Zixing, who operated on home turf. Besides, there were 4 academy teams they could not abandon. Luo He said, "Do not let anyone know about this for now. Even though I don't want to doubt my students, all of Tianquang Academy has been controlled by the Dark Meditation sect. It's possible some have become agents for the Nios." Yang Junwu nodded. "Understood, teacher." He too harbored such suspicions, which was why he hadn't spoken up during the earlier meeting. Even without traitors present, it wasn't appropriate yet to disclose the existence of the small world to everyone. Once they found a retreat path, their fighting spirit might diminish, leaving all pressure solely on him. This point was crystal clear to him, having come from Earth. Yang Junwu continued, "Teacher, I have a hypothesis." "Hypothesize away. Could the Dark Meditation sect possibly target the 5 Academies exchange conference?" Luo He paused briefly, startled. "Not impossible at all. Their timing controlling Tianquang Academy is highly suspicious. You see, even if he wiped us all out right now, all it would do is expose their own location, resulting in 0 losses for Shunbing Academy." Yang Junwu suddenly understood. Compared to the sheer power of Shunbing Academy, losing a few students participating in this event meant nothing. It wasn't worth risking such danger merely for this purpose. He now almost concluded that the Dark Meditation sect was indeed targeting the 5 Academies exchange conference. As for the specific purpose, he couldn't deduce it just yet. The two returned from the small world, stepping back into the living room. Luo He announced, "Dear students, by now we're fairly certain that Dark Meditation's plan is linked to the 5 Academies exchange conference. Hence, I wish all of you to preserve your strength and prepare for tomorrow's match." Everyone appeared bewildered. Were things still this critical that they needed preparation for competition? Though puzzled, everyone obeyed Luo He's orders, returning to their rooms for rest. Lying on a somewhat uncomfortable wooden bed, Yang Junwoo thought of someone, a cousin of his, Xuanhuan. He wondered if she had represented Lingdai Academy and made the journey here. If she did, he must think of a way to get her out. Dong dong dong, came soft knocks at the door. Who's there? It's us, Sun Yaowei and Bai Shuixin. Two voices answered outside. Yang Junwoo unlocked the door, letting them inside. Where's Chao Minghua? She says she's tired and is resting in her room, Bai Shuixin replied. We shouldn't talk here. Come in, Yang Junwoo said as he opened the gateway to the small world. The three found themselves once again inside the familiar headquarters of the Waterlord Society. Wow, growing up, I've never imagined how sweet air filled with spiritual energy truly smells. Sun Yaowei marveled deeply. Bai Shuixin's eyes swept across Yang Junwoo admiringly. Never would she have expected that in such a dire situation, he'd manage to devise a solution. Big brother, how exactly did you manage this? You've got my respect, Sun Yaowei exclaimed. Initially joining the Waterlord Society was mainly for cultivation resources and enhancing one's reputation. Now, he sincerely wanted to be part of the Waterlord Society. You two must win tomorrow at the exchange meeting, no losses allowed. I have a bad feeling. If we lose tomorrow, there will surely be big trouble. Sun Yaowei's whole body trembled. Yang Junwoo's intuitions were almost never wrong. I get it, but if we're in the Dark Realm, we can't even merge with our mechs. Would we have to fight barehanded then? That won't happen. I estimate that within the competition arena, mech usage will certainly be possible. They aren't afraid of students like us. They're afraid of experts like Teacher Luo. Bai Shuixin realized, I understand now. As long as they keep Vice Dean Luo out of the arena, they can let us run amok without issue. Yang Junwoo smiled faintly. Exactly like that. Understood, tomorrow we'll give it our all. The two nodded vigorously. There's one more thing. Whatever happens, don't tell anyone about the small world. Walls may have ears, Yang Junwoo said. Do you suspect any seniors? Don't speculate recklessly. It's just precaution, Yang Junwoo interrupted Bai Shuixin's guess. Alright, President Yang, then we'll go out first. Staying here too long might raise suspicion. Bai Shuixin understood immediately. The three returned to the room. Yang Junwoo practiced cultivation for a short while, but unfortunately the spiritual essence was insufficient, resulting in minimal effect. He suddenly felt quite sleepy and collapsed into a deep slumber. Chapter 50, The Bet. Deep into the night, Yang Junwoo suddenly felt in his sleep that someone was staring at him. He abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. You're awake. A hoarse voice came from beside the table. Who are you, and how did you get in? Yang Junwoo was slightly startled, preparing to merge with the mech core inside his body at any moment. No need to be nervous. I'm here on someone's behalf to rescue you. The dark figure spoke calmly. Rescue me. Yang Junwoo first thought of Su Ruoshui, but then he reconsidered and realized it was absolutely impossible. If it were her, there would be no need to hide her identity. Besides, the people of Enming were guarding outside, and ordinary people couldn't possibly come in. So, are you a person from Enming? Yang Junwoo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of keen intelligence. The visitor hadn't expected Yang Junwoo to be so perceptive. The figure trembled slightly and whispered softly. Yes, I am indeed from Enming. But I assure you, I have no ill intent. I just want to save you. Yang Junwoo sneered lightly. I don't know what scheme you're plotting. Unless you can rescue everyone in the academy, I will not believe you. The shadow fell silent. Nothing to say, huh? You go ahead. No matter what your Enming plans are, I will certainly expose your conspiracy. The black-clad person sighed longingly. It's better to preserve oneself to fight another day. Are you really unwilling to leave? There's no need for more words. I won't go anywhere. Yang Junwoo lay back down again. You idiot. The black-clad person stomped their feet and turned to leave. She had just left the room, preparing to exit from the back of the dormitory when a shadow stood on the wall. Ying, where were you just now? The black-clad person was greatly startled. She hadn't sensed anyone on the wall at all. Hastily kneeling down, she said, Master, this disciple wanted to save Yang Junwoo. In response to her master's inquiry, Tang Ying didn't dare to lie. Oh, so who was it that you saved? Shuiya's tone was calm, as if she wasn't angry. Tang Ying complained. He doesn't want to leave his classmates. So-called righteous people are always so hypocritical, sacrificing themselves for others. Such pretense. Shuiyi sneered. Tang Ying widened her eyes. That's not true. Brother Yang is definitely sincere in wanting to save his classmates. Shuiyi said indifferently. Is that so? Then let's make a bet. If he can win the exchange tournament championship, I'll set him and his classmates free. If he can't, you'll kill him yourself. What do you say? Dare you accept? A gleam appeared in Tang Ying's eyes. Master, are you serious? Has the master ever gone back on her word? All right, then I accept the bet with master. Tang Ying decisively declared. Do you not regret it? Don't forget, if you lose, you'll have to kill him with your own hands. Shuiyi smiled pleasantly. I trust Brother Yang. He will definitely succeed. After finishing her sentence, Tang Ying immediately prepared to return to Yang Junwoo's room. Hold on. What else does the master require? You cannot tell him about our bet, otherwise it will be nullified. Tang Ying was stunned. Shuiyi said, if you trust him so much, don't you want to see if he trusts you too? With that, her figure seemed to blend with the night, disappearing without a trace. Tang Ying returned to Yang Junwoo's room once more. I said it already, I won't leave. Why have you come back? Yang Junwoo was awake and immediately noticed her arrival. Yang Junwoo, I give you an opportunity. As long as you secure the championship at tomorrow's 5-school exchange event, I can ensure that everyone at the Divine Weapon Academy leaves safely. Strange, why did this person insist he win the championship, even willing to trade the entire Divine Weapon Academy student population? What kind of conspiracy could they be planning? Yang Junwu couldn't figure it out immediately. Tang Yingying said, "You can rest assured. I'm not interested in the students of the Divine Weapon Academy. Therefore, you can completely trust my words. Though the members of Anming are regarded by you all as villains, we absolutely honor our promises and never renege." Tang Yingying did not change her tone, making Yang Junwu feel like her voice was familiar. "Who exactly are you? Reveal your real identity, and then I'll consider whether to agree or not." Yang Junwu was very curious about the identity of this person before him. "My identity is none of your concern. Haven't you just said that you wanted to save all fellow disciples? This is your only chance. That's all there is to say. Farewell." Tang Yingying turned and left, afraid that if she stayed longer, she wouldn't be able to resist telling Yang Junwu her true identity. Silence fell upon Yang Junwu's room. Inside what used to be the dean's office of Heavenly Frenzy Academy, Shui Yi sat in the principal's seat, Niu Zihong standing beside her, hesitating to speak. "Little ox, just say what you want to say. Stop pretending." Shui Yi kept her eyes closed but seemed to read Niu Zihong's hesitation perfectly. Niu Zihong broke out in a cold sweat. "My lord of the netherworld, there's something I don't understand. If that boy Yang Junwu really comes in first, are we going to release the Divine Weapon Academy students? We worked so hard to trap them, and now we're just going to let them go? That seems like too great a loss." "Ho ho, little ox, you need to think long term. These fellows are nothing but small fry in the academy. Whether they live or die has no bearing on our grand scheme. If this time we can turn Yingying's last shred of hope into despair, her potential will be fully unlocked. At that point, she'll achieve heights equal only to my own. Do you understand?" Niu Zihong was greatly startled. He didn't dare to speculate on the level of power the Netherworld Lord possessed, but he knew that his direct superior, the Eastern Netherworld Envoy Dongfang, was an SS-ranked master. If Yingying became even more powerful than the Netherworld Lord herself. Hastily, he knelt down. "Forgive me, my lord. It wasn't my place to question your plans. No matter, rise. You were only thinking of the Dark Netherworld's benefit. There's no need to be tense." "Thank you, my lord." Niu Zihong exhaled a breath of relief. Don't let his position as one of the Dark Sentinels, third ranking in the Netherworld, fool you. With a single word from the Netherworld Lord, he could instantly be reduced to an ordinary man. "I have business to attend to and must leave early. Tomorrow's events shall be handed over to you and Yingying entirely." "Yes, I will ensure we do not disappoint you, lord." Niu Zihong immediately bowed again, but Shui Ye's voice had already faded away in the room. He slowly looked up, only to discover with alarm that the chair before him had long been empty. What powerful techniques, what formidable strength. Niu Zihong was slightly alarmed within himself. He was after all an S-class expert, yet he hadn't sensed at all when the Netherworld Lord had left. Then, Tang Yingying. The instructions the Netherworld Lord had just given still rang fresh in his mind. Her meaning was clear. Tang Yingying was destined to become the future heir of the Netherworld Lord, and he had better cultivate good relations with her. With that thought, he quickly left the principal's office, heading toward Tang Yingying's resting quarters. Sun Yue and the others were completely unaware of all the events of the previous night. As soon as dawn broke, everyone from the Divine Weapon Academy gathered in the living room. It was evident that, except for a few individuals, nearly everyone had bags under their eyes. They clearly hadn't rested well. Bai Xiuxian walked up to Yang Junwu, smiling and asking, "Captain, how did you sleep last night?" Yang Junwu smiled faintly. "All right, and you?" "So well. No worries about cultivation this time. Unexpectedly, it was the most comfortable night we've had while stuck here." Sun Yue replied, "You're in high spirits. But look at Mingyue. Her dark circles haven't gone away. She definitely didn't sleep a wink last night." Bai Xiuxian pointed at Chao Mingyue. Chao Mingyue gave a bitter laugh. "Indeed, I didn't sleep well. I spent the whole night thinking about ways to break out of this situation." She had attempted all night to use her internal fire dragon energy to break free from the Dark Realm's constraints, but alas, it was futile. Yang Junwu pondered deeply. Should he share what that mysterious woman told him last night? If her words were true, it would be fine, but if they were lies, wouldn't he merely be giving everyone false hope, which would ultimately lead to greater despair? After careful deliberation, he finally decided to keep it hidden. "Everyone, even though we've fallen prey to the enemy's schemes, we must not lose the pride of our academy. If the inter-academy exchange goes ahead as planned, I want each of you to give it your all to fight for the championship. This is the pride of the Divine Weapon Academy. Even if we die, we must hold on to it." Yang Junwu shouted loudly. "That's right. Didn't expect a freshman to have such insight. We, as upperclassmen, must certainly not fall behind. Let's all work hard." Lin Shuowei chimed in. Everyone responded enthusiastically. "Wow, quite spirited, aren't you?" Niu Zihong pushed the main door open, accompanied by several students of the Dark Netherworld. "Umph, don't get too cocky, Luo," he grunted. "Let's go." Niu Zihong ignored him and pointed towards the door. "Where are we going?" "Where else? To the exchange tournament, of course. We've spent more than half a month preparing this arena for you stars of the show. If we don't have you, wouldn't all this preparation be wasted?" Following Niu Zihong deep into the school, about 10 minutes later, a colossal dueling ground appeared before them. "What a massive dueling ground. It rivals the one at the academy," one senior student from the third year exclaimed. Niu Zihong led them through a small side entrance into the Divine Weapon Academy's rest area. Yang Junwu scanned around and noticed the rest area was separated from the competition zone by the Dark Realm barrier. This meant that once they entered the competition zone, they could initiate mech core fusion. Niu Zihong glanced at Luo He and said, "Don't bother thinking about entering to fuse your mech cores. It won't help. There's no way you're escaping. Stay quietly in the spectator area, or don't blame me, the Dark Sentinel, for punishing your students. Having spoken, Niu Zihong departed the Divine Weapon Academy rest area and flew toward the viewing platform. The other teams should have arrived as well. However, each team's resting area was separated by peculiar black mists, making it impossible for them to see one another. Chapter 51. The exchange competition of the 5 academies begins. Fellow warriors, the annual exchange meeting of the 5 academies officially begins today. This time it is organized by me and Ming. Though for many years you have been at odds with Ming like fire and water cannot coexist, I and Ming does not hold grudges and will make every effort to organize this grand event. Yang Junwu rolled his eyes. This guy was quite adept at putting on airs. Alright, I know some of you are already eager to get started, so I'll announce the competition rules right away. The competition will be divided into 3 grades, each of which will determine first, second, and third place winners. Within the same grade, there will be individual and team competitions. The rules for the individual competition are as follows. By lottery, decide the order of appearance. Competitors 1 and 2 fight first. The winner then battles competitor 3, and so on. If a full circle finishes, the next match starts from competitor 1 again, accumulating 1 point for each person defeated until all matches conclude. The total score of all contestants in the academy adds up to the individual competition score. In the team competition, it will be a 5-on-5 battle. Groups are decided by drawing lots, with competitors 1 and 2 going against each other, competitors 3 and 4 fighting separately, while number 5 has a bye. Number 5 will then fight the winner between competitors 1 and 2. The victor faces off against the winner of competitors 3 and 4. The final champion is determined this way, with losers from these 2 rounds competing for second and third places. At last, the first place receives 10 points, the second 7 points, the third 4 points, and the fourth and fifth place get 1 point. The cumulative total determines today's ranking of the academies. As Niu Zihong's words finished, unfair voices erupted from the crowd from different academies. According to this method, if a team gets lucky enough to be the 5th round bye in the team competition, they can inevitably enter the top 3. Niu Zihong coldly said, "Fellows, you have no room for bargaining. However, since I'm a kind-hearted man, those who lose in the individual competition can participate in the revival tournament to receive a revival card. If successfully revived, you'll be given another chance to challenge the winner. The reward is simple. The first place winner can take 10 people out of here, the second place 7 people, the third place 5 people. Revived players may choose to challenge one of the spots available for leaving. Succeeding in the challenge allows you to replace their position and leave. So, everyone, if you don't want to die here, try your best." Once these words were spoken, the whole audience was astonished. Sure enough, and Ming didn't have good intentions. Isn't this just forcing self-destruction within the 5 academies? However, Yang Junwu thought of the mysterious woman's words from last night. If he could win the championship of the first year, all members of Shunbing Academy could leave safely. With this in mind, there was indeed a lot of credibility to it. Because it really didn't matter how many people the opponent allowed to go back. It made little difference either way. No matter what, capture the championship first and then deal with it as circumstances dictate. The first to begin will be the third-year competition. Please send representatives from each academy to draw lots. Captain of the third year, Luo Hai bowed respectfully to Luo He, saying, "Teacher Luo, I'm off." Luo He nodded. "Go." Luo Hai slowly walked towards the dueling ground. From the other 4 directions, another young warrior also entered. The Lingdai Academy representative was a female. After taking a glance, Yang Junwu immediately let out a sigh of relief. This woman wasn't his cousin Xuanhuan. Qingfeng Academy and Xianxian Academy both sent males, whereas Tianquang Academy's representative was unusual. He actually wore a veil covering his face, revealing no identity. Drawing lots was simple. In the air floated 5 small balls moving around. Everyone randomly took one. Inside the ball, when opened, was the number sign. Luo Hai had good luck, drawing number 4. Actually, numbers that are too early tend to be more disadvantageous because they would wear themselves out beforehand, allowing subsequent fighters to profit without effort. Numbers 1 and 2 went to Lingdai Academy and Xianxian Academy respectively. Both stayed in the field after their draw. The match began. Both competitors used A-grade mechs. The female from Lingdai Academy was the first to launch an attack. Her movements were agile and swift, mainly focusing on mid-range attacks supplemented with some close combat output. She almost completely suppressed the male contestant from Xianxian Academy, leaving him with almost no counterattacks and forcing him to defend continuously and maintain distance. Sun Yue remarked, "Who would have thought the senior from Lingdai Academy was so strong, able to suppress an opponent of equal level?" Luo Hai shook his head. "Younger brother, you're wrong. This match isn't necessarily Lingdai Academy having the advantage." "Why? Isn't Lingdai Academy obviously holding the upper hand on the field?" Sun Yue was confused. "It's very simple. Look at the male from Xianxian Academy. Even though he keeps defending, his moves remain orderly, and each defensive maneuver is spot on. This shows that his actual skill is higher than that of the female from Lingdai Academy. The reason why he's doing this is only one, saving core energy for facing the second opponent." Sun Yue was speechless. Was this the confidence of a true expert? They hadn't even defeated the current opponent, yet they were already thinking about the next one. Yang Junwu suddenly smiled and said, "Senior, you're right. The male is indeed slightly stronger, but saying he's definitely going to win. Well, maybe not." As they were speaking, the situation on the field changed abruptly. The female from Lingdai Academy suddenly stumbled, as if her core energy had not been replenished. She missed an attack and exposed a massive defensive flaw in her core. The male from xiuxian Academy finally made his move, immediately switching from defense to offense. With both fists gathering energy, he lunged toward the female's chest. His goal was obvious. One-hit kill, conserving energy. Just when it seemed the girl had no strength left to defend, she suddenly performed an odd fold in midair, dodging the attack. Like a butterfly spreading its wings, she fired 4 scarlet feathers successively toward the male's core. The first scarlet feather was deflected by the mech's passive defense. The second broke through the insufficiently repaired shield, heading straight for the last layer protecting the core. Then came the third and fourth. Ultimately, the male's core couldn't hold out and was directly destroyed, leaving him severely injured. Several so-called Tianquang Academy students carried the male away. Victory for Lingdai Academy in the first round. Luo he frowned deeply. Lingdai Academy's strategy was clear, to severely wound their opponents so they couldn't participate in the team battles. Thus, they struck mercilessly. The referee from Anming wouldn't care about the survival of the competitors on the field. They only recorded the results. Even if someone got killed, they would do nothing. Students, if you feel your power is depleted during the match, please step down immediately. Don't overexert yourselves. Everyone nodded in agreement, all having witnessed what just happened on the field firsthand. The nature of this exchange competition had already transformed into a survival challenge. All teams would spare no effort to secure higher rankings, and they wouldn't hesitate to use lethal force where necessary. Yang Junhua glanced up at the main stage, but found Niu Zihong was gone. Strange, if he placed importance on this match, he shouldn't have left. Could there be another plot? At that moment, inside the medical room, the male lay weakly on the hospital bed, with 2 people from Anming appearing beside him. One turned out to be none other than Niu Zihong himself. What are you planning to do? The male struggled to get up. Ho ho, classmate Wang Tianxiang, your core has been destroyed, which means you cannot participate in the team matches anymore. In short, your academy is doomed to fail, inevitably to perish here. What do you intend to do? If I die, so be it. Our xiuxian Academy has no cowards. Come, kill me if you dare. Wang Tianxiang glared ferociously. Niu Zihong wagged a finger. Don't rush to martyr yourself. Would you really watch the victors leave peacefully while you're abandoned like trash? Wang Tianxiang certainly didn't want that. But after his defeat, even if the team selected people to take back, he definitely wouldn't be included. Since certain death was inevitable, all he sought was a swift end. Don't be hasty. I'll give you a chance at life. What are you saying? I have a core here, far surpassing the previous one you owned. If you can successfully fuse with it, I assure you, you will triumph in the loser's challenge. However, whether or not you succeed depends entirely on how strongly you desire to survive. Niu Zihong took out a dark brown core from his pocket and placed it on the bedside table. He gave a sign to the other Anming disciple standing nearby, and then left the room. Wang Tianxiang, let's start. Core fusion takes some time and will be painful. Remember your purpose for fusing, otherwise, the core may devour you. The Anming disciple thrust the core into Wang Tianxiang's chest. A piercing scream erupted loud enough to be heard several hundred meters away at the great dueling arena. All teachers and students immediately became uneasy upon hearing the voice, presuming it must belong to that male student from xiuxian Academy who'd just been carried off. Especially the members of xiuxian Academy themselves, their teammates having been taken away without any further news. When their lead teacher questioned the matter, there were no answers. This caused panic within the academy. Regardless of their anxiety, the match continued. The third contestant was from Qingfeng Academy. It was also a male. His fighting style was elegant and fluid, nearly identical to the female from Lingdai Academy. Their skills were roughly equivalent as well. After exchanging moves for a while, the female opted to admit defeat and withdrew. Her approach was clever. Unless the opponent insisted on fighting to the death, he would allow her to retreat unscathed. Meanwhile, she herself had secured 1 point and weakened the opponent's strength, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. It was Shunbing Academy's turn to step onto the field. Luo Huai said to the girl beside him, Lin Buanming, Buanming, your style counters his. This round is yours. Remember to completely overpower him and don't give him any chances. Lin Buanming nodded and strolled slowly into the arena. Seeing a student from Shunbing Academy enter the field, the competitor grew immediately tense. After all, everyone knew well the renowned prowess of Shunbing Academy among the third-year students. Classmate, you should forfeit. I don't want to harm you. After completing her fusion, Lin Buanming walked to a stop 10 paces before the opponent and said indifferently. Luo Huai frowned. This was entirely different from the tactics they had planned. He had arranged for Lin Buanming to launch a fierce attack, wiping out the opponent at once, which would minimize her own energy consumption as well. The male from Qingfeng Academy furrowed his brow. He did indeed already have 1 point in hand, so withdrawing immediately wouldn't be unreasonable. But retreating without a fight was not in his nature. Lin Buanming suddenly smiled radiantly. Classmate, you're probably thinking of doing what the Lingdai Academy student did earlier, consuming some strength before actively conceding, right? I can assure you, if you make a move, you won't even get the chance to shout forfeit. If you don't believe me, feel free to attack now. She stood casually within the opponent's attacking range, riddled with obvious flaws in her defense. Sweat streamed down the Qingfeng Academy male's face, freezing him in place without any movement. Senior brother, what on earth is he up to? Has he fallen prey to the opponent's charm trap? The crowd from Qingfeng Academy fretted intensely. About 30 seconds passed. A hint of smugness flickered on Lin Buanming's lips. She adjusted into an offensive stance, all previous flaws instantly disappearing. Classmate, if you don't attack, then it will be my turn to strike, she warned. Chapter 52, Lin Buanming's Choice. I surrender. Just as Lin Banming was about to launch an attack, the male student from Qingfeng Academy suddenly spoke up. Lin Banming smiled faintly. Very good. A man of discernment is a true hero. You will be glad for your choice just now. The onlookers from the first year were stunned, never expecting that Senior Lin had scared off the opponent merely with the Academy's reputation. Sun Yue laughed loudly. Looks like our battle is going to be easy, we just need to scare them and pass through effortlessly. Luo, he said indifferently. Don't daydream all day. The reason why the third-year students can scare them is that they have been practicing in the academy for 3 years. With your status as a mere freshman, why would the other party retreat without a fight? Luo, he was absolutely right. Each year, the matches between upperclassmen pretty much lacked suspense. Even if Divine Weapon Academy only sends students who are not exactly the most talented, they still surpass the other 4 academies. The fiercest competition was among the freshmen, since after only 2 months of learning, there wouldn't be too much difference, even if some gaps existed. Thus, the participants dispatched each year by the academy were absolute elites. Yang Xuanhuan added, don't be too optimistic. Don't forget, there are still people from Tianquang Academy on the field. Tianquang Academy has already been occupied by Dark Soul sect. Whether their current students are the same ones as before is anyone's guess. As he spoke, the 5th contestant, Gushihai from Tianquang Academy, stepped onto the stage. Lin Banming used the same trick again, smiling as she said, classmate, surrender voluntarily. I don't want to hurt you. Times have changed. Divine Weapon Academy may not be a match for Tianquang Academy now. Gushihai gave a cold laugh as 3 streaks of black light shot out from his shoulders and both arms simultaneously, forming a triangular assault. Dark Souls. Lin Banming's face changed slightly. Indeed, the competitors from Tianquang Academy had become Dark Soul practitioners. The power of Dark Souls lies in their attacks being able to produce strange effects that play significant roles at critical moments. Thus, Lin Banming dared not face it head-on and could only retreat quickly while firing 3 laser cannons, attempting to burn away the opposing attack energy. However, the black light emitted by the opponent could change direction midway, bypassing the interception of the laser cannon and continuing relentlessly toward Lin Banming. Having no choice, Lin Banming summoned a shield to block it. Sizzle, sizzle. The moment the black light hit the shield, eerie sounds appeared on it. The black light actually invaded along the shield, rushing toward Lin Banming's body. Tricked, Lin Banming reacted swiftly, immediately abandoning the shield and cutting off her spirit link to the main body. Even though some mecha structures would be lost, this prevented the black light from further intrusion, preserving the overall situation. Gushihai wasn't idle either. The instant Lin Banming gave up the shield, a high-speed particle cannon had already attacked towards the opponent, whose center gate was wide open. Spirit Energy Jet. Lin Banming roared, and streams of ammeter particles instantly sprayed from her entire body. The collision between their particle cannons directly caused a massive explosion, with both being shaken back by the powerful shockwave. Though their exchanges lasted only 2 or 3 rounds, the fierce and perilous process had stunned all the other teams. Lin Banming stabilized herself, her expression serious. Using large-scale spirit energy jet just now had almost consumed half of her core energy. Gushihai obviously possessed more abundant energy, pressing forward again. Aside from the initial black light attack, every subsequent move of his was perfectly normal, no different from an ordinary mech pilot. Lin Banming couldn't find any flaws, and could only match the consumption with him. Yang Juanwu walked to Luohi's side, asking quietly, Teacher, do you know roughly when Tianquang Academy was taken over by Dark Soul sect? Recalling for a moment, Luohi replied, Actually, the 4 academies usually have little communication with us. However, I remember everything was normal when Xiuxian came to discuss the exchange conference a month ago, so it's been no more than a month, possibly even just half. That's very strange. Just now, that senior from Tianquang Academy definitely didn't use spiritual force attacks. It should be the special energy you mentioned. If he was originally someone from Tianquang Academy, how could he achieve such strength by switching to train in Dark Soul arts within less than a month? Luohi froze momentarily, then suddenly realized something, and his complexion drastically changed. Your meaning is, they've mastered conversion technology, capable of transforming mech pilots into Dark Soul practitioners while retaining the mech pilot's original prowess. Yang Juanwu nodded. Exactly. Otherwise it's inexplicable how a Dark Soul practitioner who trained for only half a month can rival our seniors. Luohi couldn't believe it. If Dark Soul sect indeed had acquired such ability, it would be a nightmare for all mech pilots across the Feihua continent. Yang Juanwu consoled. I'm just suspecting. And even if they have mastered some conversion method, the success rate is probably not very high, and it likely consumes many resources. Otherwise, all teachers and students of the 5 academies in the Dark Realm would have no ability to resist at all, and he could just convert them directly. Why bother with so much hassle? The two exchanged a glance, and both recalled the earlier scream from the War God Academy. Could it be that those who lose here will be converted? That was too eerie. Bad news. Senior Lin's in danger. Their train of thought was interrupted by the shocked cries of the crowd. Yang Juanwu looked up and saw Lin Banming retreating unsteadily, her chest corroded by black beams, revealing the core of her mecha underneath. It turned out that just before, Gushihai had changed his tactics when she wasn't paying attention, hitting her chest with a punch imbued with special energy. Though Lin Banming quickly realized what happened and activated her shield for protection, it was already too late. The special energy pierced through the outer armor and extended toward the core. To avoid the core from being contaminated, she had only one option, self-detonating the core. Would Senior Lin make such a ruthless choice? All the students of Divine Weapon Academy were on edge for her. I surrender, detonate. Lin Banming didn't hesitate, shouting out her surrender while simultaneously detonating her Class A core. With the core destroyed, her main body also took a significant impact, suffering some internal injuries. But compared to being eroded by dark energy, this level of injury wasn't worth mentioning. The medical team rushed from outside the field to carry her away. Hey, stop. What are you going to do to Senior Lin? Everyone from Divine Weapon Academy shouted, but no one paid any attention, and Lin Banming was still carried away. She was brought to a medical room identical to where the male student from War God Academy had been earlier. TSK. I thought the experts of Divine Weapon Academy were super strong, but it seems like they're willing to blow up their own cores. Niu Zixing suddenly appeared from somewhere, sneering as he looked at Lin Banming's injured chest. Caught in an embarrassing position, Lin Banming felt both shame and anger. She roared loudly. Mr. Niu, if you want to kill or torture me, go ahead, stop making sarcastic remarks. Ho ho ho, everyone who comes here says the same thing. Ask your inner heart, wouldn't you rather die like this? Lin Banming coldly snorted. Stop talking nonsense, I will absolutely not fall for your tricks. Is that so? Didn't you always say that for your teammates, you're willing to give up your life, and now your decision to seek death will endanger your teammates, because during the following group battle, they will be down by one person. Lin Banming's expression slightly changed. What exactly do you want? Don't be so hostile. I actually have no intention to kill you, and I am eager to see a splendid match. Therefore, I'll give you a chance to revive. As long as you use this core, you can return fully recovered, back to your teammate's side. Niu Zixing pulled a black core from his pocket. Was this the Dark Soul? Lin Banming's eyelids twitched. It seems you already know what this is. That's right, this is Dark Soul. No matter if you want to save your teammates, or to avenge yourself against me, you must use this Dark Soul, otherwise I'll slap you to death right now. Niu Zixing's voice gradually turned icy. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Banming burst into laughter towards the sky. What are you laughing about? I finally understand your purpose. You organized this competition to turn all of us into slaves of the Dark Souls. Once I accept this Dark Soul, your goal will be achieved. Unfortunately, I'd rather die than let your plan succeed. So, you don't care about your so-called teammates? I believe in my teammates. Even with only 4 people, they will definitely win. Don't talk anymore, come on. Lin Banming closed her eyes and stopped speaking. Good. We're the elites of the strongest academy across the continent. Your awareness is high. Since such is the case, then take your leave. Niu Zixing lifted his hand, a palm aiming straight at Lin Banming's head. Swoosh. Just when the palm was less than half a centimeter away from Lin Banming, suddenly a beam of black light shot towards Niu Zixing's arm. His complexion slightly changed as he swung his palm backward to deflect the attacking object. Ting! The black light hit the ground, revealing to be a piece of mecha material. Master, what are you doing? Niu Zixing bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Tang Yingying walked slowly to him. Master Niu, our mentor said we should jointly organize this conference, and I have a small suggestion. May I? I dare not say no, master. Please speak freely. Let this person live for now. When the final choices are made by all academies, bring her to the so-called upright gentlemen of Divine Weapon Academy. I want to see how they choose. Is it 1 for 1, or abandoning her here? If it's the latter, you know. Niu Zixing's eyes lit up as he gave Tang Yingying a thumbs up. Worthy of being the young master. You always think deeper than I do. Alright, let's follow your plan and keep them alive for now. Bring her to the Black Dungeon. Yes. The Dark Realm subordinate immediately took Lin Banming away. Tang Yingying let out a long sigh as she looked through the medical room's glass window towards the Divine Weapon Academy rest area in the distance. Big Brother Yang, please give it your best. All I can do for you right now is to temporarily preserve their lives. Chapter 53. One move, instant kill. The situation on the field at this moment became even more unpredictable. After several rounds of combat, Xuanhuan Academy had the highest score, with almost every contestant able to defeat 2 opponents. As the number of injured increased, all sides began to fight fiercely, resulting in even greater casualties. In order to ensure that they would not meet the same fate as Lin Banming, Luo he ordered any member of the Divine Armaments Academy whose stamina was depleted by over half to immediately concede. Behind them stood Tianquang Academy, allowing Tianquang to frequently pick up an easy point. In the final round, Lingdai Academy's last anchor contestant made her appearance. That familiar figure immediately caught Yang Junwa's attention. He recognized her instantly. She was his best elder sister, Xuanhuan. Unfortunately, she appeared to be facing off against Tianquang Academy's 4th-ranked contestant, Xiuxian. Because of the previous round where Divine Armaments Academy's Su Nianwen and the elite from Qingfeng Academy had fought a fierce battle and suffered great exhaustion, they chose to concede directly before facing Xiuxian, giving no opportunity for her to attack. So Yang Wan would face an opponent who hadn't expended any energy. Yang Junwu grew anxious but could do nothing about it, only praying that Yang Wan could either win or quickly concede. He had a bad feeling. Those students taken to the medical room might have met with calamity. Yang Wan looked at the woman in front of her. Xiuxian. They had crossed paths 2 years ago, both as first-year representatives, young and arrogant, neither willing to back down. In the end, they both ended up badly wounded, but paradoxically became good friends. She sighed deeply. Shanfu, you've let me down too much. Xiuxian replied coldly. You haven't gone through what I've been through, so you wouldn't understand how I feel. Yang Wan shook her head. No matter what you've been through, people need faith. Even if we die, we must never bow to darkness. Your future is already gone now despite you having forces that don't belong to you. Enough nonsense. I want to see just how much progress this so-called believer has made in the last 2 years. Xiao Shanfu's expression turned cold, and she initiated the attack. Both were quite familiar with each other, their abilities evenly matched, and for the time being, there was no clear victor. Yang Junhua's eyes were filled with worry. Though Xuanhuan seemed to have a slight advantage for now, the other party seemed to have not yet used the special energy attack from the Dark Soul. Their palms collided, sparking flew, and they both pulled away. Xuanhuan looked at Xiao Shanfu, shocked internally. If the latter were to use her special energy, she herself would surely lose since Xiao Shanfu could almost go toe-to-toe with her using normal attacks and defenses. Xiao Shanfu said calmly, "Wan, your improvement these past 2 years has been great, but unfortunately, you are still not my match. Take this move, Sky Splitter, Fate Caesar Blade." A pitch-black long sword emerged in Xiao Shanfu's hands, and she swung it towards Xuanhuan with deadly intent. Good. Xuanhuan also summoned a large broadsword, charging forth with all of her mech energy. One black and one silver long sword intersected in a collision. Neither retreated a step. Victory would be determined by this single move. Wan, concede quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand my next move. Once you're sent to the medical room, it's over for you. Xiao Shanfu's voice rang out in Xuanhuan's ears. Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment. Xiao Shanfu pleaded urgently. Do it quickly. There's no saving me, but you still have a chance. Absolutely don't die here. Xuanhuan mulled over rapidly whether she should trust this former friend who had now become part of the dark force. Bang! Xiao Shanfu detonated her long sword proactively while retreating rapidly. Xuanhuan, you really are formidable. The next move will decide the outcome between us. Xiao Shanfu's eye sockets suddenly turned pitch black, mysterious energy gathering around her. Wait! Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Words are useless. Bring out your move. Xiao Shanfu completely ignored her and continued to gather energy. I concede. Xuanhuan finally chose to believe this former close friend. She leapt backward, returning to her team's rest area. Yang Junhua breathed a deep sigh of relief, knowing that conceding was the best choice. As long as she didn't end up in the medical room, he'd still have the chance to save her. Soon after, the individual battles for the third-year students were completed. Tian Kuang Academy ranked first with perfect scores, followed by Divine Armaments Academy and Lingdai Academy. At the bottom were Qingfeng Academy and War God Academy. Next came not the group battles for the third-year students, but the individual contests for the second-year ones. With prior experience in mind and the relatively small strength differences among second-year students compared to the third-year ones, the intensity increased by at least 50%. There were cases of mutual severe injuries leading to both being sent to the medical room. After the intense battles, Divine Armaments Academy claimed first place, Tian Kuang Academy took second, and Lingdai Academy third. Next came the fights for the first years. Yang Junwu whispered something into Luo He's ear quietly. Hearing it, Luo He's face drastically changed. Absolutely not. I don't agree, Yang Junwu said. Teacher, we currently have no idea what is happening in the medical room. This is the only way to uncover their conspiracy. No, it's too dangerous. If they discover your plan, they will likely kill you right away. Junwu, battles against darkness always result in casualties. You're not a god. You can't save everyone. Teacher, I'm the only one who can use a mech within the dark realm right now. I'll take good care of myself. Seeing the sincere expression on his disciple's face, Luo he was at a loss for words. Though Yang Junhua's plan was bold, it was indeed the only possible solution under the current circumstances. Fine, do as you wish. There's nothing I can do to stop you. But if you get exposed, immediately retreat with the people you've saved. Don't worry about me. Yang Junwu remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing. The first-year representatives stepped forward to draw lots. Yang Junwu stood up, took a deep breath, and walked toward the drawing area. Suddenly, he spotted a very familiar person. Or rather, someone very familiar to the original host. The current heir of the Yang family, second young master of the Yang family, Yang Xiuxian. It was precisely this person who had taken everything from the original host that belonged to him within the Yang family. Yang Xiuxian also saw Yang Junwu at the same time, his complexion drastically changing. Impossible. How could he still be alive? The Bai family had already confirmed long ago that he had been dealt with. Yang Junwu flashed him a smile as he approached. What's wrong, my dear younger brother? Seeing your elder brother and not even offering a greeting. No, you are not my brother. Who are you really? Fear filled Yang Jingxuan's eyes. If Yang Junwu couldn't even sense spiritual energy and was considered a waste, how could he possibly attend Divine Armaments Academy? This must be an illusion, or perhaps someone had disguised themselves as Yang Junwu just to scare him. Yang Junwu calmly replied. Do you doubt that I am pretending to be someone else? Should I tell the story of how you stole our cousin's underwear when you were 5 years old? You. Yang Jingxian immediately paled. This man must undoubtedly be Yang Junwu himself. There's no way anyone else would know about the incident when they were 5. Are you surprised why I'm still alive? Not my concern. It's all the plots of the Bai family and the Chao family. The Bai family and the Chao family? It seems even Chao Mingyue wasn't as clean as she claimed to be. As Yang Junwu was about to inquire further, the lot drawing had already begun. He randomly picked a ball and opened it, revealing number 1. What's the captain doing? Why isn't he coming back after drawing the lot? Bai Xiuxian wondered. According to the prior arrangement, she was supposed to go first, Mo Yaiwhite second, Sun Yue third, Chao Mingyue fourth, and Yang Junwu last. Could it be that junior brother Yang has adjusted the strategy, wanting to take the first position? Lin Shuowei guessed. Luo he shook his head. You're all wrong. He wants to fight through the entire match alone. Everyone thought they had heard incorrectly. Fighting through the entire match meant battling 20 opponents? Was that even possible? I don't know about others, but if we're talking about the boss, it might actually be possible. Sun Yue now had blind trust in Yang Junwu. At this moment, Yang Junwu's thinking was simple. If he got injured in this round and went to the medical room, he wouldn't be able to participate in the team battle, resulting in a 4 versus 5 situation. Therefore, he needed to secure some more points. The first round, Divine Armaments Academy versus Tianquang Academy. Let the match begin. The participant from Tianquang Academy was a tall man. Divine Armaments Academy brat. I'll teach you a lesson today. Let's begin. Yang Junwu did not say much, directly initiating mech fusion. Isn't it supposed to be that? Sun Yue almost blurted out. Total fusion of the mech was the ace move. Yang Junwu naturally couldn't reveal it at this moment. However, a regular B-class mech would definitely not suffice for a 1 against 20 battle. Thus, he chose the A-class mech brought by the original host from the Yang family. In the War God Academy's rest area, Yang Xiuxian watched in horror as Yang Junwu successfully fused with the A-class mech. That mech was something he was very familiar with. It was specifically tailored for Yang Junwu by Uncle Yang. The fact that Yang Junwu could use it now proved that he had already entered the Qi refinement stage. How terrifying. Just 3 months ago, during the family test, Yang Junwu was merely in the second tier of the forging body stage. In just a few short months, he had advanced through an entire major realm and 7 minor stages. No, he absolutely could not let him leave here alive. Otherwise, once he returned to the Yang family, there was no guarantee that his status as the heir would remain intact. A hint of malice appeared on Yang Jingshuan's face. The 2 individuals on the field had already begun fighting. The tall man made the first move, launching 3 beams of black light from 3 different directions toward Yang Junwu. From the start, he unleashed his full strength, attempting to take down the opponent instantly. Yang Junwu remained calm, and a glowing sword materialized in his right hand. With a flash of light, in the next instant, Yang Junwu vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had already bypassed his opponent and arrived behind the tall man. The tall man slowly turned around. The mech fusion was instantly cancelled, and his pupils were filled with reluctance. Then his body collapsed, and blood stained the competition platform. 1 move, instant kill. The entire venue was shocked. This was the first kill since the competition began. In all previous matches, even if both sides were injured, no one had directly killed their opponent. This was too ruthless. Even in the Divine Armaments Academy's rest area, there was a deafening silence. Wasn't this just an exchange meeting? Was it really necessary to kill someone? Is that him? In Lingdai Academy, a pair of beautiful eyes intently stared at the only man still standing on the field. She never imagined that after a few years, her younger brother, who used to have no interest in cultivation, had now become a powerful warrior. Chapter 54, Attribute Power. Yang Junwu didn't actually want to kill. But if he had to fight 20 at once, not only did he need a quick resolution, but he also needed to instill fear in the opponents. If any of them surrendered voluntarily, that would be even better. Moreover, those he killed were already transformed into dark disciples of the dim school. They were no longer aligned with his group. If they were dead, then so be it. The third contestant was a woman from Qingfeng Academy, Xueling. Although the man's body had already been carried away, the bright red bloodstains on the ground were still shocking. Senior brother, please show mercy and stop at the touch. Yang Junwu lowered his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, you can surrender. That won't do. I must strive for victory for my academy as well. Xueling shook her head. Though Yang Junwu was strong, she too wasn't without the possibility of winning. At the referee's command, Xueling instantly completed her mech fusion. She was also an A-class mech warrior. On her dark green mech, there were faint traces of ancient patterns, indicating that the level of the inscription's person was quite high. A dark green long spear appeared in her hand. Watch my spear. Xueling accelerated, closing the distance between them in an instant. Yang Junwu calmly raised his hand and fired an antimatter cannon. The power of the antimatter cannon wasn't great, but its impact force was strong. Once hit, Xueling would certainly be pushed back. If she didn't want to be interrupted, her best method was to dodge. However, this would slow down her attack, giving her opponent a chance to escape from the spear's range. Spear shield. Yet Xueling didn't dodge at all, instead swinging the spear in her hand. From the tip of the spear emerged an ancient-looking shield, just in time to block the incoming antimatter cannon. A shield on offensive weapons? What kind of fighting style was this? This move even caught Yang Junwu off guard at first, as he was preparing to predict her movement direction and unleash a second attack. However, he never expected her to use the shield on her weapon to deflect the antimatter cannon and continue her attack. Helpless, he could only defend first. Shield activated, retreating at full speed simultaneously. Although Xueling's spear blocked the antimatter cannon, her speed was somewhat affected, and thus, she failed to break through before Yang Junwu's shield formed. The spear point touched the shield, using this thrust to push him further away, fully exiting her attack range. Despite the ineffective attack, Xueling didn't appear particularly disappointed. After all, Yang Junwu's strength was evident, and defeating him easily was beyond her capacity. Simultaneously, both parties launched a particle cannon. This girl is incredibly strong, managing to match our leader. Bai Xiuxian was extremely astonished. Yang Junwu was undoubtedly the top freshman at the Divine Weapon Academy. If even he couldn't beat her easily, then her strength was even higher than theirs. It's not so simple. The boss just doesn't want to expend too much energy. Sun Yue shook his head. Yang Junwu hadn't yet used his ultimate move. Trying to subdue the opponent with regular attacks was clearly a bit overconfident. If dragged out to the end with no victory in sight, the only recourse would be to resort to his ultimate technique, leading to even greater consumption. In the field, after exchanging one move, Yang Junwu kept retreating, and in the normal attack duel, he seemed to be slightly inferior. It's over. Take this, Moon Shadow Devouring Spirit Spear. A flicker of triumph flashed across Xueling's eyes. Yang Junwu had retreated continuously earlier and had reached the edge of the battle platform. Even if their moves didn't conclusively determine the winner, with his next retreat, he'd fall off the stage, being judged as losing directly by falling off the stage, regardless of whether the contestant still had fighting ability or not. It's coming, it's coming. Yang Junwu slowly raised his arm, and Xueling's look of joy intensified even more. Stasis Ray activate. A beam of golden light emitted from Yang Junwu's arm while sidestepping to evade. Oh no, Xueling was greatly alarmed. The moment she was enveloped by the golden light, she felt as if she'd entered a swamp. Both her attack and movement speeds drastically decreased. Yang Junwu effortlessly dodged her attack and then spun around to kick her on the behind. Thus, Xueling, carried by the momentum of her spear, flew right off the stage. Goodbye. Yang Junwu waved to her with a smile. Is this even allowed? The crowd from Divine Weapon Academy was stunned. Isn't that the set piece used last time to capture the mechanical monster? Who would have thought it would actually work in actual combat? Sun Yuhui widened his eyes in disbelief. Luo he seized the opportunity to impart some education, saying, battle isn't just about equipment and skills, it's also about here. He pointed to his head and continued. Any top-tier expert possesses a remarkably high battle IQ. Xueling was furious, but alas, even if she had the strength to continue fighting, she wasn't permitted to return to the stage. Second round, Yang Junwu wins. The challenger for the third round came from Lingdai Academy. Her name was Luo Lingshan. The Luo family was one of the 5 great families of Fei country, skilled in inscriptions. Mecha produced by the Luo family possessed many peculiar and strange abilities. Surrender, I don't want to hurt you. Yang Junwu kindly warned each opponent who stepped onto the stage. Luo Lingshan revealed a dimple and smiled. That won't do. I'm not like Xueling. If you don't give it your all, be careful not to fail unexpectedly. The match started. Luo Lingshan immediately retreated, increasing the distance between them. Simultaneously, she raised her hand and shot a ray towards Yang Junwu. Facing the mysterious ray, Yang Junwu did not dare to slack off and immediately summoned his shield. Hehe, you fell for it. Luo Lingshan showed an innocent smile and lightly exclaimed, freeze. Yang Junwu's shield along with the emitter port was entirely frozen by a layer of white frost. It turned out to be attribute power. This was a problem. The ways to counter attribute power were either to retaliate with the same method or to consume core energy to forcibly dispel the opponent's attribute effects. However, Yang Junwu clearly did not wish to expend too much core energy. Luo Lingshan lifted her hand again, sending another ray flying over. Yang Junwu quickly surged forward, attempting to dodge the incoming ray through speed. Nevertheless, the ray seemed to possess an automatic tracking function, relentless in chasing him no matter how he moved. On the other side, Luo Lingshan remained vigilant. Anytime Yang Junwu approached, she immediately widened the distance, giving him no chance for close combat. The ray struck Yang Junwu's other arm, instantly igniting roaring flames. What Luo Lingshan controlled wasn't merely ice, but also fire. Under the mingling of ice and fire, Yang Junwu's mech actually began to crack. He was greatly alarmed and had no choice but to forcefully use core energy to disperse the ice and fire, simultaneously repairing his mech structure. In doing so, he directly consumed 1/3 of his core energy. Sun Yuhui stared blankly. This Luo Lingshan is too strong. How could she possibly wield 2 attributes? Luo he coldly chuckled. If she truly possessed 2 attributes, she wouldn't have entered Lingdai Academy, but Divine Weapon Academy. Teacher, what exactly is going on? I completely don't understand. Let me explain. Lin Shuowei voluntarily enlightened the first-year juniors. Luo Lingshan uses something called 5 Elements Ray, which can launch attacks resembling 5-element attributes based on the preset attributes of the mech core. Generally speaking, a core can only possess 1 attribute. The fact that she can display 2 indicates that the technique of core inscriptions is quite exceptional. I see, but if she really causes an effect similar to an attribute attack, how can we defend against it? It's simple. Essentially, it is just regular core energy attack. As long as a laser cannon of the same energy type counterattacks, they will cancel each other out. Sun Yuhui understood. This was simulated attribute via core energy, not personal capability, thus it would not grow. Divine Weapon Academy would not recruit someone due to the strength of their core. Yet even knowing the solution, aiming a laser cannon at the small, fast ray would be quite difficult. Moreover, Yang Junwu had no clue that the ray didn't originate from the opponent's own attributes. He didn't know that using a laser cannon could resolve it. Luo Lingshan continued launching attacks on him. This time, a light sword appeared in Yang Junwu's hand. Faced with the approaching ray, Yang Junwu let out a loud shout and swung down his light sword. Boom! The ray was deflected. Yang Junwu suddenly accelerated, pursuing Luo Lingshan. Luo Lingshan's expression instantly changed drastically. She had never imagined that the opponent's light sword hadn't been sealed by the ray. When she was about to launch the ray again, it was already too late. The bright light sword pressed against her neck. Surrender, otherwise don't blame me for acting harshly. Yang Junwu said coldly. Tell me, how did you do it? Luo Lingshan kept staring at him without blinking. Yang Junwu didn't answer. Indeed, He had no idea that the opponent was just pseudo-attribute. When he mobilized the core force to repair the damaged mech, he found that the dragon chi within him could dispel the opponent's ice and fire forces. Thus, he came up with a bold plan, filling the light sword with dragon chi to attack the ray head-on. And it succeeded. Up until now, Yang Junwu had defeated 3 opponents, already setting a record. If he could defeat one more, he would become the first person in this year's 5 Academies exchange meeting to take on 4 challenges. Tang Yingying and Niu Zixing stood in front of the glass window on the 2nd floor, watching the match below. That person is the master's sweetheart, isn't he? He does seem to have some skills. Tang Yingying blushed, but did not deny it. Pity, he belongs to the Divine Weapon Academy, our absolute nemesis. It might be quite challenging for you to be with him. Tang Yingying shook her head. I don't necessarily need to be with him. As long as he is well, that is enough for me. That won't do. You are the young master of Dark Obsidian. How can you endure such wake? I have an idea. Why don't we turn him into a member of Dark Obsidian as well? Then the 2 of you can be together. Tang Yingying's complexion changed abruptly, and she replied coldly. I warn you not to act recklessly. Anyone who wishes to harm Brother Yang will never be forgiven by me, even if they're part of the Dark Obsidian. Seeing her anger, Niu Zixing hurried to placate her. Young master, please calm down. I was only joking, but I must still advise you. The stronger your power grows, the more pronounced our differences become. One day, if the forces you lead go to war with his, what will you do? Tang Yingying sighed. I don't know. It's too soon to consider these matters now. As they were speaking, Yang Ying had already defeated the first-ranked contender from the Victory Academy. This meant he had achieved the feat of taking on 4 opponents in succession. Chapter 55, Mechanic Link, 1 against 8. The second round begins. Please send out a competitor from the Heaven Frenzy Academy. Hold on. Yang Junwu suddenly interrupted the referee. Contestant, what's your issue? Although the referee was from Dark Hell, all humans admire and respect strength. Having defeated 4 opponents of the same level, Yang Junwu had gained some respect from the referee. I've already bested 4 opponents. Therefore I request that each of the 4 academies sends 1 person to fight me on the stage. If I lose, I will return a point to each academy. The referee instantly froze. Are you asking to battle for it once? Yang Junwu nodded in confirmation. This made the referee uneasy. He glanced toward the window where Tang Yingying sat. Niu Zixing smirked. It seems like your lover is a bit too confident. Wants to fight 4-on-1? How about we stop him? Tang Yingying hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She knew Yang Junwu well. If he wasn't absolutely certain of success, he wouldn't dare do this. Not bad. If he's defeated, it'll be a good opportunity for him to join our Dark Hell. With Niu Zixing's signal, the referee agreed to Yang Junwu's request. Please send 1 representative each from Heaven Frenzy Academy, Butterfly Spirit Academy, War God Academy, and Gentle Wind Academy to compete in the second match. This round, Yang Junwu of the Weaponry Spirit Academy will face 4 competitors alone. If he wins, he will gain 4 points. If he loses, his previous points will be returned to the respective academies. As soon as these words were spoken, shock rippled through the crowd. Hey, Weaponry Spirit Academy is really being arrogant. Sure, he's skilled 1-on-1, but wanting a 4-on-1. He really doesn't respect us other academies. The instructor leading Gentle Wind Academy exploded in anger. Most other academies felt similarly offended, except for Miss Zhang of Butterfly Spirit Academy, who reflected a moment and sent out a less powerful student. Xiaozhou, don't get involved much in the attack once you're on stage. Your goal is to preserve your own power. If things get too difficult, immediately concede. The faces of those from War God Academy also displayed expressions of disbelief. Chao Mengyue and others knew their president was crazy, but they didn't think he'd go so far as to take on 4. Teacher, do you think Yang Junwu has a chance of winning? The older students felt that taking such risks might not be wise. They had all seen Yang Junwu's skills. He was indeed very strong. Beating 4 consecutively might not be impossible, but fighting 4 simultaneously was a whole different ballgame. It's not just double the difficulty. Luo, he chuckled. It's not entirely without hope. If he can use that move, then there's a chance he might win. The 4 fighters glared angrily at Yang Junwu across the arena. Even if they win this match, they would not earn any praise because defeating 1 person in a 4-on-1 is pretty expected. However, if they lose, it'd be an embarrassment, for people couldn't even beat 1. They may as well quit school. One of the male participants from Heaven Frenzy Academy wore a murderous look on his face. The man who was previously killed by Yang Junwu was his good friend, and given the chance, he would exact bloody revenge upon Yang Junwu. Among the 4, the contestant from Gentle Wind Academy was about to set up an array for team cooperation and begin a joint attack. But unexpectedly, the Heaven Frenzy Academy fighter had already rushed forward. What are you doing? Can't you show a bit more team spirit? The participant from Gentle Wind Academy screamed curses. But it was too late now. The only option was to follow and charge ahead. Good timing. Yang Junwu shouted loudly. Dragon return punch. He charged ahead, landing a powerful blow right on the chest of the most impulsive participant from Heaven Frenzy Academy. The latter smirked coldly. To confront my dark energy directly means you're looking for death. That may not be decided so easily. A silvery and black streak of strange energy collided instantly. Yet an incredible event occurred, shocking the fighter from Heaven Frenzy Academy. Yang Junwu's punch actually pierced through his layer of dark energy. Boom! In one punch, the Heaven Frenzy combatant was knocked flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground. Although not unconscious, his body's dark soul had been heavily injured, leaving him temporarily unable to continue fighting. The remaining 3 rushed over and immediately renewed their assault on Yang Junwu. This time with proper command. Each fighter worked quite well together. Their tactics combined both close-quarters attacks and ranged harassments. Two particle cannon shots erupted from Yang Junwu's hands, without checking if they hit. Being surrounded by all three could become quite troublesome. After successfully pushing back the melee attackers, Yang Junwu immediately chose to maneuver. He waited patiently for a chance to launch disruptive attacks. The three had prepared in advance. The front figure utilized a shield while the other two used ranged attacks. Although it was their first collaboration, their coordination was fairly effective. Yang Junwu successively launched several dragon-breaking fists and light-slash swords, but met no success, instead consuming even more of his core energy. Yang Yinmiao, you're truly skilled, but alas, personal strength can never surpass team collaboration. Surrender now, and we won't make things difficult for you. The girl from Butterfly Spirit Academy tried to persuade him. If you think I'd surrender just like that, I'm afraid I can't agree. Yang Junwu's movement and attack speed suddenly increased drastically. The mech turned into a silver blur, weaving between the three of them. Is he this fast? The trio immediately felt something was wrong. Yang Junwu could appear at their rear at any moment. If they continued with their current defensive counterattack system, it would be like carp entering a bamboo trap, inviting trouble for themselves. So the three instantly broke off in three directions, simultaneously launching long-range attacks to harass and slow down Yang Junwu's pursuit. But at this moment, Yang Junwu seemed to focus only on the woman from Butterfly Spirit Academy. He paused briefly before rushing toward her again. Hold him back. Quickly hold him back. Before their words had even finished, Yang Junwu had already appeared less than 2 meters in front of her. At such close range, it was more than enough for Yang Junwu to launch an attack. I surrender. The woman didn't hesitate and shouted immediately. Now it was Yang Junwu's turn to feel slightly dazed. What was going on? Why did she surrender? Clearly, the other two people from the opposing sides were coming to help, but the participant from Butterfly Spirit Academy in the central position surrendered instead. If she had held out for 1 second longer, she could have formed a pincer attack on Yang Junwu. With only 2 opponents remaining, one of whom still had a B-level mech, he was clearly unable to keep up with Yang Junwu's speed and power. After enduring 4 or 5 rounds, another opponent followed suit, struck by a punch to the head and directly eliminated. The last one left, the B-level mech pilot, wasn't subjected to further attacks by Yang Junwu. He allowed her to concede willingly. 1 against 4, won easily. By now, his score had climbed to 8 points, all earned single-handedly. Be worthy of being the beloved one of Master. Indeed, you've got some tricks up your sleeve, eliminating 8 consecutive opponents. Tang Yingying shot him a glare, but said nothing. Yang Junwu looked back at the referee on the field. The referee thought to himself, is he going to cause trouble again? Sure enough, Yang Junwu spoke up. Since I now have 8 points, I wish for all 8 contestants in the next 2 rounds to face me together. 1 against 8. This time, even Tang Yingying wanted to dissuade him. Although Yang Junwu won earlier against 4, his core energy consumption had already reached nearly 2/3. Even if faced with 8 ordinary A-level mech pilots solely defending against his attacks, there was no guarantee he'd defeat them all before his core energy ran dry. Niu Zixing, however, relished seeing the spectacle unfold and gave the signal to allow it. Inwardly, the referee only had 2 thoughts. Absurd. Preposterous. Please send 2 competitors from each team onto the stage. Helpless, the referee also wanted to see how Yang Junwu planned to handle 1 versus 8. Crazy. For wasn't enough, now it's 8. We cannot let Yang Junwu continue showing off alone. Otherwise, all of us will end up with 0 points, and their team wouldn't even need to participate in the team rounds. They'd secure first place effortlessly. First-year students from the 4 academies were all worked up, volunteering eagerly to step onto the stage. A braggart like this deserved to be taken down personally. It'd be far more satisfying. Soon enough, 8 participants gathered around, surrounding Yang Junwu in the center. Learning from past failures, they decided not to play any fancy tactics this time, and simply attacked simultaneously. There wasn't any A-level mech that could withstand the combined assault of 8 attackers. And Yang Junwu certainly wasn't an exception. But just because he couldn't defend didn't mean he couldn't fight back. Mechanical god of ancient times, awaken from the dust, display your grand form, Mech LINK, the sword of size from antiquity. Suddenly, a crack about 3 meters wide appeared in the arena's space, as a blood-red longsword slowly emerged through it. In the end, it fused seamlessly with Yang Junwu's right arm. The longsword emitted an awe-inspiring aura of primordial might. The moment the sword materialized, the 8 participants immediately sensed their mech cores trembling violently, spreading waves of fear through their systems. They tried to initiate attacks, but their mechs refused to comply. Forcing the command would even threaten the deactivation of the mech's fusion system. The 8 were completely stunned. Since becoming mech pilots, this was the first time their mech cores had disobeyed direct orders. What exactly was this bizarre contraption? Mech LINK. The instructors in all 5 rest areas exclaimed in unison. Sun Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. So this is what a Mech LINK looks like? I've heard that above A-level mechs have a certain probability of triggering link summoning, which resonates with ancient mech gear from alternate dimensions, significantly enhancing specific abilities of the mech in a short period of time. Luohe nodded. You're correct, though while mechanical links can increase retrieval success rates through inscriptions, triggering is still random, with a success rate below 1%. Chao Mengyue suddenly spoke up. This is strange. The trump card that allows chairman to fight 1 against 8 should be Mech LINK. But teacher, you said that Mech LINKs are random. How could he be so sure that it would trigger this time and summon powerful mech equipment? Luohe shook his head with a bitter smile. Even he, as Yang Junhua's teacher, couldn't fully understand his student's performance up to this point. Not only had Yang Junhua managed to craft a B-level mech with percentage-based fusion rates, but now there was also a stable A-level core link involved. Regardless of the discussions in the audience, the situation on the field had already undergone a dramatic shift. Surrounded, Yang Junhua swung down his blood-red longsword, instantly inflicting heavy injuries on the 4 competitors facing him, leaving them unable to continue the battle. Chapter 56, Grievous Injury. What the heck is this monster? The remaining 4 people's minds were utterly blown. To take out 4 with one move, this was not a power they could ever contend with. I forfeit. The 2 from Lingdai Academy immediately jumped off the contest platform. Only 1 male student each from Tianquang Academy and Qingfeng Academy remained on the field, still holding on. Yang Junhua turned back, his golden sword pointing forward. Go! The 2 exchanged a glance, pulling apart, one to the left and one to the right, attacking. No matter how strong your attack may be, you can only attack one of us. They were gambling on this one half luck. Humph! Yang Junhua coldly hummed as he threw the golden longsword. It shot towards the contestant from Tianquang Academy like lightning. Darkness stagnation. The contestant from Tianquang Academy naturally did not sit idly by. Strange black gas erupted from his body, enveloping the golden sword, attempting to drag it aside. Explode! Yang Junhua softly said, and the golden sword suddenly exploded. The long sword transformed into dozens of smaller swords, breaking through the black mist cover, striking the mech suit of the Tianquang Academy contestant. He stumbled back as his mech's outer layer burst open. Even though he managed to save his life, he was unable to continue competing. At this point, the Qingfeng Academy contestant took advantage of Yang Junhua being tied up, launching 3 particle cannons from behind. Dragon Return Fist. Yang Junhua truly had no way to dodge at this moment, and the successive golden swords had disappeared. The silver-white fist clashed head-on with the particle cannon. A mouthful of blood spewed out of Yang Junhua as he retreated 3 steps before steadying himself. After multiple battles, his shield had already dropped too much, unable to fully withstand the attacks from the 3 particle cannons. This doesn't explode? The Qingfeng Academy contestant widened his eyes in shock, a hint of fear rising in his heart, causing his next wave of attacks to hesitate for half a beat. As Yang Junhua steadied himself, he suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing in front of his opponent, delivering the Dragon Break Fist. The antimatter cannon of the Qingfeng Academy contestant just completed its calculations, but before it could even leave the barrel, Yang Junhua slammed a punch straight into the cannon tube. Home! The antimatter cannon exploded. Yang Junhua leapt back, simultaneously activating a shield. Aside from some damage to the mecha on his fists, all other shocks were completely blocked by the shield. But his opponent wasn't so lucky. His entire mech cracked and broke, exposing his flesh, which was then hit by the explosion's aftereffects, directly knocking him unconscious on the ground. 1 versus 8, Yang Junhua wins. Fear and intense killing intent flickered in Yang Jingxuan's eyes. Yang Junhua must die here. Otherwise, when he grows stronger, the entire Yang family will likely not be able to stand against him. Although he had defeated 16 opponents already, it was clear that he was seriously injured. If he were to go head-to-head with 4 more, Yang Jingxian knew there would be an opportunity to kill him. The referee looked at Yang Junhua, who remained silent, seizing the chance to restore energy to his mech. Everyone thought Yang Junhua was about to request another 1 versus 4 challenge, so they waited for him to speak. After hesitating for a while, the final contestant from Tianquang Academy, Xianxian, finally ascended onto the stage. Yang Junhua opened his eyes. Forfeit. Even if you defeat me now, there's no way you'll win the championship. Humph. Xianxian responded with a single dark fire cannon to express her stance. Yang Junhua's light sword reappeared in his hand, mixed with dragon chi, slicing the incoming dark fire cannon. With the addition of dragon chi, the corrosive power of the dark fire cannon was directly dispelled. It could be said that Yang Junhua was the natural nemesis of mysterious dark powers. Seeing that dark forces were ineffective against him, Xianxian had no choice but to use normal methods for her attack. And basically, Yang Junhua had run out of tricks too. Both using A-class mech suits, the battle between them was evenly matched. After more than 10 exchanges, Yang Junhua seized an opportunity and delivered a punch to her chest. The dragon chi invaded, eliciting a loud cry of pain from Xianxian as the dark shadow that had been merged was forcibly disengaged despite having sufficient energy. Yang Junhua didn't expect that dragon chi would have such an unexpected effect against those practicing the dark meditation techniques. In this match, Yang Junhua won again. His points rose to 17. Just 3 more victories, and he would accomplish the grand feat of defeating 20 people alone. However, it was evident by now that his consumption was extremely high. He was like a tree swaying under wind and rain, needing only 1 more blow to fall completely. Who would become the lucky person to knock him down? A figure slowly walked out from Lingdai Academy. As soon as she stepped on stage, without waiting for the referee to announce the start, she directly forfeited. What? Everyone expressed confusion. It was clear that Yang Junhua was about to be beaten, so why not try? The team leader teacher of Lingdai Academy had their considerations. Even if they beat Yang Junhua now, they would gain only 1 point. Previously, everyone who fought Yang Junhua either suffered serious injuries or was killed outright. Risking so much for just 1 point indeed wasn't worth it. And until now, Lingdai Academy noticed that those who sustained severe injuries from Yang Junhua were mainly competitors from other academies. Lingdai Academy itself suffered the least, at least none of them received grievous wounds. This matter was directly reported to the teacher by xuanhuan, a 3rd grader. She stated that Yang Junhua is her cousin, and therefore, it's very likely that they spared Lingdai Academy's students due consideration for her face. So they placed their hopes on the team battle. Yang Junwu let out a sigh of relief. It was good news that Lingdai Academy wouldn't make a move so he could better carry out his plan. Just as good things come in pairs, after the Lingdai Academy contestant forfeited, the Qingfeng Academy contestant also chose to forfeit. Now there was only one contestant left from the War God Academy, Yang Jingxian. Teacher, how about we forfeit too? If Jingxian gets hurt, our team battle will surely suffer. One contestant suggested adopting the same strategy as Lingdai Academy. No, I'll go. Yang Jingxian stood up. Now is the time when Yang Junwu is weak. If this opportunity isn't seized to kill him, the next chance might not come for who knows how many years or months. Who knows, by then Yang Junwu might have grown into an unbeatable super expert. Yang Jingxian quickly ascended the arena platform. Yang Junwu had already rested for 2 rounds and couldn't be given more time to recover. The final match of the individual competition, Divine Weapon Academy versus War God Academy. Yang Junwu looked at this younger brother, who bore a 6/10 resemblance to himself. Never would have thought that you'd have a hand in plotting against me. Yang Jingxian wore a dark expression. Brother, since you didn't die, why don't you hide and peacefully spend the rest of your life instead of coming here to compete with me? Haha, compete. Yang Junwu laughed heartily towards the sky. Exactly who is competing? I never sought anything from the world. Even if you want the inheritance rights of the Yang family, I could give them to you. But what about you guys? To get rid of me, the stumbling block, you even colluded with outsiders to harm your own family. Now you're accusing me of competing. Brother, for the peace of the family, today I must kill you. Sorry, Yang Jingxian said coldly. If you've got the guts, bring it on. Yang Junwu responded indifferently. Receive my attack. Glorious Dragon Sword. Glory Dragon Sword, the exclusive sword technique of the Yang family. Legend has it that an ancestor of the Yang family once subdued a real giant dragon, thus being infused with dragon chi. When performing the Glory Dragon Sword technique, a trace of dragon aura would accompany it. Previously, Yang Junwu couldn't feel it, but now, with his hidden dragon body strengthened by the essence of the dragon egg, his perception of dragon chi became much sharper. Apart from the power of the mech core in Yang Jingxuan's sword energy, there was indeed a swirling dragon chi present. A Yang family member who can channel dragon chi is called semi-dragon-bodied and possesses exceptionally high cultivation talent. This could explain why they wanted Yang Jingxian to become the heir. Facing Yang Jingxuan's attack, Yang Junwu showed no fear, raising his sword to meet it. The two were like highly skilled swordsmen, clashing swords for over a dozen moves without either gaining the upper hand. This Yang Jingxian is really strong too. He can fight our leader evenly. Sun Yue exclaimed in surprise. Chao Mingyue watched the field with a slightly tense expression. Her dealings with the Bai family, though tacitly approved by the Yang family, didn't mean Yang Jingxian wouldn't blame everything on her and reveal the truth to Yang Junwu. If this matter becomes public, the Bai family might survive, but Chao family will definitely be finished. The battle became increasingly fierce. Yang Jingxian grew increasingly shocked with every clash. Although the two were currently equal, it should not be forgotten that Yang Junwu had already been through dozens of battles. It's time to use the ultimate skill. Yang Jingxian fired an antimatter cannon, forcing Yang Junwu to step back, then rapidly created some distance. O great ancient dragon, the protector deity of our clan, bestow upon the guardian honor to annihilate the powerful enemy before you. Mech LINK activation, Dragon Phantom Scale. A shiny dragon scale broke through space, merging with Yang Jingxuan's arm. His entire right arm transformed into silver scales. He actually managed to use Mech LINK too. The group from Divine Weapon Academy felt uneasy. They had witnessed Yang Junwu's powerful Mech LINK earlier, and this time, Yang Junwu wasn't able to use it while his opponent did, making the situation very perilous. Yang Jingxian smirked coldly. Brother, you didn't expect this, did you? Mech LINK isn't exclusively your invention. Cut the chatter, show your skills and attack. Yang Junwu maintained a stern face. Humph. Brother, stop pretending to be strong. You are spent already. Don't blame me for being ruthless, but only for showing up at the wrong moment. Kill, Dragon Scale Soul Extermination. Yang Jingxian quickly rushed forward, turning the scales on his right arm into sharp projectiles, which shot toward Yang Junwu. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu immediately activated his shield for defense. Boom boom boom. As the scales exploded, Yang Junwu's shield started violently shaking, almost ready to break. It's over. Yang Jingxian soared above, landing a punch on the trembling shield. Crack! A huge fissure formed in the shield, which subsequently shattered, emitting blinding light. In the flashes of light, a figure stood tall while another lay prone on the ground, unconscious. Who won? As the glow gradually faded, the audience finally saw the scene on the arena. Yang Junwu spat out a mouthful of blood, his core exploded, and he lay on the ground, severely injured. Yang Jingxian wins. The referee immediately announced loudly. Let you live for now. Yang Jingxian coldly snorted. After the shield broke, Yang Junwu's core self-detonated, disrupting his original plan to directly kill him with a punch. Medical staff quickly entered the arena and carried Yang Junwu out of the competition ground. Sun Yue's face was full of concern. Do you think our leader faked it? Bai Xiuxian shook her head. It's unlikely. It's not easy to fake severe injuries under such circumstances, especially with his core exploding. Chao Mingyue agreed with Bai Xiuxian's speculation. The president isn't invincible. He couldn't defend against the opponent's Mech LINK attack. Speechless, Sun Yue said. Don't both of you just say things from the sidelines. What should we do now? Luo he looked in the direction where Yang Junwu had been taken away. This severe injury was undoubtedly intentional. Otherwise, if Yang Junwu couldn't withstand the blow, he could have stepped down and forfeited. Though the opponent's attack was strong, it wasn't fast enough, and there definitely would have been an escape chance. But the injury must be real. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fooled Yang Jingxian into attacking. Now all they could do was trust that Yang Junwu could recover quickly. Taking a deep breath, Luo he said softly, "All of you, since Yang Junwu is your captain, you should unconditionally trust him. He has already secured 19 points for us. In the upcoming team battle, everyone must try hard and not let down your captain's efforts." "Yes, teacher." Chapter 57, The IOU. Yang Junwu slowly opened his eyes. "You've finally awakened." Niu Zixing stood by his side, a smile on his face. "What are you planning to do?" Yang Junwu asked, panic-stricken. "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have gone through such trouble to save you. I'm here to give you two choices. 1. Join the Dark Knight organization. With your talent, you might even become the first major general under Lord Ming in the future, holding a higher status than me. 2. Die right now. Kill me then. I will never fight for your Lord Ming." Yang Junwu rejected without hesitation. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Let me ask you, was your purpose at the Divine Weapon Academy really just to sacrifice yourself for them?" "Of course not. It's all about making myself stronger." Niu Zixing shrugged his hands. "Isn't that settled then? The only difference between Dark Knight and regular mech pilots is the name. If you could reach the peak of your power within the Dark Knight, why cling so stubbornly to its reputation? You guys have done plenty of bad deeds. How can you compare with the Divine Weapon Academy?" "Ha ha." Niu Zixing suddenly burst out laughing 3 times. "Young man, did you witness us killing innocents with your own eyes? Or were these tales passed down through hearsay? I think it's probably the latter. How about turning all the faculty and students of Tianquang Academy into members of the Dark Knight? Isn't that indiscriminate murder?" "Huh. It's merely a tactic against hostile forces. Moreover, we only transformed the contestants who participated. All the others remain unharmed. And many of you were also promised release. Think about it. If people from the 5 great academies captured someone from the Dark Knight, do you think they would let them go willingly?" Yang Junwu fell silent. By this account, the Dark Knight indeed seemed to still have some conscience. At least so far, no student who came to attend the exchange conference of the 5 academies has been killed. I see you as talented, which is why I'm explaining so much to you. You should know what choice to make. Yang Junwu kept silent. Now he wasn't quite sure if all those who came here before him accepted modifications from the Dark Knight or were sent elsewhere. "If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Come on, absorb this shadow core, and you'll officially become a member of the Dark Knight." Niu Zixing handed over a gray mecha core to Yang Junwu. "Wait." Suddenly, a hoarse female voice interrupted. "Master, I do this all for your good. If he successfully converts, you two can truly be together." Niu Zixing advised. "You needn't waste your efforts. Yang Junwu will not agree." The woman shook her head. She walked up to Yang Junwu and said indifferently, "You're here, surely wanting to know how those who entered the medical room are doing, right?" Yang Junwu was shocked. He had thought his acting skills were decent, but apparently, everything was seen through clearly by someone else. A trace of unease crossed his face, and he hurriedly took a deep breath to calm himself down. "No need to be nervous. Our agreement is still valid," the woman continued. "It's her. She was the mysterious woman who sneaked into his room that night." Niu Zixing addressed her earlier as master, showing fear in his speech. Could she be the heir to Lord Ming? This kind of person should be absolutely opposed to him. Yet how come she agreed to let him leave? The woman moved closer, and although it was hard to see her expression through the metallic veil, she definitely had an impressive figure, and there was a familiar scent coming from her body. "Have we met before?" Yang Junwu suddenly asked. The woman's body shivered slightly, and she quickly denied, "Of course not." Her reaction only strengthened Yang Junwu's belief that they probably knew each other. He should have no connections with the people of the Dark Knight. Most likely she knows the original host instead. Yang Junwu quickly searched through the memories of the original host, but found nothing. "Do you want to become a member of the Dark Knight?" the woman asked. Yang Junwu shook his head. Since his thoughts had already been detected, there was no point pretending anymore. He started secretly preparing to merge with the B-grade core at full percentage, ready to act the moment she made any threatening move. "Take him to the dungeon," the woman ordered calmly. "Dungeon?" Everyone who originally refused to join the Dark Knight was locked up there. "Great. Once he gets inside the dungeon, he can rescue those people." Yang Junwu managed to suppress his joy and closed his eyes without saying anything. Before long, he was carried out of the infirmary. Niu Zixing persuaded her. "My lady, forgive my frankness, but I think you should learn a bit more from our ways in the Dark Knight. That guy was critically injured just now. Wasn't he entirely under your control? Once you get what you want from him, it won't matter what he thinks." Tang Yingying blushed furiously and glared fiercely at him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yes, my words were inappropriate. Please don't take it to heart." "All right, the exchange conference is almost over. How are the preparations for the equipment going?" "Madam, rest assured. Once they leave, the rest will become nutrients for the entire academy along with the Dark Knight organization. Keep an eye on it. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Otherwise we won't be able to answer to Master." "Madam, please rest assured. I'll go check everything again personally." After Niu Zixing finished speaking, he turned and left the infirmary. Only Tang Yingying was left in the room. As if she had lost all her strength, Tang Yingying slumped into a chair. "Big brother Yang, time is running out. If you want to save them, hurry up." In the dungeon, Lin Banming looked at Yang Junwu being thrown in and quickly helped him up. "Junior, how did you get locked up here? What about the others?" Yang Junwu shook his head. It's a long story, but everyone else is fine. Are all the injured ones kept here? Lin Banming shook her head. No, half of them directly joined the Dark Knight. Here are only those who refused, so we're locked up. So that's how it is, half the people directly surrendered, which greatly surprised Yang Junwu. He originally thought there would be at most 1 or 2 believing Niu Zixing's lies. All of you have done well. I will figure out a way to rescue you. Yang Junwu took out some healing pills and let Lin Banming distribute them to the others. The quality of the pills wasn't very high, but at least they could ensure their ability to move independently. Portable storage world? Someone exclaimed. There's no way Yang Junwu could carry so many pills on his person. He must have a portable storage world. He guessed half right. Yang Junwu's small world wasn't a storage space, but a true miniature world. Of course, he wouldn't explain this to these people. That doesn't matter. A portable storage world requires spiritual power to use. How can it still function under the Dark Realm? You don't need to know this. Yang Junwu then pulled out paper and pen and passed them around. What's the point? Everyone was puzzled. Write IOUs. I saved you, so I should get something in return. Write down what you're willing to pay as compensation. Mech materials, mech cores, anything counts. Think carefully now. How much is your life worth? Everyone immediately fell silent. Wasn't this taking advantage of others in distress, looting from the weak? Seeing no one was writing, Lin Banming took the initiative. She soon finished writing and handed the note to Yang Junwu. Today, I owe Yang Junwu 1 A-level core and a complete set of materials for crafting an A-level core. I promise to repay it after returning to the academy. Sister, you're truly generous. Then I thank you in advance, brother. Yang Junwu read it aloud, put the note back in his pocket. The others finally understood. What generosity. They were putting on a show. This was an example. Without equivalent value, help wouldn't come easily. Hurry and write. I'm not picky. Just give according to your conscience. Yang Junwu said with a grin. They all started writing quickly. Before long, over 10 IOUs were tucked away into his coat. Most wrote something similar to Senior Lin. Some younger students, grade 1 or 2, didn't have much to offer and watched him anxiously. Yang Junwu only glanced briefly, not inspecting in detail. Those who promised A-level cores regretted it deeply. It seemed Yang Junwu and Lin Banming weren't performing. It really didn't matter to him. Since the notes were written, there was no way to shamelessly take them back. But thinking about it, exchanging these items for a life, how could it not be worth it? Do any of you know if anyone is guarding here? Yang Junwu asked. From now on, he had to start preparing the rescue operation. The first thing to do was to investigate the guard situation. Lin Banming spoke up. This cell is simply a regular classroom converted into one. With everyone heavily wounded and unable to activate mech fusion in the Dark Realm, the guards are very lax. There seem to be only 2 students from Tianquang Academy guarding at the main gate. Yang Junwu gave her a thumbs up. Truly different coming from the Divine Weapon Academy, maintaining such calm observation in these circumstances. This was good news. A weak guard force would make breaking through much easier. Shall we leave now? Lin Banming knew that Yang Junwu could perform mech fusion. Yang Junwu shook his head. Not yet. There's still a team match later. There might be more casualties. Chapter 58. Have a kid with me. Yang Junwu's prediction was accurate. After about 10 minutes, 2 more wounded individuals were brought in. One of them turned out to be xuanhuan. Who won? Before Yang Junwu could speak, Lin Banming quickly asked. It was amazing. The 4 academies first teamed up to eliminate the people from Tianquang Academy. Then the 3 formed an alliance to fight against the Shunbing Academy. Xuanhuan glanced at Yang Junwu and began vividly describing the scene of the previous group battle. And then, Yang Junwu had a slight worry in his heart. The senior students were indeed very strong, but when facing simultaneous attacks from the 3 academies, combined with the limited space, they might not necessarily win unscathed. Don't worry, all of us injured people were hurt during the struggle with Tianquang Academy. Your Shunbing Academy is indeed powerful, taking first place. Upon hearing this, Yang Junwu immediately relaxed. According to the understanding reached by the 4 academies, the next 2 rounds would likely also be relatively peaceful battles. Sure enough, after another dozen or so minutes, 2 second-year students entered, also having been injured during the battle with Tianquang Academy. However, apart from them, 2 others didn't hold out and betrayed their academy, joining Aming instead. Yang Junwu thought for a moment. He couldn't wait any longer. If he did, the other side might take further actions. He opened the entrance to the small world. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the small world immediately. I'll lead you away from here. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Good kid. It's been a few years since we last met. You've become stronger. Who would have thought you'd manage to get something as rare as a small world? Yang Junwu smiled slightly. Sister Wan, please go in first. I'll explain everything later. All right, let me take a tour of your small world then. Everyone filed in one after another. Soon, only Yang Junwu remained in the prison cell. Something happened. Yang Junwu shouted loudly towards the door. Soon, 2 Aming guards walked inside. What? Where are the others? When the 2 saw that there was only Yang Junwu in the room, their eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What happened? Where did the others go? One of them questioned harshly. Yang Junwu's face showed panic. I don't know either. A spatial crack suddenly appeared, and then everyone disappeared. You can go check inside if you want. The 2 quickly opened the door and went in. Mecha fusion. Yang Junwu immediately activated it, instantly transforming into a golden mecha. It's impossible. How can you use mecha fusion in the Dark Realm? The 2 fell down with looks of disbelief, without even having time to fuse with shadows. Sorry, you'll have to ask this question in the underworld. Yang Junwu left the jailhouse gate. Sure enough, the enemy hadn't dispatched more troops to guard them. probably believing it was impossible for them to escape. His first task now was to find the machine set up by Tianquang Academy to create the Dark Realm. Once the Dark Realm was deactivated, all great experts from the 4 major academies would recover. It would be impossible for someone like xiuxian alone to stop them. Of course, if he couldn't find or destroy it, he would try to lead these people away first, then send a message for reinforcements from Xinbing Academy. If that wasn't possible, he could only hope that the words promised before by that so-called young master were true, allowing all members of Xinbing Academy to leave. This way, he could at least bring along over a dozen people from the small world, reducing losses across the academies. Yang Junwu arrived at the top of an uninhabited teaching building. It was so vast. Where was the core location initiating the Dark Realm? Yang Junwu looked around front and back, finally spotting a huge mine pit. That's right, Tianquang Academy was established within a mine. The aura of the mine itself masked the aura of the Dark Realm, which is why they managed to pull off this covert operation undetected by the 5 academies. Yang Junwu had almost pinpointed it. The Dark Realm generator must be in the mine pit. However, getting to the mine pit from this position meant passing through several guard posts. As soon as he was exposed, he would immediately alert both xiuxian and that mysterious young master. Though confident, Yang Junwu wasn't foolish enough to think that a B-grade mecha fusion would enable him to defeat Aming's Dark Guard. So, how to get past to the mine pit? He mulled over it, and finally came up with a plan. Wasn't that xiuxian trying to convert him into a member of Aming earlier? Then perhaps he should pretend to have just joined Aming, acting lost near the guards. After taking a deep breath, Yang Junwu directly landed on the main road, disengaging from his mecha fusion, and boldly walked toward the guard post. Who are you? What brings you here? True enough, the guards noticed him easily but didn't sound the alarm yet. Brother, I am a newly converted member under Leader Niu. He sent me to the mine to retrieve a mineral. If it's leader's command, please present your token. Good. Yang Junwu pretended to reach for something, then suddenly kicked off with all his might and swung a powerful punch. The guard didn't stand a chance as he was struck square in the chest. He was only a C-class Shadow Master, while at the moment Yang Junwu had no mech fusion but had merged with the Dragon Chi within him. Dragon Chi naturally restrains dark powers, so the first punch shattered the chest shield, exposing the core inside. Yang Junwu gave him no chance to cry out, following up with another punch. This time, it directly destroyed his core. After taking care of the guard, he looked around cautiously and moved the body to an invisible spot. Then he boldly walked toward the next guard post. Sure enough, whether because of the Dark Realm or not, these guards were quite slack in their defense. Their main job was to watch over the detained faculty and students of Tianquang Academy who hadn't been converted, preventing them from wandering about. Never did they expect someone could directly attack. So Yang Junwu moved forward unopposed, using the same tactic to get past 3 guard posts, and arrived right by the mine pit. The closer he got to the center of the mine pit, the stronger the dark power in the air grew. This proved that the generator of the Dark Realm should indeed be here. However, there were quite a few Aming disciples in the mine, so Yang Junwu didn't rashly go down but instead observed quietly. Soon he noticed in the exact center of the mine cave was a peculiar machine, which had 4 tentacles, each delving into one side of the mine cavern. Some Aming disciples kept placing minerals on the tentacles. It must be this one. That xiuxian was truly capable, actually using the natural mineral veins here to supply energy for the machine. No wonder it could cover such a vast area. Now 2 methods lay before him. First, cut off those tentacles to interrupt the energy supply. Second, destroy the machine outright. Both options came with risks. The first one, although cutting off the tentacles would interrupt the energy supply, he wasn't sure how long the residual energy in the middle of the machine would last, nor if it could grow new tentacles. Besides, severing 4 tentacles at once would be rather difficult. Directly destroying the machine would require breaking through the center where more than 10 Aming disciples were present. Yang Junwu was unaware of their specific strength. If more than half were A-level Shadow Masters, it would be considerably problematic. After deliberation, Yang Junwu decided to use the second method. Mech fusion instantly completed, a golden sword appeared in his hand. Yang Junwu leaped high into the air, charging straight towards the center. The moment he entered the mine pit, a disciple spotted him. Although this disciple also couldn't understand why any mecha user could fuse in the Dark Realm, his instincts prompted him to shout 2 words. Enemy intrusion. Simultaneously, 2 dark impacts shot toward Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu had no time to spare playing games. He performed an extreme aerial roll, narrowly dodging the dark impact, and heading towards the center. Upon using 100% fusion with the mech for the first time, Yang Junwu finally understood why even the higher-ups at Xinbing Academy cared so much. At this moment, he completely felt no presence of the mech. It was as if he himself was the mech, more responsive than his own limbs. The moment his intention arose, the mech responded accordingly. He was now less than 200 meters away from the center. Already, 5 or 6 disciples rose into the air to intercept him. Dragon Breaking Sword. Yang Junwu used his sword as a fist, Dragon Chi swirling at the tip, integrating with the energy of the golden mech, sweeping horizontally across the blocking group. Boom! Both sides collided instantly. Yang Junwu's whole body trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even though Dragon Chi could restrain dark energy, when there was enough quantity and magnitude of dark energy, such restraint could still result in counterattacks. Yang Junwu sustained minor injuries, but his opponents weren't nearly as fortunate. 3 people had their cores directly invaded by golden Dragon Chi and perished on the spot. The other 3 also received various degrees of injury. How formidable! The remaining Aming disciples were shocked. One strike had sent 6 flying. Could this person be an S-class mecha pilot? If truly an S-class mecha pilot, then it wouldn't be possible to compensate for such a disparity with numbers alone. Therefore, these people didn't move for the first moment. Yang Junwu was elated, never expecting such good fortune. He accelerated again, quickly approaching above the machine. Hurry, stop him. His target is the Dark Realm machine. One disciple reacted just in time and rushed forward to prevent him, but he was ultimately too slow. Yang Junwu had already crossed the blockade line, standing atop the machine, his golden sword held high. Shatter into pieces. Yang Junwu coldly shouted, holding his long sword high before rapidly bringing it down. The machine, it turned out, had its own shield. Facing Yang Junwu's threat, it automatically opened its shield, but its shield merely provided a fleeting burst of firework before it met its demise. Yang Junwu's dragon chi directly crushed and exploded it, then fiercely slashed onto the machine. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Before Yang Junwu could react, he was blasted away by a powerful shockwave, colliding with the edge of the mine cave. Damn, that hurts! Yang Junwu saw stars from the collision. His mech fusion nearly broke apart. But an astonishing thing happened. Though the machine was destroyed, the spiritual energy in the air remained completely undisturbed, nor did the Dark Realm dissipate. What kind of ghostly phenomenon is this? Could it be I was mistaken, and this wasn't the source of the Dark Realm? A graceful figure flew over from the grand arena. It was Tang Yingying, the young master of aiming. The moment she saw Yang Junwu, Tang Yingying paused, before slowly landing. What exactly is going on here? She demanded sharply. Back, young master. That person destroyed the machine. The disciples who hadn't been directly killed by the shockwave quickly pointed to Yang Junwu, standing nearby. Did you do this? Tang Yingying was greatly surprised. She simply couldn't understand how Yang Junwu managed to activate mech fusion without any spiritual energy. Yang Junwu forced himself to stand up. Within just a few minutes, his injuries were mostly healed. This was the enormous advantage of having the dragon body. Not only does it enable attacks, but its recovery speed is also first class. Yeah, it was me. Unfortunately, my calculation was off. I never expected the Dark Realm would persist even after the machine was destroyed. Yang Junwu sighed heavily. Ho ho, the Dark Realm generator in my aiming sect can continue to maintain the Dark Realm for half an hour, even if it's destroyed. So what now? It turned out it would take a full 30 minutes for the effects to disappear. Yang Junwu's plan had utterly failed. I already said, as long as you win the championship, I would let all your Shunbing Academy participants leave. But since you broke our machinery, how do you intend to compensate us? Yang Junwu hadn't expected her not to immediately threaten to kill him or imprison him, but rather to ask for compensation instead. How do you want me to pay? Simple. Spend a night with me, and leave me with a baby. Huh. Yang Junwu was shocked. No matter how many possibilities he calculated, he had absolutely no expectation that the other party would make such an outrageous request. Alright, even if I'm not a virgin anymore, I'm not some stud. How could I randomly have relationships with women I don't know? Tang Yingying smiled faintly and said, What? Is this so hard for you? All I need is some excellent genetic material. There's no way that works. Stop joking around. Yang Junwu firmly refused. Is it really impossible? Absolutely impossible. If you don't agree, then I will kill all the Shunbing Academy participants. Tang Yingying's voice suddenly grew cold. Upon hearing this, Yang Junwu's expression turned icy, saying word by word. If you dare do such a thing, I, Yang Junwu, swear that if I survive today by luck, I will one day wipe out your entire aiming sect down to the last member. As soon as these words were spoken, the air around them seemed to grow cold. The surrounding disciples of Anming hurriedly stepped back, unwilling to get involved. At this moment, Tang Yingying suddenly burst into laughter. I was fooling with you. If I truly wanted your body, there are 1,000 ways I could take it without needing your consent. Yang Junwu wiped the sweat beads from his forehead. He had just bluffed. If the other party really wanted his life, he might indeed compromise. After all, there's always hope as long as one survives. No wonder people from the darkness are so adept at trickery. So propose another condition, Yang Junwu said. Let me think. This time, consider that you owe me 2 favors. In the future, you must fulfill 2 requests for me, and you cannot go back on your promise. Tang Yingying murmured quietly. No way. What if you bring up the same demand again? That would give you another chance. Yang Junwu flatly refused. Tang Yingying spat. Do you think I'd even want you? As I've already said, that was just a joke. I guarantee that neither of these requests will cost you your life nor force you to do anything against your conscience. Surely this should work, right? Yang Junwu thought about it. Such a demand wasn't unacceptable, so he nodded. Good. Now come with me back to the grand arena. We have only half an hour left. Destroying the emitter had impacted Niu Zixing's original plan significantly. They needed to finish testing within the next 30 minutes. The two returned to the grand arena, but this time Yang Junwu didn't go back to Shunbing Academy's resting area. Instead, Tang Yingying took him to the second-floor observation room. At this point, Niu Zixing was no longer inside the room, but had gone to the field. Yang Junwu furtively observed the woman before him, wrapped head to toe. Who are you exactly? I always feel a sense of familiarity. Yang Junwu suddenly asked aloud. Tang Yingying replied indifferently. I am who I am, the young master of Darkying sect. Then shouldn't you have a name? Tang Yingying thought for a moment, and said, You can call me Chao Chong. Chao Chong? What an odd name. Yang Junwu silently complained. I'll just call you Miss Chong then. Miss Chong, I don't think you're bad. Why did you join Darkying? Tang Yingying chuckled coldly. So, in your eyes, is Darkying so utterly evil? Not really, but using negative emotions as power, it just doesn't seem right. Yang Junwu shook his head. Before he came here, he didn't even know what darkming was, so naturally, he had no aversion to it. The things in the world all have two sides. There's good and bad, light and dark. Neither can exist without the other. For instance, summer and winter. In summer, the days are long, and in winter, they're short. Since the forces of light are weakening, the domination of darkness is the natural law of the universe. Yang Junwu shook his head. That's sophistry. By that logic, being a good person becomes a bad thing. Tang Yingying smiled. That depends on how you define a good person. Take an example. You killed so many disciples of Darkming just now. From the perspective of your Divine Weapons Academy, you did something good. But from the perspective of the Darkming disciples, you killed their comrades, which is evil. Whether it's good or bad is not important. What matters is where you stand. Yang Junwu was speechless. Although deep down, he felt something was off about what Cao Chang said. He couldn't figure out how to counter her. Tang Yingying continued. I can only say this. Although Darkming's methods may seem extreme, we are working towards the survival of humanity. What do you mean? Yang Junwu paused, puzzled. There's no point explaining further at the moment. One day, you'll understand. Now, let's go downstairs. The matches are almost over. Yang Junwu sighed in resignation since his life still hung by the thread of Cao Chang's whim. He obediently followed her onto the competition platform. By then, Niu Zixing was already announcing the rankings of each academy. Without question, the first place went to Divine Weapons Academy. The second place went to Lingdai Academy, thanks to Yang Wan's well-thought-out strategies for their instructors. Third place went to Qingfeng Academy. Their strength was formidable. Had they not lost some competitors earlier, they might have contended with Lingdai Academy for second. And fourth was Xiuxian Academy, while Tianguang Academy was last. To the leaders of each academy, as per the previous agreement, the first place gets to choose 10 people to leave, second chooses 7, and third 5. Now the top 3 academies. Please select the students you wish to take away. Luo he stepped forward from the Divine Weapons Academy, sniffed coldly. I won't make a choice. If we're leaving, we leave together. If we're staying, we stay together. Ho ho, you should be sure about this. The chance is once, and only once. You want to die, but maybe your students don't agree. Everyone, if your teacher isn't willing to leave, you can choose 10 yourselves. Niu Zixing tried to incite dissent. Chao Mingyue was now extremely conflicted inside. She didn't want to die here. She wanted to live to bring prosperity to her family clan. Moreover, she had just acquired the dragon egg and activated her attribute talents. If she were to die here, everything would be wasted. But if everyone else stayed, how could she justify leaving alone without facing ridicule forever? As Yang Junwu was about to speak up, Tang Yingying stopped him. What are you doing? Don't rush. I will honor my promise, but now just sit back and enjoy the show. If no one comes forward by the count of 3, 2, 1, then it shall be considered as abandoning the opportunity. All will die. Niu Zixing's tone turned icy. Hold on. I want to leave. Chao Mingyue took a step forward. Seems like there is someone smart after all. There are 9 more spots left. Decide quickly. Sun Yue angrily shouted. Chao Mingyue, what are you doing? We all agreed to follow our leader's arrangement. Why are you acting independently? Chao Mingyue, do you really think your leader will save you? Haven't you seen that he's conspired with the people of Darkming? You're betraying us. No, I'm simply choosing to survive. If you choose death, that's your own decision. Don't drag me along with it. As Sun Yue was about to retort, xiuxian stopped him, saying, Enough. Everyone has their own choices. Let her go. A few students from grade 3 and 2 hesitantly stood up. It seemed that Yang Junwu's plan had failed. Since there was a chance to leave first, why refuse? Luo he calmly said. Anyone who wants to leave can leave. It's your choice. With his acknowledgement, these individuals finally exhaled a sigh of relief and lined up beside Chao Mingyue. Just 5 people? You have 10 slots available, you know. Niu Zixing pressed on. That's enough, let them go first. Luo he said coldly. Alright, 5 it is. Next is the selection from Lingdai Academy. In no time, the 5 people from Lingdai Academy had also finished their selection, all of them from the first grade. As teacher Zhao Xueling said, you youngsters still have hope to avenge us if you stay alive. Likewise, 3 individuals quickly stepped out from Qingfeng Academy. Well, for those who have chosen to stay, there is another option for you. Join Darkming's sect, and you won't die. Instead, your strength will increase. What do you say? Think it over. Luo he sneered coldly. Trick or treat. Joining Darkming means having one's spirit power cleansed and then retraining in dark forces, as well as boosting one's power. This could only deceive a 3-year-old. Haha, seeing is believing. Soon you'll witness that every word I said was true and nothing fabricated. Niu Zixing smirked. With a clap of his hands, 6 disciples of Darkming sect jumped down from the 2nd floor. Wang Tianxiong, Zhang Tao, Pu Tianxing. How can it be you? Everyone was shocked because these 6 were the disciples who had been severely injured before. Yes, they have all joined Darkming sect and acquired new powers. Now let you see what the Blackguard said, word by word, is true. You may choose your opponent from among them. Niu Zixing pointed at the 13 who had just stepped forward. Chapter 59, Ultimate Rescue. The faces of the 13 selected people suddenly changed. They had never expected they would have to face these challenges before leaving. And this time, it wasn't a battle between students of the same grade. The opponents could select first-year students as adversaries. Chao Mingyue's sole hope was that these individuals' strength, after being converted into dark forces, was significantly weakened. Otherwise, they were certainly going to die. Let's leave. We'll give them the arena. Niu Zixing gave Tang Yingying a meaningful look, and the 2 of them left with Yang Junwu, heading back to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Tang Yingying said to Yang Junwu, Now you can take the Divine Weapons Academy members away, except for those 5. Yang Junwu's expression changed. Why? We agreed that all would go. Hehe, those people don't trust you, so why bother about their lives? Tang Yingying sneered coldly. For a moment, Yang Junwu was at a loss for words. But Xiao Mingyue was key to uncovering the truth. Judging by what Yang Jingxian had implied earlier, it seemed her family also had significant ties to the Qiao family. I want to take one more person. Yang Junwu pointed at Xiao Mingyue. Not allowed. Tang Yingying replied coldly. You can either leave now or not leave at all. All right, Yang Junwu sighed helplessly. He jumped down the stairs and returned to his group from the Divine Weapons Academy. The boss is back. Sun Yui exclaimed joyfully and immediately gave him a hug. Yang Junwu smiled faintly. Everyone, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Luo he looked up towards the second floor and asked, Junwu, who was standing beside you just now? The young master of Dark Oblivion. But I couldn't see her face clearly, just knew she's a woman. That made sense. It explained why Niu Zixing seemed very respectful towards her. Everyone, let's go quickly, Yang Junwu urged urgently. Go? What do you mean? Everyone present was puzzled. The young master of Dark Oblivion has agreed to let everyone in the Divine Weapons Academy go back, except for the 5 on stage. What? Is this even possible? Luo Hai, the captain, shook his head and glanced at the 5 students from the Divine Weapons Academy on stage, sighing again. As expected, Yang Junwu succeeded, but they didn't believe him. Let's move out first. All we can do is hope they defeat their opponents and earn the chance to leave, Luo Hai said. Thus, the Divine Weapons Academy boldly left the arena, which left other academies confused and perplexed. The captain of War God Academy shouted loudly. Folks, even the Divine Weapons have left. Let's hurry and get out too. Having finished speaking, he prepared to head toward the main gate. Swoosh! A streak of black light struck his back, instantly creating a hole right through his heart. Niu Zixing's chilling voice echoed. Whoever said you guys could leave? The teachers from War God Academy watched as their beloved student died painfully and couldn't help roaring angrily. What kind of fairness is this? Why does Divine Weapons get to go, but we can't? Niu Zixing replied indifferently. That's because the Divine Weapons Academy made a deal with our young master. You better stay still, or else his fate will be yours. The group from Divine Weapons arrived at the teleportation array. Indeed, no one tried to stop them. Sun Yui laughed. Who would have thought the people from Dark Oblivion are actually trustworthy, letting us leave for real? Luo he sighed. It may not necessarily be a good thing. I've probably figured out the purpose of Dark Oblivion. They're not after our lives. They're trying to create friction between the 5 academies. Upon hearing this, Yang Junwu froze momentarily, then appeared to realize something, causing his complexion to change drastically. Teacher, please lead the students away first. Having spoken, Yang Junwu turned around abruptly and rushed directly back into the Dark Realm. Sun Yui exclaimed in shock. Is the boss crazy? Luo he sighed. We must return and find help. He instantly understood what Yang Junwu intended to do. If they could rescue the remaining members of the other 4 academies trapped within the Dark Realm, then they might thwart Dark Oblivion's plan. But how could one single A-class mech fighter possibly stand up against so many opponents? Luo he worried deeply but realized there was nothing he could do. Once inside, mecha fusions would deactivate and be useless. Yang Junwu charged straight to the Great Duel Arena. On the field, Xiao Mingyue was battling a converted academy student. It was clear she was no match for her opponent and was almost completely defenseless. Had it not been for her corrosive flames instilling fear in her adversary, she would have already fallen. Yang Junwu shouted while rushing onto the field. Everyone, stop fighting. Follow me and escape from here. Humph, who knows what dirty deals you Divine Weapons Academy cut with Dark Oblivion. This is your attempt to doom all of us. The team leader from Pure Wind Academy rebuked harshly. When the leader noticed that the Divine Weapons Academy group had departed unharmed, he deduced that this exchange conference between the 5 academies was most likely part of a sinister bargain between Divine Weapons and Dark Oblivion, aiming to weaken the other 4 academies. Everyone, trust me. I've already sabotaged the Dark Realm generator here. We have less than 10 minutes before everything returns to normal. So, the people from Dark Oblivion must have run away by now. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Yang Junwu shouted loudly for a while, but Niu Zixing did not come out to stop him, further confirming Yang Junwu's suspicions. According to what you're saying, we just need to wait here for 10 minutes, and we can use our mechas. Why should we escape? The leader of Pure Wind Academy said with disdain. Considering Dark Oblivion's nature, they will surely destroy this place before the Dark Realm ends. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. Believe in me. Yang Junwu turned to Lingdai Academy. Because of Xuanhuan, Lingdai Academy should be relatively more trustworthy toward him. Sure enough, after some thought, Mu Xiaodai, the team leader of Lingdai Academy, eventually decided to trust Yang Junwu. Let's go. Seeing that Lingdai Academy left without being attacked, the other academies quickly followed suit. Strangely, the one who initially protested the most, Pure Wind Academy, ran fastest. Thinking about leaving? That's impossible. The 6 converted Dark Oblivion individuals immediately stepped forward to intercept them as they noticed their intention to flee. Since the moment they accepted the Shadow Core, they had already betrayed their own academy. If they allowed them to leave, they would certainly be pursued and killed later. If you want to survive, then everyone must fight together. Yang Junwu roared. The several dozen academy students who were watching hesitated for a moment, but quickly rushed forward. 15 against 6. No matter how strong these 6 individuals were, they could not endure the overwhelming assault, especially since both Xiao Mingyue and Yang Junwu had abilities that could suppress dark powers. It wasn't long before all 6 of them were killed. There was only 5 minutes left in the half-hour window. Go quickly, Yang Junwu shouted again. And you? Xiao Mingwei asked. I still need to rescue those originally detained from Tianquang Academy. Xiao Mingwei opened her mouth, intending to say there wasn't enough time, but if Yang Junwu died here, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for her. Sorry, Yang Junwu, if you have to blame anyone, blame your excessive righteousness. In the end, Xiao Mingwei said nothing and quickly left the Grand Duel Arena. Yang Junwu directly leaped off the 2nd floor of the Grand Duel Arena. The teaching building where Tianquang Academy faculty and students were confined was on the mine pit side. Time was running out. If he didn't hurry, it would be too late. There were only 3 minutes left until the disappearance of the Dark Realm. Yang Junwu finally arrived at the teaching building. Who are you? The president of Tianquang Academy asked when he saw Yang Junwu. There's no time to explain. Who among you is a teacher? Immediately organize the students to enter the portal. Yang Junwu instantly activated the entrance to the pocket dimension portal. Truly worthy of his title, the principal wasted no time giving orders. 2 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. As the students and teachers of Tianquang Academy entered the pocket dimension in succession, time gradually slipped away. 20 seconds. Only the principal and a few teachers remained. Quick, quick, quick. After the final teacher stepped in, Yang Junwu quickly followed and closed the portal to the pocket dimension. 10 seconds after he entered, the Dark Realm suddenly exploded violently. The houses, trees, and even part of the mine itself that had been enveloped by the Dark Realm were completely destroyed. Such power wouldn't merely be catastrophic for the individuals from the 5 academies, who were unable to activate their mecha fusions within the Dark Realm. It might even be fatal for an A-class mech fighter caught at the explosion's epicenter. Yang Junwu could only pray that World Pearl could withstand such damage. Those who had just escaped from the Dark Realm witnessed the enormous explosion. A sense of relief washed over everyone as survivors of a great disaster. Indeed, Dark Oblivion hadn't intended to let them go. Had it not been for Yang Junwu's prompt rescue, everyone would have perished inside. Xiao Mingwei looked towards the direction of the explosion and sighed lightly. Rest in peace, Yang Junwu. I will help manage your Water Flag Club, making it one of the strongest forces in the academy in gratitude for saving my life. Besides her, another person rejoiced secretly, Yang Xiuxian. Big brother, you died well. Not only did you save me, but you also met your demise in the explosion. No one will ever challenge me for the position of the head of the Yang family. As thanks for your cooperation, I'll take good care of your parents. Alas, what a pity, such a talented young man, along with young Miss Xuanhuan. Mu Xiaodai sighed deeply. She sincerely thanked Yang Junwu, not only for sparing Lingdai Academy's members during the competition, but also for rescuing them. Moreover, her star pupil Xuanhuan was missing, presumed dead under tragic circumstances. Everyone felt deep sorrow and heaviness. The leader of the Pure Wind Academy addressed everyone. All of you, this incident is serious. We must hold an emergency meeting to discuss plans for eliminating the Dark Oblivion group. The leader of War God Academy nodded in agreement. We'll return to the academy and ask the president to visit Divine Weapons Academy to devise a strategy. Gradually, through the teleportation array, everyone left. An eerie silence immediately fell over the former site of Tianquang Academy, where only the collapsed rubble remained, bearing witness to the horrific disaster that had unfolded here. Chapter 60, Su Ruoshui's Intentions. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the adventure task. 5 Institute's Haunting Experience, rated S. Due to the rarity level of the roulette wheel, you are unable to obtain the original A-level core reward. This has been exchanged for 10 B-level core lottery tickets and attribute rewards. Yang Jun was spat out blood. He should have upgraded the roulette wheel with stardust powder first. There was an astronomical difference between the rewards from an A-level core and a B-level core. It had been a while since he last checked his attributes. He didn't know how much they had grown. With a thought, Yang Junwu called up his attribute window. Strength, 220. Agility, 220. Constitution, 180. Mecha, A-level. Skill, Forging Dragon Technique, first rotation, level 5. Luck value, 50 out of 100. Kills, 21. Roulette wheel rank, rare. Roulette wheel upgrade, 8600/10,000. What the heck? It's increased this much? No wonder I could take on 19 at once before. Yang Junwu hadn't realized that his attributes were almost doubled, which was definitely related to absorbing the dragon egg previously. The upgrade experience of the roulette wheel was also almost full. After upgrading, the reward tier for each mission would correspondingly increase as well. For example, a previously rewarded B-level material would become an A-level material, and the same went for cores and links. Yang Junwu released everyone from his small world. Looking at the wreckage scattered everywhere, the tears in Dean Tianguang's eyes began to well up. Yang Junwu consoled him. Dean, although the academy is gone, the people remain. As long as we are here, there is hope. Thank you, young brother Yang, for saving our entire institute from the fires of calamity. If you need any reward, please don't hesitate to ask. Initially, Yang Junwu wanted some stardust powder or something, but seeing the scene before him, how could he open his mouth? It was better to just do the other party a favor. Dean, forget about the reward. Please keep it to rebuild the academy. Thank you, young brother Yang. The dean expressed gratitude again. Without lingering too long, Yang Junwu and others returned to their respective academies through the teleportation array. Only one person remained in his small world, Xuanhuan. The two sat on a patch of grass on a hilltop, gazing into the distance. Xuanhuan sighed. I never expected that in 3 years, my younger brother who couldn't cultivate at all has become so strong. How did you manage to do this? Yang Junwu didn't hide anything and told her everything. These bastards, always bickering among themselves. Xuanhuan listened with growing anger and slammed her fist against a nearby rock. Sis, don't be mad. I'm fine now, aren't I? One day, I will get back what I deserve, Yang Junwu said calmly. So what are we waiting for? With your talent now, if you show off once in front of Grandpa, can the title of Master of the Yang family still escape us? Yang Junwu shook his head. The grudge between the Yang family certainly needed resolution, otherwise the soul of the previous host wouldn't rest in peace. But now wasn't the time. Now, his most important focus was training. He needed to at least reach the S-rank level to be able to protect himself. After a while, Xuanhuan calmed down. Actually, it's good for you now. You're free, not burdened by the weight of the family. Yang Junwu bitterly smiled. At first, it was quite nice, but now that my younger brother knows I'm still alive, he won't let me alone. He dares. If he lays a hand on you, I'll help break his dog legs. Xuanhuan said angrily. Alright, sis, I know you care for me, but Yang Xiuxian isn't a match for me either way. Oh, and isn't that a stardust mine over there? Xuanhuan pointed toward a nearby mountain. Yeah. Xuanhuan had no reason to hide anything from Xuanhuan. Why don't we team up and dig it up? Xuanhuan was ecstatic. Cough. Sis, I don't mind digging it up, but do you know how difficult it is to extract stardust powder? Just the two of us might dig forever without finishing. Who says it's just the two of us? Let me tell you, my Star Butterfly Academy's stardust powder extraction technology is second only to Divine Soldier Academy. We just need to offer a little payment, and we can get people to come and help dig. Xuanhuan estimated that with just 10 people, it would only take about a month to excavate all the mines in the small world. Alright, leave this matter to you, sis, and rest assured, the rewards will not be lacking. After careful consideration, Yang Junwu eventually agreed. The original reason why he didn't want others to help dig was twofold: the slow digging speed and the concealment of the small world location. Now that the 5 institutes already knew he had a small world, there was no longer a great necessity to hide it. Moreover, after digging up the mines, they could make space for warehouses or recreational areas, achieving both purposes. Xuanhuan, being a pragmatist, immediately left Yang Junwu's small world and returned to Star Butterfly Academy through the teleportation array. The academy held an award ceremony to honor all participants, especially Yang Junwu. He was directly rewarded with 100 credits and 2,000 faction points. However, the matter of Dark Hell wasn't announced to the public, and the entire academy remained calm. Yet Yang Junwu knew this was only the calm before the storm, as the higher-ups in the various academies were already having urgent discussions about how to deal with Dark Hell's expansion. But these matters had absolutely nothing to do with him. At that moment, Water Club's group was celebrating in an upscale restaurant. This restaurant, called Xuanhuan Manor, was the most expensive one in Divine Soldier Academy. Most of the time, it was used by the academy to entertain valued guests. Moreover, they did not accept money. They only accepted mecha materials, cores, or stardust powder. The ingredients used in the restaurant came from various secondary planes. Though the Yang family could be considered a large family, some dishes Yang Junwu had not only never seen, but had also never even heard of. Thankfully the boss is footing the bill. Otherwise, there's no way we could afford such a lavish feast, Sun Yue said as he indulged without any hesitation. Su Ruoxue looked at Yang Junwu with concern written all over her face. Wu, I'm glad you're fine. Please don't take such risks in the future. To be honest, Ruoxue, you and the boss clearly have feelings for each other. Why keep it secret? The academy doesn't prohibit dating. In my opinion, seize the moment, because if something unexpected happens someday and you never confess, wouldn't you regret it? Zhang Chao mumbled while tearing apart what looked like some kind of meat. What nonsense. How dare you curse boss and sister Ruoxue with misfortune? Zhu Lily hit him on the head. Zhang Chao groaned. Lily, I was just giving an example. I absolutely didn't mean to curse the boss. This time Su Ruoxue didn't blush. During the period Yang Junwu was away, she had thought deeply about many things. She bore her family's mission, but she also had the right to pursue freedom. Whatever the future held, she wanted to live for herself first in a bold and spirited manner. With the appearance of Dark Hell, the situation ahead was unpredictable. Yang Junwu showed potential that might not necessarily fall short of that other person. She decided to give Yang Junwu a chance, and herself one as well. I wouldn't mind being Wu's girlfriend. I just wonder if our boss has any feelings for me. As soon as Su Ruoxue made this statement, everyone was shocked. Even Zhang Chao dropped his chopsticks and turned his gaze toward Yang Junwu, who didn't know about Ice Queen Su Ruoxue, and now she had actively confessed. Yang Junwu was momentarily stunned. He roughly guessed Su Ruoxue's background. She likely came from a major family in Xuanhuan Nation. Children of these kinds of large families, especially daughters, were almost entirely used as tools for marriage alliances. Their marriages were nearly impossible for them to decide or control themselves. This could be seen clearly from the Yang family, where quite a few female sideline members had been married into other prestigious families, such as the Bai family and Su family. Yang Junwu liked Su Ruoxue, and he could feel that she also harbored feelings for him. However, due to their differing identities, a thin yet unbreachable barrier separated them. Until now Su Ruoxue had broken through it herself. Yang Junwu stood up, instantly fusing the golden core, and a golden rose formed out of AIM particles appeared in his hand. He took a couple of steps forward, knelt down on one knee in front of Su Ruoxue, and extended the rose to her. Fair lady, would you honor me by becoming my girlfriend? Su Ruoxue reached out a hand, took the rose, revealed a faint smile on her face, and nodded lightly. I do. Hell yeah, too romantic. The boss is indeed an expert in picking up women. Sun Yue roared with laughter. Then he felt two icy gazes lock onto him. Naturally, they came from Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue sneered coldly. Sun Yue, are you itching for trouble, huh? Not dare, Sister Ruoxue. I'm wrong, I'll never do that again. Yang Junwu gazed at Su Ruoxue's rosy complexion and couldn't help but lean closer. One kiss. One kiss. Everyone around began to egg them on. Before Su Ruoxue finished her sentence, her lips were seized by a fiery warmth. It was Yang Junwu's first kiss, across both lifetimes. Her lips felt cool at first, then followed by a sweet sensation. After a long pause, they finally parted. Yang Junwu looked into Su Ruoxue's eyes. Ruoxue, from now on, you're my woman. No matter what happens, I will always support and stand by you. Su Ruoxue nodded. I believe you will surely become the strongest person in the world. Thunderous applause erupted inside the room. Zhang Chao said, Boss, one meal isn't enough here. Both you and Sister Ruoxue need to treat us to another. Yang Junwu wasn't afraid to reply. Sure, it's no problem for Sister Ruoxue to treat us once. But when your relationship with Lily goes public, aren't you going to return the favor? Us? Never. Zhang Chao quickly turned his head, only to meet Zhu Lily glaring icily at him. Panicking, he exclaimed, Of course we'll treat. Definitely. The room was filled with laughter as everyone teased Zhang Chao, saying that if he ever ended up with Zhu Lily, he'd definitely be a henpecked husband. Amidst the house full of laughter, only one person was in heavy spirits, and that was Xiao Mingyue. That idiot Yang Jingxian had almost let slip the truth. Coupled with her previous act of fleeing at a crucial moment, she probably had already aroused Yang Junwu's suspicion. After Yang Junwu returned, he hadn't mentioned a single thing about what happened at Tianquan Academy, as if the 5 academies exchange meeting had never occurred. He neither kicked her out of the group nor questioned her about Miss Bai. But the more it seemed like nothing, the more uneasy she felt inside. Now Yang Junwu had already become the star of Divine Soldier Academy, and trying to get rid of him within the academy was virtually impossible. If removal wasn't an option, then maybe gaining some benefit by staying close to Water Club would suffice. So, Xiao Mingyue actually didn't want to leave Water Club just yet. After a moment's thought, she picked up her wine glass, walked up to the two of them, and suddenly knelt down on the floor. Chapter 61, Unexpected Gain. Xiao Mingyue's reaction left everyone else momentarily stunned. Only Yang Junwu had a slight premonition. President, I must apologize. At Tianquan Academy before, I was too selfish and didn't choose to trust you. Xiao, there's no need for this. In such a situation, the instinct to preserve one's life isn't wrong. Moreover, you didn't take anyone else's spot, and I respect everyone's choices, including yours. Though Yang Junwu said he wasn't blaming her, he didn't step forward to help her up. It was Su Ruoxue who took a step forward and helped Xiao Mingyue to her feet. Sister Mingyue, if Junwu were the type of person to nitpick about things, he wouldn't have chosen to save you. Let's let bygones be bygones. Don't dwell on it. After all, you were also a victim. That's right. If we're going to blame someone, it should be that hateful Dark-Ming organization, Sun Yue interjected. Thank you, President. Thank you everyone. Xiao Mingyue was moved to tears with gratitude. Yang Junwu smiled and said, There are only 10 days left in this month. Though our current points are relatively high, in order to ensure we make it into the top 20, everyone needs to give just a bit more effort over these final 10 days. Counting the 2,000 points from this mission, the total for Waterlord Society is nearing 2,500 points. But Changfeng Society and Tiandi Society must have already guessed that Waterlord Society will receive some sort of point reward this time. While they don't know the exact number of points Waterlord Society received, based on the annual standards, they can make a reasonable guess. At that moment, in the Changfeng Society base, Nie Changfeng was pacing anxiously in the president's office. Upon hearing the news that Divine Weapon Academy had triumphed at the 5 academies exchange meet, he immediately sent someone out to inquire about how many points were awarded as a prize this time. For some reason, information that was usually easy to obtain seemed mysteriously unclear this time around. Boss, we've got the info. Zhao Xinxin rushed into the president's office. Oh, tell me quickly. Nie Changfeng rejoiced. I spent a lot of resources getting this from a younger sister who handles the registration duties. Apparently, this time the academy rewarded a total of 2,000 faction points. So many points. The joy vanished instantly from Nie Changfeng's face. In previous 5 academies exchange meets, while there were indeed substantial rewards, there were never excessive amounts. Only about 500 points or so. Because Divine Weapon Academy's dominance made championships practically certain every year, the rewards were correspondingly low. Dividing across 3 years, the points each faction actually received would be even fewer. That's precisely why most capable students from 2nd and 3rd years almost never participated. Unexpectedly, this time there were 2,000 points, which meant the competition must have been tough. Boss, if averaged, the first year group might get nearly 700 points. Considering 4 out of the 5 students in the first year group come from Waterlord Society, I estimate they might gain over 500 points. No, let's not underestimate them. Assume they'll earn 700 points. And judging from the tasks they did earlier this month, count 40 points fully for each C-level task, roughly giving them another 200 points. With 10 days still left, let's add another 200 points. That totals 1,100 points. Nie Changfeng felt slightly nervous inside. Though everyone had been doing missions for 20 days, most of the time was spent on cultivation, leading to an overall low efficiency. By yesterday, they'd earned only about 700 points. To surpass Waterlord Society's 1,100 points, they'd need at least another 400 points, which equated to successfully completing 4 B-level missions. There was no time. Without full team participation, it would be impossible for just a dozen or so people to complete 4 B-level missions within 10 days. Xiuxian passed down the message. Groups 1 through 5 must secure at least 100 points by the end of the month. No lower than that. Yes, President. Xiuxian accepted the order and left immediately. Of course, apart from Changfeng Society, other factions like Tiandi Society and Qinglong Society were also calculating and guessing Waterlord Society's point accumulation. Without exception, none of them had access to precise information, only vaguely knowing some details here and there. In summary, their rough estimates placed Waterlord Society's points somewhere between 700 and 1200. Except for Jinyu Society. Mo Wentian held the report delivered by Mo Bai. Since Mo Bai was part of the first-year squad and received 100 faction points, extrapolating, Waterlord Society, having 4 members in that group, must have garnered 400 points. However, according to additional channels, the total reward this time amounted to a staggering 2,000 points. Brother, are you saying that this time the distribution wasn't equal? It probably wasn't. Didn't you say that Yang Junwu performed marvelously, personally taking on 19 opponents in the individual matches? Hurry, brother, lower your voice. The school committee explicitly forbids discussing matters concerning the 5 academies' exchange meet outside its designated context. Telling you the result of the individual match already breaks rules. If word gets out, we could both face expulsion, Mo Bai hurriedly warned. Don't worry, I've ensured no one can approach here, Mo Wentian reassured him. He certainly understood the importance of such precautions. If Yang Junwu really played such a crucial role, then it was highly likely he earned quite a number of points. I estimate that he got half of it, 1,000 points. And they can take on B-level tasks too, so let's add another 1,000 points. Calculating at 2,000, their monthly average score already far surpasses those factions ranked 15th and beyond. Mo Bai was surprised. He hadn't expected Mo Wentian to be so bullish about Waterlord Society. Little brother, from my position, being conservative with enemy estimations is a necessity, Mo Wentian said lightly. Then should we inform Changfeng Society? Why should we notify them? Aren't we all members of the Remove Water Alliance? Remove Water Alliance? If Waterlord Society were so easy to remove, what value would this alliance hold? Mo Wentian chuckled coldly. Mo Bai seemed to suddenly understand something. The competition among these major forces was far crueler than merely restricting one Waterlord Society. Pass down the message. This month, our Jinyu Society must secure at least 2,500 points. The task receptionist seniors at the student union suddenly noticed more and more people coming to accept missions in recent days, including numerous experts from various powers. A-level and B-level tasks became highly sought after, even causing a temporary shortage. Junior sister, yesterday there were 10 B-level tasks when I checked, but now none are left. Sister, I'm not lying to you. Some people took those tasks earlier. What about A-levels? There aren't any either. We have to wait for new releases from the academy. And C-level? Sister, let me check. Only cyclic tasks are left. Would you like to take one? Cyclic tasks offer such few points, who'd bother? I'll just wait. In no time, students waiting to pick up tasks crowded the task distribution hall. The student union had no choice but to revive its long and used queuing system. On the side of Waterlord Society, the other 14 people, excluding Yang Junwu, divided into 4 teams and snatched 4 B-level tasks on the first day. Su Ruoxue seemed less aloof since confirming her relationship with Yang Junwu. She became more proactive and personally led a team. Chao Mingyue, Sun Yue, and Bai Shuixin each led one pair respectively. With the 4 top A-level mecha masters overseeing, task completion rates should be satisfactory. Yang Junwu himself did not accept any missions because he was busy entertaining the 10 guests brought by Xuanhuan. Brother, these are trustworthy good sisters from the Duan Guild. Duan Guild, the faction I founded myself. Let me tell you secretly, all members of the Duan Guild come from satellite districts. After graduation, I'll lead them to establish a company and start businesses together. You get my drift. Yang Junwu understood indeed. Typically, students graduating from the 5 academies return to their families to join family businesses or are recruited by large companies, powerful organizations, or the royal family to occupy key positions. Xuanhuan's decision to lead a group outside was equivalent to founding a force completely independent of the Yang family, entirely under her control. And this force could support Yang Junwu in his future endeavors against the Yang family. Sister, speak your mind. Except for Stardust Powder, everything else I can try to arrange. Setting aside emotional ties, collaborating with Xuanhuan was mutually beneficial for Yang Junwu. He currently had plenty of mecha materials and cores, but lacked information and Stardust Powder. Alright, it's settled. Xuanhuan smiled cheerfully. Yang Junwu generously treated them to a grand feast after introductions. Then everyone entered the small world to begin extracting Stardust ore. Indeed, these experts performed much better in terms of techniques compared to bandits. After reviewing the waste materials left behind by the bandits, Xuanhuan complained loudly about the wastage. There were still many hidden Stardust powders within that hadn't been extracted, and even some very rare trace minerals. After re-extraction, they obtained approximately 100 grams of Stardust powder and 100 gene, about 50 kilograms, of rare trace ores from the waste rock. Yang Junwu generously waved off the extra resources. He only wanted the Stardust powder, leaving the ores entirely to Xuanhuan and her friends. Judging by market prices, the value of these ores rivaled or even exceeded that of the Stardust powder. After obtaining the Stardust powder, Yang Junwu immediately used it to upgrade his wheel from 8,600 experience points to 9,000. Only 1,000 more needed for the next level. And in his possession, Yang Junwu held a great number of exchange coupons, just awaiting the wheel's upgrade to convert them into vast amounts of A-level materials and cores. Over the next few days, Yang Junwu regularly studied mecha forging with Dean Zhangtian. Because in this battle against the Darkming organization, Yang Junwu discovered how incredibly useful a fully fused mecha could be, far surpassing ordinary A-level mechas. If he could forge an impeccable, 100% fused A-level mecha, wouldn't it rival S-grade equipment? Such thoughts greatly fueled Yang Junwu's enthusiasm for mech forging. He was smart and quick to comprehend. Zhang Tian was overjoyed and directly canceled his next few days of classes, focusing instead on one-on-one tutoring for Yang Junwu. As one taught and the other learned, Yang Junwu's out-of-the-box ideas in turn opened up new perspectives for Zhang Tian, even enhancing his own forging skills. You see, at his level, each improvement could potentially take years. Never did he expect that in just a few short days with Yang Junwu, the long-standing bottleneck that had plagued him was shaken loose. The two were so engrossed that they didn't even go to the cafeteria for meals, all their food delivered to the forging room by Senior Meng Xuan. During this time, Luo he came several times to remind Yang Junwu not to get too absorbed in mech forging, only to be driven away directly by Zhang Tian. The reason was simple. Yang Junwu was currently in an enlightenment phase, and if disturbed, who would bear the responsibility? With no choice but to let them be, Luo he could only step back, lest Zhang Tian later use this as an excuse to monopolize Yang Junwu. Chapter 62. Slap in the face. Time always passes quickly when one is busy with work. In a blink, 10 days had gone by, and it was time to announce the points of each power at the end of the month. All teachers and students were staring intently at the monitor in the mission hall. The presidents of the Changfeng Club, Tiandi Club, and Qinglong Club were standing together for some unknown reason. Nie Changfeng had a smile on his face, showing no sign of tension. In the last 10 days, he managed to grab an A-level mission and 3 B-level missions, completing them excellently, earning more than 1,800 points this month. It was different for the other two, as there were faint signs of worry on their faces. Especially Qin Honglong, the president of the Qinglong Club, who started forging an A-level mech suit a day late due to receiving the news later. Just that one-day delay caused all A-level and B-level tasks to be claimed. Later, they barely grabbed a repetitive B-level mission, but it was like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Fortunately, the Qinglong Club accumulated quite a few points in the first half of the month, currently over 1,500. Shun Jing of the Tiandi Club was equally upset, as they snatched many missions, but rushed for points which resulted in low completion rates and minimal rewards. Nie Changfeng laughed. Both of you, don't worry so much. We may not be top tier, but we're certainly doing better than the bottom. All three of their gazes fell upon the group from the Xuejun Club sitting in the corner. Laonia, how many points do you think Xuejun Club will score this time? Qin Honglong asked. Anyway, I estimate about 1,100 or so. If both of you have more than 1,300, there shouldn't be any problems. That's good. Qin Honglong felt slightly reassured. His estimation was also around 1,100, proving that great minds think alike. Before the exchange deadline at the end of the month, someone within the club suggested spending all current points to ensure safety, but spending concentrated points didn't get them good items. Additionally, since he judged that the Xuejun Club wouldn't exceed 1,400, Qin Honglong decided to gamble. As the large screen began showing the rankings of this month's various powers one by one, since it was the first time calculated monthly, these displayed points were cumulatively for this month rather than total balances. Hurry up and look, the rankings are out. There was no surprise among the top 15 names. Even ranked monthly, the scoreboard remained unchanged. Rank 16, Jilian Club, 3,215 points. Rank 17, Bailong Club, 2,920 points. Here it comes. Isn't rank 18 supposed to be Changfeng Club? Nie Changfeng was quite confident. The next two absolutely would not exceed 1,700 points. Rank 18, Xuejun Club, 2,790 points. Seeing this familiar yet strange name, the entire venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into frenzied discussions. How could this be possible? Xuejun Club has only around 10 people and is a C-level power. Even if they work tirelessly day and night, it's impossible to earn over 2,000 points. That's right. Could the statistics be wrong? Impossible. This absolutely cannot happen. What if they scored a lot of points during the inter-school exchange session this time? With a wide-open mouth, Nie Changfeng realized that what he feared most eventually happened. Luckily, the Changfeng Club was well prepared and, despite not surpassing Xuejun Club, would not drop to 21st place. Chen Jing from the Tiandi Club and Qin Honglong from the Qinglong Club immediately turned pale. Xuejun Club actually had so many points. That meant that the last two positions must fall between them. Qin Honglong regretted not following the members' advice yesterday to spend all the points. Rank 19, Changfeng Club, 1,875 points. Hearing his name, Nie Changfeng sighed in relief. Dropping a rank was just a small matter. The crucial rank 20 was coming. This would decide which force would conclude years of operation and be forcibly disbanded. Of course, it was just formalities, as they could re-establish the next month, but all the cumulative level and points would be reset to 0. Under such circumstances, perhaps quite a few would defect to other factions. Rank 20, Tiandi Club, 1,610 points. Thank goodness. Shun Jing exhaled deeply, finally preserving the reputation of the old-school power. She looked at Qin Honglong beside her whose body was already trembling slightly. Rank 21, Qinglong Club, 1,590 points. Only 20 points apart, the difference of 1 or 2 sea-level missions. Yet the outcome varied dramatically. Starting today, the Qinglong Club will be dissolved, and the remaining balance of 15,600 points will be evenly distributed to the top 20 clubs, each gaining 780 points. Boss, we're rich. Sun Yue was excited beyond measure. Calm down, calm down. It's merely 7 or 800 points. Yang Junwu acted composed, but inside was elated. 800 points. You'd need to complete about 7 to 8 perfect B-level missions to achieve that. Adding the Xiuxian Club's original 2,700 plus points, the current account balance totals over 3,500 points, which can exchange for 3 A-level cores or a large batch of cultivation materials. Wait, I have an objection. Qing Henglong suddenly shouted loudly at the receptionist senior. Student, what is your objection? The Xiuxian Club cannot possibly have 2,700 points. You must have made a statistical error. The scores were thoroughly verified before being announced. There will absolutely be no mistakes. Please don't make trouble without reason, the sister senior said, her face showing some annoyance. Making trouble? My Qinglong Club is about to be disbanded. If I don't get an explanation today, I won't back down even if it escalates to the school committee. Qing Henglong had decided to go all in. If the Qinglong Club were to dissolve under his watch, he would be considered a sinner of the Qing family. Therefore, even if punished, he still wanted justice. What do you want? The senior didn't expect Qing Henglong to keep arguing after explaining and could only ask helplessly. It's simple. Publish the Xiuxian Club's detailed score sheet. Otherwise, I will not accept it. Joke. Why should the Xiuxian Club publish its details just because you were eliminated? Yang Junwu suddenly stepped between the two and sneered coldly. Yang Junwu, I don't know what methods you used, but the Xiuxian Club's points definitely have issues. You're targeting the wrong party. Our Xiuxian Club is ranked 18th. It wasn't me who pushed you out. It was the Tiandi Club in 20th place. If you're checking, you should be looking at them in 20th, not me as the 18th. Humph. The Tiandi Club's score is roughly the same every month. Why would I suspect? That's odd. The Xiuxian Club's score is not only similar every month, but exactly the same. On what basis are you suspicious? The surrounding classmates slightly paused, quickly realized, and broke into laughter while rubbing their foreheads. Your Xiuxian Club has only been established for a month. It's obvious why the points would be the same. In any case, I want to check the detailed list. Otherwise, I'll surely file a complaint with the school committee. The senior sister sneered. Feel free to file a complaint. No one's stopping you. Just don't cause unnecessary disturbances here. Qing Henglong gritted his teeth and turned around, preparing to leave. Complaining to the school committee was a highly risky move. Should the complaint fail, he might directly get expelled from the academy. This was explicitly mentioned in the school rules. Otherwise, if every student went to the school committee whenever something happened, it would be chaos. But Qing Henglong was already in a position where he had no choice but to complain. Gentlemen, this is just a minor matter. Why bring it up to the school committee? A tall man suddenly walked out. My goodness, it's xiuxian from Xiuxia Club, so handsome. Who would have thought he'd show up today? Wasn't he always studying in the inner courtyard? Who knows? Seeing xiuxian is truly blissful. Xiuxian, the president of the third-ranked Xiuxia Club, one of the academy's top 10 martial experts. It was him. Truly an exceptional talent. However, no one knew why he appeared now. Perhaps to use his superpower to suppress the students' union? Indeed, the senior became noticeably more respectful when speaking to Xiuxian. Senior Su, do you have any suggestions? I remember that the guild rules mention that if someone disputes a particular power's score, they may request the publication of the score details upon paying a corresponding deposit. Did I misremember? The senior immediately checked, confirming such a rule did exist. Recently, however, no one had ever used it. Rule 10 of Guild Points. If another power objects to a specific power's points, upon paying 1/5 of the disputed portion, the requesting party can demand the other side disclose their point details. If there's indeed an error, the challenge power will refund the points. If no errors are found, the security deposit needn't be refunded and goes to the challenge party. Qing Henglong was overjoyed. This was merely a small issue involving points. Fine, I'm willing to pay the points to request the disclosure of the Xiuxian Club's detailed score list. The senior furrowed her brow. Think carefully. Xiuxian Club currently has a total of 3,570 points, so 1/5 would be 714 points. If the Qinglong Club hadn't dissolved, never mind 700 points, he could have easily produced 7,000 points. However, right now, unless another faction on-site was willing to lend him points, he couldn't raise the deposit to dispute. Qing Henglong turned to Xiuxian and said, Brother Su, could you lend me some points? I promise to return them later. A mere 700 points. I might as well gift them to Brother Qing. Xiuxian smiled. However, if Brother Qing fails this challenge, then I hope Brother Qing would join my Xiuxia Club. What do you think? Qing Henglong's expression grew icy. Of course, Xiuxian hadn't meant well. Qing Henglong didn't have a 100% guarantee. Even if the challenge failed, rebuilding the Qinglong Club and repaying 700 points would take only half a month. But if he agreed to join the Xiuxia Club, the Qinglong Club would be gone forever. Cough, cough. Senior Qing, it's just points. No need to sell yourself. I'll lend them to you. Yang Junwu suddenly spoke up from the side. Everyone was confused. What was going on? They were trying to investigate him, and he was offering help so willingly. Chapter 63, Double Calculation. Yang Junwu's initiative instead made Qing Henglong feel somewhat nervous. If he really had a problem, how could he willingly lend out points? Just at this moment, he suddenly saw Yang Junwu's trembling hands behind his back. Pretending. He must be pretending. He was afraid I would check, so he deliberately said he would provide points to make me suspicious. Unfortunately, your acting is too poor. This time, I'll make you lose both your wife and your soldiers. All right, I'll borrow them. As soon as Qing Hunglong spoke these words, the whole crowd was more shocked. My goodness, they've already hinted so clearly. The points definitely can't be problematic, and yet you still want to borrow. Isn't it just giving away for free? Senior, please disclose the detailed Jifun records of the Water Gentlemen Association, Yang Junwu said with a smile. All right. Seeing that the master himself had said this, the senior no longer insisted and pressed a few buttons underneath. The detailed point information of the Water Gentlemen Association appeared on the screen. 5 B-level tasks, 10 C-level tasks, and most importantly, the Academy competition points. Each task completion time and point situation were all crystal clear. Not right. The Water Gentlemen Association is only a C-level force. How could they possibly have so many B-level task points? There must be an issue. Qing Hunglong was overjoyed. With such obvious loopholes, they actually dared to release it. However, nearby first-year students looked at him as if he were an idiot. The fact that Yang Junwu is Luo He's direct disciple is basically well known among the first years. It's just that this isn't classified intelligence, and nobody cares about a disciple's identity. Actually, Qing Hunglong had heard of it, but he hadn't connected the dots between the two relationships immediately. The sister gave him a look as if he were an idiot and said coolly, Yang Junwu, president of the Water Gentlemen Association, is the direct disciple of the deputy director. According to regulations, he enjoys inner court disciples' benefits. Inner court disciples can take tasks beyond their level. Don't you know that? Upon hearing this, Qing Hunglong's face instantly turned pale. How could he not know? He simply didn't react in time. Finished, completely finished. Slumped helplessly on the ground. Everything he'd worked hard for was lost, and now he owed a mountain of debt. Yang Junwu smiled. Brother Qing, no rush, you can pay within a month. Everyone laughed. Tragic. Too tragic. Being outwitted twice by someone else. But there were some people whose expressions changed immediately. On the surface, Yang Junwu had merely gained several hundred points, but in reality, he had cut off the hope of rebuilding the Green Dragon Association. Even if Qing Hunglong rebuilt the Green Dragon Association, next month, the initial 700 points would have to be returned to the Water Gentlemen Association. Back and forth, that was a difference of over 1,400 points. Turning into a C-level force, the Green Dragon Association would most likely end up at the bottom again and be dissolved once more. Perhaps he could rebuild it by the 3rd month. But the key question is, even if he himself can persist, will the others in the association really waste their time following Qing Hunglong? Yang Junwu's move of killing and destroying someone's morale was quite clever and effectively killed any chance of the Green Dragon Association making a comeback. Yang Junwu approached the registration sister with a smile and said, Sister, please deduct the points I lent Senior Qing from the Water Gentlemen Association account, then add them according to the rules. The sister was puzzled. Is it necessary? You've already won. I can just register that Qing Hunglong owes the Water Gentlemen Association points. No. The necessary procedures still need to be followed, Yang Junwu persisted. At this point, someone at the scene finally realized the other layer of meaning behind Yang Junwu lending out points. It wasn't merely about earning 700 points. He wanted to earn 1,400. Since last month's points had already been settled, the points he lent out equated to spending 700 points, while revealing the detailed point information counted as earning points and could be included in the next month's points. This meant that at the beginning of next month, the Water Gentlemen Association would already start with over 2,100 points as base score. Securing a top 20 ranking would be effortless. This is truly too shrewd. Some original members of the Green Dragon Association began privately contacting other forces. A first-year male student shouted, President Yang, I want to join the Water Gentlemen Association, can I? Of course. The recruitment requirements for the Water Gentlemen Association are simple. First, not a member of a major family. Second, completing 100 personal points per month. If these two criteria are met, one can apply to join. Sun Yue pointed at himself. Leader, if we don't accept members of major families, what am I supposed to be? Su Ruoxue glanced at him sideways. What chaos are you causing? You're an elder, not a new member. Oh, Sun Yue obediently shut up. There was nothing he feared except Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue could probably guess Yang Junwu's intentions. The power he intended to establish would likely not only exist within the academy, but would still continue after graduation. People from the major families naturally leave their factions after graduation. Only those who originally came from humble backgrounds or had no family burdens could continue to follow him and work hard. On the spot, 9 former members of the Green Dragon Association defected to the Water Gentlemen Association. After the registration was completed, the number of people in the Water Gentlemen Association increased from 15 to 24, significantly boosting its scale. Within 30 members, that was roughly the current limit of what the Water Gentlemen Association could operate independently without relying on Yang Junwu's support. After finishing all this, everyone from the Water Gentlemen Association left the scene. As soon as Yang Junwu stepped outside, he ran into an acquaintance. Lu Mingming from the Blue Sky Association. Congratulations, President Yang. The Water Gentlemen Association is thriving. Lu Mingming grinned. Lu brother comes just in time. I was about to find you to buy something, Yang Junwu said happily. Now that the Water Gentlemen Association had expanded its membership, there were also 10 absentee friends brought by Xuanhuan inside the small world. The original office building was starting to feel insufficient, so he needed to construct some new buildings. Lu Mingming's architectural designs were solid and had well-arranged internal spaces. Yang Junwu had planned to go see him later, but unexpectedly, Lu Mingming approached him first. Lu Mingming smiled and said, "Not a coincidence. I came specifically for you. Could you really foresee this?" Yang Junwu paused. Haha, businessman's grasp on business opportunities is absolutely sharp. Yang Junwu raised his thumb. Alright, then I need 2 dormitory buildings. Dormitory buildings are no problem, but this time I'd like to discuss more interesting cooperation. Hold on, let's not talk here. Let's go to the cafeteria private room and have a welcoming feast for our new friends. That's a great idea. A group from the Water Gentlemen Association went to the cafeteria and reserved a large private room that could accommodate 30 people. After a satisfying meal, Lu Mingming finally brought up the main matter. Brother Yang, your buildings are actually constructed within the small world, right? Yang Junwu nodded. The news that he possessed a small world had already spread, so it was natural for Lu Mingming to know. Wonderful. Can I take a look at it? Certainly, let's all go together. In the future, that place will be the base of the Water Gentlemen Association. Yang Junwu waved his hand and invited all newly joined members to head there. Through the world bead portal, they arrived in an enormous space. What a huge small world. Lu Mingming momentarily froze, taking a deep breath. Ordinary small worlds usually measured no more than 2 or 3 soccer fields in size and were mainly used for storage. Slightly larger ones might cover 5 to 6 soccer fields, enough to build training areas and houses. But Yang Junwu's small world? It was more like a small town. Stunned at first, he then burst with joy. Such excellent material couldn't possibly be wasted. Brother Yang, my secondary profession is actually a small world beautifier. Lu Mingming exclaimed. What is that? Yang Junwu was momentarily confused. It means designing the spatial layout of small worlds. Every small world is like one's home, which certainly needs decoration, and a small world beautifier is someone who handles the decoration. Yang Junwu understood, but he shook his head, saying, however, I only need 2 housing cores, and I don't want any decoration. Lu Mingming panicked and quickly persuaded. No way. It's such a good small world. Leaving it undeveloped would be a waste. Rest assured, I'll offer you the best discount. Just tell me your needs, and both design and construction can be fully handled by me. Not possible. The Water Gentlemen Association is too poor now and can't afford it. Yang Junwu still shook his head. Manpower cost at 50% off. And if you can provide some materials, that portion of material fees can also be deducted. I guess I'll just buy 2 ready-made housing sets from you. Yang Junwu remained unmoved. Manpower cost at 10% off. Material fee at 80% off. Lu Mingming gritted his teeth. Fine deal. Speak up. What materials do you need? Lu Mingming quickly listed them. Upon reviewing, Yang Junwu found that most of the required materials were similar to those for crafting C-grade and B-grade cores, along with some ordinary non-mecha materials. For the former, he had nearly 80% stored in inventory, and ordinary materials could be exchanged with points at the Academy store. If Yang Junwu wanted, he could gather all the materials. After pondering, he decided against doing so and only took out 1 rare, valuable material. Lu Mingming groaned in anguish. Almost all the profitable materials were provided by Yang Junwu, and the remaining ones wouldn't bring much profit at all. This was pure, unpaid labor. How about it? Do you still lack materials? Let me think of some ways. Yang Junwu asked seriously. No, we're all set. Go busy yourself. Leave the rest to me. Lu Mingming hurriedly declined. If Yang Junwu provided more materials, it wouldn't just be free labor. It would mean a loss. For the next half-month, Yang Junwu continued his regular routine. Theory and practice classes on Monday and Wednesday, missions on Tuesday and Thursday, and core forging lessons with Xiuxian on Saturday and Sunday. He found every day fulfilling. Occasionally, he would pop into the small world and see Lu Mingming placing mysterious objects in various corners of the ground, but from a distance, it seemed like nothing had changed significantly. As the new members had nowhere to stay, except for meetings in the small world, they all still lived in their original dormitories. It was at this time that outside dormitory number 10, someone came calling. Senior Qing, do you have something to discuss with the boss? Bai Xiuxian asked cautiously. The Green Dragon Association had not been re-established, and Qing Honglong had remained relatively inactive. Bai Xiuxian couldn't help but suspect that Qing Honglong might be here to seek revenge. I want to join the Water Gentlemen Association. What? Bai Xiuxian froze in disbelief. She had considered countless possibilities, but never did she imagine Qing Honglong saying he wanted to join the Water Gentlemen Association. Senior, don't joke around. Qing Hengchang shook his head, with a serious expression. I'm not joking. I request to join the Water Gentlemen Association. Chapter 64, Rose Garden. Yang Junwu, Su Ruoxue, Sun Yue and a group of elders from the Water Gentlemen Club gathered around Qing Honglong in a circle. Everyone, I'm joining with full sincerity. Moreover, I will bring my own team, and we won't take any resources from the Water Gentlemen Club. Qing Honglong's request was simple. He would bring his group under the name of the Water Gentlemen Club, work separately, and earn power points for the club. Moreover, he wouldn't use these points to exchange for anything within the club. Yang Junwu, seeing his sincere eyes, asked, then what do you seek? I merely want the right to undertake B-level tasks. If it's only this, you could completely rely on top-ranked factions, not only doing B-level tasks, but also A-level ones. Why bother looking at my humble temple? It's simple. They wouldn't allow me to repay debts with faction points. Qing Honglong's voice was calm. Sun Yue didn't believe his lies. Boss, it was our scheme that made the Azure Dragon Society bankrupt. Now he is actually saying without hesitation that he has no ill intent, and is just working to pay off debts. No dog would believe that. Humph. Su Ruoxue glared at him. Yang Junwu rolled his eyes, fearing he might have to be the dog this time. Alright, your conditions are accepted. But I also have mine. Yang Junwu said calmly. Speak. I am someone who doesn't favoritism. If you join the Water Gentleman Club, then you're one of us. The points earned by your team will still be eligible for power exchanges. There's just one condition. Unless you re-establish a faction, there's no leaving. Qing Honglong was taken aback. This was quite a clever move by Yang Junwu. The people he brought were either direct or collateral members of the Qing family, along with those who had signed contracts with them. They were the core force of the Qing family in the academy. Though small in number, their execution was commendable. The Water Gentleman Club was indirectly gaining a junior affiliate. This would be an enormous addition to the currently weak Water Gentleman Club. You needn't hesitate. Such conditions benefit both sides, Yang Junwu continued. Qing Honglong nodded. Alright, I accept. Let's go, registration office, please. Shoulder to shoulder, the two left the dormitory. The remaining group, including Sun Yue, exchanged looks. Not so fast. Why did the boss suddenly agree? The Qing family definitely won't stand united with us. So how can he deserve the same treatment? Zhu Lili smiled. Your little Sun family master isn't unified with the president, yet he was still recruited into the association. Sun Yue's neck flushed red. That's not the same thing. Why isn't it the same? Zhu Lili gave no ground. Alright, stop arguing you two. Wu has already made it clear. We and they are merely mutual users, Su Ruoxue frowned. Sister Ruoxue, I understand the boss's intentions, but won't letting them trade cause some losses? With Su Ruoxue speaking, Sun Yue dared not say more. There may be slight losses, but it will encourage them to take on more missions, quickly upgrading the Water Gentleman Club. Otherwise, relying solely on us, it would be uncertain when we'd reach B level. Regarding Yang Junwu's thoughts, Su Ruoxue understood better than anyone. In less than half a day, a sensational piece of news spread across the entire outer court. The former president of the Azure Dragon Society, Qing Honglong, had actually joined the new faction that had eliminated him, the Water Gentleman Club. This single stone stirred up thousands of waves. Many showed great interest in this event and sent people to inquire about specific circumstances. However, the given explanation was very simple. After the dissolution of the Azure Dragon Society, they needed to find a faction to associate with. Thus, they approached the Water Gentleman Club, which owed points, intending to work off their debts. Could it really be that simple? Few believed such words, but starting from the second day of Qing Honglong's entry, he immediately began undertaking B-level missions with his subordinates. Such proactive attitudes instead corroborated from the side the possibility of working to pay off debts. At the entrance of the small world, all members of the Water Gentleman Club, except Qing Honglong's squad, were present. Also present were xuanhuan and her 10 faction members. Yang Junwu, looking at the seemingly identical building, cast a puzzled look towards Lu Mingming. Lu senior brother, what exactly do you want us all here to see? Lu Mingming grinned. Younger brother, don't rush, watch closely, ready to admire the masterpiece of the great small world design artist Mingming. In an instant, he completed the mech fusion. A powerful pressure instantly spread out from him to the surroundings. Although Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue were fine as A-grade mech masters, the B-grade mech master members started swaying and had to quickly fuse with their mechs to withstand the powerful aura. S-grade mech master. Yang Junwu's mind instantly came up with a few words. This kind of pressure was definitely something an A-grade mech couldn't possess. Who would have thought that Lu Mingming, despite his unremarkable appearance, had such a powerful cultivation? Such a great master was actually bargaining with people in the market over every single penny. This truly left him at a loss for words. Lu Mingming roared, and the originally flat ground instantly changed. 5 bizarrely shaped skyscrapers shot up from the plain land, and then various functional buildings like a swimming pool, an outdoor dueling arena, and an outdoor entertainment center appeared on the nearby vacant land. The most outrageous thing was that he had even created a rose garden, which was heart-shaped, symbolizing Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue's love. The barren small world had truly turned into a luxurious, yet cozy home. Everyone stared dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. So beautiful. Su Ruoxue broke the silence and turned to Yang Junwu, saying, Wu, would you like to take a walk with me in the garden? Yang Junwu smiled slightly. Of course. After the two left, the remaining members of the Water Gentleman Club also began exploring the structures they wanted to visit in groups. Xianxia walked up to Zhu Lili, extending his hand. Dear Miss Lily, may we take a walk together in the garden? Get lost. Zhu Lili rejected outright. Xiao's face immediately became gloomy. Do I have to be so straightforward? Are you stupid? The boss and Sister Ruoxue just went. Do you want to ruin their moment by coming along? Zhu Lili snapped. Let's go to the duel arena. I need to see if you've improved these days. Xiao shook his head right away. Isn't it enough that you beat me up in school's duel arena? I'm not going. Will you not come? I won't. Zhu Lili released his hand, shaking her head in disappointment. I didn't expect you to lack this much perseverance. Never mind, I'll go alone. Xiao's expression drastically changed. He quickly grabbed her. Don't be angry. I was just joking earlier. I'll duel with you, not once, but forever without getting tired. Beating up is fine, compared to my future wife. Nothing else matters. A smile crept onto Zhu Lili's lips. All right, that's your word. No going back. Xiao swears to the heavens to accompany Zhu Lili in duels for life. No regrets. Zhu Lili blushed, spitting out. I just asked. There's no need for you to swear. In the end, the two still held hands and walked towards the duel arena. The entire space of the rose garden was filled with a pinkish atmosphere. Who knows what methods Lu Mingming used? Once entering the rose garden, all surrounding noise disappeared. It was quiet enough to hear each other's increased heartbeat. The pathways were lined with roses of various colors. Red, yellow, white, purple. Each flower emitted a delightful aroma. Here, how beautiful. A trace of surprise flashed across Su Ruoshui's eyes. Yang Junwo laughed. If you like here, let's make this place your private training ground later, okay? How could that be possible? The rose garden belongs to everyone. I can't monopolize it. I said yes, so it shall be. Suddenly, Yang Junwo became incredibly assertive. Su Ruoshui giggled. All right, I know you're capable, but it'd be such a pity if only I used such a beautiful place. All right, let's open it. Anyway, as long as you like it. The two continued forward when they suddenly spotted a swing made from vines. Whoa, I want to play on that. Yang Junwo looked closer and immediately felt speechless. This wasn't any regular swing, but rather a romantic suspended bed. What kind of swing has a hollow board made from a few vine strands? Ruoshui, how about we finish touring the garden first and come back to play? Sure. Su Ruoshui nodded, stepping off the swing. The two moved further ahead until they reached a small lake where roses of unknown species floated. In the middle of the lake was a small island with minimal area. Upon approaching the lake's island, they found a round bed laid on it. Brother Lu sure is thoughtful, designing a resting bed right here. Su Ruoshui hopped onto the circular bed and lay down to rest. Yang Junwo massaged his temples. Wasn't Ruoshui too innocent? This was no rest bed, but a bed meant for couples activities. This had to be deleted once outside. Otherwise, others might think he's a pervert. Whoa, what are you muttering about? Hurry up and lie down. Who knew watching the scenery from a bed could be so pleasant? No thanks, you watch yourself. I'll just stand here and feel the wind. Today's Su Ruoshui seemed much more active. Definitely not because her personality changed, but due to the scents in the air. Yang Junwo could confirm 100% that the flowers in the rose garden contained strongly hidden aphrodisiac effects. Unable to continue staying, otherwise anything could happen. Let's go out. I haven't finished looking around yet. Su Ruoshui showed some dissatisfaction. How about this? You go sightseeing first, and I'll go out and settle Lu Mingming's fee. He designed such a great place for us. We need to thank him properly. Su Ruoshui nodded. That makes perfect sense. Anyway, it's in the small world. It's not going anywhere. We have plenty of time to explore. Come on, I'll go with you. Chapter 65, Su Ruoshui leaves. In response to Yang Junwo's request, Lu Mingming directly refused. What is this fun system? Asked Su Ruoshui beside them, her face filled with bewilderment. Nothing, replied Lu Mingming quickly pulling Yang Junwo aside. Brother, all the buildings are interconnected. Removing this one will require a redesign, which will be very troublesome. Is there really no way? Yang Junwo clearly did not believe it. There really isn't. That garden does not randomly stir up lust in people. Only those who already have feelings for each other would feel that. You're not lying to me? Of course not. All right. After thinking it over, Yang Junwo accepted. The garden also had the function of identifying sincerity, which was quite interesting. In the far east of the Feihua continent, within the searing heat of the Nianhua kingdom's burning forest, the area was perpetually scorching hot and rarely visited by humans. However, at this moment, more than a dozen human figures darted around the forest non-stop. A middle-aged man and woman stood atop a barren stone, gazing into the distance. Far off, an odd blue crack could be seen, as if splitting the sky into two parts. It looked extremely eerie. Heavenly River, the crack is getting larger. Looks like the slaughter star worms have begun their actions. Shouldn't we speed up our progress as well? The woman's brows were tightly furrowed, showing immense concern in her eyes. I'll let the Divine Soldiers Academy initiate the trial earlier. The man nodded. If it weren't for Shui Yi insisting on establishing the Dark Hell Realm to oppose us, the situation wouldn't have become so severe. The woman's expression was very irked. The man chuckled bitterly. After all these years, you're still jealous of her. Jealous? No, she's the one who's jealous. How about you go talk to her? Keep going like this, and we'll all be finished. The woman glared fiercely at him. The man laughed bitterly. Do you still not understand why she left back then? If I want to see her now, things might get even worse. If it can't be helped, then we'll just have to take care of her. If you can't do it, I will. The woman said coldly. The man sighed softly. Eliminate her? Even if you have the heart to do it, you might not be her match now. At the Divine Soldiers Academy, the dean's office, Luo He, Zhang Tian, Xie and 9 other vice deans from both the inner and outer courts gathered together, looking at an elderly white-haired figure seated on a chair. He was xianxia, the previously unseen dean of the Divine Soldiers Academy. Dean, why have you returned? How is the situation over there? Xie asked. Xianxia shook his head. It's difficult. The crack has expanded again. According to current trends, the burning forest area will be entirely breached in at most 5 years. Then space cracks will appear at random locations on the continent, and the troubles will just begin. So fast, everyone's faces showed shock. Yes, originally, the leader estimated 15 years, but unfortunately the emergence of the Dark Hell Realm gave the slaughter star worms increasingly powerful energy. This greatly accelerated the consumption rate of the flying flower barrier. Dark Hell Realm again. One day, I shall personally exterminate them from this continent. Luo he was full of anger. Luo, stop boasting. At your level, you'd probably only stand a chance against some minor agents of theirs. Zhang Tian rolled his eyes. I may not be enough, but I've got a disciple. Give him 10 years, and he won't be any less skilled than xiuxian. What disciple? Zhen Sangxiong was slightly puzzled. He hadn't been at the academy for a long time and didn't know about Yang Junwo yet. He's my disciple too. Zhang Tian spoke ahead of Luo He. recounting how Yang Junwoo was capable of crafting cores with 100% fusion rates. Jin Kangkong sighed lightly. This Yang Junwoo is truly a rare talent. It's just unfortunate that his current strength is too low. Even if he could create an S-class mech within 5 years, it'd already be too late. Time, once again, remained the issue. The Heavenly River trial opens in 5 days. Have all the students in the inner court prepare thoroughly. Everyone was greatly surprised upon hearing this. Has Heavenly River begun searching for a successor already? Does he plan to head to the Void Realm? Zhen Sangxiong sighed deeply. We've all tried to dissuade him, but this is the only method to delay the arrival of the Void Realm. I must return to the Burning Forest to assist further. The responsibility for the trials will fall mainly on Vice Dean Luo He, with assistance from others. Remember not to divulge this information and avoid causing panic. Yes, Dean. 3 days later, Luo He summoned Yang Junwoo to his office. Junwoo, I've called you here today because there's something I wish to discuss with you. Teacher, please speak. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly River Alliance? The Heavenly River Alliance? Yang Jun was searched through his memories, but found nothing. With the power of the Yang family, they should have records of every significant force on the continent. Seeing Yang Jun's confused expression, Luo He knew for sure that he had no knowledge of what the Heavenly River Alliance was. It's very normal not to have heard of it. After all, even in those big families, only the family head and main successors have the gugu to know a little bit. So mysterious? Teacher, what is this Heavenly River Alliance for? The Heavenly River Alliance is the strongest mech research center across the entire continent, the world's top organization, with unmatched power, authority, and wealth. Once you join the Heavenly River Alliance, you become someone everyone envies. The Heavenly River Alliance has a strict ranking system, with countless positions within. Among these, the most mysterious and terrifying are the 16 Great Dark Mechs and 32 Divine Mechs directly under the Emperor of the Heavenly River Alliance, each possessing unfathomable strength. Yang Junwoo was puzzled. Teacher, if there truly is such a powerful force, why haven't I ever heard of it? Hehe, the people of the Heavenly River Alliance do not interfere in secular battles. However, the heads of every major family are peripheral members of the Alliance, and once summoned by the Emperor, they must follow orders. Yang Junwoo was shocked. There actually existed such a powerful organization in this world, which would mean even the royal families of the two great empires couldn't match an Emperor of the Heavenly River Alliance. The Emperor of the Heavenly River Alliance changes every 30 years. But this time, the situation is special, as the previous Emperor Qi Tianhe urgently needs to select a new successor, with candidates chosen from among the inner court disciples of the Divine Soldiers Academy. This piece of news was even more explosive than when Yang Junwoo first learned about the existence of the Heavenly River Alliance. So it turned out that the Divine Soldiers Academy had such a formidable backing. All past emperors of the Heavenly River Alliance were students of the Divine Soldiers Academy. This was terrifying. No wonder everyone wanted to enter the inner court. That's right. If the teacher was telling him this information, did it mean he might also have the qualifications to participate in the selection? Yang Jun's heart began to race wildly. Luo He smiled warmly at him. Yes, you are also qualified to attend, but unfortunately, your current strength is too weak. If another 3 to 5 years passed, your chances of success would greatly increase. Yang Junwoo suddenly remembered Lu Mingming. He was an inner court disciple, which explained his S-class cultivation. Teacher, what's the highest level among the senior brothers and sisters in the inner court now? Yang Junwoo asked softly. Let me think. The top 10 of the inner court are all SS class, and the others are merely average, barely reaching the S class. Yang Junwoo nearly choked on blood. While there might be some strategies to reach S class, SS class was virtually impossible to defeat, even if one managed to activate the golden linkage components. You shouldn't lose hope so easily. This selection doesn't just assess current strength, but also growth potential, so you have roughly a 0.0-something% chance of succeeding. Yang Junwoo was speechless. This probability, was the teacher offering comfort, or simply stabbing at his pride? Remember, in 2 days' time, report to the teleportation center at 8 o'clock in the morning. Information about the Heavenly River Alliance must not be divulged to anyone. I understand, teacher. With that, Yang Junwoo bowed and took his leave. When Yang Junwoo returned to the dormitory, Sun Yue hurriedly ran over to him. The moment he saw Yang Junwoo, he shouted, Big brother, Su Ruoxue has been taken away. Yang Junwoo was startled and quickly questioned, when did this happen? Just after you left. A group of people claiming to be Ruoxue's relatives came and forcibly took her away. Isn't the academy doing anything about this? It seems they've already arranged for it behind the scenes. Yang Junwoo's face turned ashen. What Su Ruoxue feared has come true. Though he didn't know who her family was, it was obvious something unfavorable had happened to Su Ruoxue after she was taken. No, I need to go to the academic affairs office and find out what sort of family is behind Su Ruoxue. Hold on, big brother. Here's a letter Ruoxue gave you. Read it before you rush off, said Sun Yue, handing over a white sheet of paper. Yang Junwoo immediately opened it. Dear Wu, by the time you see this letter, I'm already gone. Originally, I thought I'd spend more time with you in the Rose Garden, but our parting has come faster than expected. From the first moment I met you, I might have fallen in love with you. You are so optimistic, lively, filled with wisdom and charm. You always manage to turn crises into safety. I hope this good luck always stays by your side. I wanted to be with you no matter what, but I cannot harm you, nor can I abandon my mission. I'm sorry I cannot continue down this path with you. Since farewells will inevitably come, perhaps it's better not to meet again, sparing ourselves unnecessary sadness. Do not try to investigate my origins, and please do not look for me. It won't do you any good. Forget me. You'll definitely find a woman who loves and cherishes you much more than I could. Lastly, thank you. Thank everyone for letting me experience the freest period of my life. After finishing the letter, Yang Junwoo howled toward the heavens in anger. The former owner of his body lost his position as heir due to being unable to cultivate, and never had Yang Junwoo imagined the same fate would occur again in his own life. If he were a candidate for the head of the Yang family now, then at least he would have a chance to compete. Big brother, are you alright? Sun Yue had never seen Yang Junwoo so discomposed. Normally, Yang Junwoo always wore an expression of confidence no matter what happened. But now, he was clearly agitated and out of sorts. Taking a deep breath, Yang Junwoo tried his best to calm himself down. I'm fine now. You go to your own thing and leave me alone for a while. Alright, big brother, don't be too sad. I believe one day, you and Ruoshui will meet again. Chapter 66, Trial begins. Yang Junwoo opened the world pearl and entered the small world inside. Xianhuan saw him, immediately walked over, and gently patted his shoulder. Brother, I've already heard about Sister Ruoshui. Don't worry, once you reclaim the Yang family inheritance rights, you'll definitely learn Su Ruoshui's origins. At that time, I'll go with you to propose. Yang Junwoo forced a smile and shook his head. I'm fine, sister, you don't need to worry. That's good. That's my strong little brother. By the way, how much stardust powder has been extracted now? About 500 grams or so, but it's still scattered. If you need it now, I'll have them gather it for you. I need it right now. Sorry to bother you, sister. Alright, it should be ready by noon tomorrow. You can come and pick it up then. Xianhuan nodded. By the way, sister, there's one more thing I need your help with. We're siblings, just say what you need. No need to worry about being a bother. It's like this. I have something I need to take care of far away, and Sister Ruoshui isn't here. So, I'd like you to keep the world pearl for a while. Originally, Yang Junwoo had thought of asking Sun Yue to keep it, but after some consideration, he decided on Xianhuan. After all, this trial was uncertain in terms of survival. If he unfortunately perished, at least Xianhuan's Dujin Association would inherit a substantial legacy. Xianhuan seemed to sense something, and her expression instantly turned serious. Younger brother, absolutely don't do anything foolish. Your future is bright. You must not recklessly put yourself in danger. Sister, stop imagining nonsense. It's an activity organized by the academy. It might last half a month, which is too long, so I'm asking you to keep it safe for a while. Really? Not lying to me. Xianhuan expressed doubt. Sister, if you don't believe me, you can ask Vice Dean Luohe. He's the one who arranged this event. Yang Junwoo pointed toward the exit. Alright, I believe you already. But you must promise me to return safely. Otherwise, I'll destroy your secret garden. Deal? Thank you, sister. The next day at noon, Yang Junwoo received 550 grams of pure star dust powder from Xianhuan. Without hesitation, he used all of the powder to upgrade his roulette wheel. He had to do everything he could to win the Emperor's struggle within the Tenko Alliance. As long as he became the Emperor of the Tenko Alliance, no matter what kind of background Su Ruoshui had, he wouldn't be afraid. However, with his current abilities, he knew it was definitely not enough. Thus, he could only hope that the upgraded roulette wheel would bring him some surprises. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The lucky roulette wheel has been successfully upgraded. The current level is epic. At the same time, you will receive 100 attribute points due to the roulette upgrade. Please open the system panel to use them accordingly. Upgrading the roulette wheel actually brought additional benefits? Yang Junwoo was delighted and hurriedly opened the panel to check. Strength, 225. Agility, 225. Constitution, 185. Unallocated, 100. Power armor, A rank. Martial arts technique. Dragon forging secret skill, tier 1 level 6. Luck value, 100 out of 100. Kills, 21. Roulette grade, epic. Roulette upgrade, 800/50,000. The next upgrade would directly require 5 times the current experience points. Just how much stardust powder would that take? Yang Junwoo shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Instead, he needed to decide how to distribute these 100 attribute points. Currently, all he could utilize were the A-class power armor left to him by his parents and the golden B-class power armor. The latter leaned towards close-range attacks, thus increasing strength would allow him to combine well with the dragon forging secret skill to deal significant damage. The former could be linked through mech links to enable some unusual combat techniques. Therefore, enhancing agility would better align with activating the mech link functions. After thinking it over, Yang Junwoo ultimately added the attribute points to agility. Even if he enhanced physical attacks, whether it was A level or B level, the actual damage output simply wasn't sufficient. Better to gamble on luck and see if he could link to some ancient set pieces. After upgrading the roulette wheel, a 100% bonus to luck value would be given, meaning that as long as Yang Junwoo used a link coupon next time, he was guaranteed a gold result. This was his final life insurance. Quietly cultivating in the small world for a day to adapt to and stabilize the increased attributes and martial arts level due to the roulette wheel upgrade. Everyone in the Water Gentleman Club assumed it was because of Su Ruoshui that the boss had fallen out of love. Therefore, no one dared to disturb him all day. The next morning, Yang Junwoo gathered the members of the Water Gentleman Club early and told them that he would be participating in an inner courtyard event and might be gone for a while, so the club presidency would temporarily be handled by Sun Yue. Sun Yue frowned. Boss, you must return soon. I won't be able to hold on for long. Yang Junwoo laughed, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, believe in yourself. You can do it. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yang Junwoo arrived at the teleportation base. Seeing him, Luohe waved a hand in greeting. Teacher, student Yang Junwoo reporting for duty. Good, go inside. Use teleportation array number 5. Here. From within the array, a familiar figure waved at him. It could only be Lu Mingming. Aren't you a small world designer? Why are you participating too? Yang Junwu walked over and asked with a smile. Lu Mingming gave a wry smile. I don't want to, but this is an event all inner courtyard disciples must participate in. How can I avoid it? Are you really not interested in the position of emperor at all? A tall man coldly snorted. I truly have no interest. An emperor has so many responsibilities, which makes the position unsuitable for me. I prefer helping others design different small worlds. That's much more interesting. I think it's not because you're uninterested, but because you know you definitely won't get the position, so you say that. Lu Mingming shrugged his hands. Feel free to think what you want. The tall man fell silent. Lu Mingming turned his head towards Yang Junwu. Brother, if you manage to win this thing in the end, do take care of your buddy a bit, and give me more opportunities to design small worlds. Yang Junwu bitterly laughed. It's still uncertain whether that'll even happen. Besides, given my current strength, I am absolutely not competitive. This younger brother certainly knows himself well, but you shouldn't lose heart either. Though this is a trial, it's also a shortcut to rapidly enhance your own strength. If you can last through a few rounds, the speed of improvement will far surpass that of solitary practice. A female senior beside them spoke up. Yang Junwu was just about to ask her more when the teleportation array started glowing white. The stern voice of the teleportation instructor rang out. Everyone, our destination for this transmission is Dream Phantom Star. It's very distant, so please stay put. With no other choice, Yang Junwu swallowed back the questions he wanted to ask. The teleportation array began shaking violently. Unbeknownst how long had passed, Yang Junwu suddenly felt darkness around him. It was pitch black, unable to see the palm of his hand, as if he had entered hell. Lu Mingming, are you there? Yang Junwu called out a few times in all directions, yet received no response. Could it be that they were separated during the teleportation? For some unknown reason, Yang Junwu always felt as if numerous pairs of eyes were watching him. Without hesitation, Mech Fusion. He immediately fused with the B-class mech to its full 100%. He activated the lighting. 2 beams of white light illuminated the path ahead. Yang Junwu sharply inhaled. Under his feet lay nothing but fractured white bones, spread across the entire ground. When he tried to control the mech to fly upwards, an indistinctive mysterious force pressed him back down to the ground. No fly zone. 3 words popped into Yang Junwu's mind. Yang Junwu felt a chill run down his spine. His courage was quite strong, but anyone timid might have collapsed right on the spot. One cannot remain stationary here. These piles of bones clearly explained the worst possible outcome. Yang Junwu started treading forward upon the bones. The mech's feet produced creaking sounds as they stepped on them. Walking approximately 1 kilometer forward, the number of bones did not decrease, but instead thickened. Some areas even forming mountains made from piled bones. How many people had died here? Yang Junwu was utterly shocked. Just as he marveled at it, something strange occurred. Suddenly, the bone mountain in front collapsed, and a white bone skeleton leapt out. Waving a white bone sword, it swung toward him. Yang Junwu was taken aback. This was too eerie, completely defying logic. If these were alien beasts, then it would make sense, but lifeless bones. Why were they attacking people? But now obviously wasn't the time to ponder this. Yang Junwu manifested a light sword, and slashed upward toward the skeleton's bone staff. He intended to test the actual strength of these bones. Clang! The bone staff clashed with the light sword. Yang Junwu instantly felt a massive force transmit from the staff, forcing him to retreat 3 steps quickly. At the same moment, the light sword severed the bone staff. Huge strength, insufficient durability. Yang Junwu immediately drew the conclusion. Do not confront these beings directly. Use remote laser or particle cannons to destroy them. 2 particle cannons fired, and the bones shattered instantly. Then, a streak of red flame flew out from the powder, attempting to flee swiftly. It's you causing all this trouble, isn't it? Yang Junwu pointed his light sword, intercepting the fire's retreat. Grasping the flame tightly in his hand, Yang Junwu instantly experienced the feeling of being scorched by scorching sunlight throughout his body. He was almost certain this entity had granted temporary life to the bones, but exactly what was it? Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. While Yang Junwu thought about handling it, the flame suddenly pierced through the mech on his hand and entered his flesh. Bang! An enormous heat surged from his palm toward his entire body. Yang Junwu suddenly felt as if he had entered a cauldron of boiling oil, his whole body hot and painfully irritated. Moreover, the temperature of this oil was getting higher and higher. It's no wonder there were so many white bones here. Once the flesh burns away, it naturally becomes just bones. He regretted allowing the strange flames to get close to him. But regrets came too late. His brain began to be bombarded by waves of heat, making him dazed and unable to think clearly, rendering him incapable of launching a counterattack. Just as his physical body was about to be completely consumed by the flames, the shadow of the hidden dragon within him suddenly let out an angry roar. The restless flames instantly calmed down quite a bit and dared not continue advancing toward Yang Junwu's brain. Instead, they started forging Yang Junwu's physical body with a small flame. If Yang Junwu were still conscious, he would discover that the methods used by these flames to forge his body were almost identical to the way he forged mech cores. Chapter 67. What are you anyway? When Yang Junwu regained consciousness again, he found himself lying in a small river, drifting downstream with the waves. He didn't die after all. Not only did he survive, Yang Junwu could even feel an abundance of strength within him. At the peak of the body tempering stage, and it was a very perfect peak, He just needed to break through the bottleneck to enter the hegemon body stage. Entering the hegemon body stage meant he would be able to use S-class mechs. It was indeed true that those who survive great disasters will have great fortune afterwards. Yang Junwu was extremely excited and quickly called out the system to check his attributes. Strength, 270. Agility, 385. Constitution, 200. Mech, A-class/S-class. Martial arts, Dragon Tempering Formula, first turn, 7th layer. Luck points, 100 out of 100. Kills, 25. Roulette level, epic. Roulette upgrade, 900/50,000. The attributes improved so much, and the martial art had elevated to a new minor realm. All this was due to the white bone fire. Had I known, I should have absorbed more skeletal fires. Yang Junwu found a relatively open area and flew out from the river. This place looked normal compared to before. There were trees, flowers, and birds, as if it were a tranquil rural mountain forest. What to do next? Where had the teammates who entered with him gone? Yang Junwu attempted to fly into the air to look around. However, when he flew into the air and looked down, he found the ground covered in haze, completely unclear. Chirp! A strange call came from behind. Yang Junwu instinctively dove downward to avoid it. A giant mechanical weird bird skimmed over his head. The weird bird's sharp claws gleamed with a bone-chilling cold light. If he had been hit solidly by that attack, even if he didn't die, he would have suffered serious injuries. Yang Junwu dared not stay in the air for too long, quickly returning to the ground. Unfortunately, the weird bird seemed unwilling to let its prey go easily, and immediately turned around to charge at Yang Junwu. Don't think you can bully me. Yang Junwu roared loudly and threw a punch. The dragon energy swirled around his fist, the might shocking the heavens. After entering the hegemon body stage, even though he was still using an A-class mech, the enhancement from the hidden dragon body at least doubled compared to before. Feeling the suppression force from the soul, the weird bird seemed somewhat fearful and slowed down its dive speed considerably. Boom! The punch collided with the claw. Instantly, several cracks appeared on Yang Junwu's fists. The durability of the A-level mech armor was insufficient to completely block the attack from the strange bird. However, the strange bird fared much worse. 3 of its talons broken, and it let out loud cries of pain. Only now did it realize that the humanoid creature in front of it wasn't one to be messed with. Thus, it flapped its wings to attempt an escape. At this point, it wanted to flee, but Yang Junwu wouldn't allow it. You beast! Sneak attack and then run? Not a chance. A shot from the antimatter cannon was rapidly fired and accurately hit the right wing of the weird bird. The weird bird plummeted towards the ground, almost dead. Yang Junwu charged in and mercilessly landed a punch on its head, killing the weird bird instantly. After the death of the weird bird, it slowly began to transform, turning into a piece of peculiar metallic material. Yang Junwu reached out and picked it up. How heavy? Nearly 100 kilograms. What the heck is this? Despite Yang Junwu's vast knowledge and being from the Yang family, a renowned forging family, he couldn't identify what kind of metal this thing was. Yang Junwu tossed it into the system space. Drip! Stardust Motherstone detected. Please absorb as soon as possible. The system suddenly issued a warning automatically. Is this thing the Stardust Motherstone? Since it has the words Stardust, is it related to Stardust Powder? Yang Junwu secretly rejoiced. However, how exactly does one absorb such a large stone? He certainly couldn't swallow it whole. Yang Junwu tried placing his hand on the stone, but nothing happened. Biting his finger to drip blood on it, still no reaction. Wrapping it with dragon chi also produced no response. There was nothing else he could do. Forget about it for now. Once he finds Lu Mingming, he'll ask him. He should know better. Yang Junwu re-threw the Stardust Motherstone back into the system space. Next, he had to find the path forward. Since it was a trial, there must be checkpoints. If this was the first level, then he needed to find the entrance to the second level. But there was no hint around. How does one find the way forward? After thinking for a while, Yang Junwu ultimately decided to proceed in the direction the mechanical weird bird had come from. Because this was the only clue currently available. Even if he couldn't find the entrance, killing a few weird birds to obtain some Stardust Motherstones wouldn't make this trip useless. After walking forward for about 10 kilometers, there was actually a small village ahead. Great, he didn't expect this world to still have native inhabitants. This was perfect, he could buy something to eat. From morning until now, Yang Junwu was actually a little hungry. As he walked into the village, Yang Junwu noticed every house had its doors tightly shut, and no one dared to step outside. Strange, could it be that the residents here are afraid of strangers, which is why they all stayed indoors? Yang Junwu randomly picked a house and knocked on the door. Who's there? A woman's voice came from inside. Miss, I'm a traveler passing through this area. I would like to buy some food, Yang Junwu said. The door slowly opened, and a young woman peeked out. When Yang Junwu saw the woman's face, he was momentarily stunned. This woman dressed plainly and simply, with an intimate top made from unknown scales, barely covering her private parts. Her lower body was clad in a scale-made miniskirt, appearing quite enticing. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that this woman's appearance was 7 or 8 similar to Su Ruoshui's, as if they were twin sisters. The woman looked around before pulling Yang Junwu into the courtyard and firmly locking the door. Come in quickly, it's not safe outside. Miss, may I ask your name? My name is Linglong. Originally, Linglong miss, is there only you in the house? Where are your family members? Upon hearing this, Linglong's expression darkened instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. My family was eaten by an evil dragon. Now there's only me left in the house. Evil dragon? Yang Junwu didn't understand. The flying monsters from the sky. Yang Junwu understood. The evil dragon Ling Long referred to must be akin to the giant strange birds he had encountered before, those mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts were immensely powerful, comparable to A-class mechs, and ordinary people truly couldn't do anything about them. Master, please come in. I've just finished cooking dinner, but I haven't eaten yet. If Master isn't picky, please join me at the table. Thank you. Yang Junwu followed Ling Long into the kitchen. Surprisingly, although Ling Long was alone, she prepared a very sumptuous meal. There were some unidentified meats along with vegetables. Ling Long, did you cook so much food for yourself? These are for my parents. Although I've already heard the news of their death from the village, until I see their bodies, there's always hope that they're still alive. Therefore, every night, I prepare dinner for 3 people, hoping that one day they'll return and eat the meals I've cooked. Yang Junwu suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. This meant that he had eaten the food intended for those who had passed away. Ling Long giggled softly. Master, you don't need to worry. Even if my parents were still alive, they wouldn't mind using good dishes to treat guests. Hearing that, I will not hold back then. Yang Junwu quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice to cover his embarrassment. By the way, may I know Master's noble name and where you're headed? My name is Yang Junwu, and I'm looking for a teleportation point. What is a teleportation point? Something like a door that glows. After pondering for a moment, Ling Long left the dining room and went into the bedroom, quickly returning with a black and white drawing. Young Master, does the glowing door look like this? Yang Junwu glanced at the picture and immediately became extremely excited. Although the image was rather crude, it was indeed the image of a teleportation gate. It's this one. Do you know where it is? Ling Long hesitated in expression. Ling Long, what's wrong? If there's something you need, feel free to tell me. We can exchange. No, young master, I don't need anything. My parents entrusted this map to an expedition team. At the time, they explored near the nest of the evil dragon. If I'm not mistaken, this glowing door should be inside the evil dragon's nest. Inside the nest? It seemed there would be some trouble indeed. Yang Jun was slightly furrowed his brows. The strength of the previous strange bird had already been formidable, and as the ruler of this area, the evil dragon's power must certainly exceed that of the strange bird. He wasn't sure if he could defeat it. Young master, the evil dragon eats people on sight. You must not go, Ling Long expressed her worry. For some reason, Yang Junwu felt that Ling Long merged with Su Ruoshui right in front of him, as if Ruoshui was telling him not to go. Alright, before coming up with a plan, I won't rashly proceed. Yang Junwu nodded in agreement. Ling Long beamed immediately. Young master, may I call you Wu? Of course you can. Wu, stay here from now on. As long as we don't go outside, we will be very safe. Alright. As the night gradually fell, Yang Junwu lay down on the bed, preparing to drift off to sleep. At this moment, a peculiar fragrance entered his nostrils, making Yang Junwu suddenly feel an inexplicable heat throughout his body. A smooth yet icy body suddenly pressed against him, relieving his internal heat. Wu, let me serve you. Under the moonlight, in a daze, Yang Junwu saw a face identical to Su Ruoshui's. Ruoshui, have you returned? Yes, this time I will never leave, forever with Wu. Wu, give me. Without waiting for Yang Junwu's response, a cool little mouth pressed against his, silencing him. In an instant, the deeply buried lust erupted suddenly. Yang Junwu immediately flipped over and pinned her beneath him. At that very moment, a mint-like, refreshing aura emanated from the star Mother Stone in the system space, reaching deep into Yang Junwu's consciousness. Yang Junwu jolted awake, his sanity instantly returning from the haze. What am I doing? She's not Su Ruoshui, she's Ling Long. Yang Junwu hastily leapt off the bed. Ling Long looked bewildered, then her face filled with bitterness. The fact that he could stop at the last second showed that his full awareness had returned. What exactly are you? Yang Junwu activated his mech fusion, hovering in midair as he stared down at the curled-up Ling Long from above, asking coldly. Chapter 68, Battle Evil Dragon. Ling Long curled up at the head of the bed with a sense of grievance, tears streaming down her face silently, without a word. Yang Junwu was also somewhat helpless. After all, he couldn't attack a woman who was unarmed. It's not that, Ling Long. I'm not even crying. Why are you crying? Tell me, who instructed you to turn into Su Ruoshui's appearance? Of course it's you. Me? Don't accuse me falsely. How could I possibly make you turn into someone else's appearance? Yang Junwu denied it immediately. Because I am the reflection of what you desire in your heart. Upon hearing this, Yang Junwu was greatly shocked. Is there such a thing? It's true that the only woman in his heart is Su Ruoshui. Could it be that everything she says is true? What exactly are you? Why can you transform according to my inner thoughts? I told you, I am just an ordinary human being. But because there is someone you yearn for in your heart, I have turned into this appearance. Well, their conversation seemed like comparing apples and oranges, and Yang Junwu wouldn't get any useful information from Ling Long. So, let me tell you this. If you tell me the location of the evil dragon's lair, I'll leave you alone. Ling Long's face was full of sorrow. Junwu, can't you stay here for the woman you truly love in your heart? Sorry, though we are very similar, you're not the real Ruoshui. I understand. I will take you to find the portal. Suddenly Ling Long calmed down, looking straight into Yang Junwu's eyes. I have only one request, that you spend one night with me. In the early morning, I'll lead you to the place. Looking at Ling Long's tear-streaked face, Yang Junwu's heart softened. After all, this person before him was actually the projection of Su Ruoshui in his own heart. Spending one night with the person he loved would serve as payment for Ling Long. Alright, but you must dress properly. Let's chat. As the night passed, Yang Junwu looked at Ling Long sleeping soundly in his arms, unable to help, but sighed gently. Ling Long, wake up. It's dawn. Linglong rubbed her sleepy eyes. Let's go, said Yang Junwu. Wait a moment, I'll make breakfast for you first. Let's have breakfast before we leave, alright. Linglong rose, preparing to walk towards the kitchen. Yang Junwu grabbed her tightly. No need. I still have some dry provisions. If he let her prepare breakfast, then they'd end up having lunch and dinner as well. There'd be no leaving forever then. A flash of sadness appeared in Linglong's eyes, and she nodded lightly. Alright, let's go. The two set off from the eastern edge of the village, soon entering a large mountain. Linglong seemed very familiar with this area, leading him skillfully away from many creatures' territories. By 3 o'clock in the morning, they had already gone several miles deep into the mountains, arriving in front of a large canyon. Junwu, according to the memory in my mind, the place depicted on the map should be somewhere below this canyon. Understood. I know now. Linglong, go back. There must be danger below. I might not be able to protect you. I'll go alone. Linglong shook her head. No, I want to go with you. Do as I say. It's dangerous down there. I don't care. If you don't take me, I'll jump down. Linglong pouted. Fine. I'll take you. Yang Junwu sighed helplessly, finished the mech fusion, then squatted down. Get on. What is this? Hard yet soft. This is called a mech. You can consider it as a close personal weapon. Hold on tight. Linglong leaped onto Yang Junwu's back. Yang Junwu sprang up and quickly descended toward the bottom of the canyon. When they were about halfway down, dozens of massive cave mouths suddenly appeared on the rock walls, and several strange birds Yang Junwu had previously killed flew out of the caves, flapping their sharp claws as they charged toward Yang Junwu. Particle cannon. Carrying a person on his back, Yang Junwu couldn't engage in melee combat. He could only continuously fire the particle cannon to drive the incoming birds away. Fortunately, these strange birds didn't know how to attack simultaneously. Though there were many of them, Yang Junwu could manage temporarily. Junwu, you're so strong. You can fight against so many strange birds alone. Linglong was extremely excited and shouted loudly. Yang Junwu grimaced wryly. He was merely using a temporary measure. If 10 more came, he absolutely wouldn't be able to handle it. But their descent speed was very fast, and they finally arrived at the bottom of the canyon. The strange birds circled above, not daring to swoop down and attack Yang Junwu, as if something within the canyon terrified them. Look, there's light over there. Linglong pointed to a huge cave ahead on the right. Yang Junwu originally intended to let Linglong get down and proceed himself since they had reached the canyon floor. However, Linglong's legs were tightly wrapped around his waist, like a leisurely small snake, unwilling to leave his back. Yang Junwu had no choice but to let her be. Fortunately, Linglong wasn't too heavy, and it wouldn't greatly affect his agility. As soon as Yang Junwu approached the cave entrance, he immediately sensed a familiar dragon aura. The dragon aura was heavy and powerful, but this dragon aura in front of him, besides these two attributes, carried an immense will to destroy. It truly was the evil dragon's nest. Yang Junwu cautiously approached the entrance. Just as he entered, a massive dragon breath burst out from within the cave, charging straight at him. If struck by this breath, whether he could withstand it or not was uncertain, but Linglong on his back would definitely perish. Yang Junwu decisively stepped back, directly retreating from the cave entrance. Human, this is not a place you should be. Leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Suddenly, a voice spoke from inside the cave. Who are you? Yang Junwu shouted loudly. Who am I? I am the great evil dragon Addis. Tiny human, today my mood is good, so I don't feel like eating snacks. Now leave my nest immediately. Trick or treat. Yang Junwu didn't believe a word the evil dragon said except its name. If the evil dragon were that easy to deal with, Linglong's parents wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Lord Evil Dragon, I am a creature from another dimension who wants to use your teleportation array in your cave to leave here. So, please help me by letting me in. Humph. Human, do you not understand what I've said? Sorry, today I must borrow your teleportation array no matter what. Yang Junwu put Linglong down and walked into the cave alone. This time Linglong didn't make a fuss, but watched him go in. The cave was huge, and Yang Junwu immediately saw the evil dragon coiled around an ancient tree. Compared to the icebone dragon he saw in the ice glacier realm, this dragon was smaller in size, approximately the size of half a building. And it was clearly visible that the tail of the evil dragon was bleeding, obviously heavily injured. No wonder it wouldn't let Yang Junwu enter. It wanted to quietly recover from its wounds. Seeing that Yang Junwu continued to ignore warnings and entered the cave, the evil dragon roared and spat out a dragon breath towards him without raising its head. Yang Junwu swiftly dodged. Brother dragon, I have no intention of harming you. I just want to borrow your teleportation array behind you, so please give me some assistance. I disagree, get out. Then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Yang Junwu's expression slightly darkened. If there had to be a fight, now was the perfect opportunity while the evil dragon was injured. 3 particle cannons formed the character, run, and shot towards the evil dragon. Given the vast size of the evil dragon, Yang Junwu wasn't worried about missing with the particle cannon, so he abandoned control of the particle cannon and followed up with an antimatter cannon. For shells one after another bombed the evil dragon. Trifling skills, how dare the grain of rice compete with the radiant moon? Evil dragon wave. A black water ripple wave burst forth from the body of the evil dragon, directly breaking apart the first particle cannon shell. The antimatter cannon exploded, but it only made the water ripple even stronger. How powerful! Yang Junwu's gaze slightly focused. Even when injured, the evil dragon still wielded such force. If it were in full strength, he would likely have no chance of winning. The light sword appeared in Yang Junwu's hand. Since long-range attacks were ineffective, then try close combat. The light sword cut into the ripples, splitting open a channel through the black ripples. Yang Junwu rapidly advanced, stabbing the blade into the massive scales of the evil dragon. Ding! A sharp metallic sound rang out. The sharp light sword couldn't penetrate the scale's defense at all, leaving just a faint white mark. Evil dragon vibration. Suddenly, Yang Junwu felt a massive counter-vibration power transmit from the scales. What was most affected was the light sword in his hand. The light sword was shattered into pieces and dispersed as starry lights. Yang Junwu gritted his teeth, suddenly clenching his right hand into a fist, unleashing a full-powered strike once more. Dragon-breaking fist. Crack. A crisp sound of cracking rang out. The scales which the light sword failed to split open actually cracked under the blow of the fist. Ow! The evil dragon screamed in pain, then roared angrily. You also possess a dragon body. If I consume you, I will evolve again and become a true dragon. Ha ha ha. This is truly heaven helping me. Yang Junwu coldly said, Stop dreaming your impossible dreams. You're incapable of killing me. Ho ho, little boy. Earlier I was just playing with you. Did you really believe it? The evil dragon laughed coldly. A streak of gray energy swept over the cracked scale, instantly restoring it completely. Yang Junwu raised an eyebrow. What an incredible healing power. Receive this, evil dragon punch. The evil dragon lifted its foreclaw and smashed down on Yang Junwu. Dragon-breaking fist. Yang Junwu showed no fear, stepping forward with his fists raised. Boom. A tremendous force came from the dragon claw, throwing Yang Junwu flying. He collided violently with the cave wall. Humph. Though you possess true dragon powers, alas, you are but a mere human, thus unable to bring out the potential of a dragon's body. Surrender and die quietly to avoid suffering. Yang Junwu barely managed to get up from the ground. The mech core had already issued a warning. This attack had almost exceeded the defense limit. Once it was breached, the entire core would shatter into pieces. Truly worthy of being a true Dragon Clan member, far stronger than my half-baked abilities. If things continue like this, I'll have no choice but to use the golden link opportunity from the roulette. This chance was originally something Yang Junwu wanted to save for the most dangerous moment. Now it seemed that this was already a life-and-death situation. He couldn't afford to hold back anymore. If he did, it would only be useful in hell. Just as Yang Junwu was about to activate the roulette, a small figure suddenly rushed forward from behind and charged towards the evil dragon. Evil dragon, return my parents' lives. Chapter 69. Linglong transforms into a sword. Linglong, come back quickly. Yang Junwu was greatly shocked. He never expected that Linglong would rush forward at this moment. Yang Junwu couldn't save her in time. All he could do was watch helplessly as Linglong's frail body collided head-on with the dark dragon wave spewed out by the evil dragon. Boom. Linglong was instantly sent flying by the dark dragon wave, crashing painfully against the wall. Blood spurted out instantly. Get lost. Yang Junwu erupted in anger, his hidden dragon body resonating with a buzzing sound. The dragon-breaking fist, carrying the dragon chi within him, struck out toward the pursuing claws of the evil dragon. This time, the enormous body of the evil dragon actually retreated, filled with sheer terror in its gaze. It truly could not comprehend how the seemingly insignificant human before it could possess such overwhelming strength. Yang Junwu took the opportunity to embrace Linglong and retreat at high speed. Woo! Linglong forced her eyes open, but after managing only one sentence, a large mouthful of blood sprayed from the corner of her lips. Linglong, don't speak for now. Yang Junwu anxiously searched within the system space for a spiritual medicine capable of mending injuries. Woo, can you talk with me for a while? Alright, first swallow this. Yang Junwu eventually found a bottle of reviving pills. Linglong shook her head. Your human pills are useless for me, because I am not a real human. There was no shock on Yang Junwu's face. Since the day she admitted to being a replica of Su Ruoshui, he already knew that Linglong might be the product of some kind of illusion. No matter what you are my friend. Just a friend, huh? Linglong revealed a bitter smile. She was born because of Yang Junwu's inner thoughts, and the feelings she harbored for Yang Junwu were genuine. Woo, can you hold me tightly, allowing me to do one last thing for you? Without uttering a word, Yang Junwu tightly embraced her in his arms. Linglong closed her eyes, and grayish-white halos started to appear around her body. Gradually, her body became increasingly insubstantial, and a phosphorescent long sword appeared in Yang Junwu's embrace. A surge of information directly entered Yang Junwu's mind. Linglong's soul-devouring sword. Rank, S-Class. Attribute, Attack Set, grants a 300% bonus on attacks against subdragon races. Special ability, Love's Downgrade, reduces required equipment level by 1. Yang Junwu finally understood, this was the perfect gift Linglong had custom-made for him in her lifetime. Linglong's soul-devouring sword, Fusion. The long sword swooshed, flying directly into the right hand of his mech suit. Yang Junwu held the long sword and stepped towards the evil dragon one step at a time. Seeing the sword in his hand, the evil dragon felt a sense of impending doom. Human, you still refuse to leave? Do you wish to meet the same fate as your companion? Yang Junwu's voice was calm, responding indifferently. Evil dragon, your life? I shall take. Ha ha ha. Joke, could you possibly manage it? The evil dragon raised its front claw and smacked it down towards Yang Junwu's head. Slaying dragon sword break. Yang Junwu thrust upward with the Linglong soul-devouring sword in his hand, instantly piercing through the center of the evil dragon's claw. In the instant when the Linglong soul-devouring sword was fused, Yang Junwu's forging dragon technique broke through the bottleneck of the first level and entered the second level. And the slaying dragon sword was the attack skill of the second level. Combined with the triple bonus effect of the Linglong's soul-devouring sword, even the thick dragon claw couldn't stop it. Not possible. You, just a human. How could you penetrate the defense of a true dragon? The evil dragon let out an angry roar filled with resentment. Humph, just a sub-dragon, daring to call itself a member of the dragon race. Die for me. Yang Junwu instantly sped up and charged toward the head of the evil dragon. For Linglong, this dragon must die today. Gray breaths rushed towards him, yet Yang Junwu showed no fear. The Linglong soul-devouring sword pointed ahead, and his latent dragon power surged forth, directly slicing the breath into two halves. Spare my life. I'm willing to let you pass. The evil dragon turned pale with shock. All previous arrogance vanished instantly, begging incessantly for mercy. I said it already, you must die today. The Linglong soul-devouring sword penetrated the skull of the evil dragon without hesitation. Roar! The evil dragon screamed in anguish. If it hadn't been seriously injured earlier, how could it have possibly been killed by a mere ill-level mecha master? Had it known this would happen, it should have just let him go. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as regret pills in this world, and the evil dragon's aura finally dissipated slowly, leaving behind a dragon pearl on the ground. Behind Yang Junwu, a faint golden dragon shadow appeared, absorbing the dragon pearl before vanishing once more. From the Linglong soul-devouring sword came a wave of gratitude, as if expressing thanks to Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu gently caressed the sword body with a tender expression. Linglong, thank you. From now on you will stay by my side, and we will continue our adventures together. The Linglong soul-devouring sword emitted a soft whine, as if responding to Yang Junwu's words. Yang Junwu walked deeper into the cave and, sure enough, found a massive teleportation array shimmering with white light. I'm off. Yang Junwu didn't hesitate and stepped into the heart of the array. As flashes of light passed, this time he arrived in a palace. Younger brother, you've come too. Not far away, Meng Xuanhuan waved at him. Yang Junwu was overjoyed, not expecting to encounter Meng Xuanhuan here. Meng Master, when did you arrive? Meng Xuanhuan bitterly smiled. Don't mention it. I ran into a forging illusion, and only after barely succeeding in crafting an A-level mech suit did I find the gateway. Yang Junwu suddenly understood. Apparently the first trial tested what each person cherished most in their hearts. If one were ensnared by such beloved things, they would very likely remain trapped within the illusion indefinitely without escape. Moreover, there must be many teleportation arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to bump into Meng Xuanhuan upon entry. Yang Junwu suddenly recalled the injured evil dragon from before. This meant that someone had been in the same illusion as him and had wounded the evil dragon before entering the teleportation array. Who could that person be? Meng Master, have you seen anyone else besides you? Yang Junwu asked. Meng Xuanhuan shook his head. No, apart from you junior brother, I haven't encountered anyone else. Welcome to the Xiuxian High Arena, where pairs are randomly matched for 2v2 battles. The opponent level will be determined by the average of the two participants. There will be 3 matches total, with each subsequent match featuring an opponent 1 rank higher than the previous. Increase in rank. Yang Junwu hesitated slightly. Meng Xuanhuan should now be S-ranked, while he himself was A-ranked, meaning the first match would likely be A-ranked, the second S-ranked, and the third SS-ranked. 2 SS-ranked opponents. This wasn't even fightable. Crossing 2 large realms was virtually impossible. Before the two could discuss strategies, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. The palace vanished, replaced by an unfathomably deep abyss beneath their feet, leaving only a few pillars of varying sizes as footing. Damn, what kind of hellish difficulty is this? Yang Junwu groaned. Our opponents are here. Meng Xuanhuan's expression grew solemn as he eyed 2 nearby stone pillars on the opposite side. 2 figures leapt off the stone pillars and charged toward them from either side. Without prior consultation, both Yang Junwu and Meng Xuanhuan unleashed 3 particle cannons. The opponents obviously specialized in close-range combat. If they resisted, there was a good chance they'd lose their footing and fall into the abyss. Unfortunately, their opponents skillfully dodged the incoming cannon fire with nimble footwork, closing the distance once again. You dare show yourselves. Yang Junwu was blood-boiled. Being at the A level, he had never feared any close-range battle. Dragon-breaking fist. Their fists collided. Yang Junwu's body only swayed ever so slightly, whereas the other party was launched several dozen meters away due to the massive impact. Not worth mentioning. Yang Junwu didn't intend to let him go, taking flight and charging towards his flying opponent. On the other side, Meng Xuanhuan evidently disliked close-range combat. Multiple barrels appeared on his left and right, shooting out particle cannons, laser cannons, antimatter cannons, and ultra-high-speed shockwaves continuously. No matter how his opponent tried to dodge, Meng Xuanhuan forcefully pushed back his adversary, keeping him more than 10 meters away. Both geniuses among geniuses, peers, or even lower-ranked opponents couldn't possibly pose any threat to them. Opponent number 1 eventually exposed a gap in his relentless evasive maneuvers against Meng Xuanhuan. Meng Xuanhuan seized the opportunity, striking him directly with a laser cannon. Although the laser cannon had limited power, it was quickly followed by a magnificent display of firepower. After a round of intense attacks, opponent number 1's mech core exploded, turning into a bubble and vanishing. As for Yang Junwu, he was mercilessly pummeling his own opponent. Even though both were engaged in close-range combat, and their movement speeds were similar, Yang Junwu didn't employ any techniques, opting instead for direct brute force. The opponent's rank seemed roughly around a common A+, still some distance from S level, and clearly didn't excel in physical prowess. With the protection of the Dragon Chi, Yang Junwu effortlessly dominated him, each collision causing notable damage to the enemy. After a dozen or so consecutive punches, Opponent 2 finally couldn't hold out any longer, getting instantly defeated by Yang Junwu's hidden dragon double finger technique, disappearing in a shower of light particles. Though defeating their opponents came easily, neither showed any sign of relaxation on their faces. This was merely the weakest round of the first match. The moment Yang Junwu's opponent vanished, the second round opponents emerged immediately. This time, their methods of attack changed. Number 1 initiated powerful ranged attacks as soon as he appeared, firing a meteor cannon. The meteor cannon was the strongest long-range attack skill of an S-class mech suit. It possessed rapid firing speed and immense power. Its sole weakness was the slow energy accumulation process. However, it seemed that Number 1's meteor cannon had already stored its energy before appearing, unleashing the attack the instant he arrived. "Junior brother, this one's on me. You focus on drawing Number 2 away," Meng Xuanhuan bellowed, summoning a shield to brace for the heavy strike. He was not adept at handling close-range attacks. The previous opponent was merely A-class, and he could handle it with ease. But opponents of the same level, or even stronger than him, would present a low chance of victory when engaging in long-range versus short-range combat, especially on a terrain unsuitable for maneuvering. The second before Meng Xuanhuan spoke, Yang Junwu had already flown out. He and Meng Xuanhuan shared the same thought. By no means should the melee Type 2 opponent approach their side. A light sword appeared in his hand as Yang Junwu lunged towards the Type 2 opponent. "Your opponent is me." Type 2 didn't discriminate. Whoever came, they dealt with. A round shield materialized directly in the path of the light sword. A harsh sound rang out as sparks flew from the light sword striking against the circular shield, but it was completely unable to penetrate. So strong, indeed worthy of an S-class opponent. Yang Junwu had foreseen this situation. His task was very simple, not to kill, but to hold off the enemy until Meng Xuanhuan defeated his own Number 1 opponent. Then, the two of them would fight together in a 2-on-1 formation to encircle and eliminate the remaining opponent. Chapter 70, Duel with the SS-class mecha pilot. But although Yang Junwu's intentions were good, unfortunately, his opponent Number 2 wasn't very cooperative. After realizing Yang Junwu's attacks couldn't break through his defenses, Number 2 abandoned him and charged toward Meng Xuanhuan instead. "What? Isn't this too disrespectful to me?" Yang Junwu was furious, instantly fusing his attack kit, unleashing a slash of the dragon-slaying sword towards Number 2's back. Number 2 didn't even look back. He merely summoned a shield for defense. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated this time. Empowered by the second stage of Forging Dragon skill and an A-class attack kit, Yang Junwu now possessed the ability to breach S-class defenses. With a crack, Number 2's shield shattered instantly, and the light sword struck his back armor. Number 2 stumbled, nearly falling into the abyss. This was a perfect chance to kick someone when they're down. Yang Junwu retracted his light sword and swung his fists once more. Forging Dragon Dual Fingers, Dragon Breaking Fist, and Return Dragon Fist. Each combo was aimed directly at the weakened backplate of his just-defended opponent. Faced with such intense attacks, not even the S-class backplate could fully absorb the damage. Cracks began to form along its surface. A golden opportunity. Yang Junwu launched an antimatter cannon from above his raised hand, directly firing into the fissures. Boom. Without armor defense, an A-class attack still managed to cause significant harm. Number 2 exploded from inside out, turning into powder that scattered around. "Junior brother, you're amazing." Meng Xuanhuan gave him a thumbs up. "Luck, just luck." Yang Junwu humbly smiled and joined Meng Xuanhuan to attack Number 1 together. The range mecha's defense far lags behind close combat mechas, but under Yang Junwu's restraint, it was hit by 2 consecutive starfall cannons, leaving cracks all over its body. Before it could start repairing, Yang Junwu rushed forward and delivered 2 quick punches, blasting Number 1 apart. Past the second level. "Junior brother, the real trouble is coming up," Meng Xuanhuan said. We'll stick with the same strategy. I'll lure one of them away, and you eliminate another." Yang Junwu nodded in agreement. While the gap between S-class and A-class can be made up through Dragon Chi and attack kits, the difference between SS-class and A-class is something no attack kit could ever compensate for. However, it seemed these opponents lacked maturity in their combat techniques and weren't using any enhancement kits. Even so, neither of them dared to say they had guaranteed victories. The new opponents quickly refreshed from afar. This time, instead of launching immediate long-range attacks, they waited until the distance closed to about 50 meters before releasing 2 Star Annihilation cannons. In comparison to Starfall cannons, the power of Star Annihilation cannons was smaller, but they were much faster to launch. Of course, what they meant by smaller was only relative within the same tier. For Yang Junwu's A-class mecha, whether it was the Star Annihilation cannon or the Starfall cannon, as long as it was hit by either, it would be instantly destroyed. The Star Annihilation cannon came too fast. There was simply no time to activate shields or evade. Since escape was impossible, he decided on an all-out offensive response. Dragon Breaking Fist. Yang Junwu shouted loudly, charging straight ahead and punching directly at the incoming Star Annihilation cannon. As if a stone had collided with a waterfall, Yang Junwu was thrown off balance, retreating 100 meters before stopping. The armor on his right arm and shoulder had completely broken, and if it weren't for the protection of Dragon Chi, his entire right arm would have been blown off. SS-class attacks were indeed too strong, a level far beyond what he could currently defend against. There was no choice left but to use the 100% guaranteed gold outcome available in this turn of the roulette wheel. Although Yang Junwu felt somewhat regretful, if he got eliminated here, no matter how sorry he felt, it wouldn't change anything. His consciousness immediately entered the roulette space. Roulette, I want to draw a Mech LINK once. The dial turned slowly, and the needle accurately stopped at the small golden area, instantly resetting the original lucky value of 100 to 0. Mech LINK initiated. Ancient mechanical dragon, your will descends upon this world, transforming the prayers of a friend into a star of hope. Appear now. Link transformation. Mechanical silver, white dragon. This time, the link summons differed from previous components. Although only one ancient artifact linked, Yang Junwu himself was transformed into a silver-white giant dragon. This was the effect after upgrading the roulette. Yang Junwu felt boundless strength coursing through his body, as if raising a single hand could blast open a small mountain. So this was the true power of a dragon. After transforming into the mechanical silver-white dragon, Yang Junwu discovered his original particle cannons, laser cannons, and similar attacks could no longer be used. The only skills remaining were the Forging Dragon Dual Fingers, Dragon Breaking Fist, Return Dragon Fist, and Dragon Scale / evolved from the Dragon Slaying Sword. But that was enough to deal with the current opponent. With a wave of his dragon body, Yang Junwu closed the 100-meter distance instantly, raising his colossal dragon claw high and smashing it down on top of opponent number 2's head. Return Dragon Fist. Number 2 unfolded a transparent barrier attempting to defend. However, it was no use. The barrier shattered instantly, and opponent number 2 was struck directly on the head, falling deep into the abyss. Meng Xuanhuan gaped in shock, speechless. He had activated both his speed and attack kits, yet he was still struggling against number 1's attacks. His junior, merely an A-class mecha pilot, had just sent SS-class number 2 flying with a single punch? And what was that giant silver-white dragon? Master brother, stop spacing out, attack with me. This link won't last long. Yang Junwu's loud shout snapped Meng Xuanhuan back to reality. It was a mecha link. Though this was the first time Meng Xuanhuan had seen a transformation of the entire mecha through such a link. Yang Junwu flew over number 1's head, preparing to do the same again. But with a precedent set, number 1 reacted much faster, firing 2 antimatter cannons while lowering his flight height to evade Yang Junwu's attack. Surprisingly, number 2, who was supposed to have been defeated, flew back. The recovery abilities of SS-class mechas far exceeded Yang Junwu's imagination. Take out number 2 first. Yang Junwu shouted again, unleashing another punch. Strong recovery capabilities did not mean being resistant to depletion. The previous punch surely consumed a significant amount of number 2's core energy, making him easier to eliminate than number 1. Yang Junwu guessed correctly. Number 2's recovery drained at least 80% of his energy. Facing their combined assault, number 2 almost completely switched to defense, unable to retaliate. A starfall cannon pushed number 1 back, allowing Meng Xuanhuan to shift focus onto number 2. Dragon Scale Slash. Yang Junwu flung a rotating scale from his right arm. The scale was incredibly sharp, slicing straight through number 2's chest surface armor, exposing the inner core. This was the perfect chance for a one-hit kill. Brother, Yang Junwu roared. Here I come. Meng Xuanhuan would never miss such a good opportunity for the kill. An antimatter cannon fired accurately into the crack of the armor. With a boom, number 2 exploded, transforming into light before vanishing. Now there was only number 1 left, greatly reducing the pressure. Yang Junwu felt the time for the link summon was almost up, quickly turning back to deal with number 1. Unexpectedly, after being pushed away earlier by Meng Xuanhuan, number 1 immediately pulled away and attacked from 100 meters away. At such a distance, Yang Junwu couldn't rush to him in time. Sure enough, when he reached about 50 meters, the link disappeared, and Yang Junwu returned to his original form. He retreated quickly. In his A-class state, attempting any direct attack would simply be useless. Master brother, it's yours now. Yang Junwu shouted loudly. Meng Xuanhuan gave a faint smile. Younger brother, leave it to me. For strange bands of light shot out from his body, oddly inserting themselves into the void. Meng Xuanhuan called loudly. Mecha Link, Dream Wings, activate. His figure slowly rose into the air as the bands of light that pierced the void were all retracted, forming 2 pairs of beautiful golden wings that shone behind him. What stunning dream wings. If only Meng Xuanhuan weren't a man, a woman using these wings would certainly enchant thousands of youths. Dreamlight bind. The golden wings beat, releasing strands of golden thread that tightly bound number 1's limbs. Number 1 tried calculating out a light sword to cut through, but found the gold threads, though thin, could not be easily severed. Younger brother now. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu lifted his light sword and lunged forward. This time, it seemed the enemy's armor had somehow weakened and was instantly split open. Apparently, Meng Xuanhuan's Dreamlight skill possessed defensive penetration effects. 3 swift slashes. Yang Junwu completely destroyed the armor covering number 1's core. It's over. An antimatter cannon fired into the core. Regardless of how powerful the mecha itself might be, the core itself is extremely fragile. Even an SSS-class core absolutely couldn't withstand an A-class antimatter cannon shot. Number 2 similarly dissolved into light points and vanished. Congratulations, both of you have successfully passed the challenge. Please proceed to level 3. An electronic prompt sounded from somewhere, and the abyss scene faded, bringing them back to the Great Hall. Yang Junwu disengaged from his mecha fusion, collapsing onto the ground. Overusing the mecha link, coupled with 3 high-intensity battles, although his body held up, His mental strength had been drained extensively. Moreover, number 2's strike had left him with quite severe internal injuries. After taking several healing pills from the system space, Yang Junwu felt better. Junior brother, are you alright? Meng Xuanhuan looked much more composed. Yang Junwu smiled. I'm fine. Master brother, didn't expect you to be a hidden expert capable of going solo against an SS-class mecha pilot. I merely inherited my family's link, but as for you, junior brother, to be able to pilot an SS-level dragon-shaped link component with just an A-class mech is impressive. If I had to guess, you must possess a special constitution. Yang Junwu was slightly startled. Meng Xuanhuan truly had keen eyesight to have noticed that. As the hidden dragon form gradually leveled up, Yang Junwu had a feeling it was transforming into a true dragon form. If he could obtain more dragon pearls or dragon chi, the transformation would accelerate, making it impossible to conceal in the future. Of course, dragon pearls could only be obtained by defeating dragons or drake species, and dragon chi was even rarer. Both were nearly impossible to come by. At the end of the corridor, a door slowly opened. Master brother, let's go. The third trial is ahead. Chapter 71, The Third Trial of Wisdom. Upon entering the grand hall, several pairs of eyes were immediately focused on him. Among them were people he knew, but most he had never even seen before. One of the women sneered and said coldly, strange, an A-level mech pilot can actually make it to the third trial. There must be someone cheating. Yang Junwu's brows furrowed. He actually knew this person. Her name was Yang Chuling, technically his aunt. Yang Chuling was a result of their grandfather's indiscretion outside the family. Naturally, the Yang family wouldn't acknowledge an illegitimate child, so the old master gave the mother and daughter a large sum of money and sent them off to live in another city. Because of this little aunt grew up with deep hatred for the Yang family. In her eyes, Yang Junwu was still the future heir of the Yang family, and naturally didn't have any good feelings toward him. Yang Junwu approached and greeted her sheepishly, saying, Aunt, I am now just like you. Yang Chuling paused for a moment and then mocked. That's what you deserve. Her purpose this time was to seize the position of emperor, and then appear before her father in a position of power, making him regret the mistakes he made years ago. Yang Junwu did not dare to provoke her further and quickly moved away. Brother, I didn't expect to see you here too. Lu Mingming came over and gave him a big hug. Yang Junwu laughed. Lu senior brother, aren't you supposed to only excel in designing small worlds? How did you manage to pass the first 2 trials? Haha, I didn't mean to, I just accidentally passed. Lu Mingming laughed heartily. Meng Xiuxian and Lu Mingming appeared to know each other as well. They exchanged greetings. Junior brother Yang, let me introduce you to the top 10 experts of the inner court. These 3 are senior brothers Zheng Shijun and Ji Tianing, and senior sister Ban Xueqing, all SS-level experts. It seemed Lu Mingming had a fairly good relationship with these experts, so Yang Junwu stepped forward one by one to greet them. Senior brothers Zheng Shijun and Ji Tianing only gave a cursory nod. On the contrary, senior sister Ban Xueqing looked at him curiously and asked, Are you the forger who created the core with a 100% fusion rate? Yang Junwu modestly nodded and replied, Yes, but currently, I can only forge B-level mech cores. Senior sister Ban Xueqing raised a thumb. You're pretty good, junior brother. When you can forge an SS-level core, can you also create one for me? Yang Junwu was speechless. Reaching the level of SS was something unpredictable and perhaps far off. But since the senior sister mentioned it, he casually agreed. Lu Mingming was about to introduce the remaining 7 people when the hall suddenly shook violently. This trial tests your wisdom. If you cannot find the entrance to the 4th trial within the stipulated time, the candidates staying inside the grand hall will be eliminated. In the void, a huge countdown appeared, showing a remaining time of 5 hours. What do you all think? Should we act together or separately? A senior brother opened the conversation. Ji Tianing said, This place is so vast, gathering together is too inefficient. Let's split up, search individually, and once we find clues, share them. His suggestion was soon accepted, and everyone began separating into different rooms to search. How about we go in groups of 3? Meng Xiuxian's suggestion was quickly endorsed by Yang Junwu and Lu Mingming. No one knew if there would be dangers nearby, and being the weakest among the group, sticking together was definitely the best strategy. Moreover, talk of sharing clues was just that. Words spoken in public, sharing was absolutely out of the question. The fewer people entering the 4th trial, the greater the chances of winning in the end. I'll join you too. Ban Xueqing suddenly spoke up. The 3 looked at each other. With a ranked 3rd expert joining, safety would indeed be ensured, but if they all advanced to the next stage, how could they compete with an SS-level expert? Is something wrong? Don't want me to join? Then I'll leave. No. Senior sister, you misunderstand us. Of course, we hope you'll join. It's just, with your strength, wouldn't it feel like a waste to join our team? Yang Junwu hastily explained. Not at all. I find all of you quite interesting. In that case, we'll form a group of 4. Yang Junwu decided instantly. He felt that this palace was not simple at all. Having an expert around gave them more confidence to explore. Quick, look. Here's a strange symbol. There was an unusual mark on a stone statue in a side hall to the right. The mark resembled a bow shape. It seems to be missing part of it. We probably need to find the rest of it to understand the meaning of this symbol, Lu Mingming observed. Let's go. Since the symbol appeared here, the surrounding rooms should contain similar things. After thoroughly searching through 5 side halls, the 4 of them discovered 4 incomplete symbols. The second symbol consisted of 2 dots, the third a stroke slanting downwards, and the 4th the character gong. Lu Mingming tried his best to piece together the 4 symbols, but couldn't form any complete characters. Are there still missing symbols? Meng Xiuxian furrowed his brows. Yang Junwu, however, felt it was unlikely. The farthest hall and the adjacent one had no symbols. Thus, these 4 halls with symbols likely formed a group of codes. Based on his past experience solving puzzles in escape rooms, the secret must be hidden within these 4 symbols. The question now was whether the 4 symbols represented a sentence or a single character. Yang Junwoo believed it was more likely to be a sentence, because the 4 fragments simply didn't fit together. How could they derive an exact meaning from these fragments? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yang Junwoo. That's right. This is about selecting mech pilots, not riddle experts. Whatever the test designer intended to assess, intelligence or something else, it would definitely relate to mechs. With this realization, Yang Junwoo's task became simple. In addition to the statue engraved with a fragment, each room also contained 3 statues without engravings. The answer must be among those 3 statues. Thinking action, Yang Junwoo immediately activated mech fusion and fired a laser cannon at the statue next to the bow symbol. However, his attack was like hitting mud that dissipated into the sea, unable to make the slightest impact on the statue. Clearly, something was off. An ordinary statue couldn't withstand the attack of an A-level mech pilot. Lu Senior Brother, please help. Use the laser cannon to destroy this statue. Reluctantly, Yang Junwoo turned to seek assistance from an expert. I'll do it. Ban Xiuxian suddenly spoke up. She pointed her finger, releasing a particle beam. With a crack, the statue turned into powder. Amazing. Yang Junwoo gave her a thumbs up. Yang Junwoo carefully examined the powder, but found nothing special. Senior sister, could you please pulverize the other 2 statues as well? Alright. Once again, Ban Xiuxian took action, turning all 3 statues into powder. Yet again, just like the first, there was no information. Could his guess have been wrong? Yang Junwoo furrowed his brow. He stared intently at the incomplete pattern. As he changed his viewing angle, a shadow appeared mid-air where the first powdered statue had been. When this shadow overlapped with the pattern, it made the design appear even more complete. I understand now. It's all about finding the correct angle. If we align the 3 hidden patterns together, we will get the final result. One by one, everyone tried viewing the patterns from different angles until finally, Lu Mingming shouted in delight. I see it now. It's the character Ing. Great job, Lu Senior Brother. Yang Junwoo rejoiced. His judgment had indeed been correct. Lu Mingming chuckled. It's not my greatness. It's your greatness, Junior Brother. You solved the puzzle so quickly. Yang Junwoo humbly replied. Still, Senior Sister Ban needed to break the statues for us. With my limited skills, even if I knew the answer, I wouldn't have obtained specific details. Meng Xiuxian said. Let's stop being modest already. This is teamwork. Since we figured out the method, let's proceed to solve the remaining 3 statues. That's right. Time was running out, and this might not even be the final test. Ban Xiuxian walked last, glancing at Yang Junwoo's figure. To enter the finals with only A-level prowess, you surely possess some unique ability. My choice to follow him seems correct. If anything, it makes entering the final competition much easier. Senior sister, come quick. Yang Junwoo called out from outside. Coming. Ban Xiuxian responded, smashing the bow statue with her hand. Divert water into the tank. After gathering all the information from the 4-room statues, Yang Junwoo had formed a 4-character phrase. Simple and easy to understand. But the problem remained. Where was the water? And where was the tank? Since entering the Grand Hall, they hadn't seen either a faucet or a tank. Lu Mingming stretched his imagination. Perhaps the water and tank are metaphors, not really asking us to divert water into a tank. It's possible, but what do you think they symbolize? Ban Xiuxian nodded in agreement. Honestly, I don't know. Don't say things when you don't even know. Everyone rolled their eyes. Yang Junwoo believed the answer shouldn't be too complex because obtaining the 4 characters had been difficult enough. Adding a metaphorical layer would be too far-fetched. So, he thought it meant exactly as it sounded. He needed to find a tank and water to divert. I remember seeing a tank somewhere. Meng Xiuxian suddenly exclaimed joyfully. But I can't recall where. Meng Xiuxian scratched his head. You need to focus. The hope of solving this puzzle depends entirely on you. Lu Mingming urged. I remember now. The water tank isn't in this grand hall. It was in a side chamber before we entered the 2nd level. That room was a study, and there was a large water tank inside. Are you serious? A water tank in a study, and we need to leave this current hall to go back to the 2nd level? Lu Mingming found it hard to believe. What if stepping out of the 3rd gate directly meant disqualification? Even if Meng Xiuxian hadn't remembered wrong, another possibility remained. There might be a water tank here as well. Alright, we still have 2.5 hours. Let's spend 10 minutes searching nearby first. If we can't find anything, then we'll go back. Yang Junwoo made his final decision. He trusted his judgment wouldn't be wrong. Uncovering the truth was about diverting water into the tank. Chapter 72. The arduous path of solving the puzzle. The 4 began to search separately. 10 minutes later, they gathered again and all shook their heads. It seems we have no choice but to take a risk. Of course, if any senior students don't want to take the risk, you can go find new clues on your own. But I am determined to try this. Yang Junwoo looked at the entrance with a resolute gaze. Meng Xiuxian nodded and said, this proposal came from me. If my memory is wrong, I'm willing to bear the responsibility alone. And I'll go too. Lu Mingming shrugged his hands. I didn't say I wouldn't go. To me, being an emperor has no interest at all. I just want to push myself to see how far I can go. Even if I get eliminated here, I accept it willingly. 3 out of the 4 indicated they would go, leaving Ban Xiuxian, who was not only the strongest in power but also the one with the most potential to be the final winner. With her strength, there was really no need for her to accompany a group of S-level or even A-level teammates and take risks. Ban Xiuxian smiled. If we can't even pass this level, what use is strength? I trust the power of teamwork. I'll go as well. Great. Let's give it a try and see if we can soar straight up, or if we're destined to fail completely. Yang Junwu's heroic spirit soared, and he was the first to walk out of the Grand Hall. No system warning sound had been triggered. At least one thing could be confirmed. Returning to the second checkpoint hall wouldn't result in immediate elimination. Under Meng Shuhan's lead, the four entered a spacious study room. Yang Junwu immediately noticed a ceramic vat by the foot of a pile of bookshelves. Instead of water, there were several paintings inside the vat. Yang Junwu stepped forward to take out the paintings and attempted to move the vat, but found that it wouldn't budge an inch. This vat seemed to be fixed in place. The vat's been found, but where's the water? Yang Junwu looked around, but saw nothing other than the bookshelves that could hold water. Even the source of water couldn't be located, let alone leading it. Carefully think about it, figure out which step went wrong. Yang Junwu sat in the chair, staring blankly at the big vat. The task required water to be introduced into the vat, but currently, there was no water. What will happen if water is poured in? One possibility is that the weight of the vat increases. Another possibility is that liquid must appear inside the vat. Either way, these two scenarios should match the requirement of introducing water. With this thought, Yang Junwu jumped into the vat. His body weight was much lighter compared to a full vat of water. Therefore, he directly initiated the mech suit fusion, gradually increasing the gravity through the mech suit. However, there was no reaction nearby. It seems that adding pressure isn't the necessary condition to trigger the mechanism. That leaves us with only one option now. Fill the vat with liquid. Everyone, let's together transform ME particles into liquid form and pour them into the vat. Lu Mingming glanced at the size of the vat and felt somewhat intimidated. Younger brother, this vat is too large. Even if we inject all the particles we can, it might still not be enough to fill it. Yang Junwu gave a confident smile. Relax, it definitely doesn't require filling it completely. Alright, let's give it a try. Each of the four transformed the ME particles in their cores into liquid, slowly pouring it into the vat. Unlike water, liquid made from ME particles can be recovered after use. Click, click, click. When the ME liquid filled up to 1/3 of the vat, a clicking sound was heard from outside the door, as if some mechanism had been triggered. Let's go check outside. As soon as the four stepped out, they saw that a part of the central area in the grand hall had opened, revealing a staircase glowing with eerie blue light leading downwards. We've found the passage, and it's very likely the entrance to the fourth layer. Meng Shuhan was extremely delighted. Fantastic, fortune favors the brave. Lu Mingming was also incredibly excited. Relying on himself, he surely wouldn't have come up with so many ideas nor passed this challenge. Ban Xueqing walked ahead to lead the way, while Lu Mingming guarded the rear. The four cautiously descended the stairs. Boom! As soon as Lu Mingming entered, the mechanism closed immediately. They could only go forward, with no way back. Soon, the stairs ended, and after crossing a narrow tunnel horizontally, a wooden door appeared ahead. The wooden door was unlocked. Ban Xueqing carefully pushed it open, and blinding white light immediately hit her eyes. It was the glow of a teleportation array, indicating they had chosen the correct path. So many teleportation arrays. Which one is the entrance to the next trial? Lu Mingming was dumbfounded. There were 10 teleportation arrays in the room in front of them. Apart from their individual numbers above, they were all identical, making it impossible to distinguish between them. Should we pick one and try it out? Meng Shuhan suggested. No, Meng brother, don't act rashly. Some of the fake teleportation arrays may lead to monster-filled spaces, and that could be problematic. Lu Mingming quickly pulled him back. Yang Junwu agreed with Lu Mingming. Trying at random was the last resort when there were no options left. The most important task now is to find a clue on how to accurately determine the correct entrance. Everyone, search around for any clues. Yang Junwu immediately noticed a notice on the wall. 1. Using the teleportation array will consume a significant amount of core energy. Each time it is activated, 1/4 of the current mecha energy will be consumed. 2. Once you enter the teleportation array, switching mecha fusions is not allowed, or else temporal confusion may occur, resulting in high likelihood of being transported to an unknown location. 3. Destroying any of the teleportation gates will lead directly to disqualification from the challenge. These 3 rules were set to prevent anyone from unlimited trials. Each use would consume 1/4 of the energy. 4 attempts would completely deplete the core energy of the mech suit. And this was pretty equal for everyone, whether it was an SS level or A level suit. Each would consume the same 1/4 portion. This meant even if Ban Xueqing tried, she could attempt only 4 consecutive times before running out of energy. After searching for about 10 minutes in the room, all they found was that notice. There's nothing we can do but try. Meng Shuhan thought they wouldn't get any answers by overthinking it, and decided taking a chance might be better. Alright, please be careful, Meng Sr. Yang Junwu agreed after nodding, realizing there was no way around the enumeration method since they couldn't crack it otherwise. Meng Xuanhuan stepped up to the first teleportation array, injected core energy into it, and in a flash of light, disappeared. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the 7th teleportation array lit up suddenly, and Meng Xuanhuan emerged from the array. Seeing him return, everyone was surprised, including Meng himself. How did you come back? Lu Mingming asked in amazement. I don't know either. I ran out of my 4th core energy segment, and then I was sent back. Meng Xuanhuan responded with a bitter laugh. Yang Junwu remained calm and asked, Senior brother, can you share your experiences just now? Meng Xuanhuan nodded. First, I entered from number 1 and arrived in a room with 10 identical teleportation gates, but that room had none of you, so it must have been a different one. Then I switched to number 4, still landing in a room with the same 10 teleportation gates. Next, I thought I'd try number 4 again to see what happened. It was still the same room. In my final round, I only had 1/4 energy left, so I switched to number 7 and returned here. Understood. Yang Junwu documented Meng Xuanhuan's route on the ground, 1-4-4-7, which led to returning to the starting point. But with just this one record, no discernible pattern was visible. This time, let me try. Lu Mingming also instantly realized the problem. They needed extensive trials to find the right path. Hold on, Lu Senior Brother. Please state your intended path first, Yang Junwu shouted behind. Lu Mingming snapped back to reality, almost forgetting this crucial step. If he succeeded this time, he wouldn't be able to send back information, making their test efforts fruitless. My sequence will be 3698521. After announcing this, Lu Mingming disappeared through the third teleportation array. This trial came back much quicker than Meng Xuanhuan's. It took less than a minute before Lu Mingming reappeared through the 8th array. Back again. Bad luck. Didn't gain any useful information. Lu Mingming shook his head. His experience was almost entirely the same as Meng Xuanhuan's. Yang Junwu smiled. Not exactly true. We did gather some information. At least now we know this involves a 4-step password. Both Senior Brother Meng and you returned to the starting point at the 4th attempt. Meng Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. Younger brother, your point is that we need to follow the correct order to use 4 teleportation arrays to proceed to the 4th stage. Yes, if my guess is right, that should be it. Ban Xiuxian frowned and said, if that's the case, things are getting complicated. We have merely a 1 in 10,000 chance to stumble upon the right path. Yang Junwu gently nodded. Indeed, just from 2 sets of data, no patterns were discernible. There might not even be a pattern. Random teleports could happen if choosing wrong arrays. Ban Senior Sister, I'd like you to conduct the final verification in the sequence 4-7-9-8. Would that be okay? Yang Junwu looked towards Ban Xiuxian, feeling somewhat nervous assigning a task to such a highly skilled SS-level expert. Of course, no problem. Ban Xiuxian didn't carry herself like a top-tier expert and swiftly went through the sequence provided by Yang Junwu. As expected, she finally returned through the 8th teleportation array. It seems our assumptions are accurate. There's no corresponding relationship between the teleportation arrays. The 2nd and 3rd teleports in the middle are meaningless. If there's a mistake, the 4th always returns to the original point regardless of the intermediate process. Therefore, what we're looking for is a 4-character password. Let's look around the area again for more clues. The 4 continued searching in the room for some more time. Lu Mingming plopped down onto the ground. Younger brother Yang, there's nothing in this room. Absolutely no clues related to 4 numbers can be found. Yang Junwu furrowed his brows. Indeed, the room was too empty. Apart from the teleportation array, there was only the notice, and it revealed absolutely no numeric information. Wait a moment. Yang Junwu's eyes suddenly lit up as he smacked his forehead. I'm such an idiot. The rooms for collecting clues aren't just limited to this one. Lu Mingming caught on too and exclaimed in unison. There are also rooms 2 and 3 that we teleported to before. That's correct. It made sense now why there were 2 intermediate stations instead of being sent back to the starting point immediately upon error. The passcode must be hidden within those 2 rooms. Chapter 73, The Decisive Round. Yang Junwu casually picked a portal to enter and arrived at the 2nd level. Everything here was exactly the same as the 1st level. Yang Junwu searched every corner, even examining the floor and ceiling inch by inch. Nothing. There was nothing. Could he have guessed wrong? This level must be about luck. 1 in 10,000 chance, whoever's lucky passes. This is too ridiculous. Yang Junwu didn't believe that the person who designed this level would be so brain-dead. There had to be something he overlooked. He got up from the ground and walked to the bulletin board on the wall. This was odd. It was normal to have notices on the 1st level, but why were there notices on the 2nd and 3rd levels as well? What was the point? It was purely to confuse people, making those entering think they were in a loop? If that was the case, leaving something as a reference could easily solve it, but that didn't seem significant enough. So the answer to crack the code must lie within these notices. That's right. Cracking the previous password required the strength of a mech. Could it be that this level also requires mech power? It had to be. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu immediately activated mech fusion. A red flare hit the wall. Sure enough, the frame of the notice changed, with red arrows appearing in the black border. Down, 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 left, down, down, right, up, left. Yang Junwu counted a total of 9 arrows. If these arrows represent the order of the teleportation array, starting from number 1 downwards, its lower part has no other teleportation array, so move upwards. Following this order once brought him to stop at teleportation array number 5. Without hesitation, Yang Junwu entered the 5th teleportation array. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, Yang Junwu repeated the method, obtaining 13 arrows. Right, down, left, down, right, up, down, down, down. After calculation, transmission array number 3 was obtained. Entering the 3rd transmission array, Yang Junwu arrived at the final layer. But this time, there were no arrow prompts on the wall. Having no choice, Yang Junwu randomly selected a portal to enter. As expected, he failed to successfully exit the maze, returning instead to the starting point. And after illuminating the rule area in the original room, no arrow prompt appeared either. This wasn't right. If there were only 2 passwords, it would be impossible to escape the 4-level maze. This meant that the hints in the 2nd and 3rd layers represented not just one way but 2. Perhaps there was some kind of partition in between that he hadn't seen? There was nothing he could do. He would have to wait for the mech energy to recover and try again. Time passed slowly. The countdown timer of 5 hours had only 10 minutes left. The 4 of them had been trapped here for exactly 2 hours. Once again, Yang Junwu failed because there was no separation among the arrows, meaning it was impossible to determine which arrows referred to the first layer and which referred to the second. The 4 met back at the starting point. Lu Mingming looked at the arrows Yang Junwu had drawn on the ground and suddenly shouted, "I get it now. These arrows don't guide us on how to walk, but form 4 numbers. Look, if we treat the direction the arrows indicate as strokes, then 3 downs make 1, left down down right up left makes 6. That makes sense. So right down left is 3, left down right up down 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 is 9. Yang Junwu finally understood too. 1639. Could this be the combination? With only 10 minutes left and 24 possible combinations of 4 numbers, they couldn't possibly try all. If they were wrong, they wouldn't get another chance. Yang Junwu stood up, his fists clenched. Alright, I'll go first. If this set of data is incorrect, you guys switch. Yang Junwu took a deep breath and walked towards transmission array number 1. Flashes of light shone, and his figure disappeared. The remaining 3 waited for about 2 minutes, but Yang Junwu didn't reappear. Lu Mingming grinned. Looks like our luck was indeed good. The sequence is 1639. Yang Junwu appeared in a massive corridor, where ahead lay an enormous palace door. Upon pushing the door open, the scene inside shocked him. Like an ancient imperial palace, several dozen masked men dressed in green clothing stood rigidly on both sides. While atop the elevated platform at the top stood a middle-aged man sitting on an enormous chair, and beside him stood a pretty woman who looked slightly younger. Neither of them radiated any aura of power, like ordinary people. But could anyone sitting in such a position truly be ordinary? Apart from these figures, Yang Junwu spotted 2 familiar faces. The inner courtyard's top expert, Zheng Shijun, and his own younger aunt, Yang Chuling. Behind them, Lu Mingming, Meng Shuhan, and Ban Xueqing also successively entered the grand hall. Time's up, close the palace doors. Final candidates, please step forward. A man in green clothing shouted loudly as the palace door they had just entered slowly closed. That meant that only the 6 of them had managed to pass the 4th stage within the stipulated time. The man on the chair slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 6 people below. His aura was peaceful, yet carried an undeniable oppressive force. Even SS-ranked experts like Zheng Shijun and Ban Xueqing dared not look directly at him. Everyone, first of all, congratulations on entering the final stage of selection. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Tianhe, the Emperor Lord of Tianhe Alliance, and this is my wife, Su Xiling. He was the current Emperor Lord, the person standing at the highest point of power. Yang Junwu couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Qi Tianhe's image completely differed from the Emperor Lord he had imagined. Greetings, Emperor Lord, Empress. Everyone quickly paid their respects. Today, everyone has come here for the position of Emperor Lord, but you may not fully understand the reason for the existence of the Tianhe Alliance. Next, I will inform you of matters involving the deepest secrets of Feihua continent, hoping that you keep them confidential. In our universe, there exists a peculiar creature called star-killing worms. They feed on the space of the continent and can absorb special energy produced by conflicts to evolve. Once the space is entirely consumed, it becomes nothingness, eventually turning into chaos. I'm sure you've all seen pocket worlds. These are remnants of a dimensional space after being partially consumed by star-killing worms. Qi Tianhe's words shocked everyone. The formation of pocket worlds was related to star-killing worms. He continued, to prevent enormous energy from massive conflicts between Fei Kingdom and Nianhua Kingdom from accelerating the evolution of star-killing worms, wise individuals established the Tianhe Alliance to protect Feihua continent and its skies. At the same time, to quickly cultivate experts to exterminate the star-killing worms, the Alliance secretly founded 5 academies to train talent. Over 100 years, major conflicts on the continent have been curbed, and peace has been relatively maintained between the 2 countries. However, 20 years ago, a mysterious organization known as Dark Abyss appeared, disrupting the world's order and causing renewed disputes on the continent. The sealed star-killing worms received a tremendous amount of energy, making the containment seals set up by Feihua continent's high-level experts difficult to sustain. Without suppression, immense harm would occur to the continent. Hence, I must select an heir to continue managing the daily affairs of the Tianhe Alliance. Dark Abyss. These bastards again. What did they want to do? Yang Junwu's face turned dark with cold fury. Not long ago, he almost got killed by Dark Abyss. Alright, let's not delve into Feihua too much. This test question is rather simple. Suppose you were to become the Emperor Lord of Tianhe Alliance. How would you respond to the attack of the star-killing worms? You have 10 minutes to think, and candidates with answers can head to the rear hall for responses, one at a time. After Qi Tianhe finished speaking, he held Su Xiling's hand and walked into the rear hall behind the main hall. The 6 people looked at each other awkwardly. Lu Mingming sighed bitterly. How to deal with the star-killing worms? I can only think of one permanent solution. To kill all the star-killing worms. Zheng Shijun sneered. Stupid. If the star-killing worms were so easy to kill, Qi Tianhe would have done so already. If I estimate correctly, his strength is at least at the peak SSS rank, or might have even reached the quasi-god level. If something even a quasi-god can accomplish, would they agree with your method of simply killing the star-killing worms? They'd have to be insane to approve. I'll go first, you guys think carefully. Zheng Shijun stood up and headed towards the rear hall. Qi Tianhe pointed to the opposite chair and smiled gently. Please sit. Zheng Shijun felt extremely nervous, but sat down as instructed. Now, tell me your thoughts. Zheng Shijun took a deep breath. Replying to your majesty, if the star-killing worms cannot be killed, then there's only one way. Eliminate Dark Abyss, reducing the energy of the star-killing worms to bring them back to their sealed state. I believe this is the simplest and most direct method under the current circumstances. And how exactly do you plan to get rid of Dark Abyss? Dark Abyss stays behind the scenes, secretly stirring conflicts among various powers, making us constantly caught off guard. Tianhe asked again. Zheng Shijun hesitated. He hadn't really considered this issue before. Given the intelligence network of the Tianhe Alliance, finding Dark Abyss shouldn't be too difficult, right? Then send out messages in the name of Tianhe Alliance to those great families, forbidding any secret actions. Otherwise, they will be eradicated. With the intimidation of the Tianhe Alliance, there should be no reason for them not to comply. Tianhe neither agreed nor disagreed, replying faintly, "All right, I know." Zheng Shijun left the room nervously, returning to the main hall. "How did it go?" Ban Xueqing asked. Zheng Shijun shook his head. "Not sure, but something feels off." "All right, let me give it a try." Ban Xueqing, Yang Chuling, Lu Mingming, and Meng Shuhan entered the rear hall one after another. However, they all came out with looks of confusion on their faces, uncertain if their proposals had been accepted. "Junior brother, you only have 10 minutes left. You're the only one who hasn't gone in yet. Hurry up, don't be late," Meng Shuhan said to Yang Junwu. Zheng Shijun sneered coldly. What could an A-ranked mech pilot possibly do? It's better if he doesn't go in and make a fool of himself. Yang Junwu completely ignored his mockery, nodding to Meng Shuhan and Lu Mingming before heading toward the rear hall. Chapter 74. The Dust Settles, the Acting Emperor. Sit. Tianhe pointed to the chair in front with a smile. Thank you. Yang Junwu sat down calmly. Yang Junwu, the original heir of the Yang family in Fei country. Due to his inability to cultivate, he was driven out of the family. Later, after drunkenly disgracing Bai Xuexian, the daughter of the Bai family, his engagement to the Chao family was broken off. Afterward, for unknown reasons, he appeared in Yunyao City's Tang family and entered the Divine Weapon Academy. Though delivered in a calm tone by Tianhe, these words stirred great waves in Yang Junwu's heart. I am merely an A-level mecha master. Why would he investigate me so thoroughly? This is the true strength of the Star River Alliance, isn't it? Seeing Yang Jun was slightly uneasy, Tianhe smiled and said, "No need to be nervous. I've already been observing you in secret, which is why I had someone collect your information. There's only one thing that confuses me. How could someone who is entirely unable to cultivate suddenly become capable? Can you enlighten me?" Yang Junwu's thoughts raced rapidly. The person in front of him possessed immense power, and simply deceiving him would be impossible. But the roulette wheel must not be revealed under any circumstances. Yang Junwu forced himself to appear calm and said, "In response to the Emperor, originally I possessed the hidden dragon constitution. Because there was no suitable cultivation method, my strength couldn't advance. Later, when the Bai family left my corpse on a random burial ground, I unexpectedly activated the hidden dragon constitution, allowing my cultivation level to skyrocket." "Ah, I see. That makes sense. How do you feel about the issue concerning the star-slaying worms?" Yang Junwu countered. "Lord Emperor, I'd like to ask a question. Are the star-slaying worms impossible to exterminate, only able to be sealed or have their power diminished?" "Oh, why would you think so? The Lord Emperor's strength has already reached the peak of the Feihua continent. Yet even so, you were unable to completely annihilate them when they lacked energy. This shows that it may be impossible to eliminate the star-slaying worms." Tianhe nodded. "You're correct, and this is precisely the most troublesome point. But the star-slaying worms aren't absolutely impossible to destroy either. As long as one's cultivation reaches the divine level and creates a divine-grade mecha, there's a possibility to utterly wipe them out." Yang Junwu was speechless. Divine level, such a distant realm. Even if someone could break through, they might not be able to create a divine-grade mecha. Yang Junwu directly ignored the second half of the previous sentence. Therefore, what we need to do is to limit the star-slaying worms within a very small range, ensuring that the extensive areas of the Feihua continent remain unaffected. Since the star-slaying worms' energy originates from conflict, our mission is to find ways to extinguish disputes. Unfortunately, we currently can't eliminate disputes altogether. Not just among various families, but even between Fei country and Yinhua country, actions have started secretly behind the scenes. All of this is due to the Dark Underworld meddling. So, we must first figure out the Dark Underworld's intent. Regardless of what they desire, if the entire Feihua continent turns into nothingness, they too will vanish. Once we make them aware of this, there is potential for cooperation. At that time, with us in the open and them hidden, a combination of visible and concealed forces will enforce prohibitions on reckless conflicts among family factions. This way, the destructive power of the star-slaying worms can significantly decrease. Tianhe's expression turned somewhat bitter. How could he not know what the Dark Underworld aimed to achieve? Not only was Yi Ying aware of the impending doom of the world, but she stubbornly insisted on achieving her goals through her methods. More importantly, she wanted to defy his every move. Thus, though Yang Junwu's ideas seemed good, they couldn't be realized. "I can only tell you, within 30 years, cooperation between both sides is impossible," Tianhe stated. Yang Junwu hesitated briefly, then cautiously asked, "Could it be that you know the ruler of the Dark Underworld?" Tianhe gave a slight nod. If no cooperation could be established, things would become exceedingly complicated. After pondering for a moment, Yang Junwu revealed a glint of resolve. "If alliance isn't possible, then let's exploit. Let's bring the existence of the Dark Underworld to light, spreading rumors that they aim to unify the continent and dismantle all the powers of each family." Tianhe shook his head, saying, Those managers of the families are all astute individuals. How could they believe such absurd claims? Yang Junwu chuckled. When 3 people say something, it becomes a tiger. As long as enough people repeat the rumors, they won't have a choice but to believe. If in the process, a family really gets obliterated by the dark underworld, the authenticity of these rumors will increase dramatically. Then, in the name of helping and supervising, Tianhe Union can insert inspectors into each family, effectively rendering the dark underworld's plans futile. Once they get anxious and jump from the shadows into the open, we can gather the entire continent's power to obliterate them. Qi Tianhe's face flickered slightly. What a ruthless plan, and it actually seems feasible. But there's still one issue. If we truly decide to obliterate dark underworld, a great deal of battles will be inevitable, and the energy generated from these conflicts will likely significantly strengthen the star-slaying worms. How do we handle this? Only execute the masterminds, not the followers. Not everyone in the dark underworld is evil. Many have been forcibly converted under duress. Yang Junwu recalled the young master of the dark underworld. It was clear that the young master was different from ordinary members of the dark underworld and seemed to harbor a sense of justice. If he could persuade her to turn against them, the conflicts would vanish instantly. All right, I get it. Last question. If you had to pick a family to sacrifice, who would you choose? Yang Junwu paused, surprised. The question was cleverly posed, probably testing whether he'd seek revenge through his official position. Taking a deep breath, he fearlessly looked into the other's eyes. If it really were my decision, and it wouldn't impact our plans, I would select either the Bai family or the Chao family. I see. Well, let's go back to the main hall. Yang Junwu took his leave and returned to the grand hall. Lu Mingming approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "Impressive, younger brother, to talk for so long. Looks promising." Yang Junwu chuckled bitterly. "Don't flatter me." The emperor didn't say anything. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The heir personally chosen by the emperor will now be announced." Qi Tianhe and his wife, Su Xiling, reappeared, with the latter stepping forward to announce. The selection process evaluated fortune, strength, intelligence, and strategy. The ultimate victor is Yang Junwu. Please step forward, Yang Junwu. Good heavens, little brother, it really is you. Lu Mingming exclaimed joyfully. Meng Xiuxian also showed signs of happiness. He and Lu Mingming were just participants, not expecting much from the outcome. They were genuinely pleased for their close junior student and apprentice Yang Junwu. The other 3 people reacted differently. Ban Xueqing remained silent. Zheng Shijun displayed a look of discontentment, while Yang Chuling outright protested. "Emperor, I refuse to accept this. Neither Yang Junwu's strength nor his experience commands respect. On what grounds does he deserve to be considered for the position of emperor? Even if you lift him up single-handedly, how can he hold on to the power? How dare you challenge the emperor's decision so recklessly here at the Tianhe Alliance?" A green-robed guard suddenly attacked. He activated his mech and struck with a punch aimed directly at Yang Chuling. Yang Chuling snorted coldly and instantly merged with his S-grade mech, delivering an equal punch in return. In a battle where an unarmored human fights against an S-grade mech, it seems obvious the green-robed guard would be disadvantaged. But something unexpected happened. Upon the collision of the punches, the green-robed guard was completely unharmed while Yang Chuling retreated several steps. The armor on Yang Chuling's fist even buckled slightly. "Mingrun, stand down," Qi Tianhe said calmly. "Yes, Emperor." The green-robed man returned to his post on either side. "There are plenty in our Star River Alliance with great power, but what I seek is a successor with infinite potential, not just mere martial prowess. Step forward, Yang Junwu." At this moment, no one dared to say anything. Even Zheng Shijun, an SS-grade expert, was deeply shocked. As an SS-level expert himself, it would be impossible for him to repel an S-grade mech user solely with his physical body. Yet here, an average-looking guard proved to be stronger than him. Yang Junwu slowly ascended the platform. Qi Tianhe handed him a ring. This ring is called the Star River Ring and serves as a symbol of authority for the acting emperor in the Star River Alliance. If the previous emperor is confirmed dead, then the acting emperor shall officially become the next emperor. Yang Junwu was startled. Clearly, the current crisis was significant enough to make even someone of Qi Tianhe's extraordinary caliber feel vulnerable. This ring contains a miniature dimension holding some data and items of the Star River Alliance. Do not disclose them, Qi Tianhe instructed. Also, half of the 16 dark mechas and 32 divine mechas will accompany me to stop the star-slaying worms, and the other half will be under your control. The contact information is inside the Star River Ring. Yang Junwu was astonished and delighted. The person who intervened earlier must have been one of the 16 dark mecha experts. With their support, he might very well rule supreme. Everyone, from now on, Yang Junwu is the acting emperor of our Star River Alliance. You must show him the same loyalty you would give me. Otherwise, alliance rules will apply. Qi Tianhe declared. Strictly abide by the emperor's orders. Pay respects to the acting emperor. The guards on both sides of the hall shouted in unison. Qi Tianhe then looked at the remaining 5 people in the hall. Your abilities allow you to apply to join the Divine Machine's core. Start as junior members, and over time, you can be promoted to Divine Machine or Hidden Machine level. Lu Mingming shook her head and said, "Thank you for the emperor's consideration, but I'm simply not accustomed to fighting and killing. I prefer to continue as a small world designer." Yang Chuling directly responded with a cold laugh. "I will absolutely not become anyone's subordinate, let alone someone from the Yang family." Ban Xueqing and Zheng Shijun also indicated their unwillingness to become divine machines. Dream Xiuxian, however, expressed his willingness. Qi Tianhe waved his hand, and a teleportation array appeared at the entrance of the hall. "Everyone, except for Dream Xuanhuan and Yang Junwu. The rest of you can be teleported to the entrance of the first level through this array. Please ensure confidentiality regarding the final results of this competition. Yang Junwu, enjoy your momentary triumph. One day, I will return everything the Yang family has taken from me, doubled. Yang chuling through this harsh threat at Yang Junwu before stepping into the teleportation portal. Chapter 75, Reunion with my sister. On the outskirts of the East 4th Ring Road in Donghai City. This area was sparsely populated, lush with green trees, and the environment was rather nice. A regular school bus stopped in front of a villa, and a girl of about 13 or 14 years old stepped out. Although the girl was dressed plainly, she had an adorable appearance, and when she grew up, she would definitely be a stunning beauty. After opening the gate, she was just about to enter the courtyard when she heard sharp breaking sounds from behind her. Wuxia turned back and saw several black shuttles blocking her way on the wide avenue ahead. More than a dozen tall men dressed in black got out of the shuttles and surrounded her. Wuxia frowned deeply but showed no sign of panic, instead coldly demanding, "Who are you? Who sent you?" The tattooed giant man holding a sharp knife smirked. "Hee, little girl, you don't need to know who sent us. Just hand over xiaoxian, and I'll ensure your safety. Otherwise," after saying this, his tongue licked across the icy tip of the knife, revealing an eerie and cruel look in his eyes. When Wuxia heard the name xiaoxian, she felt a slight tremor in her heart. These people were indeed looking for Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian has returned to the Yang family. If you have the guts, go get her from the Yang family. Little girl, we're not ones to be easily fooled by nonsense. I advise you not to be too clever for your own good and risk losing someone precious. We don't want to hurt you, but we do need to know where Yang Xiaoxian is. Even though the tattooed man didn't take the young girl seriously, the Luo family in Donghai City was considered a mid-level family, and Wuxia was part of the Luo family's collateral line. There was no need for him to completely offend her. Get lost. Wuxia didn't bother wasting another word and pushed open the iron gate to step into the yard. Since you prefer punishment over cooperation, don't blame me for being unfriendly. The group leader yelled. Everyone, attack her. With this yelling, his face lost all dignity, and the tattooed man instantly became enraged. C-class mech, Z Luo, Xianxia, fusion. Her body began to change as purple light started spreading from her chest, forming the mech around her. We can't let her finish fusion, everyone attack together. Clearly, the tattooed man wasn't any ordinary thug, equipped with external skeletal enhancements that transformed him fully into battle gear in moments. D-class external mech armor might not match up against C-class in terms of power or control, but because it doesn't require fusion, issuing commands could immediately commence battle. A metallic fist crashed directly into Wuxia's abdomen. Since Wuxia's mech fusion wasn't complete yet, it was akin to getting struck flesh to flesh. She spat out a mouthful of blood, halting the fusion process immediately. With a pale complexion, Wuxia clutched her stomach and took a few steps back. The tattooed man spoke coldly. That was just a lesson. Otherwise, that blow could have taken your life. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over Yang Xiaoxian, or die. Wiping away the blood from the corner of her lips, Wuxia sneered. Kill me if you dare. I, Wuxia, will never betray my friend. Fine, since you insist on death, so be it. Controlling the metal claws forward, Wuxia closed her eyes waiting for death. But after 10 seconds passed, instead of feeling killed, she heard a piercing scream from the other side. She quickly opened her eyes. In front of her stood a white-clad man, and the formerly aggressive tattooed man lay sprawled on the ground, his mech disengaged, with his severed hand laying on the lawn. Did this person save me? Who are you? The white-clad man replied calmly. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to answer 2 questions honestly. First, who sent you? Second, why are you searching for Yang Xiaoxian? Black Shark Gang interrogates others. Do you think you scare us? A man in black clothes roared, attempting to invoke their gang's reputation. Who in Donghai City didn't know that the Black Shark Gang was the hired muscle under the Bai family? Insulting the Black Shark Gang meant going against the Bai family. Before he could finish his threat, the tattooed man's remaining arm was violently chopped off. You motherfucker. Why cut me too when I didn't say that? The tattooed man mentally cursed himself endlessly, imagining countless galloping horses. The white-clad man replied calmly. My patience is limited. Next goes the feet. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The tattooed man hurriedly begged for mercy. Losing an arm wasn't crucial. With current technology, it could be reattached. However, dragging this too long would result in lasting issues after reattachment. We were sent by the 3rd son of the Bai family, Bai Lengyu, to find his fiancée. Master heard rumors that his fiancée was hidden by this Miss Luo, so he sent me here to fetch her. Go home and tell Bai Lengyu, the engagement is off. Could you please tell us your esteemed name so we can report back accordingly? A flash of coldness passed through the tattooed man's eyes. He doesn't deserve to know my name. Why don't you all just leave? Or do you want to stay for tea? The tattooed man clenched his teeth, ordered his subordinates to pick up the severed hand from the grass, and swiftly retreated from the villa. Calm was restored to the surroundings. Wuxia mustered her courage and walked to the front of the white-clad man. Thank you, brother, for saving me. May I ask who you are? The white-clad man gave a gentle smile, completely different from the cold-blooded killer he had been moments before. My name is Yang Junwu, and I am Yang Xiaoxian's elder brother. You may call me Brother Yang. Indeed, this was Yang Junwu who had trained in the Star River Alliance for 2 years. After becoming the emperor's main disciple, Qi Tianhe directly handed him about 50 kilograms of stardust powder. With the help of the sisters from the Duan Society mining out the stardust mine, they managed to gather nearly 50 more kilograms. 200 kilograms of stardust powder equaling 10,000 grams. Yang Junwoo did not use it to upgrade the roulette, but rather poured it all into accelerating his cultivation speed. Currently, his passive cultivation speed stood at 32 times. His cultivation realm had advanced from the first layer of the Qi refining stage to the 9th layer, and all he awaited now was the opportune moment for breakthrough to the He Gem embodied stage. The spare time was spent mainly on practicing the battle formations given by Qi Tianhe and crafting mech cores. Qi Tianhe's requirement was simple: craft a perfect A-class mech, and he could graduate and leave the Divine Weapon Academy. This simple requirement took Yang Junwoo 2 years and countless materials to finally complete. However, besides spending a lot in the beginning, later on, it practically became a money-making venture. To him, a 90% fusion degree mech core was waste, but others weren't the same. As a result, Xuanhuan used these waste cores to sell them massively in various academies, earning countless materials and stardust. Duan Society's reputation gradually spread throughout the Flying Leaf continent. This time, Yang Junwoo left the academy because Xuanhuan had sent him a message. His own younger sister, Yang Xiaoyao, was married off to the Bai family scion. Rumors said it was their free love that led both sides to agree to their marriage. Upon receiving the news, Yang Junwoo was instantly furious. Yang Xiaoyao was only 14, and the family was already arranging her marriage? Unless there was involvement from Yang Xiuxian behind the scenes, he would find it 1,000 times unbelievable. On the day of the wedding, Yang Xiaoyao secretly ran away and hid at a classmate's home. However, the party refused to acknowledge her presence. As a face-conscious large family, the Yang family naturally couldn't personally conduct searches in other homes. Using the excuse of the marriage already taking place and Yang Xiaoyao now belonging to the Bai family, the Yang family urged the Bai family to locate her. After conducting an exhaustive search, the Bai family finally narrowed down Yang Xiaoyao's location, leading to the earlier scene. Are you a member of the Yang family? Luzia's face changed drastically. Yang Xiaoyao had told her it was members of the Yang family who forced her into marriage. Do not misunderstand. I am Yao Yao's real brother and will not harm her. Yang Junwoo explained. Humph. Being her real brother means nothing. Her birth parents were the ones who personally married her off. This cannot be. Yang Junwoo was greatly startled, having always thought it was the patriarch or Yang Jingxian orchestrating it. There's nothing impossible. It's what she herself told me. Yang Junwoo spoke with a deep voice. I need to question her myself. Not possible. Even if you kill me, I will not disclose where she is. Luzia clearly had an excellent relationship with Yang Xiaoyao, willing even to risk her life to protect her. You trust me. If I was colluding with them, I wouldn't have interfered earlier. I am her real brother, and I've been studying abroad, which is why I'm not entirely clear on matters at home. But believe me, I am the last person who would hurt her. A sincere light flashed in Yang Junwoo's eyes. Luzia couldn't help but nod slightly. The man before her was too handsome to the point she simply didn't feel like doubting his words. That gaze of his almost made her completely entranced. All right, I'll take you there. Thank you. Yang Junwoo gave a faint smile. This smile nearly caused Luzia to lose her soul. At her age, she admired strong people and handsome men, especially when this handsome man before her was also exceedingly gentle. As they entered the villa, a woman dressed in pink sat on the couch playing with a small kitten. Zia, you're back? Oh, who is? Yang Xiaoyao greeted her, then suddenly noticed a man standing behind Luzia. What? Don't you recognize your own brother? Yang Junwoo smiled. Brother? Yang Xiaoyao flew straight into his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. That's enough. You're already quite grown up. Don't let others see and make fun of you. Yang Xiaoyao stepped back from Yang Junwoo, her intelligence suddenly kicking in. Something's not right. My brother was killed a long time ago. You can't possibly be him. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating my brother? Yang Junwoo looked speechless. When you were 7 and tore your skirt, who stitched it for you? And when you fell into the river watching fireworks at 8, who saved you? Brother, it really is you. It's so great that you're not dead. Only her brother could know these embarrassing moments from her childhood, and now Yang Xiaoyao finally believed the man before her was truly her own brother. All right, let's talk business. What exactly happened with your marriage to that Bai family boy? Did you really fall in love with the third young master of the Bai family? At this mention, Yang Xiaoyao's cheerful expression instantly darkened as she clenched her teeth furiously. Whoever has blind eyes would even like that playboy. Chapter 76, Awakening, the 5-colored rainbow dragon body. It was indeed out of desperation. Yang Junwoo's face turned cold. Little sister, speak. What's going on? Yang Xiaoyao sighed deeply. This matter was indeed proposed by Dad. Ever since your inheritance rights were taken away, our branch's authority within the family has diminished significantly. Although many people refrain from saying anything because of Grandpa's influence, deep down they look down on us. Besides, both you and I have waste material bodies that cannot practice cultivation. Add to this the oppression from Uncle's branch, financial strain, and many who were once loyal to us gradually began to shift alliances. With no other options, Dad agreed to the marriage proposal from the Bai family. If I marry the third son of the Bai family, with their support, things at least wouldn't get as bad as before. After finishing her words, Yang Xiaoyao lowered her head. In her heart, she felt extremely conflicted because she believed her inability to cultivate led to the weakening of the Yanging branch. But if she had to use an arranged marriage to help the family, her heart truly didn't want it, especially since the fiancé was Bai Longyu, a despicable playboy. Don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. What era is this now, selling one's daughter like a commodity? If they're upset, blame only themselves for being incompetent. Yang Junwu criticized Yang Ying and his wife unreservedly. Brother, it's okay. Since I'm back, I'll never let anyone bully you. Yang Junwu's calm tone gave Yang Xiaoyao immense confidence. Even though her brother couldn't practice cultivation, just having him by her side made her feel reassured. Luo Xia laughed from the side. Your brother is so formidable. I bet that Bai Lingyu isn't even worthy to be his opponent. Is my brother formidable? Yang Xiaoyao seemed puzzled. Of course. He single-handedly cut off a hand of a D-rank mecha engineer. Isn't that formidable? Huh? Brother, can you actually practice cultivation now? Yang Junwu nodded with a smile. Wonderful. I knew you're not the waste they said. Cough cough. Let's talk about this later. Right now, does no one in the Yang family know I'm still alive? Judging by how shocked Yang Xiaoyao was upon seeing him, Yang Xiuxian didn't disclose his survival to anyone else. Or perhaps he only told their branch. The reason was straightforward. Should the Yang clan find out Yang Junwu had become incredibly powerful, it might make grandfather change his mind and reassign him as the heir. Yang Xiuxian absolutely could not allow such an eventuality. Once he formally inherits the title, when everything is settled, then there'll be no need to worry when Yang Junwu returns. For now, it would be better for Yang Junwu to stay at the academy and not come home. As expected, Yang Xiaoyao nodded her head. If so, I'll remain out of sight for the time being, and the task of calling off the engagement will be up to you. But, brother, I can't keep staying here with Xia forever. Father will surely come looking for me eventually, and Xia will end up being implicated then. Luo Xia waved her hand dismissively. Sister to sister, let's not bring up matters of implicating others. Besides, you once saved my life. Yang Junwu smiled. Rest assured, I have a plan. This way, Xia won't be affected, and we can also humiliate that guy from the Bai family. Then Yang Junwu outlined his plan. After hearing it, Yang Xiaoyao looked quite troubled. Brother, even with the best C-class mech suit, I couldn't possibly win against him. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xia, may I borrow a quiet place? Go upstairs to my training room. It's quiet and soundproof. Yang Junwu nodded, and followed Luo Xia into the training room with Yang Xiaoyao. This B-level mech core is for you. Your participation is crucial in this performance. Before entering, Yang Junwu casually handed Luo Xia a B-level core. A gleam of joy appeared in Luo Xia's eyes. My goodness, it's actually a B-level core. The Luo family was a medium-sized family, and while B-level cores weren't completely non-existent, it was certain that something like that would never reach someone from the collateral line like her. She only managed to secure a C-level core due to her remarkable talent within the Luo family. Thank you, Brother Yang. Luo Xia hurried to express her gratitude. She fully understood how valuable a B-level core was. With the core in hand, Luo Xia went to another room to begin the fusion process herself, leaving the space to Yang Junwu and Yang Xiaoyao. Take off your top and sit facing away from me. Yang Junwu pointed to the sitting cushions on the floor. Okay. Without questioning further, Yang Xiaoyao trusted Yang Junwu 100%. Yang Junwu pressed 2 fingers against the pressure points on her back, slowly inputting dragon chi. Her condition was almost identical to his, leading Yang Junwu to suspect that she might possess a type of dragonkin body. Basic cultivation methods wouldn't suffice to activate her latent strength. After absorbing a great amount of dragon energy, my hidden dragon chi began subtly transforming into golden dragon energy. The emitted dragon chi should be able to stimulate her latent power within. Sure enough, after roughly a minute of input, Yang Junwu could feel a dragon-like force emanating from his sister's body, resisting his own dragon chi. If his strength was described as vast and imposing, then the nature of the dragon power inside Yang Xiaoyao was soft yet tenacious. Despite being not very strong, it was still gradually pushing Yang Junwu's dragon chi out. At the instant when Yang Junwu's dragon chi was entirely expelled, a brilliantly colored dragon shadow appeared above Yang Xiaoyao's head. So this is my sister's dragon? So beautiful. It seems like a rainbow hanging in the sky. 5-colored rainbow dragon. One of the golden dragon guardians, specializing in auxiliary abilities, can evolve into a 7-colored rainbow dragon. A system prompt suddenly rang in Yang Junwu's mind. Indeed a true dragon. Yang Junwu was overjoyed. From now on, Yang Xiaoyao's future would start to change. Would you like to use stardust powder to exchange for the exclusive cultivation manual for the rainbow dragon? The system prompt sounded again. Of course. How do I exchange? 1 kilogram of stardust powder can exchange for the first 3 layers of cultivation techniques. Let's do it. Yang Junwu didn't hesitate for a moment. He still had quite a bit of stardust powder in his Star River ring, all earned by Xuanhuan previously. Exchange successful. A gray mist surged from Yang Junwu's head and entered Yang Xiaoyao's body. Yang Junwu rolled his eyes faintly. How stingy. He couldn't even take a glance himself. Sister, this is your exclusive cultivation method. Calm your spirit and begin to break through. Yang Junwu loudly urged her. Previously, when he cultivated the dragon forging technique, he directly broke through to the 3rd layer of the body refining stage. I wonder what level Yang Xiaoyao will reach this time. Intense energy enveloped Yang Xiaoyao, making her figure seem to turn into 7 colors. Buzz. After 5 or 6 minutes, her energy calmed down, and she slowly opened her eyes, which appeared as if stars were flowing. Yang Xiaoyao incredulously waved her hand, and a surging power flowed through her arm. This is how it feels to be a powerhouse. Sister, what level are you at now? Yang Junwu asked. Just judging from her aura, it was at least the 2nd layer of the body refining stage, or above. 7th layer of the body refining stage. Yang Xiaoyao responded without thinking after sensing her condition. Yang Junwu nearly choked on his blood. Truly, Comparing people kills, it took him longer than her to just reach the third layer when he was older than her. She has practically reached the peak of the body refining stage in one go. Brother, how exactly did you manage that? Xianxia was astonished after the excitement wore off. Absorb this first, and I'll tell you later. Xuanhuan tossed her a golden B-level mech core. This was the core he forged for the first time using Dragon Chi with a high fusion percentage, perfectly suitable for Xiaoxiao, who also possessed a dragon-like body. Then, as Xiaoxiao fused with it, Yang Junwu recounted his experiences to her. Of course, he didn't mention the roulette wheel since knowing about it wouldn't benefit her. Also regarding the Star River Alliance, Yang Junwu temporarily didn't want to reveal his identity as an almost imperial cultivator. Who would have thought the Bai family and Chao family would dare collude against you? What nonsense. Brother, we must exact revenge. Yang Xiaoyao seethed with anger. Yang Junwu nodded, certainly. I'm the kind of person who doesn't harm others unless provoked. But once provoked, I retaliate without fail. Let's start taking revenge with canceling your engagement. After Yang Xiaoyao finished fusing, the two walked out of the training room's door. Luozia had long been waiting in the living room. Seeing Yang Junwu appear, her eyes sparkled unusually. Just earlier, Yang Junwu gave her a B-level core, which had achieved a 90% fusion rate when combined with her. And it was only because of her insufficient insight that it wasn't even higher. A 90% fusion B-level core, a legendary item fundamentally unobtainable by money, and Yang Junwu handed it to her so easily. Merely because she was Yang Xiaoyao's best friend. What kind of man was this? Luozia became deeply interested in Yang Junwu. Sister, Zia, I'll leave here first. You both follow the strategy accordingly. Yang Junwu finished speaking and left Luo's villa. The two good friends glanced at each other and found it hard to believe. In less than 2 hours, their strengths underwent a tremendous transformation. Luozia's eyes sparkled with admiration, asking, Hey, Xiaoyao, does your brother have a girlfriend? Yang Xiaoyao was flustered. What? Don't tell me you're eyeing my brother. Is there a problem with that? He's unmarried, and I'm unwed. Why shouldn't we give it a try? Huh, with someone as tiny as you, my brother wouldn't even bother looking twice. Yang Xiaoyao scornfully glanced at her. Hey, where am I small? I'm clearly bigger than you. Luozia puffed up her chest, protesting. Let me tell you the truth, it's best if you don't harbor any romantic feelings for my brother. In the end, you'll be the one who gets hurt because my brother already has a girlfriend. Yang Xiaoyao warned. Liking someone who is on a completely different level will never end well. How do you know I'll get hurt? Of course I know, because I've read many romance novels where the women always end up terribly. Luozia, as your best friend, I seriously don't want you to get hurt over this. Seeing Luozia's unconvinced expression, Yang Xiaoyao urged her again. Alright, I was just teasing. How could I fall in love with a man so much older than me? Let's stop talking about this and go practice. We need to familiarize ourselves with the new powers we've just obtained. Chapter 77. Duel, Yang Xiaoyao vs. Bai Lengyu. Inside a luxurious villa in the central district of Donghai City, the leader of the Black Shark gang, Black Shark, was kneeling before a youth who looked barely 18 years old with his deputy, Swordfish, whose arms had just been reattached. The young man's face was filled with anger. The broken porcelain all over the room showed his restlessness and dissatisfaction. This person was none other than Bai Lengyu, the third son of the Bai family. He walked to Black Shark and pointed a finger at his forehead. A little girl, and you can't even keep an eye on her? What are you eating my money for? I might as well blow you up now to save some food. Upon hearing this, Black Shark turned pale, trembling all over, and hastily begged for mercy. Third young master, it's not that we don't want to do anything, but the power gap is too large. The opponent is at least a B-class mech pilot. Even if all our gang members were to fight, we couldn't win. Have you figured out the background of that person? Reporting to third young master, the person's origin is unclear. We haven't been able to find out yet. Waste of space. All of you are waste. Bai Lengyu was furious that a mere B-class mech pilot would dare to bully his Bai family. It was sheer recklessness. Regardless of the countless powerful people in the Bai family, there was his uncle Lin Feng, who had graduated last year and returned to the family, whose strength reached S-class. One person could annihilate a medium-sized family without any problems. But Bai Lengyu felt somewhat reluctant to bother his uncle Feng for just a Yang Xiaoyao. Master, things aren't good. A man who looked like a servant hurried into the room. Bai Lengyu shot him a glare, shouting like a madman. Just spit it out. Master, a lot of billboards and news in the central area of Donghai City are broadcasting about your engagement being broken off by Yang Xiaoyao. And the reason is because your power is too weak. You're not worthy of Yang Xiaoyao. Bai Lengyu's face turned livid. They have truly eaten bare hearts and leopard livers daring to slander the Bai family like this. Looks like we must teach them a lesson so they know not to mess with us. Master, it's not a fabrication. There's also an interview with Yang Xiaoyao. She said that if you could beat her fairly in an arena match, she would marry you willingly. Bai Lengyu never expected that Yang Xiaoyao was behind this plan. He became uncontrollably enraged and smashed a jade teacup beside him into pieces. No one dared to speak in the room, lest they provoke the third young master's fury. What's the reaction from the Yang family? Bai Lengyu took a few deep breaths and asked coldly. The servant answered carefully. The Yang family has no response. I think they may be watching a joke unfold. Watching a joke? How isn't having such a disrespectful daughter a joke to their Yang family? The servant thought inwardly. For the Yang family, it's not really a joke. The Bai family's momentum has grown stronger lately, even overtaking the Yang family in many ways. They are more than willing to use this incident to embarrass the Bai family. Of course, during the master's rage, these words would never be spoken aloud. Master, what should we do now? Bai Lengyu chuckled. Xiuxiao, you're digging your own grave here. Contact the media controlled by the Bai family and say that Bai Lengyu is ready to battle the fair maiden unless she lacks the courage and only dares to make threats but not act upon them. The servant's eyes lit up. This was a clever move by the young master. If the other side didn't appear, they would humiliate themselves. Everyone would know that the descendants of the Yang family only talk tough and lack actual strength. If they came out and were defeated, it would instead prove that the future of the Bai family is stronger than that of the Yang family. Black Shark immediately dispatched men to spread this message around. Also, contact the largest dueling arena in the city and enable live broadcasts. I want everyone in the Fey continent to know how the Yang family will be crushed by me until they eventually submit to me. Yes. Subordinate will take care of it right away. Black Shark breathed a sigh of relief, quickly taking Swordfish to leave. As soon as they stepped outside, Bai Lengyu's voice echoed behind them. Remember clearly, if you fail again at handling this matter, every single member of the Black Shark gang will feed sharks in the sea for me. Black Shark trembled throughout and loudly declared, "Please, Master, be assured. If this matter fails, Black Shark will personally present his head to Master without needing Master's hands." After the two walked far enough, the servant cautiously offered advice. "Master, your goal is merely to bring back a beautiful bride. Is this approach too risky? If xiaoxiao beats Master, the prestige of the Bai family will plummet dramatically." Bai Lengyu furrowed his brows. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am a B-class mech pilot. Why would xiaoxiao even try to fight against me? But Master, don't forget that she has a mysterious expert by her side. They might give her a high-grade mech core. Do you really think anyone can use a high-level core? Let me tell you, in order to use an A-class core, one must at least reach the quenching body realm. And just a few days ago, this young master successfully broke through. Don't worry. I, Bai Lengyu, am not someone who stubbornly insists on his own way. Since you're worried, I'll borrow an A-class core from Uncle Linfeng." The servant breathed a sigh of relief. The young master had truly grown quite a bit. Only with confidence would he dare act like this. With the A-class core, there was no need to fear any tricks Yang Xiaoyao might play. "Father, mother, I'm back." At the Yang family villa, Yang Xiaoyao pushed open the gate with Luozia. Yang Ying coldly barked. "Rower, do you even know how much shame you've brought upon the Yang family?" Yang Xiaoyao said indifferently. "Father, I have come here merely to inform you. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will duel with Bai Lengyu from the Bai family at Sky Duel Arena. If I lose, my marriage will be arranged by you all as you wish. But if I win, none of you shall interfere with my lifelong affairs again." "Scoundrel!" Yang Ying slapped a nearby rosewood table into pieces with a single palm strike. "Do you even realize your own worthlessness? With your three-legged cat skills fighting against that B-class mech pilot, you are simply asking to disgrace our Yang family." As expected, they still saw her as nothing more than a waste. Yang Xiaoyao gritted her teeth. "Honor is something we earn ourselves and should not be bought by selling daughters. I'm leaving. Whether you come or not tomorrow is entirely up to you. Zia, let's go." Yang Xiaoyao turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait. If you dare step out this door today, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my daughter." Yang Ying's face flushed red with embarrassment from Yang Xiaoyao's retort. "So what?" Yang Ying flew into a rage. An A-class mech instantly fused with him as he moved to attack. Du Ping quickly pulled him back. "What are you doing? Do you want to kill your own flesh and blood with a single blow?" Yang Ying forcefully restrained himself and watched helplessly as Yang Xiaoyao left. Once she disappeared from sight, Yang Ying suddenly looked years older. The fusion with his mech was cancelled, and he slumped down onto the floor. "What sin have I, Yang Ying, committed that this line only produces waste?" "Ying, don't say that. It's not your fault." Du Ping quickly came over to console him. Yang Ying's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression terrifying. "If it's not my fault, then it's yours." "All right, even if it's my fault, can you calm down?" Du Ping's face grew colder and colder. The Du family was also one of the 10 major families, and Du Ping was once the Du family's crown princess. Had Yang Ying not been the successor of the Yang family, she wouldn't have possibly married him. Later, when Yang Ying's lineage declined, she stayed by his side helping him without complaint. Now instead, they blamed her. Yang Ying's agitated emotions finally calmed down a little. "I'm sorry, I was too excited. Forget it. You and I are already one family. There's no need for apologies." However, judging from the look on Xiaoya's face, she doesn't seem to be giving up. Think about it. If she didn't want to marry Lengyu, she wouldn't have set an impossible contract. "You mean Xiaoya has a way to beat him?" "Most likely." Yang Ying sighed. "I hope she isn't using some cheating method. Otherwise, even if she wins, the prestige of my Yang family in Donghai City will plummet dramatically." Donghai City, number 1 Sky Duel Arena. This was a large floating duel arena, with 11 levels in total, capable of accommodating 10,000 spectators. Under normal circumstances, this arena was used for hosting large-scale competitions and rarely activated otherwise. From opening at 8 in the morning until now 9:30, the entire venue was almost full because the next generation of the two strongest families in Donghai City, the Yangs and the Beis, were about to have a duel here. The people coming to watch mostly belonged to other medium-sized families. First, they wanted to see what level of strength the successors of the two big families were at. Secondly, naturally, they were here for entertainment. They certainly didn't want the two great families to unite through marriage, but rather fight among themselves. Only then could they profit by fishing in troubled waters. Another part of the crowd was purely there for the spectacle, wanting to witness this battle between experts. Who won or lost didn't matter to them. Soon, the protagonists of the match appeared at each entrance. "Huh, isn't that our Zia over there? Why is she with Miss Yang?" In the audience stands, a young couple saw Luozia entering from the left side, and were immediately surprised. It's indeed your hiding Xiaorao. What a troublesome girl. This way, wouldn't my family misunderstand that our Luo family is meddling? The man frowned. His wife bitterly smiled. You'd better think about how to explain this to the family head. Right now, we can't drag her down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sky Duel Arena number 1. Today's duel will be hosted by me, Qingtian. First, let's welcome the genius girl from the Yang family, Xiaoyao. This is Xiaoyao's first time at the arena for a duel, so we have no idea about her combat strength. What kind of surprise will she bring us? Let's give her a warm round of applause as Xiaoyao steps onto the stage. Go ahead, don't be nervous. Luozia gave Yang Xiaoyao a light pat on the shoulder. Alright, don't worry, I won't embarrass my brother. Yang Xiaoyao took a deep breath and walked steadily toward the center of the platform with determined steps. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, cheers echoing endlessly. It wasn't because many had actually seen her before, but rather because betting had been opened for this match at the Sky Duel Arena. A bet on Yang Xiaoyao winning would yield 5 times the payout, so quite a few had placed their money on her victory. Chapter 78, The Man Returns. Next up, we have the third young master of the Bai family, Bai Lingyu. It's rumored that young master Lingyu has reached the Chu Ti realm and is able to use an A-class mech. Such talent indeed foretells a limitless future. I wonder if he'll go easy on his future wife today. As Bai Lingyu slowly walked onto the stage, the girls in the audience began screaming. What? That woman doesn't deserve young master Bai at all. Exactly. My young master Lingyu is exceptionally talented. She has no figure, no strength, nothing but a pretty face. Other than that, she's worthless. I don't care. As long as young master Bai is willing, I'd be happy to be his lover. Soon, the two stood facing each other, less than a meter apart. Bai Lingyu smiled and said, Yao Yao, you want to know my strength, but this isn't necessary. Once you're mine, we can stay behind closed doors, and you can watch me however you want. Yang Xiaorao coldly sniffed. Don't call me so affectionately. We aren't close. A shadow of malice flickered in Bai Lingyu's eyes as he laughed. No problem. After this match, we will be real husband and wife. Qingtian stepped between the two and said, the rules of this duel are as follows. Please bear witness. If Yang Xiaorao wins, her betrothal with Bai Lingyu will automatically be dissolved, and without her permission, no treaty of any form may be signed again in the future. If Bai Lingyu wins, Yang Xiaorao must immediately marry him as his wife. Do both parties agree? I confirm. They replied in unison. Good. I hereby declare the duel officially begins. Qingtian's figure flashed, moving far away from the center. Yang Xiaorao and Bai Lingyu simultaneously shouted and activated their mech fusion. Yang Xiaorao's mech was a radiant golden yellow, while Bai Lingyu's was entirely silver. Boom. Their first tentative punches collided. A golden punch met a silver one. Yang Xiaorao retreated for 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing herself, while Bai Lingyu only took 1 step back. It appeared Bai Lingyu had the upper hand, slightly stronger. In truth, he felt immensely fortunate that his aide reminded him to use the A-class mech. Otherwise, under B-class conditions, he might not have had such an advantage. When did Yang Xiaorao become a B-class mech pilot? Not just he wondered about it. The spectators from the Yang family and other families familiar with the Yang lineage were also utterly baffled. The legend goes that none of the descendants of the Yang lineage could cultivate. Yet how had she suddenly become a B-class mech pilot? The patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Tianhe, stared coldly at Yang Ying. Inger, what is this all about? Didn't you say Xiaorao couldn't cultivate? Ying replied bitterly. Father, I'm unclear as well. She never told me that she could cultivate. What kind of father are you when you don't even know something this significant? The old man became furious. Yang Ying didn't know how to respond, enduring the scolding silently. That's why Xiaorao was so assertive yesterday. Evidently, she could already cultivate. But it still didn't add up. Where had she obtained her B-class core? The audience murmured incessantly, and the battle on stage grew more intense. Bai Lingyu launched 2 particle cannons, knocking Yang Xiaorao flying. He then charged forward and landed another punch directly on her chest. Xiaorao kept retreating. Not too far behind her was the edge of the arena. If she fell, she would lose. Fortunately, Xiaorao reacted quickly. With a short burst forward, she avoided the fatal strike, maneuvered around to the side, and fired back at him with a cannon. They once again faced off. Inside a small private box on the top floor, Yang Junwu and xuanhuan watched the fight intently. One side, Xiaorao lacks experience. She can't fully exploit the power of her high fusion mech. Just now, the opponent revealed a significant opening. It was an opportunity to launch a counterattack. Junwu remained calm-faced. Experience accumulates gradually. Unlike us, she hasn't experienced life and death battles. Missing opportunities like that is natural. Moreover, the opponent is using an A-class mech, which deviates significantly from her estimated strength. Feeling tense is understandable. Xiaorao hadn't expected her opponent to be an A-class mech pilot, so initially, she was somewhat flustered. However, after a dozen exchanges, she noticed Bai Lingyu wasn't proficient with controlling the A-class mech, exposing numerous loopholes. She didn't rush to attack those weaknesses because she wasn't certain whether it was an act. Just earlier, if it wasn't an act, she wouldn't have been able to evade easily. Therefore, her judgment was correct. The opponent couldn't handle the A-class mech properly. Value decision, extreme freeze beam. Xiaorao lifted her hands, and a massive cold beam shot towards him. Bai Lingyu summoned a shield, attempting to defend. Crack. The beam struck the shield, freezing it instantly before shattering it into powder and disappearing. Impossible. Bai Lingyu was shocked. This was an A-class shield, yet it couldn't withstand the opponent's casual attack. Before he could marvel at it too long, a second beam shot towards him. This time he dared not resist directly and could only quickly dodge. An odd scene appeared on the field as Yang Xiaorao stood in the center, continuously firing beams, while Bai Lengyu ran around in disarray, getting hit whenever he paused. In a private box, the head of the Bai family watched grimly. Send someone to investigate what happened. Why has Yang Xiaorao, who can't cultivate, suddenly become so powerful that she's beating you utterly defenseless? Third brother knows his limits far too little. He disgraces us all, ruining our Bai family name, said Bai Nanfeng, Lengyu's second brother. Such a chance to kick him when he's down, Bai Nanfeng wouldn't let go easily. Is this Yang Xiaorao the sister of Yang Junwu? Asked elder brother Bai Linfeng abruptly. The name Yang Junwu was forbidden language among the Bai family elders. Years ago, within their internal struggle for power in the Yang family, they tacitly agreed to kill Junwu. If this matter were ever disclosed, the Yang clan could still leverage it against them. At Bai Linfeng's sudden mention of this, the patriarch of the Bai family grew confused. Linfeng, Nanfeng stay behind. The rest, go out. Soon, only the three father-son figures remained. Linfeng, what are you really thinking? Asked the patriarch of the Bai family. Bai Linfeng sighed deeply. I didn't want to bring up this topic again, but now I see that Junwu must have returned. Brother, what nonsense are you saying? Bai Nanfeng exclaimed in shock, since it was none other than himself who had personally arranged for someone to handle that job back then. Yang Junwu should have been dead long ago. How could he still be alive? In fact, Yang Junwu wasn't dead but instead rescued by someone from the Tang family and selected into the Divine Soldier Academy. His current strength is beyond my full comprehension, but undoubtedly no one below S level can match him. A moment of silence hung in the room. Bai Nanfeng trembled all over. Brother, he isn't coming back specifically to take revenge on our Bai family, is he? Bai Linfeng snorted coldly. Yes, he's very strong, but taking on our Bai family is still beneath his capabilities. If things get dire, we can ask the ancestors to step in. The patriarch shook his head. Troubling the ancestors for such trivial matters, I might as well quit being the patriarch. Don't worry, unless he has real proof, there's nothing he can do against our Bai family. Moreover, with his return, chaos will inevitably arise inside the Yang family. As long as we stir things up properly, we might even benefit from this mess. Both nodded their heads, admiring the wisdom of age. What about the third brother? Bai Linfeng pointed at Bai Lengyu who was scrambling across the dueling grounds. The Bai family patriarch snorted. Deal with the troubles he's caused himself. Let's go. Poor Bai Lengyu had no idea that his own family had already sold him out. He used speed to narrowly avoid Yang Xiaorao's attacks, calculating silently in his heart. If he held out until Yang Xiaorao's core energy was depleted, he would turn defeat into victory. In terms of endurance, he was unfazed. After all, the energy from an A-class mech surpassed B-class significantly. If it hadn't been for Yang Xiaorao's exceptional B-class mech and her unique use of rainbow dragon energy that allowed her to emit freezing rays without heavy consumption of mech core energy, he might have succeeded. 5 minutes later, Bai Lengyu's movements began to slow down. It wasn't because of the insufficient energy of the A-class mech, but due to his waning mental power. High-intensity evading tactics, coupled with him merely crossing the line for A-class control, had exhausted both his spirit and body beyond capacity. Yang Xiaorao immediately sensed his weakened state. 2 beams of light issued simultaneously from both left and right. Bang! Bai Lengyu avoided the right side beam, but took a direct hit from the left on his shoulder. Half of his body instantly froze, a chilling sensation piercing his heart from the arm area. In a panic, he hurriedly channeled his core energy to dispel the frozen effect. Yang Xiaorao's figure magnified abruptly in front of him, a golden fist hurtling straight at his face. Remember, this is your lesson. The punch landed square on his face, launching Bai Lengyu flying through the air, and he crashed off the arena upon landing. Xianxia flew to the middle of the stage and announced loudly, I hereby declare the winner of this duel, Yang Xiaorao. A moment of absolute silence filled the venue, then erupted thunderous cheers. Yang Xiaorao, Yang Xiaorao, Yang Xiaorao. Xianxia conducted an interview. Miss Yang, any thoughts on this battle? Yang Xiaorao beckoned Luo Jia from afar, indicating for her to come on stage. Who is this? I'd like to thank my good sister, Luo Jia, solemnly here. Without her help, I wouldn't have achieved such results today. Inside Yang Xiaorao's heart, another person deserved thanks, Yang Junwu. However, she couldn't mention his name here, only expressing gratitude inwardly. Luo Jia smiled bashfully. In fact, I didn't help much. It's all the result of Xiaorao's own efforts. Haha, the friendship between the two of you is truly touching. I hope you will be best friends for life. The two glanced at each other and nodded earnestly. The head of the Luo family found Luo Zia's parents. Once Zia returns, bring her to see me immediately. Luo Zia's father and mother exchanged a glance, both catching a glimpse of joy in each other's eyes. With Yang Xiaorao's victory, the reputation of the Yang family would significantly improve, and with their daughter becoming such close friends with Miss Yang, the Luo family could never marginalize her again. This duel might alter the power structure of Donghai City, forcing smaller and medium-sized families to reposition their alliances. Perhaps this was an opportunity for their lineage to rise. Chapter 79, Yang Jingxuan's Evil Plan. Donghai City, the Luo family. The family patriarch, Luo Jinyu, brought a group of senior members of the Luo family to Luo Zia's villa. Luo Zia's father, Luo Xiefeng, spoke up. Yeah, what exactly is going on? Quickly explain everything to your grandfather and uncles. Unexpectedly, Luo Zia shook her head. Father, grandfather, uncle, please don't ask anymore. This matter is beyond the Luo family's ability to interfere. Luo Jinyu frowned and said, you helped the Yang family's young miss and offended the Bai family. We have no choice but to continue supporting the Yang family. And you are our best bridge to connect with the Yang family. Luo Xia knew what the patriarch and others were thinking. They simply wanted to use her relationship with Yang Xiaoyao to gain some benefits from the Yang family. Unfortunately, they did not know that this time, the support they relied on was not from the Yang family currently in power. Seeing his daughter's reluctant expression, Luo Xiefeng became anxious. Yeah, it's because of you that this mess happened. If we offend the Bai family and don't mend relations with the Yang family, we may not be able to stay in Donghai City for long. Can you bear to see our large family exiled due to your rash actions? Father, grandfather, if you trust me, just wait a bit longer. For now, we only need to remain patient. Luo Jinyu, a cunning old hand, immediately picked up on his granddaughter's meaning. However, as the head of the family, he refused to act based solely on subjective assumptions, so he decided to pry a bit more information out. If you can provide us with some evidence, then grandfather will believe you. Luo Xia clenched her lips tightly. Yang Junhua's information definitely could not be revealed, so there was only one way left. She directed her gaze at her elder brother, Luo Tian. Big brother, I want to duel with you. Luo Tian was startled upon hearing this. He was the pre-designated heir of the Luo family, an elite B-class mech pilot who was almost ready to break through into A-class status. Though Luo Xia had good talent, she was only at level 3 of the body forging realm. Additionally, since she lacked sufficient mech cores, all she had within her body was a C-class core. To fight him would simply mean begging for humiliation. Well, give it a try then. Before Luo Tian could decline, Luo Jinyu had already agreed. The two moved to the courtyard outside the villa. Sister, there are no protective wards here. We will only use melee combat. Luo Xia stated. Whatever you prefer. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, clearly not taking her seriously. Upon hearing this, Luo Xia's expression changed instantly. Her B-class mech fused seamlessly, and dual daggers appeared in her hands as she launched an attack toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian was greatly shocked. He had never expected his sister's fusion speed to be so fast, so he hurriedly initiated his mech fusion process. By the time his fusion completed, Xia's dual daggers were already nearing his chest. In desperation, he quickly conjured a defensive shield to block his sister's first wave of attack. Although he didn't understand how his sister also had access to a B-class mech, under the same class situation, Xia's attack wouldn't break through his defenses. However, reality turned out completely different from his expectation. A snap sound resonated as Luo Xia's left dagger pierced through Luo Tian's shield. Her right arm swiftly followed, landing a precise point touch directly on Luo Tian's exposed core. If she had advanced even a fraction further, Luo Tian's core would have been utterly destroyed. Sister, you've won. Luo Xia paused her movement. Luo Tian's face alternated between red and pale. You useless fool. Go on month-long confinement, and train harder. Luo Jinyu coldly reprimanded. Theoretically, Luo Tian's strength should still be superior to Luo Xia's real combat abilities. Alas, his excessive arrogance led to being taken out in one strike. Losing wasn't significant. The critical issue was losing so decisively, so quickly. Yes, sir. Luo Tian didn't dare to say much. Indeed, his mindset had faltered. Luo Jinyu turned his gaze back to Luo Xia, replacing his stern countenance with a smile. Xia, surely this core inside you isn't from the Yang family? Correct. Grandfather understands. Very well, I'll follow your advice and do nothing for now. Furthermore, starting from now, feel free to pursue what you desire. I hereby grant you the authority to command half of the family resources. Luo Xiefeng was extremely surprised. Half of the resources meant nearly equaling a deputy head of the family. Remember, even Luo Tian as the family's inheritor couldn't possess such extensive rights. Luo Xia herself was stunned, not expecting grandfather to make such a significant investment. With great determination, she nodded her head firmly. Rest assured, grandfather. I will not let you down. Good. I trust you. Luo Jinyu waved his big hand and left with the group of Luo family members. Back in the shuttle vehicle, Luo Xiefeng asked curiously, Father, what exactly did you perceive in your... Sighing, Luo Jinyu answered, Nowadays, competition among various major families is fierce. Our Luo family is ordinary and can merely maintain its current state. But if things continue like this, we will eventually lose in future competition. Hence, I'm prepared to take a bet. What do you mean? Luo Xiefeng and the others were completely confused. Still don't understand? The reason Yer doesn't want us to interact with the Yang family is only because the people behind her and Yang Xiaoyao aren't from the Yang family. The engagement was proposed by the Yang family, and then they broke it off, risking a rift between the two families, just to spite the Bai family. That obviously couldn't be the case. Moreover, the mech cores on Yang Xiaoyao and Xia far surpassed ordinary B-class cores. Even the Yang family, who specialized in crafting mech cores, couldn't produce such high-level cores. For someone to casually give two young women something so valuable implied one thing. Their background wasn't trivial. Schmoozing the Yang or Bai families would merely grant them a chance to barely survive. However, if this mysterious force had firmly established itself, then the Luo family could potentially secure a cooperative relationship instead of just being subordinates, as providing aid during hardship was more meaningful than merely adding to someone's already flourishing situation. Undoubtedly, Luo Xinyu's move was risky. If he guessed wrong, the Luo family would face eternal doom. Inside the Stardust mini-world duel arena, two stunning figures gracefully flipped and twirled through the air. After 10 minutes of combat, the pink-clad woman lost after being struck on her shoulder. Xiao disbanded her fusion, flexed her shoulder, and sighed helplessly. After practicing for a week, I still can't achieve 100%. Her sparring partner, Xuanhuan, rolled her eyes. Sister Xiao, don't be too greedy. You've improved from 80% fusion rate to 95% in just 1 week. That should be enough. Xiao glanced at the audience seats beside her and asked, Brother, how long did it take you to perfectly fuse with a B-class mech? Yang Junhua hadn't expected the topic to shift to him. He gave a bitter laugh and replied, About 2 or 3 days. Only 2 or 3 days. Then I'm still far behind. Yang Xiao looked glumly disappointed. Xuanhuan scoffed coldly, Your brother's a freak. Are you planning to compare yourself with a freak? Yang Xiao's eyes lit up mischievously, and she grinned. Sister Wan, tell me honestly, are you stronger than Brother Wu? Stronger than him? Xuanhuan paused in confusion. Currently, she was at 7th level of the dominant body realm, an S-class mech pilot. Yang Junwu, however, was only at the 1st level of the same realm but using an A-class core. But truly speaking, in battle, she might not even stand a chance against his A-class core. Before Xuanhuan could reply, Yang Junwu quickly spoke up. Of course Sister Wan is slightly better. She's nearing SS class, among the top-tier experts. Rolling her eyes once more, Xuanhuan knew this boy didn't want to compete against her. Brother, in 3 days, it will be the Yang family's ancestral memorial day. Will you return? Yang Xiao suddenly asked. The atmosphere on the scene immediately became quiet. Xuanhuan glanced at Yang Junwu. Those responsible for persecuting him years ago must surely have been Uncle Yang Guang's lineage. Now that Yang Junwu possessed great strength and was even a disciple of the Divine Weapons Academy inner courtyard, such status could easily allow him to make those who had persecuted him pay the price. There was a rule for the Yang family's ancestral memorial. If someone challenged the heir to the family leadership, they could duel. If victorious, the challenger would automatically gain the inheritance rights. However, the person being challenged did not need to fight personally. They could select any 3 members of the Yang family as their representatives. Unless the challenger consecutively won all 3 battles, they wouldn't be declared the winner. In Yang family history, there had been a few attempts to challenge the heir during the ancestral memorial, but none had succeeded. Xuanhuan believed that with Yang Junwu's current strength, it was absolutely worth a try. But Yang Junwu shook his head. Xuanhuan didn't know about his position as acting Emperor Lord of the Tianhe Alliance. There was no way he could also serve as a family patriarch. Yet he was certainly not someone who would abandon personal revenge for some greater good. Flyflower Continent must be saved, but he must also seek his vengeance. At this moment, inside a lavish villa belonging to the Yang family, many individuals felt uneasy due to the upcoming ancestral memorial. They were Yang Guang and his son, Yang Xiuxian. Xiuxian, are you sure Yang Junwu isn't dead? Yang Guang truly couldn't believe it. Back then, that utterly untrained and silent boy had now become a world-renowned expert, and he had even joined the Divine Weapons Academy. Father, I assure you. And 2 years ago, I fought with him. At that time, although he was just a B-class mech pilot, he scared off peers from the 4 major academies. With 2 years having passed, his current abilities must be unfathomable. Yang Xiuxian hesitated before continuing. I suspect Yang Xiao's decision to break off the engagement might very well have been plotted by Yang Junwu behind the scenes. Yang Guang nodded. It makes sense. Yang Xiao has no ability to cultivate, yet she suddenly became a B-class mech pilot within a few days, even overpowering A-class by Lin Yu. There must be someone backing her. What should we do? If Yang Junwu really shows up at the ancestral memorial, I will definitely lose. Yang Xiuxian, despite being an S-class mech pilot, had no confidence in defeating Yang Junwu. It seems we'll have to ask for old ancestors' help, Yang Guang sighed. No, absolutely not. If those old geezers discover that Yang Junwu has greater potential than me, they might very well take his side. Yang Xiuxian immediately opposed. Yang Guang nodded. Jingshuan's words were quite reasonable. Those people only cared about the future of the Yang family. As for who would become the head of the household, it wasn't a matter of concern to them. A cold gleam flashed in Yang Jingshuan's eyes. There's another way. He whispered a few words into Yang Guang's ear. After listening, Yang Guang's eyes brightened. Good, let's do it this way. Chapter 80. I want to take back what is mine. Xiaoyao, are you really moving out? Luo Jia helped Yang Xiaoyao pack her luggage. Xiaoyao smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll be back. This time it's our family ancestral ceremony, and my dad asked me to go back early to prepare. Alright, be careful on your journey. Just as the two reached the door, suddenly more than 10 masked men in green robes rushed in and surrounded them. Miss Yang, Miss Luo, please come with us. Jia's face changed. Who are you? How dare you make a fuss here? The leader of the green-robed men coldly snorted. We are the Qinglin mercenaries. I believe the two of you must have heard of our name. It was actually Qinglin mercenaries. Both of their faces turned pale. Qinglin mercenaries were one of the strongest mercenary groups, spanning the 3 cities of Donghai, Fengyue, and Tianhui. Rumor had it that the leaders of their various city branches were S-class mech experts, along with a large number of A-class mech mercenaries, making their power almost rival those of major factions. Their principle was simple. Any job could be taken if the rewards were worth it. To be able to hire a mercenary group of this caliber, it must be instigated by a great clan. Both instantly thought of Bai Lingyu. It must be his fault. He must have held a grudge after being humiliated this time and resorted to such despicable means. But with just these few lackeys, they weren't afraid at all. The two instantly activated their mech suits, initiating an attack on the Qinglin mercenaries. Don't know your place. The lead green-robed man merged with his light yellow mech suit, easily grabbing Luo Xia's arm with a casual move of his right hand. Xia desperately tried to break free by channeling core energy, but she didn't budge an inch. On the other side, xiuxian was surrounded by 4 men. 4 shields completely sealed her off, leaving her unable to assist Luo Xia as soon as she broke one shield. Others quickly filled the gap. You both indeed have strength, but unfortunately, you're no match for us. I advise you to follow us peacefully or else risk getting injured, the green-clad leader said coldly. You'll never succeed. Xiaoyao, you go first, don't worry about me. Luo Xia shouted. You're asking for death. The green-clad leader lifted Luo Xia high and then slammed her down hard. With just one move, he nearly shattered her mech's core, causing the fusion to immediately disengage. An S-class mech master was truly powerful. Even a B-class mech with high fusion capability wasn't a match for him. Yang Xiaoyao, stop resisting or don't blame me for killing your friend. Yang Xiaoyao, hearing this, was greatly alarmed. Most likely these people were seeking revenge against her, and she couldn't allow her good friend to be dragged into it because of her. Reluctantly, she stopped resisting, letting them seize her and drag her before the green-clothed leader. What you want is probably me. Let Luo Xia go, I will go with you. Yang Xiaoyao spoke coldly to the green-clothed leader. You're not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Behave yourself. The green-clothed leader showed no reaction. As they were about to be taken away, a beam of laser shot down from above straight towards the green-clad leader. The green-clothed leader reacted extremely fast, conjuring up a protective shield instantly. Who dares to hide in sneak attacks? Come out. After defending against the attack, the green-clad leader fired a particle cannon toward the shadow. Humph, you don't deserve to know my name. A pink mech appeared, casually swaying in midair, easily dodging the green-clad leader's attack, and in an instant arrived before him, landing a punch right on his chest. The green-clad leader was sent flying several steps back. Yang Xiaoyao and Luo Xia widened their eyes. The green-clad leader was an S-class expert, yet the newcomer sent him flying with just one punch. Could it mean? The two exchanged glances, none daring to voice this speculation. SS-class experts were so rare that within even super families like the Yang clan, apart from the patriarch, there were only a few SS-class mech masters who were considered elder ancestors, rarely showing themselves easily. A hint of panic appeared on the green-clad leader's face. He originally thought dealing with 2 B-class mech masters would be too easy for him to personally handle, but now it seemed things might not be that simple. The newcomer's strength was undoubtedly stronger than his own, and his strikes left no mercy. In order to escape, the only option was to use the 2 women as hostages to force the opponent to stop. Survival came first. The employer's instructions had to take second place. Then, it seemed like the pink mech master had seen through his intentions. With a wave of her hand, 4 beams of laser cannons struck and flung away the A-class mercenaries surrounding Yang Xiaoyao. At the same time, 2 protective shields landed on the 2 girls. The pink mech master was relatively restrained, refraining from using more devastating weapons like planet destroyer cannons and meteor cannons. Go! The green-clad leader roared. With the protection of an SS-class mech master, today's mission was unfeasible, and he had no choice but to retreat. Unfortunately, while the other mercenaries could withdraw, he couldn't as a golden ribbon had entwined around his body. This ribbon was no ordinary fabric, but the link skill of the pink mech, energy-absorbing ribbon, capable of siphoning off the core energy from any mech it connects with. If he didn't break free quickly, once all his core energy was drained, certain death would follow. The leader of the green-clad group began to panic and launched an assault on the ribbon with laser cannons and light blades. However, the ribbon, appearing gentle, wasn't so easily severed. Out of options, the green-clad leader could only launch an antimatter bullet at the pink mech. If the pink mech activated a protective shield in defense, the link ribbon would surely disconnect. Yet the pink mech remained unmoving, taking his attack head-on. Was this still humanly possible? Despair filled the green-clad leader as his core had already been consumed by over half, and being fully drained was just a matter of time. Just when he resigned himself to defeat, the other side's ribbon vanished on its own. The link duration had ended. Ecstatic, the green-clad leader recognized this as his best chance for escape. Once some distance was established, even an SS-ranked expert couldn't possibly catch up with him. But before his joy lasted 2 seconds, his chest was struck by a heavy mace. The mech's outer shell was directly shattered, revealing the S-class core inside. No! The green-clad leader guessed what the opponent's next move would be, immediately shouting in terror. Unfortunately, the pilot of the pink mech paid no attention to his plea for mercy. A particle cannon shot directly into his defenseless chest, destroying the S-class core. The true identity of the green-clad leader was now exposed. He was a middle-aged man of about 40, eyes filled entirely with horror. Finished. He had struggled all his life to finally acquire an S-class core, which now got obliterated like that. This was worse than being killed outright. Yang Xiaoyao rushed forward immediately, bowing respectfully to the pink mech, Yang Xiaoyao of the Yang family. Thank you, Elder, for your rescue. May I ask who you are? After disengaging from the pink mech, the figure revealed herself to be a strikingly beautiful woman. Yang Xiaoyao was greatly surprised. She never would have thought their rescuer was so young. Are you Master Yang Junhui's sister? The woman asked coldly. Yes, my name is Yang Xiaoyao. Yang Xiaoyao answered cautiously, unsure of the meaning behind her question. Excellent. Take me to the Yang family ancestral ceremony. Sorry, despite your saving me, the Yang family's ancestral ceremonies do not permit outsiders to enter. Thus, Before Yang Xiaoyao could finish her explanation, the woman responded impatiently, I'm your aunt. Aunt? Yang Xiaoyao stared blankly. How had she never heard of having another aunt? Seeing her puzzled expression, Yang Chuling sneered coldly. As expected, nobody in the Yang family knows about my existence. Don't worry, just lead the way. Yang Xiaoyao wanted desperately at this point to send Yang Junwu a message asking exactly what was going on. From the woman's words, she could tell this person was familiar with Yang Junwu. Alas, Yang Chuling gave her no such time, grabbing the limp green-clad leader from the ground and dragging Yang Xiaoyao into a transport shuttle, leaving Luo Jia standing confused. She pondered for a moment, then decided to find Yang Junwu and report the situation. When Yang Ying and Du Ping saw Yang Xiaoyao and Yang Chuling arrive at the door with the unconscious man in Chuling's hand, they were both shocked. Especially Yang Ying, whose first reaction upon seeing Yang Chuling was utter astonishment. You're Chuling? Yang Chuling gave a faint, cold smile. Surprisingly, Big Brother remembers his little sister. No. Chuling, didn't you and mother live in another city? Why did you suddenly return? A foreboding sense welled up within Yang Ying. Joke. Though I don't want to admit it, I am also a descendant of the Yang family. Why shouldn't I return to participate in the ancestral ceremony? Du Ping couldn't help but interject. Neither you nor your mother's names are listed in the clan genealogy, so why should you? Yang Chuling glared at her coldly. Du Ping felt as though she were locked onto by a venomous snake, sending a chill through her heart, choking back the rest of her words. On behalf of Yang Junwu, this time I'll let it slide. But if you dare say something like that again, sister-in-law, don't blame me for being impolite. Come inside first with young miss. Yang Ying signaled for Du Ping to leave. Though Yang Xiaoyao very much wanted to stay and watch, she was soon pulled away by her mother. Now only Yang Ying and Yang Chuling remained in the living room. So, what is the purpose of your return this time? Yang Ying sighed. Actually, he too sympathized with the misfortunes endured by Chuling and her mother. However, the Yang family was a large household. Under no circumstances could a scandal such as their father's infidelity ever be disclosed. Simple. First, get mother's name added to the clan genealogy. Second, I will participate in the selection for the successor of the Yang family. That's impossible. Yang Ying blurted out immediately. If their mother and daughter could be accepted, their father would have agreed long ago, and there wouldn't have been any need to send them away to another city. You keep defending him, but do you know that just this morning, someone tried to kill your daughter, and the one who hired the killer is from the Yang family? Yang Ying's complexion changed drastically. How could this be possible? You can ask him yourself. This person is the leader of the Qinglin mercenaries in Donghai City, an S-class expert. How many people in Donghai City can summon him? I believe you have a clear understanding in your heart. Yang Ying's face turned pale. Originally, he thought that after Yang Xiaoyao gained the ability to practice cultivation, her grandfather would slightly value their branch of the family more. He never expected it to end up like this. He slumped back into his chair with a bitter look on his face. He was too much of a failure as a father, unable to protect his only son, and almost lost his daughter as well. After a long pause, Yang Ying finally spoke slowly. Speak then. How do you want me to help you? Yang Chuling said indifferently. Very simple. Support me at the ancestral ceremony so that I can reclaim what belongs to us. Chapter 81. Ginger is spicier when it's old. On the 18th of September, it was the Yang family's ancestral memorial day. The location of the ancestral ceremony was not on the Flying Petals continent, but in the Yang family's hereditary small world. This small world was not like the kind that Yang Junwu had refined, but rather a true secondary world that required a special teleportation gate to enter. The entrance teleportation gate was located in the core area of the Yang family, within the treasure pavilion. According to clan rules, collateral lines could also participate in the ancestral rites alongside direct descendants. Those from the collateral lines who wished to enter the treasure pavilion must follow a member of the direct line. Each direct line member could bring at most 5 people with them. At this moment, Yang Chuling and Yang Xiaoyao were following behind the couple Yang Ying. Although Yang Chuling was an unfamiliar face, the Yang family had countless branches, and the guards of the treasure pavilion would not possibly recognize all of them. Since she was brought by Yang Ying, the guards did not think much and let them enter the teleportation gate. Upon entering the small world, what came into view was a long row of forging workshops and material warehouses. This was the true core of the Yang family, where over 90% of the core crafting took place. Walking about 2 kilometers ahead would lead to the cemetery, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a small river winding through, making for excellent feng shui. When Yang Ying arrived, there were already quite a number of people gathered in the cemetery. By 9 a.m., the current family head, Yang Tianhe, began to host the grand ancestral ceremony. Everything was no different than usual. It was only after the ancestral ceremony was completed that the real competition began. Everyone, during my time as the family head, though I haven't achieved great accomplishments, I've at least maintained the stability of the Yang family. The forging of mechs still remains leading. After Yang Tianhe finished his annual report as the family head, it was then time for open discussion. Yang Xiuxian spoke first. Everyone, I assume you are all aware of the duel event 4 days ago between my sister Yang Xiaoyao and Bai Lengyu of the Bai family. Although sister Xiaoyao won, there were suspicious circumstances involved. From what I know, half a month ago, sister Xiaoyao was unable to practice cultivation and even experienced problems controlling a C-class mecha. Why has she suddenly been able to defeat an A-class mecha pilot within just a few days? Moreover, the mecha core used by Xiaoyao clearly was not produced by the Yang family. Has she colluded with certain evil sects? Please, sister Xiaoyao, explain accordingly. Yang Tianhe scanned those below and said calmly. If anyone agrees that Yang Xiaoyao should provide an explanation, please raise your hand. Yang Jingxian was the predetermined successor of the Yang family. Whether they doubted Yang Xiaoyao or not, offending Yang Jingxian would jeopardize their future standing within the clan. Thus, most people in the venue raised their hands. I believe there's no need to tally precisely. It's clear at a glance that more than half have raised their hands. Xiaoyao, you may now give your explanation. Yang Xiaoyao remained expressionless and slowly ascended to the podium. I only have one thing to say, none of your business. The battle with Bai Lungyu was a result agreed upon by both parties, and it concerns nothing more than my own matrimonial affairs. It's unrelated to you all, and why I managed to defeat an A-class mecha pilot. Well, I can only say that what you yourself cannot accomplish, don't assume others cannot do either. Regarding the origin of the mecha core, I seem to recall no rules stipulating that all members of the Yang family must use Yang family-produced cores, right? So tough, truly defiant. Including Yang Ying, no one had expected such a strong response from Yang Xiaoyao. Yang Tianha's expression immediately darkened, and he coldly snorted. Xiaoyao, do not speak rashly before our ancestors. If so, today you will surely be disciplined according to clan rules. Yang Xiaoyao burst out laughing. Grandfather, may I ask which rule have I violated that warrants clan discipline? Yang Jingxian sneered coldly. Naturally, Rule 15, committing acts that threaten the family. Huh, then tell us all, how exactly have my actions endangered the family? Did I disgrace the Bai family or besmirch the name of the Yang family? Yang Jingxian was instantly stumped by her question. He couldn't very well say that her victorious duel had offended the Bai family. Doing so would imply that the Yang family feared the Bai family and would be a slap in the face to him, the successor. But while he had no response, Yang Xiaoyao wasn't going to let him off easily. On the contrary, some individuals, as fathers of the candidates for family head, would risk harming their own family members just to secure their son's position. Such a person, I think, is the one deserving of clan discipline. As Yang Xiaoyao delivered these last 4 words, she subtly employed a thread of 5-colored rainbow dragon strength. It felt like a thunderous bolt striking amidst clear skies, reverberating deep in the hearts of everyone present. Despite her young age, her presence was already no less imposing than Yang Tianha. What nonsense are you spouting? Although Yang Jingxian was internally alarmed, outwardly he remained calm. Yang Junwu was not here, which meant the blue-scale mercenaries must have succeeded. Thus, Yang Xiaoyao could at best only guess. There would be no tangible evidence against her. A flash of light flickered on Yang Xiaoyao's finger, and someone tumbled out of thin air. This person is named Qing Shi, the person in charge of the blue-scale mercenaries in the East Sea. Yesterday morning, he led the elite troops of the blue-scale mercenaries into my residence and attempted to kidnap me. After my interrogation, the mastermind turned out to be my good uncle Yang Guang. Following her finger, all eyes instantly turned to Yang Guang, who looked pale. Yang Guang had never expected that not only did the blue-scale mercenaries fail, but they also left a live capture in Yang Xiaoyao's hands. With Yang Xiaoyao's strength alone, it was impossible for her to subdue S-class Qing Shi. Yang Junwu must have interfered behind the scenes. These words might just be what Yang Junwu taught her to say. Yang Tianha's face darkened. Although somewhat stubborn, he despised nothing more than intra-family treachery. Guang, tell me everything. What exactly happened? Hold on, grandfather. Something doesn't seem right here. Think about it. Qing Shi is an S-class mech pilot. How could Yang Xiaoyao possibly capture him? This must be a staged act by her backing forces, framing us to completely disrupt our family. That makes sense. The crowd nodded unanimously. The situation immediately reversed, and now the suspicions were directed at Yang Xiaoyao. Yang Ying sighed inwardly. Yao was still too young. She wasn't a match for these old schemers. Indeed, Yang Xiaoyao started getting anxious. Everyone, the evidence is clear. You can interrogate him personally if you don't believe me. Huh, he's one of your gang. Naturally, he would help fabricate false testimony. Yang Jingxian shot back instantly. Yang Tianha said coldly. Xiaoyao, there's still time to turn back. Reveal the force behind you. Who ordered you to do this? If you come clean, I can overlook it. Yang Xiaoyao glanced hopefully at her father, hoping he'd say something on her behalf. But Yang Ying merely lowered his head and remained silent. What a farce. Truly despicable. The Yangs know nothing better than internal bullying, picking on younger women. A sneer came from the crowd, followed by a tall figure flying onto the platform and landing next to Yang Xiaoyao. Who are you? How dare you intrude on the Yang family's ancestral grounds? Seize her. Yang Jingxian yelled loudly. Slap. He hadn't even finished speaking when he got a loud slap across the face. How fast? The riled-up Yang family members froze, too stunned to move. Are you Chuling? Yang Tianha recognized the woman before him and blurted out. Father, I didn't expect you to remember me. Yang Chuling gave a scornful laugh. That single word, father, shocked everyone present. Could this woman be an illegitimate child of the patriarch outside the family? Oh wow, how intense. So, the mastermind behind Yao is actually you. No wonder she has been covering for you. Yang Tianha sighed deeply. This was bound to come out eventually. Chuling, have you been doing well over these years? Yang Chuling scoffed disdainfully. You don't need to pretend to care. Have you visited my mother and me even once in the past 10-odd years? Yang Tianha sighed. Chuling, things aren't as simple as you think. How do you think? Cheating on your wife, yet refusing to own up to it. Abandoning your wife and child. Are any of these false? Chuling, please step down. I will explain this matter to you slowly. There's no need. I'll ask you one thing. Do you or do you not admit that I am your daughter, part of the Yang family? Haha, so much talk, yet you won't even acknowledge the truth. Yang Chuling burst out laughing towards the heavens. Yang Tianhe shook his head. The blood of mine runs through your veins. That's undeniable. I admit. Good. Since I'm also a member of the Yang family, today I shall propose 2 matters. First, everything Xiaoyao mentioned is true. I captured this person, and the person confessed that the orchestrator is none other than my esteemed brother Xuanhuan. Second, I will run for the successorship of the Yang family. Yang Jingxuan's expression drastically changed. He had never anticipated that the mastermind behind Yang Xiaoyao was not Yang Junwu, but a small ant he had never heard of before. Humph, you're a cohort with Yang Xiaoyao, so naturally, you can conspire together to fabricate lies. And I don't believe that people from the blue-scale mercenaries would betray their employers. Yang Chuling looked at him coldly. If you can endure my questioning for 1 minute, I'll admit what you say. Yang Jingxian shivered inside, didn't dare to meet her eyes, and lowered his head. Yang Tianhe bellowed furiously. Guang, confess everything right now. Yang Guang dejectedly walked up to the stage, kneeling before Yang Tianhe. Son's lack of filial piety, blinded by folly, led to such actions. I'm willing to take full responsibility. This incident has nothing to do with Xian. Please do not hold it against him. You fool. Yang Tianhe slapped Yang Guang away with one hand. Dad. Yang Jingxian rushed forward quickly to support Yang Guang. Let go of him, or I will punish you too. Yang Guang signaled subtly, forcing Yang Jingxian to reluctantly withdraw. According to Article 15 of the family rules, Yang Guang has persecuted family members. Starting today, he is expelled from the Yang family and is not allowed to identify as a member of the Yang family ever again. Immediate execution. Everyone should take this as a warning. If similar incidents happen in the future, there will be no leniency. After Yang Tianhe finished speaking, his eyes glanced at Yang Chuling and Yang Xiaoyao, the warning implicit. Yang Chuling shrugged her shoulders. This was just scratching the surface. She had merely avenged a small portion of what was owed to Yang Junwu. Father is indeed impartial. I admire that. Next, my challenge will be against him. Yang Chuling pointed at Yang Jingxian. Nonsense. There's no precedent for a woman taking over as head of the Yang family. Yang Tianhe became somewhat angry. Expelling Yang Guang was something he had to do. Otherwise, everyone would think that he, as the family head, favored nepotism. But Yang Chuling wanting to compete for the successorship? Absolutely unacceptable. If word got out, the ancestors of the Yang family would lose all face thanks to him. Chapter 82. Ancestral Sacrifice Turmoil. So are you afraid? All of you men are actually afraid of a single woman like me. Yang Chuling sneered continuously. Yang Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up. I've read all the family rules, and not one of them says that a woman can't become the head of the family. So I support Ant's candidacy. Nonsense. Yang Tianhe shouted loudly. This is the ancestral altar, not a place for you to fight for power. This matter will be discussed later. Now everyone leave. Humph. The ritual duel is the Yang family's traditional method of selecting an heir. Can it just be cancelled by your word? Yang Chuling didn't care at all. I am the head of the family now. I have the authority to revise the family rules. Wrong. The head of the family only has the right to propose revisions. Wanting to make revisions requires more than half of the entire clan to vote and approve. Therefore, your revision is invalid. After their verbal sparring, Yang Chuling, who had been away from the Yang family, ended up having the upper hand. Someone throw her out. Not able to argue further, Yang Tianhe could only resort to the simplest solution. 5 or 6 mech guards immediately rushed forward. Yang Chuling completed her mech fusion, firing 5 antimatter cannons which struck each of the guards, forcing them to retreat several meters. It must be known that these guards all possess A-class mech master strength, yet couldn't withstand even one move from her. Yang Chuling's strength was truly formidable. They then remembered that the previous blue-scale mercenaries were handled by Yang Chuling alone. If she could easily capture an S-class expert, did that mean she had reached SS-class? Too terrifying. How old was Yang Chuling again? Just over 30 years old, and already at the same level as the Yang family elder. Yang Jingxuan's expression changed drastically. If Yang Tianhe agreed to Yang Chuling's request, no matter whom he asked to step in, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Yang Chuling, are you done causing trouble? Yang Tianhe personally intervened, blocking Yang Chuling's attack. Both being SS-class experts, if they really fought seriously, it would be hard to predict who would win or lose, but the Yang family cemetery here would definitely be ruined. Bring it on. Let's see how great you are. Yang Chuling paid no attention to anything around her, attacking Yang Tianhe. Between the two of them, blades and swords flashed, cannon shells flew everywhere. Even after fighting for 5 or 6 minutes, there was still no winner. All stop. An aged figure came from afar, and subsequently, a silver-white mech stood between the two. Uncle Hua. Yang Tianhe quickly ceased his attack. The person who arrived was one of the existing experts of the Yang family, his uncle Yang Hua. You're becoming worse and worse as head of the family. Yang Hua glared at him. Yang Tianhe dared not speak. Yang Chuling could feel that this person was extremely powerful. Though both at SS class, the gap between them was large. Some SS classes might not even defeat S-class individuals, while others can face off against 10 high-level experts. Clearly, Yang Hua was of the latter type. You are Yang Chuling? Give up. Discuss things well with Tianhe. Things from the past aren't as you think. If you insist on acting, then I will be your opponent. Alright. Yang Chuling pulled out a light blade and slashed towards Yang Hua. Realizing that matching mech strength and attack techniques made her no match for him, she chose instead to close in and rely on her reaction speed. Youth was her advantage. Facing Yang Chuling's relentless attacks, Yang Hua conjured a strangely designed shield in his right hand. No matter which direction Yang Chuling attacked from, the shield would instantly intercept her path. As energy from the mech began to deplete rapidly, Yang Chuling's attacks started slowing down, whereas Xianhua remained calm as if unaffected by any energy loss. The final strike. Yang Chuling suddenly stopped her assault, taking 2 steps back instead. She held her glowing sword to her chest, where the sword light grew increasingly brighter. Yanghua's gaze slightly focused, sensing a dangerous presence emanating from Yang Chuling. Absolute kill sword. Yang Chuling cried out, thrusting a light sword 3 times larger than before straight at Yanghua's chest. This was her ultimate technique, also her last desperate move, gathering a third of her core energy for one decisive blow. If it fails to absolutely kill her opponent, then she herself will be the one killed. Galaxy Defense Shield. The shield in Yanghua's hand also suddenly expanded, growing thicker. The collision of sword and shield caused a blinding light to explode, making it impossible for those present besides Yang Tianhe to open their eyes. When the radiant light on the field disappeared and their vision gradually recovered, both Yang Chuling and Yanghua had dissolved their mech fusion and stood facing each other. Who won? Yanghua sighed. For our Yang family to have a young talent like you, it is indeed the Yang family's fortune. Yang Chuling coldly said. Never thought the Yang family still has a strong expert like you. That's enough. Everyone disperse. Chuling, Tianhe, and Xiaoyao remain. Yanghua waved his hand, indicating that the ancestor's sacrificial ceremony was dismissed. Although everyone wanted to stay and watch further, unfortunately, the patriarch had spoken, and they had no choice but to leave. Very soon, there were only 4 people left in the cemetery. Yang Tianhe looked at Yang Chuling and shook his head lightly. Chuling, your mother must have told you that it was me who abandoned both of you, right? Yang Chuling coldly sneered. Is that not true? Indeed, it was me who made you leave Donghai City back then. However, I did not want to drive you 2 away. Rather, it was to save you. Save me? You're a real fraud. Back then, it wasn't me seducing your mother. She put drugs in my food during a banquet, deliberately got close to me, and had a relationship which resulted in your birth. She wanted to use this as leverage for me to do things for her. Your uncle required me to kill both of you outright to prevent future issues, but you are my flesh and blood. How could I possibly bring myself to do it? So, I gave you some money and let you live far away from Donghai City. That's impossible. It absolutely can't be. Are you making up stories to deceive me? Upon hearing these words, Yang Chuling felt as if she had been struck by lightning. For so many years, she fought hard to survive and worked hard on her cultivation. For what? It was all to exact revenge on the Yang family, especially her biological father Yang Tianhe. But now you are telling me that Yang Tianhe let us go to protect me, and my mother was the one deceiving me? Yang Chuling couldn't accept it. Yanghua calmly said, things have already come to this point. There's no meaning for Tianhe to deceive you. I can vouch for this matter. No, absolutely impossible. If all of this is true, then what am I? Yang Chuling seemed deranged. Yang Xiaoyao hurried forward to embrace her. Aunt Chuling, don't get too excited. The truth of the matter has already surfaced. Past events are in the past. You should look forward. Ha ha ha, looking forward? My life has already become a joke. How should I still look forward? Yang Chuling laughed maniacally. Yang Tianhe said, Chuling, come back. You are the offspring of the Yang family, and should rightly enjoy the privileges due to children of the Yang family. What about my mom? What about her? Do you acknowledge her or not? Suddenly, Yang Chuling asked. Yang Tianhe shook his head. Sorry, I can only guarantee that the Yang family will no longer make moves against her, but it's absolutely impossible for her to be written into the Yang family genealogy. Of course, you remain just as merciless as always. This inhumane Yang family. I, Chuling, do not want to stay even a minute more. From today onward, I will no longer bear the surname Yang, and sever all relations with the Yang family. Aunt, don't act rashly. Yang Xiaoyao hurried to dissuade her. Yaoer, I advise you to leave the Yang family as soon as possible and go to your brother. Otherwise, one day you'll die without even knowing how. After saying this, Yang Chuling laughed 3 times loudly, turned around, and left. Yang Tianhe, you've created chaos out of such a good Yang family. You better reflect on yourself properly. Yang Hua departed, leaving only the grandfather and granddaughter in the vast cemetery. Yang Tianhe asked, Yaoer, earlier you mentioned your brother when Chuling spoke. Is it true that you know something about war? Grandpa, please don't ask anymore. I won't say anything. Are all of you now feeling strong enough to disobey your family head? Yang Xiaoyao softly said, Grandpa, maybe everything you've done was for the family, but choosing xiuxian as the successor might not be the best choice. After speaking, Yang Xiaoyao also quickly left the small world. Looking at the empty little world, Yang Tianhe suddenly felt like he aged several years in an instant. Could it be that I really made mistakes? The Yang family ancestral sacrifice ceremony ended, but the shockwaves it caused lingered among the Yang family members for a long time. Yang Chuling's appearance, Yang Guang being punished, Yang Xiaoyao's rise. These developments had made the branches hesitant to take sides rashly. Although Yang Xiuxian was still the current successor, without Yang Guang behind him plotting, it was uncertain whether he could continue maintaining his status. After the sacrificial ceremony ended, Yang Xiaoyao neither stayed home nor returned to Luo Zia's villa. Instead, she went to find Xuanhuan. Her situation was quite dangerous now for 2 reasons. First, there was the potential retaliation from blue-scale mercenaries. Even though the deaths weren't caused by her directly, since Yang Chuling was nowhere to be found, and even if they could find her, they couldn't beat her, their frustration naturally landed on her head. Second, there was Yang Jingxuan's faction. Yang Guang being punished was related to her, and since they could hire blue-scale mercenaries, they certainly could find others to deal with her. Moreover, there was the Bai family side. Bai Lungyu's defeat cost the Bai family much face, and the Bai family became relatively silent. But it didn't mean they wouldn't seek revenge. Therefore, staying within Xuanhuan's Duan guild was the safest option. At this moment, Yang Ying was already on the way to the Chao family. Originally, the Chao family was just a medium-sized family. Since last year when Chao Mingyue graduated and returned home, they immediately started recruiting and expanding their strength. They cleared several gangs in the outer mountains surrounding Donghai City and discovered numerous subspace portals, including a blood moon mother-of-pearl mine capable of producing blood crystal or needed for A-class mech construction and above. This discovery directly quintupled their annual income. Nowadays, their main businesses are intelligence investigation and mining. Chao Mingyue has gradually become the decision-maker of the Chao family. Although she hasn't officially taken over as the head of the family, even the current head must follow her instructions. At this moment, in the Chao family's conference hall, more than a dozen high-level members of the Chao family were discussing matters. Moon, isn't our expansion happening too fast? If the bandits in the Blood Moon Mountain range join forces, our Chao family might not be able to handle it. The one who spoke was none other than Chao Mingyue's father, Xiuxian, his face tinged with a look of concern. Chapter 83, Su Ruoshui's Identity. Over the past few months, the Chao family had destroyed 7 or 8 large groups of bandits in the mountain ranges, but they also suffered considerable losses. The remaining bandits united and issued a statement. If the Chao family continued with this campaign, they would retaliate by attacking all of the Chao family's industries. But Chao Mingyue remained unfazed, intensifying the cleanup of bandit hideouts deeper within the mountains. Most of these bandits were backed by certain powers. After all, there were always areas that were unsuitable for a family to handle directly. Moreover, these bandits helped them guard some secondary world portals located further away from their main base of power. A harmonious exchange of interests was formed between both sides. The bandits gained living space and equipment, while the forces saved manpower and obtained minerals, materials, food, etc. from them. This large-scale action by Chao Mingyue deliberately avoided several bandit camps controlled by major powers, but still offended at least 10 intermediate-level factions. These factions could not openly admit that the bandit camps were under their protection, but they still gave the Chao family warnings subtly or overtly. I agree with Qinny's opinion, Yu. Everyone understands your intentions to expand the family's influence, but with the current strength of the Chao family, even if you take over these territories, you won't be able to hold them. Speaking was Chao Mingyue's uncle and the current head of the Chao family, Xiuxian. Chao Mingyue stood up, her gaze coldly sweeping across the room. Everyone, I've already made it very clear. There will be a great calamity in the future. If our Chao family does not grow rapidly, we will merely become fish on someone else's chopping board at that time. But you refuse to tell us what exactly this great calamity is. How are others supposed to trust you? If I disclose it, the Chao family will face imminent destruction. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Just at that moment, a bodyguard entered to report. Miss Yu, there is someone outside who claims to be the president looking for you. Chao Mingyue's eyes flickered in surprise. He has finally come. Everyone, continue preparing according to the original plan. I'll go receive an honored guest. Chao Mingyue left the meeting hall, leaving behind a group of elder members of the Chao family with grim faces. Bah! Xiuxian slammed his hand fiercely onto the chair. Mingyue is becoming increasingly disrespectful. Does she still see me as the head of the family? That's right. She abuses her strength, doing whatever she pleases at home. Qinny, don't you control her? Another elder agreed. Chao Qinny sneered. When she was here, none of you dared to speak. Now that she's gone, what's the point in telling me? When Chao Mingyue walked to the door, she indeed saw a familiar figure. You've come. Yang Junwen nodded. I'm here. As per the agreement, please tell me the truth about what happened back then. Shall we discuss it inside? There's no need. Here's fine. Who exactly was the person that broke my legs back then? I can tell you, but I have a condition. Yang Junwu said indifferently. You're not qualified to make deals with me. I have news about Ruoshui. What? Yang Junwu's expression changed slightly. It had been 3 years. He had sent people to search for Sui Ruoshui's whereabouts, but found nothing, as if she had vanished off the face of the earth. To wait for her, he had refused the marriage proposal from Qi Tianyi 3 times. Tianhe Alliance had an unwritten rule. Each emperor must marry a princess dispatched by the Nianhua country. The reason was simple. Since Tianhe Alliance's headquarters was located within the Fei Kingdom, this practice balanced the two countries' influence within the alliance. When Qi Tianyi departed, he handed Yang Junwu a matrimonial contract, urging him to quickly complete the wedding with the princess of Nianhua country so that he himself could transition from acting emperor to official emperor of the Tianhe Alliance. Yang Junwu used various excuses to delay, forcing Qi Tianyi to urge the Nianhua country before his departure to send the princess to Tianhe Alliance for the wedding. Upon receiving this news, Yang Junwu left the Tianhe Alliance overnight and returned to Donghai City. Coincidentally, he saved Yang Xiaorao, leading to what happened afterward. Now, hearing news of Su Ruoshui from Chao Mingyue, revenge thoughts were immediately put aside. Tell me, what is your condition? If Ruoshui refuses to marry you, I want to restore the engagement between us. Yang Junwu was startled for a moment. Then a smirk surfaced on the corner of his lips. You want to marry me? Indeed, originally we should have been husband and wife, except that someone interfered at that time. I have no feelings for you. Yang Junwu stated bluntly. It doesn't matter. Even being a nominal couple is acceptable. After marriage, whether you seek Ruoshui or other girls, that's your freedom. Yang Junwu pondered quickly. Chao Mingyue was so eager to connect herself with him. Could it be that she knew about his identity as the acting emperor of Tianhe Alliance? In theory, it should be impossible. Kinha Alliance is strictly hierarchical, and the 16 dark mechanisms and 32 divine mechanisms would never betray themselves. After pondering for a moment, Yang Junwu spoke up. All right, I can agree to this, but only if the information you give me is true. Su Ruoxue is the third princess of Nianhua country and currently the only unmarried one, but soon she will get married. A hint of smugness flickered at the corner of Chao Mingyue's lips. Yang Junwu. Even as a genius, you absolutely wouldn't guess who your rival is. He is an existence that you could never touch. Su Ruoxue was actually the princess of Nianhua country. Now everything made sense. Why hadn't Su Ruoxue dared to confess her feelings for him while in the academy? She had to marry the supreme ruler of the strongest force on the continent, the Star River Alliance Emperor. She wasn't representing herself. Rather, she represented the royal family and the entire nation of Nianhua's interests. Furthermore, if people found out about her relationship with Yang Junwu, it would bring disaster upon him. So she had chosen to leave without bidding farewell, and even throughout all these years, not giving Yang Junwu any letter or message. But she could never have imagined that the person she didn't want to marry would turn out to be the future Star River Alliance Emperor. Yang Junwu was overjoyed. The one thing he wanted to do right now was immediately head to the Nianhua country and marry Su Ruoxue. Ruoxue, wait for me, I'm coming. Thank you for telling me. Yang Junwu bowed his fist in thanks to Chao Mingyue and quickly left. Chao Mingyue looked at his retreating figure and muttered under her breath. Woo, it's not that I don't wish you well, but if you don't die, it's like having a sharp sword hanging over the Chao family. I must act accordingly. Upon leaving the Chao family, Yang Junwu immediately returned to Duan Guild. Sister, quickly find a teleportation route to Nianhua country for me. Xuanhuan was startled upon hearing this. Brother Wu, what are you going to Nianhua country for? Though the two countries were officially at peace, there had been numerous historical disputes between them, leading to mutual hatred among their civilians. If a citizen from the opposing nation were discovered within their borders, they may not be treated kindly. I'm going to look for someone. Don't ask more details. This person is very important to me. All right, hold on, I'll find out about it. Xuanhuan did not say much, immediately gathering subordinates to begin research. Soon, a teleportation route appeared before Yang Junwu, starting from Donghai City, passing through Hunting Falcon City, Purple Star City, Little Xian City, and finally reaching the northern border town Bay City. Then he needed to pass through the checkpoint on foot and arrive at the southern town and city of Nianhua country, followed by Sky City, Snow Knight City, and finally reach the outskirts of the imperial capital. If everything goes smoothly, we can arrive in 2 days. Xuanhuan said. Thanks, sister. I'll set off immediately. Yang Junwu began preparing to depart instantly. Wu, be careful. Though your strength has reached the level of experts, remember that there are always higher realms beyond what you know. Proceed with utmost caution. Yang Junwu turned around and smiled slightly. I understand, sister. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. The transmission portal of Donghai City was always a property of the Bai family. Yang Junwu slightly disguised himself. He used to avoid showing up anyway, and after the past 2 or 3 years, his appearance became more refined, and his physique taller. As long as one wasn't particularly familiar with him, it would be impossible to recognize him. One transmission costs 50,000 flying leaf coins. The manager of the transmission portal announced coldly. Good grief, 50,000 per time. How profitable the Bai family was. 50,000 flying leaf coins could buy almost 1 B-level core material. Assuming approximately 100 people used it daily, roughly a full set of materials for a B-level mech suit could be accumulated. Of course, money alone couldn't guarantee purchasing all mech suit materials, especially some crucial ones. Moreover, special forging masters were required to craft those cores. I don't have flying leaf coins. Can a long crystal stone work? Yang Junwu took out a piece of, or from his ring. Long crystal stones could refine long crystals, which were needed to make B-level cores. Are you a mech engineer? Yes. The stone can be used, but at double the price. Yang Junwu frowned. This place was truly outrageous. It was better for them to go rob instead. Although he indeed possessed plenty of materials, he was no sucker. Tossing the long crystal stone to the other side, Yang Junwu walked straight towards the transmission array. Bold move, daring to disrespect our Bai family. Men, capture him. The manager immediately got enraged, and nearby guards swiftly gathered around to seize Yang Junwu. Buzz, before their fingers could even graze Yang Junwu's clothes, a powerful, yet strange energy erupted from him. More than a dozen guards were directly hurled away. By the time they activated their mech fusion and approached again, Yang Junwu's figure had already vanished in the transmission array. Cold sweat poured down the manager's forehead. With sheer physical power, this man managed to throw more than a dozen people. What kind of strength did he possess? It was fortunate that the person did not truly hold a grudge against him. Otherwise, even if the other had killed him, the Bai family probably wouldn't dare to do anything about it. After several teleports, Yang Junwu finally arrived at Jinbei City, a northern border city of Fei country. Unlike the tranquility of other cities, as soon as Yang Junwu stepped out of the transmission array, he immediately sensed the solemn killing intent all around. Hello, please register your identity information and the purpose of your visit to Jinbei City. The soldier guarding the transmission array addressed Yang Junwu very politely. However, it was obvious that if Yang Junwu made any improper moves, they would not hesitate to act. Chapter 84, Dark Moon reappears. Please take me to your city lord. Yang Junwu took out a token from his pocket. The city lord is not someone anyone can see. State your name and where you're from. You are not qualified to know my identity. Yang Junwu said calmly. The guard laughed heartily. This is the front line. Regardless of who you are, even if you're a royal relative, You must reveal your true identity. Please deliver this token to the city lord. He will understand immediately. Yang Junwu knew it was the soldier's duty, so he didn't get angry. He handed the token over to him instead. The token was beautiful. On its front side were stars engraved, while on the back was a depiction of a river. Having guarded this place for so many years, he'd never seen such a token. Hey, someone here has questionable identity. Seize him. The guard immediately shouted, and the nearby comrades swarmed over, pressing Yang Junwu down. I won't run away. You just need to show the token to the city lord, and once you do, he'll know immediately. I've been in the army for 3 years, but I've never seen a token like this before. It might be some kind of hidden weapon. If you don't tell me your identity, I won't hand over such a dangerous item to the city lord. Yang Junwu was speechless, thinking, brother, it's your own fault that you lack knowledge. What's all the fuss about? A mech pilot officer figure walked into the house. Generally, good timing you're here. We've caught a spy. This is his token. Let me have a look. Li Zhong said. In the last 2 days, he had been scolded by his superior for the issue regarding spies from Yinhua country being present within the city. This token is from Yinhua country. He is a spy infiltrated within the city. Upon hearing this, Yang Junwu couldn't help laughing. You don't even recognize a token and dare claim it's from Yinhua country? To have generals like you in Fei country is truly an unfortunate fate for the nation. How insolent. How dare a mere spy speak with arrogance? Guards, drag him outside and execute him. Yang Junwu's face turned cold. It seems I must take action today to clean up some parasites in the name of Fei country. No one could detect how he moved, as the 4 soldiers holding him were thrown off easily. At the same time, his A-class mech instantly fused and grabbed towards General Li's neck. This was a critical frontline location with many experts around, so Yang Junwu had to resolve the battle quickly. Li Zhong remained calm, having already completed his mech fusion when Yang Junwu threw the guards off. Just like Yang Junwu, his mech was also A-class. However, it was full of murderous aura. This killing intent wasn't due to the mech itself. It was generated entirely from Li himself. A long spear of war suddenly emerged from nowhere, accurately hitting Yang Junwu's palm. Daring not to resist directly, Yang Junwu flipped through the window and fled. By now, it was already night. Dozens of mechs surrounded him from all sides, glowing under the darkness of night. They seemed like a group of silver ghosts dancing in the night. He inhaled a deep breath of cold air, suppressing his nervousness. The lightsaber appeared in his hand as core energy surged in rapidly. It was necessary to end things quickly, or else more enemies would appear, making his situation increasingly perilous. A flash of cold light swept past as Yang Junwu's mech teleported swiftly, dodging the opposing mech's attack. Reacting fast, he launched a counterattack. The lightsaber in his hand cut brilliantly through space, instantly striking the opposing mech attempting to sneak attack. Then followed 2 successive particle cannon blasts, hitting the retreating 2 mechs. Under the bombardment, those mechs rolled, filling the air with the smell of dust and electric sparks. But there were far too many of them. Before Yang Junwu had a chance to savor his victory, several other mechs had surrounded him again. Like a pack of wolves, they surrounded Yang Junwu's mech, relentlessly launching attacks. Yang Junwu felt excitement course through his mech as if it was an enraged wild beast struggling desperately to break free. This was his personally constructed, fully fused A-class mech. Unlike his previous B-class mech, since this mech's birth, it had never experienced a battle as intense as this one. As the battle grew fiercer, Yang Junwu realized his fusion with the mech was becoming stronger, even surpassing 100%. Could there be a new realm beyond 100% fusion? This thought crossed his mind momentarily. However, this obviously wasn't the right time to contemplate it. At this moment, when Yang Junwu was heavily besieged, a blinding light rose from the distant wall. Li Zhong actually activated the city's defense particle cannon. These particle cannons were significantly more powerful than regular mech pilots' energy output. Although less flexible, because they could utilize a large core, their energy capacity was nearly 10 times that of a peer-level mech pilot. Clearly, this blast at least equaled an A-class particle cannon. A powerful beam of energy sliced through the night sky, striking Yang Junwu's abdomen instantly. Just as he managed to cry out, the powerful beam blasted him away. The mech tumbled through the air and finally smashed hard into a nearby building. Yang Junwu felt dizzy. The mech had been struck by the particle cannon, leaving its energy almost depleted. The other side clearly didn't intend to leave any survivors. He needed to escape quickly, or he would be completely annihilated by subsequent attacks. He struggled to control the mech, pulling it out of the rubble. The battlefield in front of him was already in complete disarray. More than 10 soldier mechs began flanking, resembling a cluster of silver ghosts. Yang Junwu drew in a deep breath of cold air, knowing that he couldn't allow these mech pilots to delay him for too long, or else he'd lose his last chance to escape. He had to take the offensive. The hidden dragon body emitted a tremendous roar as dragon chi replaced some of the mech's power and surged into his limbs. With a punch as swift as lightning cutting through the night sky, he instantly struck several nearby mechs. Li Zhong's complexion changed slightly. This A-class mech pilot was far too powerful, enduring a direct hit from an A-class particle cannon along with attacks from over a dozen B-class mech pilots, yet still possessing enough strength to counterattack. Doubts about Yang Junwu's identity began to form in his mind. But now that things had come this far, there was only one way to resolve it, to kill Yang Junwu. Because if not, even if the city lord were to forgive him, at best Li would still face dismissal. If he killed Yang Junwu, then he could easily accuse him of being a spy. After all, the dead don't argue back, allowing Li to narrate events however he wanted. His figure gradually merged into the shadows as he charged toward Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu was trying to break free when suddenly a spear silently sneaked up behind him for an ambush. By the time he sensed it, the spear had already breached the mech's first passive shield. Chop! There was no time to defend. He swung his sword backward, hoping to force his opponent away. Li Zhong gritted his teeth, deciding to fight to the death if necessary. He made no move to evade the oncoming sword light, but instead increased the energy output of the spear in his hands. Boom! The lightsaber slashed against his left shoulder, shattering his defensive armor instantly and destabilizing his core. However, the spear in his right hand managed to break through as well, scattering fragments from Yang Junwu's back mech. If this were a normal A-class mech, suffering such a severe blow would likely sever the fusion entirely. But Yang Junwu's mech continued its fusion, merely increasing core energy output to attempt repairing the damaged areas. As more soldiers surrounded him, Yang Junwu felt somewhat helpless inside. From the start until now, he hadn't intended to deliver a killing blow since these soldiers were just following orders. But if he continued like this, his own life would be endangered, so he decided to let go of his reservations. He still had several Mech LINK lottery tickets in hand. If he could draw a golden one, it would be enough for him to break free. At that moment, a strange gray mist suddenly spread across the square, and dozens of pursuing mech pilots strangely detached from their fusions. This is Dark Moon Chi. Yang Junwu immediately recognized what the gray mist in the air was. Dark Moon Chi, a bizarre force used by Dark Moon to seal mech fusions. And yet this was Jinbei City. Why did such a powerful Dark Moon Chi appear here? In the darkness, a cold woman's hand grabbed him and quickly retreated from the square. Gradually, the Dark Moon Chi dissipated on the square, restoring its original appearance. The sole difference was, the Yang Junwu who had been surrounded was now gone. Li Zhong knew something was wrong. That person might truly have been a skilled expert sent by Xuanhuan country. For never before had he encountered such strange phenomena where mech fusions could be forcibly severed. If Xuanhuan country had developed this technology, Jinbei City would certainly have troubles. He dared not hesitate and rushed to the city lord's residence. Upon hearing the news, City Lord Yang Qianma's face turned pale. General Li, your meaning is that the enemy used a peculiar gray mist, and after contact, both you and the soldiers' internal mech fusions were forcibly terminated? That's right. It's too eerie. I've never encountered anything like this. If this is Xuanhuan country's new technology, I think we need to report it to the capital. Li Zhong was still shaken by the experience. Fortunately, the opponent had no intention to kill. At that moment, should they have wanted to attack, he and his 50-odd subordinates would most probably not have survived. You can withdraw for now. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. Yang Qianma waved a hand, signaling Li Zhong to step back. Li Zhong didn't know, but as the commander of this stronghold, Yang Qianma had heard much about Dark Moon. This gray mist coupled with the effect of canceling fusions was precisely Dark Moon's forte. If Dark Moon had formed some kind of cooperation with Xuanhuan country, achieving a certain agreement, not just Jinbei City, but possibly the entire Fei country would fall into danger. This situation wasn't something he alone could handle. He could only request the intervention of the 5 great academies. Li Zhong hesitated, lingering uncertainly at the doorway. Seeing his unusual expression, Yang Qianma immediately coldly demanded, General Li, are you hiding something from me? Cold sweat poured down the top of Li Zhong's head, and he quickly knelt down to explain. My lord, this person was teleported from the interior of the continent through a teleportation array. When I noticed his suspicious movements, I asked him to reveal his identity. Unexpectedly, not only did he refuse to cooperate, but he also attacked the soldier recording him. Given his high combat abilities, to avoid unnecessary casualties, I fired the city defense cannon at him. After being hit, the gray mist appeared around him. This token was also dropped from his person. What kind of token? Bring it over. Li Zhong handed the token given by Yang Junwu earlier to Yang Qianma. Upon taking it and seeing the details, Yang Qianma was instantly greatly alarmed. Where is the bearer of this token? Li Zhong had no idea why his master suddenly became so agitated and softly replied, I do not know, my lord. That person disappeared after the gray mist appeared. Yang Qianma shot him an intense glare. You fool, you've caused a major disaster. Chapter 85. The True Face of the Dark Mediation Young Master. Who exactly are you, and why do you keep helping me? Yang Junwu looked at the woman in front of him, whose face was veiled with black gauze. He knew this person very well. It was the young master of dark mediation who had saved him 2 years ago in the Heavenly Madness Academy. You don't need to know who I am. The woman turned her head indifferently. Do we know each other? Yang Junwu felt that she seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember who she really was. There's no need for more talk. I am a member of dark mediation. We could be considered opposites compared to your academy. The woman shook her head. I see that your conscience is not completely lost. Why do you insist on aiding the evil deeds of dark mediation? The woman was silent for a long time. In your eyes, perhaps what dark mediation does is bad. But if I say that we do it to prevent the world from being destroyed, would you believe me? I believe. Yang Junwu nodded. Why? The woman didn't understand. How could Yang Junwu, standing in a different camp, so firmly believe in her? Because of you. I can feel the sincerity in your heart. There were faint tears rolling down the corner of the woman's eyes. Thank you, Wu. With your understanding, that's enough for me. The woman turned and wiped away her tears, pointing towards the distant mountains. You should be heading to Xuanhuan country to find Su Ruoshui, right? From here onwards, you will reach the boundaries of Xuanhuan country. Most of Dark Mediation's forces are in Fei country. I won't be able to help you there. You must be careful yourself. Yang Junwu was shocked. She even knew about his intention to find Su Ruoshui. A vague shadow began to appear in his mind. Are you Yingyi? The woman trembled all over, slowly pulling down her veil, revealing a delicate face. It was truly Tang Yingyi. After so many years without seeing each other, the young girl of the past had grown into a young woman. It might have been because of practicing negative force cultivation. Her complexion wasn't very good. Yingyi, it's really you. How did you end up in dark mediation? Yang Junwu was greatly confused. Tang Yingyi bit her lip tightly, shaking her head. You shouldn't ask about this matter. Just go quickly. The people of Jinbei City will soon search here. Yang Ying glanced behind at the city wall. What Tang Yingyi said was correct. The lights of the city walls were bright. A large group of mech pilots began leaving the city to search. He couldn't stay any longer. Yingyi, protect yourself. When I come back, we'll have a proper conversation. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. After bidding farewell to Tang Yingyi, Yang Junwu swiftly entered the mountains. After 2 days' journey, he finally entered the borders of Xuanhuan country. With his experience in Jinbei City last time, Yang Junwu didn't pass through Jinan City this time. Instead, he found an opportunity to bypass it from a lightly guarded area, reaching inland cities. From Yunxiang City, he learned from merchants selling maps that recently the capital had unknown reasons for imposing martial law. Special checks were needed for entry and exit. All teleportation arrays leading to the capital were temporarily suspended. To reach the capital, one could only travel via shuttle flights. Having no choice, Yang Junwu spent 2 B-level crystals as fare to the capital. Fortunately, the speed of the shuttle flight wasn't slow either, taking less than 10 hours before arriving at the station outside the southern gate of the capital. Without wasting a moment, Yang Junwu rushed directly toward the city gates. Stop! Who are you and why do you want to enter the city? I am a teacher from the Heavenly Madness Academy. I have urgent matters to see the ruler. Here is my token. This time, Yang Junwu had learned his lesson and fabricated an identity. After all, ordinary people generally wouldn't recognize Star River Alliance tokens anyway. The guards inspected the token carefully. As the #1 academy in Xuanhuan country, Heavenly Madness Academy held a very high status in the hearts of common people. Therefore, the guards dared not delay. They took the token inside the inner city to report. At this time within the royal palace's inner city, Emperor Su Kong was pacing back and forth anxiously in the great hall like a hot pot ant, while a group of ministers stood silently, not daring to speak. General Liu, is there still no news of Princess Shui? Report to your majesty. The city guard army has searched every corner of the capital. There is no sign of the princess. I suspect the princess may already have left the imperial city. What do you people eat around here? Such a big person just disappears. Your majesty, the princess has strong capabilities. If she intended to leave, there's nothing much we can do. General Liu hastily explained. There's time to argue when you should be searching instead. Su Kong scolded angrily. Yes, I shall take my leave. General Liu backed out. Report. An internal guard entered from outside the hall. Your majesty, a young man outside the south gate requests an audience with a token. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss with your majesty. Bring it forward. The internal guard handed over the token. This is the token of a Star River Alliance envoy. Su Kong felt a shiver run down his spine. It's over. The party was certainly discussing the marriage of the princess. However, since Su Ruoshui was not in the palace, how could he handle this situation properly? Where is the man? Still waiting outside the south gate. Hurry, bring him to my study for a private audience. Su Kong had no choice but to try and stall for time. Soon, Yang Junwu arrived at the imperial study under the escort of guards. Yang Junwu, looking at the man before him who resembled Su Ruoshui, quickly deduced that this was Ruoshui's father, the ruler of Xuanhuan country. Great ruler above, your humble son-in-law greets you. Are you? Su Kong was greatly startled. Could this person really be the successor mentioned by Qi Tianhe? Yang Junwu stepped forward and showed the ring on his hand to the other party. The ring was the sole emblem of the emperor. Su Kong could confirm that this person was Su Ruoshui's future husband and also the emperor of the Star River Alliance. He bowed deeply. I dare not. The arrival of your majesty is an honor. Please forgive me for not meeting you far away. Yang Junwu smiled. We're practically family now. There's no need for such formality. By the way, where is Ruoshui? Yang Junwu couldn't wait any longer to see Su Ruoshui. This. Su Kong looked troubled. Did something happen to Ruoshui? Yang Junwu was shocked. No misunderstanding. Alas, I will be honest, Ruoshui has run away from home. What? Yang Junwu looked bewildered. You're joking, with the palace guard so tight. How could she just leave so easily? Alas, she might have been bored at home and wanted to go out for a walk. But don't worry, I've already sent people to look for her. There should be news soon. How about Emperor stay in the palace for now? And once we get news of Shu'er, I'll inform you. Su Kong didn't dare to say that Su Ruoshui ran away because she liked another man and didn't want to marry the emperor of the Star River Alliance. The best plan was to keep Yang Junwu in the palace while accelerating the search. Yang Junwu almost fainted. He could roughly guess that Su Ruoshui ran away because she didn't want to marry him, the emperor. Her goal was likely to find him. Had he known about this mix-up, he would have revealed his identity to Su Ruoshui earlier. Unpredictable are the ways of the world. At that moment, Su Ruoshui, hidden by a team of mercenaries, successfully passed through the border between the two countries and entered Fei territory. After bidding farewell to the mercenary group, she began inquiring about the Yang family. It wasn't long before she found some leads. After all, one of the 10 great families in Fei country was very famous. Even those who weren't particularly informed knew which city each family was located in. You're talking about the Yang family, one of the 10 great families? I know about them. They're in Donghai City. From here, it takes a day by shuttle, or you can use the teleportation portal if you prefer. In the end, Su Ruoxue chose the shuttle. Once her father discovered she had run off, he might notify the officials in Fei country to strictly check for her whereabouts. Using the official portal was too risky. Although slower, the shuttle flight was nameless and left no records. A day later, she finally arrived in Donghai City. Upon entering the city, Su Ruoxue hesitated a little. If she were to barge in recklessly, what if he didn't like her anymore? Hey, pretty girl, are you from out of town? I've never seen you around. While Su Ruoxue was deep in thought, a group of rowdy young men came over and surrounded her. What do you want? Su Ruoxue's voice was icy cold. She was always cold except when she was in front of Yang Junwu. Wow, a frosty beauty. Do you know who we are? It doesn't matter to me who you are. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Su Ruoxue said coldly. Haha, you've cracked me up. Being rude to this young master? Come on, grab her and take her away. The leader burst into laughter. For years, Bai Tianjing had roamed Donghai City relying on his sharp eyesight. This woman appeared lost after entering the city. Clearly, she wasn't from around here. Also, none of the major families seemed to be picking her up, so she was most probably just passing through. Besides, her expression carried no trace of power, and judging by her age, Bai Tianjing quickly concluded. She was an easy target, both for robbing and taking advantage of. I'm coming along willingly. No need to force me. Su Ruoxue stopped the few henchmen from moving towards her. Although she wasn't afraid of these people, she didn't want to cause a scene in the middle of the street that would draw attention. Soon, Su Ruoxue was taken to a secluded house. As Bai Tianjing looked at her more closely, lust filled his heart. He leered and said, Sister, as long as you listen to me nicely, everything will be fine. In Donghai City, I can protect you from anything. Before he finished speaking, a metal fist smashed into his nose. Bai Tianjing's blood splattered everywhere, and several teeth were knocked out. You nasty girl, you've signed your own death warrant. Everyone, break her limbs. Let's see how arrogant she remains then. Bai Tianjing raged furiously as he instantly merged with his B-class mech. The rest of the henchmen, some at B-class and others at C-class, immediately initiated their mech fusions. However, it was as if Su Ruoxue didn't even notice their mech activations. She simply threw another punch. Bai Tianjing's fusion was still incomplete when he was hit in the stomach, the intense pain causing his fusion to instantly abort. Su Ruoxue had no intention of letting him go. With a knee strike, she directly hit his vital areas. There was a snap, as if something had shattered. Bai Tianjing's eyes widened, his face went pale, and though his mouth opened, no sound came out. Su Ruoxue scoffed coldly. If you take him to the hospital now, he might still survive. But if you delay, don't blame me for leaving him unable to have children. All the underlings broke into cold sweat. What a ruthless woman. Our boss has truly met his match this time. Chapter 86, 2 by xiuxians. After dealing with Bai Tianjing and his gang, Su Ruoxue thought for a moment and decided to find Yang Junwu to get some answers. She firmly believed that Yang Junwu and she both loved each other. Upon learning the location of the Yang residence, Su Ruoxue walked towards it. Suddenly, a child of about 3 or 4 years old tumbled down the small road on the right, stumbling and falling. Su Ruoxue quickly went over to help him up. Little friend, where are your parents? Why are you running around all alone on the road? The little boy gestured excitedly towards the opposite alley, his face filled with anxiety. There's a bad guy, save mom. You mean your mom was captured by a bad person, and you want me to save her? The little boy nodded vigorously. All right. Su Ruoxue placed the boy on her back and walked towards the opposite alley. Sure enough, in a deserted lane, a blue mech was surrounded by 5 or 6 gray mechs. Bai xiuxian, today you have no way out. Did you expect this? The Bai family doesn't even recognize you. One of the gray mechs spoke. Bai xiuxian? That's impossible. Bai xiuxian is at least an A-class mech pilot. How could she be trapped by these B-class mech pilots? The blue mech asked. I haven't offended any of you. Why do you insist on eliminating me? Sorry, we don't want to, but unfortunately, you know too much. Therefore you must die. Hearing the voice, it wasn't the Bai xiuxian Su Ruoxue knew. She assumed it was just a name coincidence. However, since she had encountered this matter, she couldn't ignore it. Taking a few steps forward, she said, Ladies and gentlemen, isn't bullying one woman with so many of you quite excessive? What do you think you're doing? Young lady, I warn you, don't meddle unnecessarily, or you'll get into trouble. Su Ruoxue replied calmly, let her go. The voice from the surrounded blue mech sounded. Young lady, there's no need to care about me. Please find a man named Yang Junwu, hand this child over to him, and ask him to protect this child well. Yang Junwu. This woman knows Yang Junwu. Su Ruoxue's expression slightly changed. Before anyone could see what she did, the 4 B-class mech pilots surrounding the blue mech were instantly thrown away. Shock swept across the face of the blue mech as Su Ruoxue hadn't even merged with her mech. She used pure physical strength. To confront B-class mechs purely through brute force was indeed a surprise despite it being an ambush. Clearly, Su Ruoxue's strength far exceeded the A-class, reaching possibly S or even SS level. Startled, the leading figure dared not make a hasty move. Miss, may I please know your name? We would like to know who among the greats you are. Forget it. Su Ruoxue ignored them. Let's go. The leading mech pilot was relatively smart and avoided confronting Su Ruoxue head-on, choosing instead to lead his group away. After the fusion was undone, the real identity of the person inside the blue mech was revealed. It was a very young-looking woman, approximately the same age as Su Ruoxue. Seeing Su Ruoxue, the woman immediately prepared to kneel and thank her. There's no need for such a formal bow. This place is dangerous. let's leave first. Su Ruoxue brought her to a hotel. Thank you. If it weren't for your help, my life and the life of Tianyi would have been in danger. As for me, it's no big deal, but Wing is still so young. The woman thanked her again. Just now, I heard those people call you by xiuxian. The woman hesitated for a moment and nodded. That's right, I am by xiuxian. May I inquire about your honorable name? Suo Ruoxue. Suo, have you heard of my name somewhere before? By xiuxian was sensitive to the micro-expressions of others. Su Ruoxue seemed shocked when she mentioned her name earlier. Su Ruoxue smiled. That's correct. Your observational skills are indeed strong. I actually have a classmate also named by xiuxian, about your age. I see. But since I've never met you, it's probably just a coincidence of names. Su Ruoxue nodded. After hesitating for a while, she still asked. Oh, you mentioned asking me to find a person named Yang Junwu. Is the Yang Junwu you speak of someone from the Yang family of the 10 major families of Donghai City? Bai Xiuxian was surprised for a moment. Lady Su actually knows about Yang Junwu? In her urgency, she had mentioned Yang Junwu's name without thinking, but logically, except for a few select individuals, few should know that Yang Junwu was still alive. If you refer to Yang Junwu, the one expelled from the Yang family, then yes, Su Ruoxue truthfully disclosed. Oh, contrary to what one might expect, Bai Xiuxian didn't look particularly happy. Yang Junwu evoked a unique emotion within her heart. Indeed, that night Yang Junwu was drugged, and the one he violated was her. Because of that night, she bore Yang Junwu's child, and simultaneously, the Bai family used the reason of corrupting their family ethics to expel her. She was well aware that she had been framed by the Bai family. She was the illegitimate daughter of the head of the Bai family and a mall salesgirl, so the Bai family never accepted her. Although Yang Junwu was also a victim, he was still the one who violated her, hence her hatred towards Yang Junwu far outweighed any sympathy she might have had. That was why all these years, she had lived alone with her son, never considering looking for him. Miss Bai, do you happen to know where Yang Junwu is now? Su Ruoxue asked. I'm not quite sure about that, but you can go find Yang Junwu's sister Xianxia. Perhaps she has news of Yang Junwu. Thank you. Su Ruoxue prepared to leave after turning around, but when she opened the door, she saw a woman standing outside just about to knock. Bai Xiuxian, Sister Ruoxue? Both were surprised to see each other. Do you two know each other? Bai Xiuxian stepped forward. Su Ruoxue was confused. Is your friend her? Both of you are called Bai Xiuxian. The Bai Xiuxian outside lowered her head, mumbling silently without speaking up. Xiaojiao, so you've been using my identity outside? Bai Xiuxian seemed to understand something instantly. Oh well, I'll come clean. Meng Xiaojiao entered the room, closing the door behind her. That's right, I used your name to get into the Divine Weapon Academy. Back then, it was because I was a bandit and feared failing the review process, so I borrowed your identity as Miss Bai from the Bai family. But then, at the academy, I met the man you mentioned, so I decided to approach him and observe what kind of person he truly was. Su Ruoxue immediately caught on. You're talking about Yang Junwu? Exactly. At first, I thought he was irresponsible and a playboy, but after getting closer, I found out that he was actually an upright person. I wanted to tell him about your existence, but then he disappeared suddenly, and we haven't heard anything from him since. Bai Xiuxian gave her a harsh glare. What nonsense? Meng Xiaojiao stuck out her tongue and dared not reply. Su Ruoxue sat down. Ladies, please share with me what exactly happened. Meng Xiaojiao showed signs of difficulty and looked toward Bai Xiuxian. Bai Xiuxian sighed. This has been over for so many years now. There's nothing worth hiding anymore. She recounted the events from the Chao family banquet in detail. It dawned on Su Ruoxue, the woman Yang Junwu once talked about being sorry for was none other than Bai Xiuxian in front of her. That meant they weren't only physically intimate, but also had a child together. Bai Xiuxian glanced at her and smiled, saying, Miss Ruoxue, judging by your look, you must have feelings for Yang Junwu. Rest assured, although Yang Junwu and I shared a connection, I never intended to threaten him using our son. Soon, Xiao Jiao and I will retreat deep into the mountains, ensuring we won't cross paths with Yang Junwu again. So, feel free to pursue your love openly. Meng Xiaojiao nodded. Sister Xiuxian is right. You and Yang Junwu were already paired at the Divine Weapon Academy. Now it's time for everything to align. Don't worry, neither I nor Bai Xiuxian will reveal her secret. Su Ruoxue shook her head, bitterly smiling. Yes, she believed that both were truthful. However, knowing Yang Junwu already had a child, could she bear deceiving him? I'm sorry, I cannot deceive Wu on this matter. If I find him, I'll definitely bring him to meet you. It will serve as a form of redemption for his past wrongdoings. As for how he chooses to deal with you and your child, I will support him no matter what. Sister Ruoxue, there's no need for further words. I've made my decision. Right now, I will go find Yang Junwu's sister. Su Ruoxue turned around and left the room. What should we do? Bai Xiuxian glanced at Meng Xiaojiao. The latter shrugged indifferently. You're asking me? How would I know? This is your business, not mine. Right now, I am Meng Xiaojiao, not Bai Xiuxian. Bai Xiuxian became completely speechless. We should quickly return to our hideout in the mountains. Even if Sister Ruoxue reveals my whereabouts to Yang Junwu, they won't be able to find me. Bai Xiuxian got up and picked up her son, preparing to leave. Hold on. Sister Bai Xiuxian, aren't you really heartbroken seeing Xiaoyu grow up without a father? In the past, you had no choice, but now knowing Yang Junwu is alive, can you truly endure them never meeting as father and son? Meng Xiaojiao held onto her hand tightly. Bai Xiuxian's entire body trembled. Over these many years, she had gone through great hardships raising Xiaoyu all alone. If not for encountering Meng Xiaojiao while stocking up goods in the city, they mother and son might have long been killed by bandits in the mountain. She could indeed spend her whole life in the deep mountains, but she couldn't allow Xiaoyu to be trapped there forever. This matter can be discussed later. Ruoshui is my savior. Anyway, I cannot interfere with the feelings between Ruoshui and Yang Junwu. Bai Shuixin made up her mind. Meng Xiaojiao shook her head. You always think about others. What about yourself? Bai Shuixin smiled and said, isn't it because you're here with me? All right. Only someone as soft-hearted as me would keep giving in to you. Meng Xiaojiao sighed helplessly. When Bai Shuixin acted cute, Meng Xiaojiao really couldn't resist. Let's go. Back to the mountain. The chaos of the world has nothing to do with us. Chapter 87. Yang Jingxuan's love at first sight. Yang Junwu stayed in the palace for 3 days. On the 4th day, he could no longer bear to stay. 3 consecutive days with no news could only mean one thing. Su Ruoshui had most likely already left Nianhua country and gone to Divine Weapon Academy or the Yang family to find him. Thus, he bid farewell to his future father-in-law, took a gold token, and smoothly teleported directly from Tianquang Academy to the Divine Weapon Academy. However, after inquiring with his teachers, Yang Junwu found that none of them had seen Su Ruoshui arrive. That was understandable. Su Ruoshui had secretly run away from home. She definitely wouldn't dare to come to the Divine Weapon Academy, which had close ties with the royal family. Instead, she was more likely to head straight to the Yang family. So Yang Junwu decided to go through the academy's portal directly to Donghai City. Meanwhile, Su Ruoshui had already reached the Yang family estate. You're looking for the third miss? She doesn't live at home. Do you happen to know where she is? Asked Su Ruoshui. I seem to have heard that she's with a friend. As for the exact location, I'm not quite sure. I see. Thank you. Su Ruoshui sighed. She hadn't expected finding someone in Donghai City would be so troublesome. Just as she was about to leave, a voice called out from behind her. Young lady, please wait a moment. Su Ruoshui turned around and saw a gentlemanly man walking toward her with a smile. Who are you? My name is Yang Jingxian, and I'm Xiaoyao's brother. As soon as Yang Jingxian stepped out, he immediately noticed Su Ruoshui, who was about to leave. He was utterly astounded by her beauty. Deep within him, an overwhelming emotion arose instantly. Beautiful, too beautiful. This must be the woman destined for me, Yang Jingxian. Yang Jingxian even started imagining scenarios of being together with this woman. He envisioned strolling down park pathways with her, enjoying the morning sunshine and fresh air. He imagined sitting in cafes with her, savoring fragrant coffee and exquisite pastries. He also pictured watching sunrises and sunsets with her on the beach. Ahem. A soft cough brought Yang Jingxian back to reality from his reverie. Oh, may I inquire your esteemed name, young lady? Su Ruoshui frowned. Do you actually know where Yang Xiaoyao lives? Of course. No one knows her better than I do. You should come in for some tea while I send someone to fetch her. That's unnecessary. Just tell me the address, and I'll go there myself. Yang Jingxian shook his head. How can that be acceptable? You're a guest from afar, and moreover, you're a friend of Xiaoyao. If she finds out I didn't properly entertain her friend, won't she blame me? Su Ruoshui hesitated. If she were to marry Yang Junwu in the future, she'd become a daughter-in-law of the Yang family. It might not look good if she didn't show proper respect. Thinking about this, a flush of red crept onto her cheeks. Oh dear, what am I thinking about? When she saw her blush, Yang Jingxian couldn't contain his joy. Could it be that she had also fallen in love with him at first sight? All right, then I'll trouble you. Su Ruoshui nodded lightly. Please. Without suspicion, Su Ruoshui followed Yang Jingxian into the gates of the Yang residence. Once seated in the small living room, Yang Jingxian personally poured her a cup of tea. This is the finest Fei tea. Very few people in the entire Fei kingdom can get their hands on it. Please give it a try. Su Ruoshui picked up the cup and sipped delicately. The tea aroma was rich, leaving a refreshing taste. It was indeed excellent. Great tea. I'm glad you like it. By the way, how did you come to know my younger sister? I've never seen you before, and Xiaoyao hasn't been outside Donghai City. Yang Jingxian casually asked. Su Ruoshui's expression slightly changed. She suddenly remembered that 3 years ago, Yang Junwu seemed to have told her that he wasn't well received in the family. If she mentioned his name easily, it might cause trouble. Noticing her hesitation, Yang Jingxian smiled. Young lady, there's no need to be nervous. I was just asking casually. If it's inconvenient for you to say, I won't press further. Thank you. All right then, young lady, please wait a moment while I go summon my sister. Yang Jingxian got up and left the small living room. Su Ruoshui estimated it would take at least 10 minutes for someone to come, so she decided to step out for a walk. But as soon as she stood up, she immediately collapsed to the ground. No, there's something wrong with the tea. Su Ruoshui realized instantly with alarm. Pata pata pata. Clapping sounds echoed. Yang Jingxian reappeared at the doorway. It's you. Su Ruoshui wanted to merge with her mech suit immediately, but the incessant sharp pains radiating from her brain prevented her from concentrating. Stop struggling, young lady. The poison you drank earlier is called Angel's Kiss. Within 12 hours, your mind will be foggy. You won't be able to control your limbs, nor communicate with your mech core, said Yang Jingxian coldly. What do you intend to do? Su Ruoshui fumed with anger. Haha, what do I want to do? A girl as beautiful as you belongs to me, Yang Jingxian. Rest assured, I'll be gentle with you. Yang Jingxian moved forward and tore off Su Ruoshui's outer garment. You dare? If you lay a finger on me, the entire Yang family will pay with their lives. Su Ruoshui screamed furiously. Ha ha ha, joke. Even the royal family wouldn't dare to make such big talk. I advise you to cooperate, or pleasure will turn into torment. Yang Jingxian had just gotten rid of the last layer of disguise on Su Ruoshui and was about to commit his heinous act when there was suddenly a knock at the door. Shit, who is it? Yang Jingxian erupted in rage. He had already given orders that no one should enter the small reception room for an hour. These servants definitely needed some serious punishment. Xiuxian, open the door, or I'll force my way in, came Yang Xiaoyao's voice from outside. Why did she suddenly come home? Xiuxian inwardly flinched. Sis, I'm busy now. Go away first, and we'll talk later. Humph. With a single palm strike from Yang Xiaoyao, the door collapsed explosively. Yang Xiaoyao looked around everywhere, but didn't see anything unusual. You've gone crazy. Don't think you can behave recklessly just because Grandpa is protecting you. Yang Jingxian roared angrily. Where's the person? Where have you hidden her? Yang Xiaoyao ignored his threat. What person? Who is here? Yang Jingxian feigned ignorance. Don't deceive me. Someone saw you bring a girl looking for me into the estate. Where is she? I want to see her. On the street, Yang Xiaoyao encountered a spy from the Duwan Association. The spy had just passed by the gate and overheard their conversation. She rushed back hastily after hearing this. The person has long left. Impossible. If the person had left, why would you be alone in the living room with the door locked? Do you take me for a fool? All right, you suspect me. Feel free to search then. Yang Jingxian spread out his arms as if he were above reproach. Yang Xiaoyao's eyes landed on the thumb of Yang Jingxian. There was a ring on his finger that contained a miniature world inside it. This place too. Let me check it out. Yang Xiaoyao pointed to his ring. Yang Jingxuan's face turned cold. Yang Xiaoyao, don't push your luck. At least I'm the future heir of the family, and these are all my personal items. Why should I show them to you? Fine. If you won't show them to me, let's go find Grandpa and ask him to personally inspect. If he finds out you've kept a woman in there, ha ha ha, you should clearly know the consequences, Yang Xiaoyao sneered. Judging from Yang Jingxuan's expression, she was completely sure that the woman was in that miniature world. Stop pulling Grandpa into everything, and now I'm leaving. Can you stop me? Yang Jingxian really feared that Yang Tianhe might suddenly appear, so he walked towards the door. Yang Xiaoyao shouted loudly. Where are you going? Come with me and settle this. She reached out her hand to grab his shoulder. Yang Jingxian had just barely entered the ranks of S-class experts. How could she easily catch him? He gave his right arm a slight shake and directly shook off Yang Xiaoyao's fingers. Mechanical fusion. Yang Xiaoyao immediately initiated the fusion. After a period of training, coupled with the evolution of the 5-color rainbow dragon body, her fusion level could barely reach 95%, making her competent against ordinary A-class mech masters. Stasis beam. Instead of launching an attack, she fired a stasis beam. Units hit by the beam would experience a slowdown and longer energy gathering time. This was an interference skill to coordinate with her own ranged attacks. Her goal right now was to hold Yang Jingxian back. A mere B-class mech master isn't impressive enough before a young master like myself. Yang Jingxian didn't even fuse his mech. He simply accelerated his speed and avoided being hit by the stasis beam. However, just as he reached the main entrance, another woman blocked his path. Xuanhuan looked at him coldly. If Xiaoyao isn't enough, am I? Are you Xuanhuan? Yang Jingxian still had some memory of this highly skilled cousin. You have a good memory. Zhuanqi, I haven't offended any of you, so why must you keep clinging to me? We're all family. Isn't it better if each side takes a step back? Yang Jingxian wasn't aware of Xuanhuan's real strength and dared not charge blindly. Aha! Hand over that woman, and I'll pretend nothing happened. I've already said it, the person has gone. Now you're asking me to hand her over. Where do you expect me to find her? Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Let's settle this with our hands. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan attacked. Her fingertips aimed straight for Yang Jingxuan's eyes. All her attack methods were practiced through life and death situations. There was no flair at all. They all targeted places where defense was unavoidable. Yang Jingxian had no choice but to retreat and evade. But Xuanhuan's attack was far from over. She took a sliding step to catch up again, and this time her target was the ring on his hand. Break! Yang Jingxian clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it out, colliding with Xuanhuan's palm. A surge of force passed between them, causing both to step back. At this moment, Yang Xiaoyao arrived from behind and unleashed the stasis beam once more. With Yang Jingxian still in the process of diffusing her technique, he had no way to avoid it. He was fully struck by the beam, his speed drastically reduced. Mechanical fusion. With no other choice, he activated the core fusion prematurely. The gray Zhentian mech appeared, its powerful aura dispersing the B-class stasis beam. Just as the major battle was about to erupt, an elderly voice filled with anger boomed, "Stop it all." Upon seeing the newcomer, the three of them changed expressions simultaneously. Chapter 88. Are you Yang Junwu? Yang Tianhe swept over the three people with a cold gaze. I'm not even dead yet, and you've already gone berserk, have you? Brawling right outside our home. Do you think the Yang family needs more attention? Yang Xiaoyao raised her head, unyielding. Grandfather, Yang Jingxian hid my friend in his private dimension, and wouldn't let me enter to search for her. Yang Jingxian scoffed coldly. Did you actually see me hide anyone? Even if I didn't see it with my own eyes, someone else did see you bringing someone into your mansion. If you truly have no guilt, why won't you let me investigate? Yang Xiaoyao refused to back down. As the heir of the family, how can I just allow random inspections? Without enough evidence, don't recklessly meddle and make a spectacle of the Yang family for outsiders. And you, Xuanhuan, according to family rules, members from side branches need approval from the master of the main estate to enter. You barged in without permission and even got into a fight with the family heir. This is a serious violation of our family rules. Xuanhuan smiled carelessly. Today, I didn't come here as a representative of the Yang side branch. I came to look for my friend, which has nothing to do with the family rules. Cheeky brat. It seems all of you are becoming increasingly disrespectful to me, the head of this family. Someone, take them away for family discipline. Yang Jingxuan's lips curved into a smug smile. Even if Yang Tianhe was not concerned about him, he would at least consider the reputation of the Yang family. As the heir, Yang Jingxian still had some authority in front of others. As if anyone dares. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, a powerful aura bursting out from her body. The overwhelming force of an S-class mech flattened the guards, preventing them from lifting their heads. Humph. Yang Tianhe immediately merged with his SS-class mech, the famous Yang, and slapped a palm towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan dared not directly resist, hastily activating her shield for defense while quickly retreating. However, Yang Tianhe's attack wasn't so simple. Suddenly, 2 star cannons shot out from his arms. Boom! Xuanhuan's shield exploded instantly, leaving her completely vulnerable to his overwhelming pressure. Yang Tianhe showed no mercy in this move, clearly intending to give Xuanhuan a stern warning. Brilliant, colorful light shone on Xuanhuan, and her speed suddenly accelerated. She managed to forcefully take one more step backward after the force dissipated. The palm wind grazed past her chest. Yang Tianhe glanced toward xiaoxian. It was obvious that the sudden strengthening of Xuanhuan earlier wasn't due to her own power, but thanks to B-class mech pilot xiaoxian beside her. A shimmering colorful glow was currently linking xiaoxian and Xuanhuan. This was a new ability unlocked after Xiaoyao's Jade Gem technique reached the second level, Jade Gem Light. The 5-color Jade Gem Light could enhance by 10% the movement speed, core energy maximum, attack power, recovery rate of the linked person, and also reduce consumption by 10%. Although the enhancement values seemed modest, the terrifying aspect of Jade Gem Light lay in its effect on any mech below the divine level. It would provide the same percentage boost. Thus, the stronger the assisted person was, the greater the improvement would be. Well done. Xuanhuan laughed heartily. Having cooperated with Xiaoyao multiple times, upon gaining strength, she immediately launched a counterattack. A long spear appeared in her hand, rushing towards Yang Tianhe. What good will that do? A green glow rose around Yang Tianhe's palm, astonishingly grabbing the spear tipped directly. What? Xuanhuan was shocked instantly, grabbing an S-class weapon barehanded. How was that possible? It's not barehanded. It's the green jade palm of the Yang family. He used weapon gloves. Yang Xiaoyao quickly identified Yang Tianhe's technique. Xuanhuan felt slightly reassured. If the other party really could seize blades barehanded, then running away might be the only option, as there'd be no chance to win. Even fighting 2-on-1, they couldn't gain the upper hand. Yang Jingxian seized the moment, circling behind the gate, preparing to sneak away. He had just stepped half a step out when a tall figure blocked his way. You? Are you Yang Junwu? Yang Junwu gave a cold snort. Disrespectful brat. You. Yang Jingxuan's heart raced frantically, contemplating escape strategies. 2 years ago, Yang Junwu's strength had already broken through to A-class, and now he must be at least S-class. Moreover, with countless bizarre upgrades on his body, there was no way Jingxian could defeat him in battle. Hand the person over. Don't make me force you to. What person? I don't understand what you're saying. Xiaoyao's friend. I'll say this only once. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. She hasn't seen anyone. 2. Yang Junwu, don't think I fear you. 1. The heck with you. Yang Jingxian prepared to strike first. At this point, Yang Junwu hadn't merged with his mech yet. The distance between the two was less than a meter. At such close range, an attack would leave the other party no time to merge with his mech. Yang Jingxian threw a punch. Then his punch was caught by Yang Junwu's bare hands, and no matter how he struggled, it wouldn't budge. Impossible. Yang Jingxian was dazed. To take an S-class mech punch with just the body? I didn't missee this, right? He strained his eyes forcefully. It was correct. There wasn't a trace of mech core fluctuation on Yang Junwu. Suddenly, Yang Junwu let go of him. Before Yang Jingxian could react, he took a punch to the chest. He hadn't even seen how Yang Junwu threw that punch. Do you want to release it yourself, or should I blast it for you? Yang Junwu's cold voice seemed to come from hell. Yang Jingxian trembled all over. The 3 people fighting inside the gate seemed to hear the sound outside and stopped, walking out. Yang Junwu. Brother. Younger brother. 3 voices rang out at once. The former was filled with surprise, while the latter held joy. Yang Tianhe's eyes were full of astonished color. Junwu, weren't you dead? How? Yang Junwu chuckled. Thanks to grandfather's good fortune, your humble grandson has such poor talent that even the impermanents in hell refused to accept me, so they kicked me out. Haha. Yang Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yang Tianhe sighed. Grandson, back then it was my fault for not considering things carefully enough, never expecting the Bai family would dare to use such ruthless means. It doesn't matter. I don't intend to pursue the past incidents. Yang Junwu turned to look at Yang Jingxian. Hurry up and hand the person over. In honor of grandfather, I won't kill you this time. No one. Yang Jingxian wouldn't give in. He dared not give in. If Su Ruoshui was found in his dimension, he might very well lose his heir status. Alright, you asked for it. An emerald green mech instantly merged with Yang Junwu. This was an S-class mech he himself had idly constructed during his stay in the Nianhua Kingdom. Perhaps due to having resolved his mental knot, this construction went extremely smoothly this time, reaching a fusion degree of 95% in one shot. Though it fell short of 100%, being able to reach over 90% among S-class mechs wasn't something common. Most likely it was exceedingly rare. Furthermore, this mech could perfectly align with his hidden dragon constitution, enhancing its power significantly. Fusing with it, Yang Junwu could battle against SS mid-level experts. Yang Junwu's punch was extremely fast. Yang Jingxian had no reaction at all, and got struck right on the chest core position. Crack. The passive armor of Zhentian directly shattered, exposing the core inside. Hold your hands. What are you doing? All of you, dissolve the fusion immediately. Yang Tianhe quickly intervened, stepping between them. Yang Junwu carelessly shrugged and dissolved the fusion without any issue. Seeing him dissolve, Yang Jingxian hastily dissolved as well. His core had suffered serious damage, and it would likely take more than 2 or 3 days to fully repair. We're all family here. Let's stop all the fuss and talk sensibly. Any issues can be discussed calmly. Yang Tianhe also dissolved the mech fusion within himself. Yang Xiaoyao pointed at Yang Jingxian. Fine, but first let him return the person. I said there's no one. Yang Jingxian continued to resist. Yang Junwu's expression turned grim as a sharp aura slashed from his fingertips. Yang Jingxian let out a painful cry as his thumb was cleanly severed at the root. You, Yang Junwu, you're too brutal. Yang Jingxian kept wailing in pain. It was as if Yang Junwu had done something trivial. He picked up the thumb from the ground, removed the signet ring on it, and tossed the remaining stub to him. Go fix it. It might still be usable. He opened the small world portal and gestured for Yang Xiaoyao to enter and search for the person. Soon, Yang Xiaoyao came out of the small world carrying a woman. The woman was tightly wrapped in gauze by Yang Xiaoyao. Upon emerging, Yang Xiaoyao's first words were, Yang Jingxian, you actually used disgraceful tactics to knock the woman unconscious, with improper intentions. I did not. Yang Jingxuan's gaze flickered. Don't treat us as fools. This woman clearly ingested the Yang family's unique poison, Angel's Kiss, affecting her consciousness. Yang Tianhe's face changed drastically as he glared hard at Yang Jingxian. Xianer, is this true? Don't lie, or I'll banish you from the Yang family right now. There was indeed some truth to it, Yang Jingxian admitted quietly. I fell in love with her at first sight, so I thought about settling things before proposing later. Shameless. Yang Xiaoyao glared fiercely. Yang Wan's lips curled into a smirk of disdain. Head of the family, such a morally corrupt person, in my opinion, should have the successor's identity immediately revoked. Yang Jingxian hurriedly explained. I haven't done anything yet, only poisoned her. In the worst-case scenario, once she wakes up, I'll propose to her immediately. You fool. You will roll back to the punishment room now, face the wall for half a day, and reflect carefully. Yang Tianhe roared angrily, which made Yang Jingxian sigh with relief. Facing the wall is all it takes, far better than losing his heir status. Yes, I'll go immediately. Yang Jingxian turned to leave, when at this moment a cold, murderous voice rang out. Wait. Yang Jingxian raised an eyebrow and said, Yang Junwu, grandfather has already sent me to face the wall. What more do you want? Yang Junwu remained silent, and then suddenly made his move. He circled around Yang Jingxian once, moving so fast that even Yang Tianhe didn't realize what happened before he returned to his original position. Arg! Damn Yang Junwu, I will never share the sky with you. Suddenly, Yang Jingxian collapsed on the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. In just that instant, all the joints in his hands and feet had been shattered by Yang Junwu. Chapter 89, You Have a Son. Yang Tianhe finally reacted, and upon seeing his grandson severely injured, he became furious. Yang Junwu, are you crazy? Someone, seize him for me. He had no time to deal with Yang Junwu, picking up the injured Yang Jingxian from the ground to go find a doctor. If you don't want the Yang family to be wiped out entirely, it would be best if you stopped moving, Yang Junwu said coldly. Are you serious? Yang Tianhe laughed bitterly in anger, and slapped Yang Junwu right across the face. Slap. Without stepping back a single step, Yang Junwu endured this slap. I will take this slap as repayment for the Yang family's nurturing of me. From now on, the Yang family is the Yang family, and Yang Junwu is Yang Junwu. We owe each other nothing. Yang Junwu's voice was calm. Dozens of members of the Yang family surged out of the courtyard, encircling Yang Junwu. Sister, take Xiaorao into the star dust world and help that woman detoxify, Yang Junwu said to Yang Wan. Yang Wan furrowed her brow. Can you handle it alone? Yang Junwu smiled faintly. Don't worry, there's nothing to worry about. I'm saving them. Soon, Yang Wan and Yang Xiaorao disappeared with the woman they were holding. Yang Tianhe sneered coldly. Yang Junwu, running monks can escape, but temples cannot. Let's see how you, with your stiffened wings, will fly a single step out of the Yang family compound. Return my son's life. At this moment, a red mech burst through the crowd and launched an attack on Yang Junwu. Yang Junwu took a deep breath and swung a punch. Dragon-breaking fist. Boom. An immense energy exploded, throwing back all surrounding Yang family members who lacked sufficient strength. The newcomer was none other than Yang Guang, who hadn't left the Yang family at all, but had been secretly hidden by Yang Jingxian. Seeing his son beaten into a cripple, how could he contain himself any longer? Confronting an S-class mech with his physical body, was he even human? Fear instantly gripped everyone in the Yang family. Before, there was Yang Chuling, now there is Yang Junwu. Why, after breaking away from the Yang family, do these people possess such overwhelming power? It seemed today, without the patriarch making a move, no one could restrain Yang Junwu. I kindly helped the Yang family drive away disasters and resolve misfortunes, and yet not only did you fail to show gratitude, but you also attacked wanting to kill me, mistaking kindness for ingratitude. Yang Jun was suddenly laughed coldly. Haha, joke of the day, you critically injured the heir of the Yang family, and call that driving away disasters. An elder roared angrily. Do you know who Yang Jingxian attempted to disgrace? The princess of the Nianhua kingdom, and also the fiancée of the emperor of the Star River Alliance. Upon hearing these words, the whole scene became deathly silent. While the commoners might not know the Star River Alliance, how could the Yang family, being a large clan, be unaware? Offending the Star River Alliance meant certain death at the hands of other factions, without needing their direct involvement. Yang Tianhe frowned darkly. How do you know that woman is the princess of the Xuanhuan kingdom? Believe or not, that's your business. I crippled my second younger brother, only intending to save his life, which is my final sentiment toward the Yang family. Anyways, what happens to your Yang family now has nothing to do with me. Goodbye. Yang Junwu turned and walked away. Don't think of escaping. Regardless of whether it was the Star River Alliance or not, Yang Guang insisted that Yang Junwu pay the price. He struck again, but someone blocked his path. Father? Do you really believe his nonsense? Yang Guang was shocked. The person blocking him was actually Yang Tianhe. Don't act rashly. Let's get to the bottom of things first. Yang Tianhe was actually 7 to 8 parts convinced inside. Because Yang Junwu didn't have any reason to lie to him. Recalling past events, Yang Junwu indeed acted only after recognizing the rescued woman's identity. So for the sake of the Yang family, you're willing to sacrifice young Master Xian? That's correct. If it wasn't for the sake of the Yang family years ago, how could I have just watched while you drove Yang Junwu to ruin? If anyone is to blame, it's because you failed in raising your child properly and conducted yourself improperly. Yang Tianhe bled internally, but there was no way around it. Compared to the survival or demise of a single successor, the existence of the entire Yang family was far more important. Ha, what perfect karma. Perfect karma indeed. Yang Guang appeared almost mad. With Yang Xiuxian becoming a cripple, his title as heir would certainly be stripped away. What then were all those painstaking efforts over so many years worth? Father, it hurts so much. Hurry, save me. I don't want to be a cripple. Yang Xiuxian cried with snot and tears streaming down his face. Yang Guang slowly approached him, suddenly appearing very kind-hearted. He gently stroked Yang Jingshuan's face, speaking in a soft voice. Xianer, don't worry. Father will immediately relieve your pain. Wonderful, Father. Let's go. Let's leave the Yang family. Once I've recovered, I will surely find Yang Junwu to repay. Yang Jingxian never finished his sentence, as a laser directly pierced through his temple. With widened eyes, Yang Jingxian couldn't fathom until his dying moments that the person who ended him was none other than his own biological father. Good. Dead is good. Dead means no more pain forever. Yang Guang laughed crazily, staggering as he flew out of the city, disappearing quickly. Lord of the house. That's it, don't say anything. Go back first and properly bury Xian. Yang Tianhe's tone was despondent, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Duan guilt. Yang Junwu rested his chin on his hands and blankly stared at the face of the woman in front of him. Su Ruoxue, blushing furiously from his gaze, spat out. Idiot. What are you looking at? Ho, who would have thought Ruoxue would blush too? Speak up. Did you miss me after traveling such a long distance to Donghai City? Su Ruoxue didn't expect that after several years of not seeing each other, the steady Yang Junwu had become so smooth-talking. Who wants you? I was just wandering around casually. Yang Xiaorao couldn't take it anymore. All right, big brother and sister-in-law, stop speaking in riddles already. Sister Wan and I are waiting to drink your wedding wine. In my opinion, the day after tomorrow is an auspicious day, why don't we? No, Yang Junwu and Su Ruoxue both said at the same time. Yang Xiaorao was taken aback, then helplessly shook her head. These two were really making her anxious. Yang Wan spoke, why not? Is it because you don't like Ruoxue? Yang Junwu smiled. Of course not, but getting married so easily would be unfair to Ruoxue. At the very least, we need to prepare a grand bridal sedan chair with 8 bearers and bring 10 trunks of dowry to Ruoxue's home for the proposal. Yang Wan suddenly understood. That makes sense. No formal proposal. Su Ruoxue hurriedly refused. How could Yang Junwu not know her thoughts? She must be afraid that once he went there, he would find out her identity and know she was destined to marry the Emperor of the Star River Alliance. Rest assured, I can make sure your parents will accept the proposal. Yang Junwu decided to tease her, as her flustered and red face was just too cute. No, that's not what I mean. Actually, there's someone else you should see first, said Su Ruoxue. Oh, who? Bai Xiuxian. Xiuxian? Didn't she graduate already? Why go see her? Yang Junwu was completely confused. Not that Bai Xiuxian, the real Bai Xiuxian. The one who was kicked out of her home after being violated by you. With that statement, Yang Junwu's mind felt like it had exploded. Could it be that because of this Bai Xiuxian, Su Ruoxue was hesitating and wasn't refusing due to her own status? It was possible. Since she had already come here, it indicated she was determined not to follow her family's arrangement and marry the Emperor of the Star River Alliance. As for Bai Xiuxian, Yang Junwu indeed harbored a sense of guilt. He himself was the victim, but the woman he violated was even more innocent. Where is she now? Asked Yang Junwu. Su Ruoxue paused. Will you really go find her? Yang Junwu nodded. Yes. No matter whose scheme it was back then, she is undoubtedly innocent and also a casualty of my struggle with Yang Jingxian. By right and reason, I ought to see her and apologize. Su Ruoxue bit her lips gently. If you do find her, what do you plan to do? Yang Junwu sighed bitterly. I haven't thought it through. Perhaps I'll bring her along first to compensate for these many years of neglect. The room instantly fell silent. Seeing something was off, Yang Xiaorao quickly interjected. But brother, we don't even know where Bai Xiuxian has gone. How can we find her? I do. All eyes turned towards Su Ruoxue. Yang Xiaorao covered her forehead. Good grief. Even if you know, you shouldn't say it now. The real Bai Xiuxian and the fake one who went to the academy are good friends. They now live in the deep mountains, and by the way, you have a son. What did you say? I have a son. Yang Junwu froze in astonishment. That's correct. Bai Shuixin bore you a son, Su Ruoshui confirmed. If she were selfish, she truly wouldn't want to tell Yang Junwu this news. But she couldn't tolerate a love built on deception. If one day Yang Junwu found out about Bai Shuixin and his son, the situation would be much worse. Now she left the choice to Yang Junwu. If he chose Bai Shuixin and their son, she would be without regret or resentment. Yang Junwu softly sighed. Ruoshui, I cannot yet travel to Nianhua to propose. You return first. After I find Bai Shuixin, I will come find you again and wait for me. I understand, Ruoshui nodded. But her heart was bleeding at this moment. She wanted to wait for him. But this time, once she returned, she might never be able to come back. Yang Xiaorao hurriedly blocked her. Wait, why are you returning? Just stay and wait here. Ruoshui shook her head. No, I've been away too long. If I return late, there might be trouble. Everyone, let's part for now and hope we meet again someday. Ruoshui wasn't the kind to drag things out. She stood up directly and left Dujin Guild. Brother, what are you doing? Why don't you stop her? It's fine, let her go. I need to deal with some things first as well. Yang Junwu was calm inside. For the woman Su Ruoshui worried about, the one destined to marry the emperor of the Star River Alliance, was actually himself. He turned to Xuanhuan. Sister Wan, would you accompany me outside the city tomorrow? We'll head into the mountains. All right. Xuanhuan didn't say much, merely nodding. She fully understood Yang Junwu's decision. If she were in Su Ruoshui's position, she would likely also choose to reveal the truth. Love with a hidden thorn in one's heart could be excruciatingly painful. I'm going to. I want to keep an eye on you for Sister Ruoshui. Yang Xiaorao huffed angrily. Her perspective was entirely different. Yang Junwu had no deep feelings toward Bai Shuixin anyway, so what did it matter if they had a child together? It was simply an accident. If things came to that, marrying both of them wouldn't be impossible. Yang Junwu rolled his eyes. You've only known Ruoshui for half a day. When did your relationship get so close? Yang Xiaorao snorted. Mind your own business. I just want Sister Ruoshui to be my sister-in-law. Chapter 90. The Truth. Qinglian Mountain, Muxiang Outpost. All 108 people in the outpost, regardless of gender or age, had fused with their armor. They stood at the gate of the outpost, glaring angrily at the dozen or so experts from the Chao family not far away. Chao Mengyue stepped forward and said, to all of Muxiang Outpost, if you want to live, surrender immediately, hand over your teleportation array, and submit to my family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. A big man stepped out from the ranks of Muxiang Outpost. Family Chao, our outpost has always kept a distance from your family, like water does not mix with water. Why are you acting this way? Enough nonsense. You have two choices, submission or death. Ha ha ha, what arrogance. I mean, you will see what skills your family possesses. Chao Mengyue waved her hand. Kill them. The dozen elite Chao family warriors immediately rushed into the group of Muxiang Outpost fighters. These were all personally selected by Chao Mengyue, top A-class mech warriors. Although Muxiang Outpost had more people, most only possessed B-class mechs, some even D-class mechs used as backup. It was like wolves among sheep. Many members of the Muxiang Outpost collapsed quickly. Do not be overconfident. Let's see how good you are. Meng Xiaojiao shouted loudly as she charged toward Chao Mengyue. Chao Bai Shuixin, why is it you? Chao Mengyue felt slightly surprised. Both of them were part of the Water June Club at the academy, knowing each other quite well. Chao Mengyue, can you abandon the attack on Muxiang Outpost for my sake? Meng Xiaojiao knew clearly about Chao Mengyue's strength. If Chao Mengyue didn't use her corrosive flames, she might hold her ground in a fight. But once Chao Mengyue utilized her special talent, even an SS-level warrior would struggle to counter her. Chao Mengyue shook her head. Unless you're willing to give up Muxiang Outpost. Muxiang Outpost is the only place we can survive. Why must you seek total annihilation? To sustain over 100 people, Meng Yi relied solely on the rune materials inside the small world of Muxiang Outpost. If they surrendered Muxiang Outpost, the only choice would be starvation or robbery elsewhere. I apologize, but I need the resources within Muxiang Outpost. Meng Xiaojiao gritted her teeth. Chao Mengyue, you're too greedy. Then come, if you wish to stop me, give it your best shot. Seeing no hope in reasoning, Meng Xiaojiao became enraged. The only option now was an explosive burst, aiming to kill Chao Mengyue swiftly before she could use the corrosive fire. Since both parties knew each other's abilities very well, Chao Mengyue instantly recognized Meng Xiaojiao's intentions. But instead of rushing to use her talent, Chao Mengyue chose to calmly parry and toy with her slowly. Bai Shuixin, I am no longer who I was before. Even without the corrosive fire, you cannot defeat me. Look behind you. Even if you could fight me to a standstill, in less than 10 minutes, there will be no one left in Muxiang Outpost but you. It's wise to surrender and save your life. Even if Muxiang Outpost fights until the last person, we'll take a few bites out of you. Don't think that losing skilled warriors won't cost you dearly. Chao family's relentless expansion had already spread across the mountain regions. Should Chao family suffer any loss, the other clans hoping for revenge or self-preservation would retaliate. Meng Xiaojiao took note of this, using words to threaten Chao Mengyue. With similar thoughts in mind, neither wanted substantial losses, thus both attempted to dissuade the other through persuasion. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chao Mengyue struck Meng Xiaojiao back with a palm strike, retreating rapidly to maintain a safe distance. Oh no! In a panic, Meng Xiaojiao managed to fire off a beam cannon. Chao Mengyue ignored it completely, choosing to absorb the impact directly. Her eyes turned into a deep crimson color, and a ghostly red dragon figure began forming midair. Inferno World! Chao Mengyue roared. and from the red dragon's mouth spewed large amounts of deep purple flames. Anyone from Muxiang outpost touched by the flames ignited instantly. Their bodies melted amidst screams, turning into ashes. Chao Mingyue, I swear I'll cease to exist as a human if I don't kill you today. Ming Yi, upon seeing his clan massacred, eyes bloodshot with rage, rushed towards Chao Mingyue like a madman. How arrogant. Chao Mingyue didn't even spare a glance at him, a mere A-class mech warrior. She flicked her finger, summoning a small flame onto Meng Ye's chest. Dad, watch out. Meng Xiaojiao cried in alarm. Chao Mingyue's flames were incredibly potent, extremely hard to remove even with core energy, which could instead ignite the fire and cause it to backburn internally. She rushed over to try extinguishing the fire, but the corrosive flames spread rapidly, soon covering the entire upper body from the chest. Xiaojiao, don't worry about me. Flee. Take Bai Xuanhuan and the children and escape here. Dad, flee. We can't match her. Flee? Ha ha ha. None of you are leaving. Chao Mingyue sneered. Suddenly, the ghostly red dragon in the sky turned real and surged towards Meng Xiaojiao. Defensive shield. Meng Xiaojiao was greatly alarmed. She didn't dare to come into direct contact with the red dragon and instead summoned an energy shield. Foolish. The red dragon spewed a stream of flames, and Meng Xiaojiao's energy shield suddenly burst into flames. Over. I never expected Chao Mingyue to have become such a powerful expert. Despair filled Meng Xiaojiao's heart. The gap was too large. She didn't even have the capital to fight back. At that moment, a white silver dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, and a young voice rang out, Pure rain. The white dragon spit out a puff of mist, and it began to drizzle on the battlefield. The corrosive fire burning on the bodies of the Muxiang outpost citizens went out instantly upon touching the rain. Moreover, wherever the rain passed, areas damaged by the corrosive fire slowly began to heal. Who was that? Chao Mingyue was greatly shocked. The other party's abilities were clearly her nemesis. She must find this person out. Her gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on a 3- or 4-year-old child. Even though the child hadn't fused with any mech, a faint green glow connected his finger to the top of the silver dragon floating in midair. It was him. Chao Mingyue's expression turned cold as she immediately rushed toward the child. Be careful. Meng Xiaojiao reacted, but was already too late. Chao Mingyue had gained a step advantage over her. As the child was about to be killed, a B-class mech blocked the way between Chao Mingyue and the child. Get out of the way. The B-class mech shattered immediately, revealing Bai Xuanhuan's true form. A mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth, despair clouding her eyes. Yet Chao Mingyue's attack still retained its momentum. Undeterred, her hand continued its path toward Yang Tianyu's neck. Swoosh. The sound broke through the air. A light wheel arrived later but reached its target first, flying straight at Chao Mingyue's chest. If she were to continue forcing her attack on Yang Tianyu, then she herself would be pierced by the light well right through the chest. Choose life or death. Chao Mingyue naturally chose the former, immediately stopping her steps and retreating backward. The light wheel missed its target, spinning around in midair before returning. At the same time, a cold voice came from above. Chao Mingyue, are you so vile that you won't even spare a child? The newcomers were Yang Junwu, xuanhuan, and Yang Xiaoyao. They had been searching for Bai Xuanhuan deep in the mountains when suddenly Yang Junwu sensed the presence of a dragon not far away. Moreover, this presence was very similar to Chao Mingyue's corrosive power. Thus, they followed the trace and managed to save Yang Tianyu just in the nick of time. Bai Xuanhuan tightly embraced Yang Tianyu and knelt down, saying, Thank you all for your help. Xuanhuan smiled. Don't thank me. If you're going to thank anyone, thank Yang Junwu, the young master Yang. What? Are you Yang Junwu? Bai Xuanhuan stared at him dumbly, a myriad of emotions swirling within her heart. She had once thought that if she ever got the chance to see the person who violated her, she would kill him no matter what. However, after Meng Xiaojiao approached Yang Junwu using her identity and told her about his character and experiences, her feelings changed. From hatred, it transformed into sympathy. Originally, Yang Junwu and her were both victims, while she herself was merely the tool used to harm him. But truly meeting him now made her feelings completely different. He seemed like a prince descending from the heavens, saving her and her child. Are you? Yang Junwu's eyes locked onto Yang Tianyu, and in an instant, he had some suspicions. I am Bai Xuanhuan. This is your child, Yang Tianyu. Bai Xuanhuan did not hesitate, directly revealing her identity. Chao Mingyue recognized Bai Xuanhuan from afar and mentally screamed no good. Once Bai Xuanhuan revealed everything about that incident, the conspiracy between her and the Bai family would be discovered by Yang Junwu. With a flick of her fingers, a small flame quietly slithered along the ground toward Bai Xuanhuan's back. Currently, Bai Xuanhuan was unprotected by any mech. If the flame touched her, she'd turn to ashes within seconds. Yang Junwu's attention was focused on Bai Xuanhuan and her daughter, whereas Xuanhuan kept her eyes fixed on Chao Mingyue. Seeing Chao Mingyue make her move, Xuanhuan unleashed a particle cannon beam, knocking the flame off course. Bai Xuanhuan pointed at Chao Mingyue and spat bitterly. This woman colluded with my family members years ago to frame you, thereby canceling our engagement and helping my brother eliminate me, a thorn in their eyes. So it was you. Yang Junwu's anger had surged to its peak. When he first entered the Divine Weapons Academy, he had also suspected Chao Mingyue. But because she too was a victim of that event, he gradually eased his suspicions toward her. But it turns out that the mastermind behind the scenes really was her. So what if it's me? Back then, you were unable to cultivate. Your Yang family deliberately married you off to deprive your first son of his inheritance rights. I was kept in the dark and thought marrying you would improve relations with the Yang family. allowing our Chao family to flourish. If it weren't for the Bai family's warning, I would have ended up marrying someone who had already been discarded by the Yang family. But unfortunately, your Yang family is so powerful that the Chao family dared not break the engagement, which is why I had to come up with this plan. You can only blame yourselves. Chao Mingyue sneered coldly, knowing she had been exposed. Finally, the truth behind those events became clear. Xuanhuan burst into laughter, enraged. Chao Mingyue, you are truly good at dodging responsibility. Even if you didn't want to marry Yang Junwu, did you really have to resort to murder? Meng Xiaojiao also nodded. That's right. When Yang Junwu and xiuxian became intimate, a marriage between them could have solved everything. But out of selfishness, you feared that one day the Yang family would discover that it was all you're doing. So you had to eliminate them to prevent any future trouble. Haha, that's exactly right. Those fools from the Bai family failed to kill you. And now look at the consequences we face today. Seeing no way out, Chao Mingyue decided to throw caution to the wind. Yang Junwu, if you're so capable, why don't you kill me and ignite a war between the Chao family and the Yang family? Chapter 91. The Xiuxian worm appears. Yang Junwu walked toward Chao Mingyue with a grim face. He originally did not want to kill her. The stronger a person, the more energy the Xiuxian worm would gain when they were killed. But this woman had not only schemed to frame him years ago, but now even attempted to harm his son. If she was not dealt with, who knows how many people would fall victim to her vicious hands in the future. Chao Mingyue, if you retreat right now and promise never to leave the small world, I'll let you go. Ha ha ha, Yang Junwu, how amusing. Everything I've done is for the Chao family's strength. What crime have I committed? Wanting to imprison me forever in this cage? Impossible. You have no fault, but those you've murdered, do they have any faults either? They just wanted to survive. Yang Junwu gave a cold snort. And you? Now that you're still alive, by the marriage contract, you should marry me instead of killing me. Chao Mingyue's face was full of disdain. Beside them, Xuanhuan laughed bitterly out of anger. Are you crazy? It was you who schemed to kill Yang Junwu back then, and now you still dare mention the marriage agreement. Come on, stop wasting words. If you want to kill me, show your true abilities. Above Chao Mingyue's head, the red dragon reappeared, and her body began fusing with the red dragon. Phantom dragon armor, 0 flame breath. Icy flames rushed towards Yang Junwu from above. Hidden dragon emerges, dragon break fist. With a loud boom, at their collision point, the mountain ridges shattered, rocks flew everywhere. Quickly, everyone take shelter inside the village. Meng Xiaojiao shouted loudly. Simultaneously, she silently thanked her luck. It seemed that Chao Mingyue had not used her full strength in their previous confrontation. Otherwise, that single strike just now could have cost her life immediately. Soon, all the villagers entered the village. Only she and Xuanhuan remained outside, smashing or deflecting larger dangerous rocks. After dozens of exchanges between Yang Junwu and Chao Mingyue started feeling overwhelmed. Her fusion with the red dragon wasn't perfect, thus making her suppressed by Yang Junwu's hidden dragon power. Despair gradually grew in her heart. She hadn't expected that, ultimately, she would die at the hands of the man who nearly became her husband. Chao Mingyue, didn't you obtain a dragon egg in the frostbone dragon's lair back then? Wasn't it this red dragon? Asked Yang Junwu. You knew all along, and yet you managed to suppress it for so long. Yang Junwu, looks like you're also a hypocrite. Chao Mingyue paused briefly before scoffing. I didn't say anything because if you used it for good purposes, it wouldn't be bad either. If one doesn't think about oneself, they invite destruction from heaven and earth. Your so-called righteousness is nothing but satisfying your inner justice. Chao Mingyue roared as 10 spinning fires launched toward Yang Junwu. This was her final move. If she couldn't repel Yang Junwu, today would definitely be her end. Dual dragons emerging, hidden dragon incarnation. Yang Junwu's hidden dragon suddenly split into two. A golden dragonlet separated from the main body, opening its mouth and swallowing the 10 flames completely. The golden dragon's body began transforming into a mix of red and gold, its expression showing immense pain. Yang Junwu's body trembled slightly, with hints of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The golden dragon evolved from the awakened hidden dragon, being the king of dragons. Unfortunately, its strength was too weak, making absorbing the fire dragon's attack extremely laborious. Had the main body of the hidden dragon not borne most of the damage, even the king of dragons would have been incinerated. Finally, the golden dragon digested all the flames. Its size increased slightly as it let out a deafening roar. Die, Dragon Emperor Fist! Yang Junwu bellowed. The golden dragon returned to the hidden dragon, its large dragon punch aiming straight for the red dragon. Ha ha, Yang Junwu, even if I die, I will never die by your hand. Here comes my final move, Red Dragon Inferno. The massive form of the red dragon exploded instantly, and Chao Mingyue chose self-destruction. Every piece of the red dragon's remains that touched the ground burst into intense flames. The fire spread quickly, turning the surrounding forest into a blazing sea of fire. Hurry up, leave the village, Yang Junwu shouted. He couldn't extinguish such a large amount of flames. Soon, the fire would surround the village, leaving escape impossible. Go, go, go! Xuanhuan and Meng Xiaojiao immediately organized the villagers to evacuate. Amidst the flames, an oddly shaped long worm appeared. Wherever it went, space rippled, and everything turned chaotic. Yang Junwu widened his eyes. Is this the legendary Xiuxian worm? Logically speaking, Xianxia was organizing experts at the border to battle against the Xiuxian worm. So why would one appear here? Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in Yang Junwu's mind. Perhaps the Xiuxian worm didn't need to come from the border. It could appear in any place where there was high struggle energy. Break! Yang Junwu fired a star-breaking cannon at the xiuxian worm. Boom! The xiuxian worm was repelled by the powerful shockwave, but there didn't appear to be any damage on its surface. Such a strong attack only managed to drive it back. Roar! As if enraged by his assault, the xiuxian worm let out an angry roar and spat a beam of light toward him. Wherever the light beam passed, space cracked and turned into nothingness. Yang Junwu hurriedly dodged. Whoever was hit by the xiuxian worm would be sent into spatial turmoil. If lucky, they would be teleported to a secondary world. If unlucky, they'd get lost in endless void. No wonder even someone at Qi Tianhe's quasi-god level couldn't directly destroy the xiuxian worm and could only seal them off, preventing them from gaining enough energy that might endanger the entire Fei Hua continent. Retreat. Unable to match the worm, Yang Junwu had no choice but to retreat with the villagers. The records of Fei Hua continent documented that in the year 1785, fiery beams soared into the sky from the Qingling mountain range, as if signaling the end of the world. In a VIP room at the Dujin Huap Duan Guild, Bai Xuanhuan, along with her son Yang Tianyu, sat uneasily across from Yang Junwu. It was this man who took her innocence and transformed her from a miss of the Bai family into a wandering bandit lost deep in the mountains. Yet, it was also him who appeared like a heavenly savior during her despair, slaying enemies in a mighty warrior's manner, and saving her and her child. Bai Xuanhuan felt a complex mix of emotions towards Yang Junwu, not knowing what to say for a moment. Aster, come here and let daddy hold you. Yang Junwu extended his hand toward Yang Tianyu. Daddy. Yang Tianyu wasn't the least bit reluctant to go to Yang Junwu, and immediately rushed into his arms. Yang Junwu held him close, then turned to smile at Bai Xuanhuan. Xiuxian, please sit. With a startled, oh, Bai Xuanhuan slowly took her seat. Xiuxian, these years have been hard on you. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you and Aster. Tomorrow, I will go and propose marriage to the Bai family. With the xiuxian worm now manifested, Yang Junwu no longer planned to hide his true identity, choosing instead to reveal himself as the emperor of Xinghe Alliance, uniting all experts to fight against the xiuxian worm. Bai Xuanhuan hastily rose. Absolutely not. Unexpected by Yang Junwu because of her intense reaction, he looked up and asked, why not?